This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. I am Su Yin from the Su Fox clan. In the territory of the Xiaoyu dynasty, a dozen monsters as strong as bulls, with a single horn on their foreheads, carried the yoke connecting the carriages, carrying a group of young men and women from the Xiaoyu dynasty to Beijing to take the exam. Occasionally, between the clouds in the sky, you can see something like a ship sailing and shuttling. If there is a questionnaire for crossing, even if Gatling is on my chest, I will fill it out. It's super simple. I hope that all future crossers will live worse than me. Su Yin revealed his original form, transformed into a white-haired little fox with a shoulder height of less than 7 inches, squatting in front of the door of the carriage and looking at the faint outline of the main city of Xiaoyu, with gnashing teeth and complaining indignantly. After waking up one day, Su Yin poked his head out of the egg-shell. It took him half a year to figure out why he appeared in the egg-shell after waking up from the big bed. He also clearly realized that his old mother was a 7-tailed fox of the Yusu clan who could break through the subsonic speed with 4 legs. And he was a hybrid of the 7-tailed white fox of the Yusu clan and the black dragon clan of the north. Since he came here, he should make the best of it. Su Yin spent more than 10 years in luxury under the care of his old mother. He thought he could enjoy the good life at home until he grew 3 tails and became an adult, and then go out to travel and have an interracial love affair with the fairy-like female cultivators. As a result, more than half a year ago, all of Su Yin's dreams were ruthlessly shattered. The fox demon elders of the Yusu clan came to his house and talked to his mother about himself. It turned out that the 9-tailed fox lineage originated from Qingqiu, and later split into Tushan and Yusu because of conflicts in the clan. The demon clan all values blood, especially the demon clan with noble blood. The fox demons of the Su clan didn't know where they got the news that Su Yin's mother and the northern black dragon had given birth to a white fox of mixed blood. So they came to visit Su's mother, and then enforced the clan rules on Su Yin. In one sentence, they wanted to kill Su Yin. Su Yin was born as a member of the same clan, and could not be killed. But for the purity of the 9-tailed fox bloodline, they had to patch up the young Su Yin to ensure that no birds or beasts would have 9 tails. The old man shamelessly said that it was just a matter of a pair of scissors, and cutting off a meridian would not be a problem. Su Yin was still a member of the 9-tailed fox, and should eat and drink. Such an outrageous request. Su's mother naturally did not agree to the elders of the Su clan. Su's mother threw Su Yin out, gave him a storage ring, and asked him to run to the Xiaoyu dynasty. Then turned around and showed the original form of a 7-tailed fox and fought with the elders. The 9-tailed fox was not born with 9 tails, but it could eventually give birth to 9 tails as the realm of cultivation broke through. The 9-tailed Pang Pang is the day of becoming an immortal. Su Yin didn't know how the battle was going, but it was true that he had not encountered any pursuers in the 6 months of fleeing. Hey, Xiaobai, why are you running around? There was a commotion in the carriage. Su Yin, who was looking at the main city of Xiaoyu, suddenly felt a pair of soft hands inserted under his armpits, lifting up his original form high, and then suddenly looked back, and fell into the girl's chest, and was tightly trapped. A cute fox like you, running around in our Xiaoyu territory, will be kidnapped by monks. Yu Yanning seemed to have just woken up, and she didn't even have time to comb her long hair before looking for Su Yin in the form of a young fox in the carriage. Su Yin ignored her with a dark face, and even refused to whimper. Su's mother asked Su Yin to escape to Xiaoyu. Of course, there was a reason in it. The Xiaoyu dynasty had gone through thousands of years, and was a major force on the primitive continent. The emperor who founded the country had a 9-tailed fox from the Su family by his side. The 9-tailed fox gave the emperor the most critical support when he founded the country, which led to the current Xiaoyu. Therefore, the auspicious totem of Xiaoyu is the 9-tailed fox. Legend has it that the 9-tailed fox finally married the emperor, became the queen, and gave birth to 3 sons for Emperor Xiaoyu. Each child was once a dazzling and brilliant genius. As a result, the beautiful little white foxes in Xiaoyu now have a superstition of sending children and protecting marriage. As long as Su Yin can run to Xiaoyu's territory, he can survive his weak and helpless childhood. Moreover, Su's mother arranged a backup plan. As long as Su Yin ran away to Xiaoyu's main city, everything would be fine. Don't touch the bell that my mother saved. Yu Yanning was not satisfied with rubbing the fox's cheek. In order to seek a marriage, the thief's hand habitually climbed onto the thing that Su's mother was willing to break up with the elders to save. Su Yin's fox eyebrows twitched slightly, and he struggled. He turned around and kicked Yu Yanning's face with his back foot, leaving a red mark on the girl's cheek. But Su Yan knew that all this was not over yet, because he knew Yu Yanning's perversion, and the extent to which Xia Yu was superstitious about white foxes seeking marriage. Ah! Pink little meat pad. More! Su Yan finally couldn't help it, and opened his mouth to scold the shameless hooligan in front of him. But because he was now in his original form, the scolding turned into whimpers. Chaos 9 stars fell on Qingqiu's state, and turned into a fox. The four-legged nine-tailed voice was like a baby, and it was not poisonous to eat. Orthodox nine-tailed foxes are all whimpering monsters without exception. Male foxes have clear voices, while female foxes basically all have sweet and sticky sounds. You don't need to tell me that my four-legged pads are still tender pink. After breaking free from Yu Yanning's arms, Su Yan snorted coldly, raised his fluffy tail, and walked back into the carriage with an indignant look on his face. As a nine-tailed fox and the heir of the Black Dragon bloodline, he should at least walk out with a dignified step without recognizing his relatives, not to mention his power to destroy the world. Now, he has become someone else's warm baby. When a girl is inconvenient, one or two of them come to hug her. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Entering the carriage, Su Yan still became a warm baby for other girls who went to Beijing to take the exam. Sometimes the auspicious white fox cannot be considered superstition, no matter what branch of the nine-tailed fox. It really exudes an indescribable fragrance. When ordinary people rub against it, not only will the opposite sex go crazy, but it will also leave a good impression on people when they meet for the first time. It was with this ability that Su Yan escaped from home and took various means of transportation to the Xia Yu dynasty. Finally, he took a ride to Beijing to take the exam with his cute fox appearance. He arrived at the main city of the Xia Yu dynasty without any danger. If it weren't for the natural charm of the nine-tailed fox and the first impression, Su Yan would definitely have a lot of ups and downs on the way to the Xia Yu dynasty. How could he raise himself to the current smooth, white and fat appearance? Are you angry? Yu Yanning sat cross-legged in front of the little white fox, took out an oil paper bag from the storage bag, slowly opened the paper bag, took out the braised chicken leg inside, and put it in front of the fox. Ing! Hey! Food for a loss, Su Yan secretly complained in his heart. But looking at the chicken leg dangling in front of him, he finally put aside his damn pride and took a bite. I'm not after this bite. I have to eat my fill to have the strength to hit you in the face. Chapter 2: A World of Human Prosperity. The convoy going to Beijing for the imperial examination drove on the official road and drove straight to the main city of Xiaoyu. After entering the city, what caught Su Yan's eyes was a broad road leading directly to the imperial city. It was about 1 mile wide, and there were people hawking along the street. It was so lively that he couldn't even see the outline of the imperial city of Xiaoyu at a glance. Although Su Yan had never been to Xiaoyu, he got a ride in the team going to Beijing for the imperial examination. His leisure time was to eavesdrop on the candidates' gossips, so he had a theoretical understanding of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Among the 5 continents of the primitive continent, the Xiaoyu dynasty was the only non-sectarian power. According to rumors, the current emperor had power comparable to that of immortals. The Xiaoyu dynasty was the only power territory in the primitive continent that could accommodate hundreds of races. Here, you can see the mixed life of human cultivators and demons, as well as the passionate spray of righteous and demon cultivators, and even a demon female cultivator holding a half-demon baby in her arms. Su Yan used to live in the southern state, which is ruled by the magic sect. There are only various magic monks there. The demon clan territory is mainly in the eastern state. Su Yan only heard his mother talk about it but never went there, because his ancestral bell is still there. Su Yan is sure that he has never been to the eastern state. If they have been there, the nine-tailed foxes will definitely take down their bells and hang them in front of the gate of the clan to warn the clan members that they are not regular in contraception and will shed tears for their descendants. When the examination convoy entered the main city of Xiaoyu, the leader of the convoy drove to the stop designated by the Ministry of Personnel and arranged for the candidates to check in at the inn. With a 5-year period, the Xiaoyu dynasty will regularly release enrollment plans to allow people who are willing to be officials in the country to come to the main city for examinations. The officials here are divided into civil and military. The difficulty of the exam is said to be not high, but it is not like Su Yan's previous life in ancient times, where passing the exam can get him a head start. They all need to climb up from the grassroots level by making meritorious contributions. All officials in Xiaoyu are cultivators. For powerful cultivators, thousands of years are just a blink of an eye. It is very difficult to wait until all officials in the court abdicate. Maybe the emperor is still the emperor after reincarnation dozens of times. And the prime minister is still the prime minister. Therefore, in Xiaoyu, only meritorious service and reporting are the fastest ways to get promoted. These are Su Yan's general understanding of Xiaoyu. Let me see. After checking into the examination inn, Su Yan took advantage of Yu Yan Ning going out to register the information of the students taking the exam and jumped up from the bed. The small snow fox body expanded and contracted in the air. And after landing, it turned into a handsome young man with charming eyes. After landing, Su Yan flicked the sleeves of his white robe, revealing his slender and fair right hand. On his index finger, he wore a silver ring with a glittering blue gemstone and runes flowing inside. This is an expensive storage ring that Su's mother had given to Su Yan. There were some food and money inside that could help Su Yan spend on the road of escape. Su Yan didn't care about the spirit stones, but took out a green jade pendant from the storage ring. Su's mother repeatedly told Su Yan to activate the jade pendant after he arrived at the main city of the Xiaoyu dynasty, so that he could contact Su's mother's Taoist partner and give Su Yan an extra layer of security in the Xiaoyu dynasty. Otherwise, how could such a cute little white fox survive in the Xiaoyu dynasty, where no village can be built without fox fairies? Those girls who like cute things can play Su Yan to death. Clang. As Su Yan injected his demonic power into the jade pendant, the emerald green jade pendant kept flashing as if it was connected to a power source. Finally, as the information inside was sent out, the emerald green jade pendant cracked into pieces of stone fragments in Su Yan's hand. Hack. Su Yan didn't know what this thing was, but when he saw the jade pendant in his hand crack, Su Yan was about to crack too. The jade pendant that Su's mother repeatedly urged to activate cracked directly after activation. How could Su Yan remain calm? A moment later, a strange sound of friction from pushing open the wooden window sash came from the windowsill. Swish. While Su Yan was staring at the jade pendant in a daze, a guest arrived at the window on the second floor of the Candidate Inn. She looked about 14 or 15 years old, and was wearing a low-cut skirt with a light pink color and a lot of white decorations. She appeared on Su Yan's windowsill in a flowing posture, and whistled at Su Yan. "Little baby, what do you want to call me sister for?" The girl shook the broken jade pendant in her hand and explained to Su Yan, "This is a magic weapon of the Southern Magic Way, named the Soul-Chasing Secret Jade of Divine Consciousness. The two jade pendants each house a wisp of consciousness from me and your mother. After activation, as long as it is within the effective range of the secret jade, it can ignore space, time, and even formations transmit messages. I came here as soon as I received your message. Is this how you treat your elders?" The girl didn't care about etiquette at all. She leaned on the windowsill with one hand and turned over to enter the house, looking at Su Yan in front of her with a smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and gestured. "I remember that when I last saw you, you were still a fox-patterned egg. In the blink of an eye, you have become a little fox. Life is very wonderful. Chongqiong, your mother's Taoist partner, comes from the exotic beast Jiaochong clan." After marveling at the magic of time, the girl briefly introduced her name and race to Su Yan. In the world of the monster clan, from high to low, there are roughly 3 categories of monster clans: divine beasts, exotic beasts, and demon beasts. Divine beasts are born healthy and noble, with innate magical powers that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Exotic beasts are slightly inferior, but they also have divine power. Demon beasts are the most common. Ordinary beasts become monsters after practicing successfully and opening their reason. Bloodline does not represent the strength of cultivation, but it represents the starting point of a demon race. The nobler the bloodline, the fewer detours one needs to take in cultivation. Divine beasts and exotic beasts are born with intelligence and powerful magical powers, while ordinary demon beasts need hundreds of years of hard work to obtain them. Su Qing is really willing to give up. She chose not to use all the hundreds of years of cultivation to shape your body. Chongqiong looked at Su Yan with a face full of amazement, and reached out to poke, touch, and pinch him. After determining that Su Yan's current cultivation level is roughly equivalent to the realm of human Qi training period, and there is still a short distance from the foundation building period, he exclaimed again, "Because this is unreasonable. For the demon race, childbirth means the arrival of a weak period, and the fetus in the belly will consume a lot of the female demon race's spiritual energy during the gestation period. Instead, the fetus in the belly can have cultivation as soon as it is born, and even if it leaves the mother beast's care, it will not be said that it has no ability to take care of itself. With the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, Su Yan should have possessed the strength of a Jinan stage cultivator when he was born. But now his cultivation level is only at the qi refining stage. This is unreasonable and contrary to common sense. But this is not inexplicable. From Su Yan's flawless human form, Chong Qiong probably knows where the spiritual energy went when Su's mother was nurturing the fetus in her belly. The nine-tailed fox was born noble. But it is also a fox. And it does not have the ability to transform at birth. Nowadays, the human race is flourishing, and is the favorite of heaven. The human race's luck is strong and endless. As long as a creature has a human form, it can be favored in this way. Su's mother should have given all the spiritual energy when she was nurturing him to Su Yan to shape the human form. In this way, the demon race, which originally had a very slow cultivation speed, can also be favored by heaven and get a blessing in cultivation speed. The demon race needs the cultivation of the nascent soul stage to transform into a human form. The human race's fast cultivation speed is exchanged for a short life. The demon race is born to be immortal and has a strong physique. It is understandable that the cultivation is slow. Ordinary mother beasts transform the fetus and roughly transform into an orc form, so that the fetus has some cultivation power when it is born. It is rare for the fetus to be completely transformed into a human form, because this means that the mother animal needs to take care of the cub until it has the ability to protect itself. Judging from Su Yan's current situation, Su's mother intends to take care of him until he grows up. As a result, the nine-tailed fox clan elder came to the house. For Su Yan's physical and mental health and Lingling, Su's mother had to foster Su Yan in the home of a friend. Chongqiong can probably take good care of Su Yan. Right? It should be possible. Right? Ah Chong. You won't let me down. Right? Chapter 3. Others listen to music in the brothel. Why am I singing? On the primitive continent, a Taoist companion refers to a like-minded companion on the path of cultivation, who has experienced life and death together, and has always maintained a close relationship. Only close friends are qualified to be called Taoist companions. Taoist companions can be said to be the most trustworthy Taoist companions after blood relatives such as parents. Chongqiong is Su Mu's Taoist companion. Considering the seniority, it is not an exaggeration for Su Yan to call her aunt. Su Yan also thought so at the beginning. After all, in the future life of the Xiaoyu dynasty, he still has to rely on Chongqiong. It's just that plans are not as fast as changes. I heard that. I heard that too. The real dragon monsters are actually like snake monsters, with 2 heads. Can you give me some knowledge? After checking Su Yan's body and confirming that Su Yan was not injured or left with any incurable injuries during his escape, Chongqiong leaned close to Su Yan's ear with a sly look on her face and asked Su Yan about some rumors in the cultivation world. I asked your mother before, but she always told me mysteriously that it was a confidential matter, and she never mentioned anything related to it. The 4 seas are the territories of the 4 major dragon clans, but the number of real dragons can be counted with a palm. Even if the real dragons take fertility medicine every day and work hard, the number of real dragons is still so small that they cannot be found even if they are sought. Therefore, although there are no dragons in the rivers and lakes, there are legends of the real dragon clan everywhere. Among them, what Chongqiong is most curious about is how the black dragon flirted with Su Qing. She doesn't believe that there are no strange functions in it. The nine-tailed foxes of the Su family are the most charming. Their charming talents can make a city fall in love with them with a smile, or even make people lose their souls with another smile. They are no longer here. Charm is a killing ability for the Su family. It is difficult for lustful people to even get close to them. One will die if one comes. But Su Qing ended up with the black dragon, which puzzled Chongqiong. How could the big lustful insect get close to Su Qing and reproduce with her? Hearing Chongqiong's question, Su Yan opened his mouth and answered stupidly after a long while. I may have inherited more nine-tailed fox bloodline power. At least for me. My body should be no different from a normal nine-tailed fox. Chongqiong's question shocked Su Yan, and the image of the demon clan elder in his mind gradually cracked. That's a pity. I thought you could answer my confusion for many years. I can't figure out why your mother chose a big lewd insect. In fact, I have always been optimistic about the innocent boy of the Tengu family. Chongqiong shook his head with disappointment, sighed for the past green years, and said, since there is nothing to do, I will take you out to get familiar with the main city of Xiaoyu before going home. My father may not be so lewd. It should be said that the way my father and mother get along is quite strange. In Su Yan's memory, there is actually no deep impression of his father, because he has always been in a hurry. He comes back tonight and runs away tomorrow. Or after coming back? He quickly arranges a formation and hides. But there is one thing Su Yin can be sure of. He stands shoulder to shoulder with his old father. The two are as old as brothers. It can be seen that his old mother likes young men. If he didn't know that his father was a big monster in the North Sea, Su Yin felt that if he sued him to the government office and the court was opened without anyone knowing the situation, his old mother would inevitably be imprisoned for 3 to 5 years. Wait for me first. I'll leave a letter. Su Yin saw Chong Qiong waving at him, and probably knew that she was going to take him out the window and not leave through the main door. Su Yin hurriedly walked to the table, picked up the brush and left a letter on the page on the table. I'm going to be rich and wealthy. Don't worry. Su Yan's handwriting was short and powerful. When signing, Su Yin deliberately changed back to the form of a white-haired fox and slapped a palm print on it, as if to sweep away all the resentment he had suffered on the road. Yu Yaning was the most perverted yellow-haired girl Su Yin had met in Xiaoyu since he was born. Although there has always been a saying in Xiaoyu that there is no village without fox fairies. Other boys and girls in the caravan at most came to rub the fox's belly, which was already the most excessive thing. But Yu Yaning didn't like that. She liked to hold the fox family's ancestral treasure bell with one hand. She also proudly told her companions that in her hometown, this way of seeking marriage was the most effective. Such a pure and lovely little white fox must be the incarnation of the legendary nine-tailed fox. Touch it more, and your lover will come to you naturally. Go touch your thighs. Su Yin snorted, and wiped his front paws on the tablecloth with an unhappy face, condensed a ball of water through the Dragon Clan's talent, and washed the ink on his hands. After leaving a letter to Yu Yaning, Su Yin jumped to Chong Qiong's side and showed a human form. Chong Qiong looked at Su Yan's original form, nodded thoughtfully, and didn't know what he was thinking. The next second, he raised his hand and put it on Su Yan's shoulder, grabbed the shoulder strap of his clothes, and Su Yan jumped out of the window and began to walk in the sky. Although I don't think it's necessary, I still have to tell you that the main city of Xiaoyu is a restricted air zone. Flying a sword or flying in the air in the main city will be severely punished to the point of bankruptcy. Chong Qiong condensed a spiritual brick in front of him and took Su Yin to run over the crowded crowd. It is legal to visit brothels or brothels here, but seducing someone's husband or wife is illegal. The lightest punishment for being caught is parading through the streets from noon to the evening. Well, the widow is not a big problem, but you must not force it, because Emperor Xiaoyu knows your audacity and the temptation of widows, and has specially customized a perfect law to castrate those bold lunatics. After castration, you still need to serve hard labor in the palace. Xiaoyu's founding of the country was supported by the queen. Even ordinary women in Xiaoyu have a certain social status, and they don't have to be cultivators to obtain the social status that should belong to them. From powerful officials to vendors, there are women, and rumors of wives visiting brothels are common. Chong Qiong felt that these things might need to be explained to the little fox. Xiaoyu's fierce woman could catch her husband in a brothel and directly hit him in the head with a bench. With the appearance of the little fox, after returning home, many ladies should be jealous of him. Chong Qiong took Su Yin to walk in the sky. Although it seemed to move slowly, each step could cover a distance of more than 10 meters to visit the bustle of Xiaoyu City. But when falling from the sky, Su Yin saw Chong Qiong falling to a brothel, which made Su Yin stunned. And, it's not appropriate for you to bring me to a brothel in broad daylight, right? Su Yin had been to the brothel before. In her spare time, Su's mother would carry Su Yin in fox form to eat cakes there. A brothel is actually equivalent to a theater, except that the practitioners there are mostly women, who usually perform opera and dance on the stage in slightly revealing clothes. To put it in modern terms, it is like a foot-bathing city. What do you mean by going to the brothel? It will be your home from now on. Don't you know that I run a brothel? Su Yin? My mother never mentioned this to me. She just said that there was a reliable old friend in Xiaoyu and asked me to come and take refuge. And, you are too reliable, aren't you? Let's not talk about enjoying life as a parasite. And there is no need for you to arrange for me to play music and sing in the brothel. Right? What's that expression on your face? In the human world, demons also need to spend money. But the money earned from working is not as good as what I earn from robbing monks. But if Xiaoyu is caught robbing, he will have to pay a threefold fine. So I can only open a brothel to earn a living. Seeing Su Yan's expression of seeing a ghost, Chong Qiong comforted him. Don't worry. We are a formal official brothel that cooperates with the court. On weekdays, you just sit with me and count money or clean up. Of course, if you like, You can also give psychological counseling to the girls. Most of them will be depressed when they are first sent here. Chapter 4. The business is going to fail. It turns out that Aunt Jiao Chong really didn't joke with the young fox. She really opened a brothel in Xiaoyu. And the girls in the brothel were all kinds of girls. From the common white-skinned and beautiful black straight girls to the exotic golden-haired and wavy girls. According to Aunt Chongqiong, the girls in her brothel were all descendants of criminals. After being interrogated by the Ministry of Justice, they were sent to the Jia Fangxi under the Ministry of Rights to serve hard labor. However, the talented women who could enter the Jia Fangxi had to perform at major banquets in the palace. The Ministry of Justice did not necessarily want all of them. It needed to go through layers of selection to find those who were proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and then select the 10 most beautiful people of the same class. As for those who were eliminated, they were all thrown into the brothels that had cooperative relations with the court, so that the descendants of criminals could make money through performances to repay the mistakes made by their families. In simple terms, all the girls in the brothel of Jiaochong Xiaoyi were born in wealthy families. They were either the elders of their families, who committed corruption, or committed serious crimes, but the whole family was executed, which led to all the female relatives of their families being sent to the Jia Fangxi. The girls in the brothel of Xiaoyi needed to use their talents to earn rewards, to repay the silver embezzled by their blood relatives and the losses caused. The descendants of criminals who only know how to eat, drink and have fun are not even qualified to enter the brothel, and will be directly sent to the brothel. What else can you do except go to the brothel if you can't play any instruments or sing? And you don't have a beautiful and stunning appearance? Unless you can make up for the loss of our Xiaoyu, there is no need to talk about it. If you keep talking, you will be chopped off. No wonder the people in Xiaoyu are rich. They are all greedy for money. I heard the calculations of your royal family when they robbed. After living in the brothel for a few days, Su Yin gradually had a more comprehensive understanding of Xiaoyu. It was not limited to the prosperous and strong times in the mouths of the candidates. Xiaoyu's laws were simply a model of greed for money. Except for some treason and some principled serious crimes, they could basically be settled by paying money. Xiaoyan, go to the second floor and comfort Xiaohong. Now she is hanging herself and cutting her wrists. As the owner of the brothel, Chongqiong sat on the side of the guardrail of the cylindrical building. As if sensing something, he poked his head out and shouted to Su Yin downstairs. Okay. Su Yin, who was eating melon seeds on the first floor, glanced at the empty lobby of the building, sighed, turned around and went up to the second floor from the wooden ladder behind the stage, looked around and found Xiaohong's dormitory, and pushed the door and walked in. Su Yin pushed open the door of the dormitory and saw a girl wearing a red shirt with a gold-studded sash around her waist, standing on the wooden chair of the tea table. A simple white silk made of a bed sheet had been passed through the beam. The talented girl named Xiaohong held the white silk with both hands and looked determined. Su Yin saw this and said nothing more. He jumped into Xiaohong's dormitory. His body had already completed the transformation from human form to white fox form in midair. He landed on the tea table with a pitiful expression on his face, blinking his black and round eyes, and making cute sounds. It is not uncommon for girls in the brothel to be depressed. They used to be daughters of wealthy families. When their families changed drastically, they fell into the streets to show their faces and earn rewards. This is absolutely unacceptable to some talented girls with strong temperaments. But they still owed Xiaoyu money, and their lives were not decided before they paid off their debts. In addition to maintaining the business of the brothel, the most tedious thing for my aunt was to enlighten the girls. Little fox, you don't need to persuade me. My family has basically been exiled to the frontier. The reward money earned in half a year can't even redeem my father. By the time I earn the reward money to redeem their freedom, they will probably have all died of exhaustion. There is no point in living alone. Xiaohong looked at the little fox with a sad face, but her hands unconsciously loosened from the white silk, squatting on the wooden chair with her hands on her knees, unable to move her eyes away from Su Yan's original form. The talented girl named Xiaohong. Her grandfather was a local official in Xiaoyu, but because of the crime of embezzlement, the court's material transportation team was delayed. The Ministry of Justice sentenced Xiaohong's family as follows. Men were exiled to the frontier to mine. Women stayed in Xiaoyu to serve hard labor, and women were exiled to the Jia Fangxi. Xiaohong was not selected on the list of the Jia Fangxi, and was eventually assigned to my aunt's brothel. Su Yan continued to moan twice. Su Yan was not good at soothing people, but it was not too difficult for the nine-tailed fox to temporarily bewitch people. After the white fox moaned twice, Xiaohong, who originally wanted to commit suicide, could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. From squatting to sitting upright, she pushed the cute white fox on the table and buried her head in the soft and warm fleshy belly of the fox, occasionally showing a suspicious blush on her cheeks. Little foxes are so cunning. Xiao Hong's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and she gradually became dissatisfied with the friction of her cheeks, and began to suck the nine-tailed fox directly. Hey, 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 this is a paid item. Kissing and hugging is already the limit of my free service. Su Yin saw Xiao Hong open her mouth, as if she was ready to bite her fox body, and quickly raised her hind legs and stepped on Xiao Hong's cheek to calm her down. Chong Qiong had warned Su Yin that no matter how beautiful the girls in the brothel were, Su Yin could not have anything to do with them. If Su Yin really needed to solve his own problems, his aunt could give him money to find a prostitute in the Wanhua pavilion next door to spend the night. Some things could not be started with the little fox's racial talent. If he started to appease the girls' loneliness, his own brothel would not be able to open. The girls might have crowded into the little fox's dormitory and completely ruined him. Xiao Yin, Xiao Jin should also make arrangements. The girl is going to jump into the river to commit suicide. Just when Su Yin was resisting Xiao Hong, who was in a state of infatuation and wanted to eat fox meat, the aunt on the 4th floor called Su Yin and asked him to go to the next dormitory to appease the big wavy blonde. During the few days he lived in the brothel, Su Yan's main job was to use his racial talent to put out fires. The love of the Xiaoyu people for white foxes has been deeply rooted in their blood, especially girls and ladies, like little white foxes, who know how to act coquettishly and cutely. Although Su Yan's nine-tailed fox charm is not enough to seduce people due to his young age, it is still enough to deal with some cultivators of the same level, and it can even seduce ordinary people. Auntie, this really won't work. The girls are so poor that they want to commit suicide by jumping into the river. You should quickly think of some money-making projects. After putting out the fire, Su Yin ran to the 4th floor and tried his best to persuade his aunt not to be lazy. The talented women in the brothels had the idea of committing suicide 9 out of 10 times. It was because the money earned from the brothels had no hope of redeeming themselves. Instead of working in this brothel for a lifetime and being laughed at for a lifetime, why don't I just be happy? The sooner I die, the sooner I reincarnate. I hope to be reborn again. What can I do? Chong Qiong also said helplessly. First of all, our brothel is a formal business certified by the court. For the same drinking, people can choose to go to brothels or brothels to have meat. Their prices are cheaper than ours. If you have money, you can go to Wanhua Pavilion to find those monks and courtesans to kiss. How can we vegetarians beat meat? If we really want to expand the business, I'm afraid your mother may not be happy. What does the brothel business have to do with my mother? Su Yin said, and suddenly thought of something. He was startled and quickly covered his chest. Aunt, I'm young. 15 or 16 is a little young for the demon race, but it's just right for the human race. Aunt looked at Su Yin with a smile and said, if you want to go on stage one day, remember to tell me in advance, and we'll give you a big debut. With Aunt's connections, although I can't invite any royal relatives, I can still get some people from the Ministry of Rights of the court. As Aunt said this, her white fingertips lightly touched Su Yin's forehead, making Su Yin subconsciously reach out and cover his little head. Aunt's tone was slightly ambiguous, showing her intention to tease Su Yin. Chapter 5. Please do something. 3 days have passed since Su Yin came to his aunt's bar. Indeed, we really can't beat the brothel next door and the disheveled girls in Wanhua Pavilion. Su Yin, who had personally inspected Wanhua Pavilion, returned to the brothel to find his aunt and was sure that his aunt was not lying. The monk sisters in Wanhua Pavilion are really enthusiastic, and because of some kind of secret method, they can get a high degree of favorability at the first sight like the nine-tailed fox. But the consumption in Wanhua Pavilion is also quite expensive. They charge spirit stones, starting from the time you step into the door of Wanhua Pavilion. The spirit stone is charged at 1 penny per half an hour, and a tea and meal service fee is added when you leave. Spirit stones, those are the cultivation materials of the monks. Strictly speaking, they do not belong to the category of currency. In the world of cultivation, the currency cast by gold, silver and copper is the mainstream. The items traded with spirit stones as currency are basically top luxury goods. Spirit stones are different from conventional currencies, because the size of the ore varies when it is mined. There is actually no standard for the regular form of spirit stones. Therefore, spirit stones are converted by weight. In Xiaoyu, 1 coin is equal to 5 grams. 1 coin is charged for half an hour. And 1 coin of spirit stones is enough for a cultivator in the chi refining stage to breathe for 2 hours. I don't think you're losing money. Auntie Chongqing looked at Su Yin like this and laughed. Looking at your appearance, it must be hard to visit the brothels of cultivators? When ordinary people visit brothels, the girls in the brothels usually ask the gentlemen not to do this. But seeing Su Yan's messy clothes filled with banknotes and his white collar stained with the rouge and powder of female cultivators, Chongqing almost thought that Su Yin went to the Wanhua pavilion next door to work part-time. You said that? Su Yin raised his hand helplessly, shrugged, and silver and copper coins fell out of his sleeves. I really spent money on the girls of Wanhua pavilion. But when I came out, I met some sisters and aunts. They were smiling and looked like they were hiding a knife in their smiles. I was so scared that I didn't dare to resist at all. The customers who can patronize Wanhua pavilion are all cultivators without exception. With Su Yan's chi refining stage, he can't even see through the cultivation of those female cultivators. But because they are stronger than Su Yin, they can tell at a glance that Su Yin is not a human, but a demon child. If Su Yin hadn't been smart and knew to report his aunt's name, it is estimated that he would not be coming back with silver bills all over his body, but would have to go directly to the government office to report the missing demon notice. Yu Yanning really didn't lie to Su Yin. In Xiaoyu, cute demon children will really be kidnapped. But I did discover something on this trip, Su Yin said confidently. The business model of their Wanhua pavilion is actually not much different from our brothel. But they are called monks and fairies. And they are just fasting, compared with the time-based consumption of Wanhua pavilion. A night of fun in the brothel run by my aunt is only 3 or 5 taels. An ordinary waiter in Xiaoyu has a monthly salary of 1 tael and 5 qian of silver. It is indeed unlikely for ordinary people to spend money in brothels. But brothels are originally positioned as entertainment places for some rich people. The area of the main city of Xiaoyu is not smaller than that of the prefecture-level cities in the previous life. The number of brothels is naturally not limited to my aunt's. Among them, there are some privately operated brothels that hang the name of brothels and do brothel things. This led to the sluggish business of my aunt's brothel. And the girls even wanted to commit suicide because they couldn't make money. The girls in my aunt's family were all guilty, and they couldn't earn the reward money to offset their crimes. So they had no hope of turning over. So? We don't like meat. We are at least listed in the Ministry of Rights, my aunt said with interest. So? So we have to make a lot of money. Who can bear the chaos at home every day? I don't even have time to practice now. Su Yin angrily scolded my aunt for not doing anything. Aunt, please do something serious. The brothel is almost ruined by you. Every young man in the family has the dream of holding a sword in the world and taking revenge. Su Yin also wants to practice and become stronger quickly, protect his ancestral bell, and one day hit the Su family's 9-tailed fox clan. Tie the bells of the clan elders with hemp ropes and hang them on the door of the clan to warn the old stubborn family who wants to get the half-blood bell. Instead of being a psychologist for talented women who have experienced great changes in the brothel every day. Such a heavy resentment. The little aunt with a lowly face, who was unknown how old she was, made a cute face of a yellow-haired girl and said playfully, Auntie, are you doing serious work now? Have you forgotten that we talked about our ideals every night under the moon? Su Yin was immediately furious. It is because you don't do any serious work that I need to stay up late to practice every night and sleep less than 5 hours a day. Whose demon child stays up late to practice like this? Chongqing accepted Su Qing's request and did not slack off when taking care of Su Yin. She really guided Su Yin to practice and taught him some lessons every night. Although Chongqing was not a 9-tailed fox or a dragon, she could not teach Su Yan's innate magical powers, such as the ability to control water and charm. There was nothing to teach. But Chongqing and Su Qing had lived together for hundreds of years, and she knew something about the 9-tailed fox's practice method. As for making a living, there is really no way. The demons are the type that are more stubborn. They generally don't make promises easily. Once they make a promise, they must abide by it. Although the ownership of the brothel belongs to my aunt, it needs to be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. Naturally, the management cannot be messed up like those private black brothels. The brothel should be an entertainment place for elegant literati and poets. But in Su Yan's opinion, a bunch of poor show can make money. The girls are almost starving to death. A bottle of earth cannon and a plate of fennel beans for a day. I want to go out and attract customers myself. Okay. And will work hard to help the girls turn over as soon as possible. My aunt rolled her eyes, rested her elbows on the table, and supported her cheeks with her palms. It's really hard to make money. If she had a talent for business, she wouldn't have cooperated with the court to eat the bottom line. By the way, my spiritual sense detected that Xiaobai, Xiaojin, and Xiaolu seem to be a little upset. You can go and comfort them. As for making a lot of money, I will think about it later. It is not a good thing to have chaos at home all day long. The business has been driven away. Aunt promised Su Yin that she would think about how to make money to feed the girls later, and let the little fox go to the girls' dormitory to act cute again. No need. Su Yin sighed and waved his hand in boredom. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. As he said that, Su Yin stepped onto the fourth-floor windowsill and raised his hand to signal his aunt to help him. The aunt was stunned, then seemed to wake up, and shouted as usual to call Su Yin. Oh no! The little nephew thinks that my aunt has no ability to make money, and is ready to hit the ground with his head to commit suicide. The little fox nephew is ready to jump off the building to commit suicide, because he thinks my aunt is incompetent. The aunt's voice is really amazing. After her voice went down, the cylindrical building echoed endlessly, and the girls who were rehearsing on the stage in the lobby, and those who were resting in the dormitory heard it. And they all ran out of their boudoirs to check the situation. Ah! Little fox. What are you doing? Come down from the windowsill quickly. It's windy there, and it's easy to slip. Don't come over. Don't get close. Unless you agree to my conditions. Otherwise, I will hit my head against the ground and die for you today. Chapter 6: The Dignity of the Dragon. Come down quickly. We can only promise you. But we won't commit suicide for no reason. Right? Yes. We all promise you. I don't believe it. Unless you write a letter of guarantee. I will jump directly from the tower. Sign. 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 We all sign. For Su Yin, appeasing the girls one by one is extremely physically demanding. If he meets some talented girls with a little cultivation, he can't get away without being rubbed off a layer of fox fur by the talented girls. Some of the talented girls' honeyed mouths are extremely hurtful to the fox heart. It's okay to bang bells, but they actually tried to rub the fox fur to count the odd and even numbers on Su Yin's belly. It's even more terrible than a gangster. Su Yin was hurt by the pink words. Dragon. I am a nine-tailed fox with real dragon blood. A divine beast that can roam the world after adulthood. In the West, there is Su Kun who bullies me because I am weak and powerless. How can I be a husband in front of the brothel? How can this be? Did you see it? I'm crying. After the farce, the talented women coaxed the fox, and time gradually came to the evening. After the people in the brothel had dinner in the dining hall in the backyard, they were ready to open the door to do business. The talented women went on the stage, holding their instruments and sitting in their respective seats. Alas! The music played, and the people danced and sang a play. The operas sung by the talented women were basically adapted from their own prototypes. The style of the music was sad and self-pitying, describing how the ladies of the past were forced to live in the dust and perform for a living due to the sudden change of family style. The talented women played music and sang on the stage, and the literati and scholars on the stage could invite the talented women they liked to the elegant seats to discuss music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If the talented women liked the talents of the young men, they would invite the young men to their boudoirs, perform the 6 arts for them alone, or talk about some romantic things, so as to use the closed space to cheat the young men of their reward silver with sweet words. Since ancient times, actors have been ruthless. Do you think they really like your talents and looks? They like your banknotes? Ah, die! Before they encountered the family change, what kind of outstanding young men had they not seen? Who would like you? You can't drink it, and go to the children's table to drink milk with them. Compared with the talented women who had few customers, Su Yin, who was a waiter and a handyman, was very popular. Are you really a white fox demon? A lady grabbed Su Yin's collar as he passed by and looked at him suspiciously. Come. Let me touch it. Su Yin has been in the brothel for a long time. More than a week in total. The racial concept of the Xiaoyu region belongs to the type of sea and water. The identity of the demon clan does not need to be kept secret. Hiding it will make it easier for the inspectors of the Demon Suppression Department to suspect that there is something going on. However, outsiders don't know that Su Yan's white fox is different from the wild foxes commonly seen on the roadside. Give me a girl. All of them are prodigals. I also want a perfect husband. Preferably one with beautiful features and strength like a bull plowing the field all night without getting tired. I also want a husband. But it's better to be younger. And it's better to be able to hold him in my arms and play with him. As soon as the lady grabbed Su Yin's collar, the women or girls who were traveling with her rushed forward, put their delicate hands on Su Yin's chest, and began to make wishes to Su Yin as if they were worshipping a god, hoping to get the favor of the white fox. Su Yin, let me make it clear first. There is no problem with making wishes. But if your wishes are not fulfilled, you can't come to me and burn me as if I were some weird temple. I don't charge. Whether it works or not has nothing to do with me, and I am not responsible for it. Su Yin didn't need to do chores at night. The lady put him on the table and stuffed money into Su Yin's arms, hoping that the little white fox could convey their wishes and send them to the nine-tailed fox fairy to make their wishes come true. Some people asked for marriage and hoped to have children. There were also widows who asked Su Yin if he would go out to perform. She liked this little fox. How could Su Yin dare to take their money? If their wishes were not fulfilled, they would tie themselves to wooden stakes and burn them, and let him personally go to the ancestors to convey their wishes. But those women seemed to be rebellious. They were not happy if Su Yin didn't take their money, saying that not giving money would not show sincerity. The more Su Yin refused, the more excited they became. From a few taels of silver at the beginning, they turned into silver, gold, and gold. She opened Su Yin's collar and stuffed the money in. When the ant found Su Yin, he had become a ball, with his clothes stuffed with all kinds of gold and silver banknotes. He lay on the tea table and swung his legs, trying to turn over. I hate storage instruments. Seeing his ant coming, Su Yin suddenly said with a look of anger on his face. The women with fluttering clothes, who seemed to be light, opened their storage rings or storage bags, took out gold and silver, and stuffed the money directly into their collars. When they said they didn't take money, they seemed to be rebellious, and even stuffed their trouser legs with silver banknotes. It's a loss. Seeing Su Yin's round appearance, Chong Qiang said that he had lost a lot. It was a loss-making business no matter how he calculated it. He could touch the nine-tailed fox with a few taels of silver. But Su Yin's identity as a nine-tailed fox must not be exposed. If it was exposed, he would probably be squeezed into a plate by the princes and princesses of the royal family, and hung on the dragon roller of His Majesty the Emperor as the symbolic flag of Xiaoyu. Xiaoheng, go get a broom and sweep the gold, silver and jewelry on the ground. Annie jumped onto the table, put her hands under Su Yin's armpits, and lifted him out of the table. She shook him vigorously, and a lot of gold, silver and treasures fell down clattering. After shaking for a long time, Su Yin changed from a ball back to a human form. Su Yin, who was held high up, was speechless. What happened every day? Give me back my dream of traveling the world with a sword. The talented women looked at Annie standing on the tea table, holding Su Yin high in her hands and shaking him. And gold, silver and jewelry fell clattering, as if showing off. The talented women were also silent. It is true that if Su Yin is not born, the brothel will be as long as the night. The painful brothel business hours ended. Su Yin returned to his dormitory to take a bath, and after pouring the dirty water after bathing into the river outside the window, he changed into a set of dirt-resistant black training clothes and ran to the backyard. The business hours of the brothels are at night. For those who make a living in the brothels, they usually sleep in the morning, and a new day begins at noon. In the afternoon, they usually dress up or go out shopping with their aunt. The early morning is free time. Talented women with a foundation for cultivation will choose to cultivate, and talented women without a foundation and who don't like to cultivate will improve the level of the 6 arts. Come! I will teach you something new today. When Su Yin came to the backyard, his aunt just came out of the kitchen with midnight snacks and took care of Su Yin to sit down. You are almost done with your hand addiction. Your root bone size and odd, and even are already in your aunt's mind. Su Yin said angrily, Aunt? Just a joke. You have a foxy face all day long, and you are energetic like a demon. Tonight, let your aunt teach you how to play in the water. Chong Qiang said with a smile. Chapter 7 Water of the 5 Elements. You are generally difficult to deal with, but it is not too difficult for my aunt. After having supper, my aunt did not rush Su Yin to practice breathing and qigong. Instead, she told Su Yin some basic knowledge of cultivation techniques. After my observation, my nephew has the water element of the 5 elements because of the blood of the big lecherous insect. The techniques you will practice in the future will basically be based on the water element. The cultivation of the demon race is different from that of ordinary humans. The talents of the demon race are determined by their parents before birth. The power of the father will be passed on to the children through blood. For example, Su Yin, whose father is from the blood of the true dragon and whose mother is from the blood of the nine-tailed fox, can only inherit the water element of his father or the wood element of his mother in terms of the attributes of cultivation after he is born. It is impossible for fire, earth, and gold to appear because both parents do not have such attributes. So, I said you are blessed. Auntie raised her hand with a smile. And a ball of water in a crimson-purple color gathered on the side of her hand. The crimson-purple water ball seemed to have a spirit and kept flowing around her fingertips. Because I happen to be a water-based cultivator. Although my water skills are not earth-shattering, they are quite good for daily bathing, changing clothes, or entertaining education. Auntie, you are in class. Be serious. Seeing the crimson-purple water ball wrapped around my aunt's plump and white hands, Su Yin subconsciously stepped back and tried to keep a safe distance from the water ball. Whether it is the human race or the demon race, at the beginning, they only have the affinity of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. But as the cultivation becomes stronger, the cultivators can obtain more powerful affinity outside the 5 elements. Considering that my aunt's body is a proud insect, Su Yin feels that the water ball on my aunt's finger is definitely poisonous. Water is indeed great, but it seems useless for me to practice water. Can I really summon water to kill people with my current cultivation? Su Yin is not a novice in cultivation. He inherited the charm of the nine-tailed fox clan and the ability to control water of the black dragon. These are the innate magical powers of the demon clan. Therefore, he has tried to learn water from his parents before. But when his father saw the water ball controlled by Su Yin, his face was full of black lines, and he spit out a mouthful of ambergris. The mouthful of ambergris drew a parabola to irrigate an acre of land. His father asked Su Yin to come to him when he could get such a water output. At that time, Su Yin deeply realized that the water method might not be a competition of cultivation talent, but a competition of personal cultivation. After the magic power is profound, he raised his hand to summon a torrential flood like a broken dam, knocking people to death. Hearing Su Yin say that he couldn't do it, the aunt typed a question mark to Su Yin with a look of surprise on her face. Then, as if she had thought of something, she angrily scolded, "It must be that big pervert talking nonsense." Right? That big pervert has not even read 2 books. How dare he mislead the students? Who said that you can't practice water magic when your magic power is low? If you really wait until your magic power is high to practice magic, those monks who have just entered the door will starve to death. From the words of a big pervert on the left and a big illiterate on the right, it seems that the aunt has a lot of resentment towards her father. Su Yin complained in his heart. How did his father make a proud insect so angry? Although Jiao Chong is a strange beast, it is not a divine beast born and raised by nature. But Jiao Chong's ancestor is a mountain god, and the descendants of Jiao Chong are born with the ability to control beasts. All bees and monsters in the world need to obey Jiao Chong's command. Born to be king refers to Jiao Chong. It is impossible for Su Yin to believe that nothing has happened to make the mountain king hate for so long. Forget everything that the big lewd worm taught you. Auntie will irrigate your brain with some knowledge again. Auntie angrily slammed the stone table and scolded Su Yin for being stupid. He actually believed in the big lewd worm that had never read a book. What else do they know besides giving birth to cubs? Teaching little demons is simply misleading the students. First of all, you have to understand one thing. What is the biggest advantage of your family? The nine-tailed fox can be ranked among the divine beasts. Naturally, not only because it is born and raised by nature. Otherwise, how could the nine-tailed fox bloodline be passed down from ancient times to the present? The nine-tailed fox originated from Qingqiu. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox is the most primitive nine-tailed fox in the nine-tailed fox clan. It has endless magic power and the endless wood element method. Although the Tushan clan and the Yuzu clan are inferior in wood element and do not have the endless wood element like the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, they have the charm that the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox does not have, and the profound magic power that the nine-tailed foxes are born with. Among the cultivators of the same level, the magic power of the nine-tailed fox has always been the most powerful among all the clans in the world. Only the nine-tailed fox can suppress the nine-tailed fox in terms of magic power reserves. If such a bloodline talent cannot practice the water element method, what other cultivators in the world can play with water? Water element method, phantom shape. The aunt made a seal, raised her little hand, and a booming sound came from the well in the backyard. Su Yin saw the formation of the ant's magic, and thought of the amount of water produced by his father's spitting to fill an acre of land. Su Yin ran to the eaves next to him without thinking. The display of power was like thunder in a dry land. It was estimated that the underground water in the well had been pumped out by my aunt. Su Yin didn't want the water to hit the wall, But the strange scene in the well was different from the yellow river flooding that Su Yin had imagined in his mind. A human figure less than 4 feet tall staggered to the side of the well and lay on it, as if taking a breath. The whole thing slapped to the ground, and the originally pure and flawless pure water was stained with a layer of dust. The phantom of water was startled and quickly got up and threw away all the dirty water in its body. As a result, its body, which was less than 1 meter long, shrank by more than 10 centimeters. It also staggered when it walked, and even couldn't maintain its human form. The water in the human form was always rippling. Su Yin looked at the little thing in front of him, and then looked at his aunt with a confused expression. Is this thing a trick used by cultivators to make their enemies laugh to death when fighting? Come! Give my little nephew a hand. The aunt did not explain to Su Yin, but raised her hand and pointed at the old stone mill in the backyard. The water phantom received the order and staggered towards the stone mill. The water inside the human figure was rippling more and more. When it was close to the stone mill, it raised its hand and punched, and the whole water phantom was deforming. The pure water in the whole body was pressed on the fist. The originally smooth round fist instantly turned into a cone, which was used to hit the stone mill in a point-breaking way. The expected scene of the water phantom crashing and turning into a well water scattered on the ground did not appear. A punch hit the stone mill weighing hundreds of pounds and moved several meters horizontally. The water phantom bounced 2 meters and landed on the ground. It climbed up and continued to hit the stone mill. The second punch was thrown, and the stone mill made a crisp cracking sound. Su Yan's eyes widened as he watched a ball of well water actually crack the millstone. Come! Seeing her nephew's stunned look, the aunt felt very satisfied. She raised her hand, and a ball of water phantoms condensed from the well water jumped out from the bottom of the well, and attacked the millstone with a step of not recognizing relatives. In the backyard, a ball of water jumped around, and the millstone was crushed into powder by them in a fist-like manner. After breaking the millstone, hundreds of water phantoms looked at the banyan tree in the backyard that was as thick as a water tank. The water phantom punched it, and a conical pit 3 inches into the wood appeared. After a round of siege, the banyan tree was riddled with holes, and even the moonlight could be seen. Aunt, I want to learn this. Humph. You big pervert, who hasn't even read a book, and you come to teach and mislead the students. Do you know how good your aunt is? Chapter 8 You run a hammer brothel. Aunt, I want it. Then go and touch them first. Aunt raised her hand and waved it, and hundreds of water phantoms built a human ladder on the backyard wall, and jumped out one by one and fell on the street. Their bodies dissipated and turned into well water to soak the street floor. In the end, only a child-shaped water phantom was left in the backyard for teaching purposes. Su Yin heard this and stepped forward to pinch the seemingly very soft body of the water phantom. As a result, he was surprised to find that the touch on his hand did not feel like water, but like paste with a slightly sticky feeling. There was a resistance when pinching hard, but it could penetrate when touched lightly. Is this thing a non-Newtonian fluid? Su Yan's hand penetrated the body of the water phantom, and when he pulled it out suddenly, it was stuck by the water phantom, as if it was stuck inside and could not be extracted. But it could be extracted smoothly when it was moved gently. Such characteristics reminded Su Yin of something that had been popular on the video platform for a while in his previous life. Non-Newtonian fluid is a fluid material that is soft but not hard. The more force you apply to it, the higher the hardness of the non-Newtonian fluid, and the smaller the force, the more it looks like a ball of ordinary water. How is it? It's amazing, right? Auntie raised her hand and pressed on the water illusion. The water method is not just a big flood. Water can nourish all things and is the beginning of life. It can also transform into a variety of forests and wilds to punish living beings. As long as the monks understand the preciousness of water, they can understand the power of water driven by the horror of water. This method is called illusion, which is a precious skill that the water monks have comprehended from the variety of forests and wilds. Water illusion is not a common spell. When the water monks are at a low level, they are basically doctors who use water moisturizing to nourish all things, and they do not have any too strong power. But when it comes to treating injuries, low-level water monks can be beaten by wood monks and cry. The truth about the water-based magic cultivators is that, as Su Yan's father said, they need profound magic power to be strong. Without the foundation building stage, it is impossible to cast any powerful and lethal spells in the water-based magic. But in order to harm Su's father, Chong Qiong specially selected the precious forest and wilderness illusion for Su Yin to practice. This is a water-based magic. From the foundation building stage, you can start to condense the illusion of water. And in the Jindan stage, you can transform the forest and wilderness. In the Yuaning stage, you can even transform the forest and wilderness into different forms of water. This is a high-level magic that can be used from the foundation building stage to the spirit separation stage. It is also the magic that Chong Cheong practiced before. But because of the arrogant insect talent, the water illusion cast by Chong Cheong has a highly toxic attribute, and has the characteristics of turbid spirit corroding flesh between each move. Being able to recognize Su Yin as a nephew, the gift from her aunt naturally cannot be up to par. They can't afford to lose face. After all, they are a noble species of beasts in the demon clan. If they use ordinary skills to teach their nephew, other divine beasts or other beasts will laugh at them for the rest of their lives. Are you curious about why a ball of well water can be as sticky as paste? Come! Let your aunt teach you how to make a pool of water sticky. Aunt, it's normal for the demons. Besides training and sleeping, don't we want to have babies? Females don't have any looks or flirting skills. So how can we trick males into coming back to work as laborers? Just get used to it. Su Yin, if you were half as elegant as you are in business, the girls wouldn't have been clamoring and saying they couldn't survive. For a while, Su Yan's life returned to its normal rhythm. He slept until noon in the morning, cleaned the brothel a little after waking up, and went to the street with his aunt in the afternoon to buy some rouge and powder to dress up the girls in the brothel. The brothel opened in the evening. Recently, the business of the brothel has gradually improved. But this has nothing to do with the efforts of his aunt. The surge in customers in the brothel is all women without exception. Nowadays, female customers have an overwhelming advantage in the brothel. They all come to touch the rumored special spiritual little white fox. The number of customers seeking marriage and children has increased dramatically. The nine-tailed fox's fragrance is odorless but attractive. When women rub it on their bodies, they feel a subtle attraction to the opposite sex, as if it is coated with a film. When a woman rubs against the fragrance and walks on the street, she will meet a young man who comes to chat with her. When the lady rubs against the fragrance and returns home, Su Yin hears the woman say that the bed board is directly cracked, and her husband seems to be as vigorous as he is 20 years younger. The creaking sound of the bed board makes the maids in the mansion unable to sleep. In short, the more the rumor spread, the more outrageous it becomes. As a result, Su Yin is now the top seller in the brothel every day, selling boxes of homemade guns, and the ladies stuffing a lot of silver notes into his crotch. The talented women are all shocked. How can a good brothel be turned into a place for women's social activities? But the brothel business is indeed booming. The girls who are responsible for playing music on weekdays can basically get the rewards thrown by the ladies every night, which makes them hope that they will not make a fuss and hang themselves like before. Now they pay more to the ladies to play mahjong. In the voices of the little fox, Su Yin almost forgot that he was originally a part-time waiter in the brothel. Congratulations, Xiaoyan. You have earned another 5,430 taels of silver for our brothel today. As long as Xiaoyan can keep up, we will sooner or later defeat the chicken coop next door. After the brothel closed, the aunt counted the revenue flow of today, jumped onto the stage, held up today's account book and loudly announced Su Yan's performance, and gave Su Yan a dividend of his performance today. The talented women were all sitting under the stage, and they also received the corresponding bonus dividends, and applauded the aunt crazily, congratulating the shopkeeper for getting better and better business. Open a hammer brothel. Open a mahjong hall. Su Yin rolled his eyes while sitting under the stage, secretly criticizing the so-called money-making of the aunt in his heart. Most of the bonus silver was basically earned by those sisters or wives who stuffed it into his clothes, and then took advantage of the blessing of the fox fairy. After worshipping the gods, the ladies would basically choose to leave. But the business genius like my aunt directly put the mahjong table there and arranged some talented women to sit there and play mahjong or pai gow to tempt the ladies. A good brothel has now been transformed into a complex of fox fairy temple and mahjong hall. She is really a business genius. For a moment, I couldn't even tell who was relying on whom. Su Yin was so angry with his aunt that he got angry. This was completely different from the world of cultivation he imagined. Not to mention the white-robed sword immortals flying all over the sky. There were at least some cultivators sitting in the brothel, listening to music and talking about holding swords and traveling the world. At least there should be some cultivators drinking there, talking about worldly affairs and gossiping for me. As a result, they discussed rouge and powder all day long, or which tailor in the city made the sexiest clothes. This won't work. It's better for me to do it myself than to expect my aunt to think about the business of the brothel. Su Yin came out of the bathtub, changed into a training suit, and prepared to go to the backyard for class. He also complained that his aunt's accounting skills were really bad. The brothel made money in silver, but the cultivators spent spirit stones on shopping. Silver exchanged for spirit stones can at most satisfy the spirit stones for daily cultivation. But when you want to buy some magic tools or elixirs, you will be stretched. Su Yin also wanted to save some wife money for the future. Su Yin thought about it, used his water control ability, and manipulated the water in the bathtub to fly into the river outside the window. Then turned around and walked out of the dormitory to prepare to practice the illusion method in the backyard. But outside the window, which Su Yin did not notice, in the dark river, a dark blue arm wrapped in mucus stretched out with a cup. Just in the path where Su Yin dumped the wastewater after bathing, the water poured into the river, but part of it fell into the cup. The dark blue webbed palm raised the lid with the thumb, and it seemed to give Su Yin a thumbs up. The dark blue webbed arm slowly dived to the bottom of the river. Chapter 9, Proud Insect. Ant. Do you know any spider spirits or other demons? One day, Su Yin ran to his aunt's bedroom and found Chong, who was still sitting cross-legged and breathing. He asked his aunt with great interest if she knew any spider spirits. He thought of a way to help the brothel make a fortune. The brothel finally didn't have to become a fox fairy temple, or a large mahjong or Paijia hall. But before that, Su Yin needed a spider spirit friend to help. Otherwise the things he envisioned in his heart would not be realized. Spider spirit? Andy came out of the breathing state, looked at Su Yin standing in front of her bed with sparkling eyes, and said with a complicated look, "Why are you doing this?" "What?" Seeing the unspeakable expression on Auntie's face, Su Yin was stunned. "What's wrong with me? I want to find a spider spirit and ask it to take some spider silk to weave some beautiful clothes." "Is it illegal to take spider silk?" "No. You don't want to." Annie vowed. "You should think about the round and plump big fart of the spider spirit, which is difficult to hide the dirty thoughts in your heart. You want to touch it with your hands, but you hesitate because of your courage. You want Auntie to help you hold her down and let her stand up like a spider." Su Yin was dumbfounded and stood there. After coming to his senses, he suddenly put his hands on his aunt's shoulders and shook them wildly. "Wake up! Have you forgotten what you said on the first day I came to Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu has a complete castration law for lawless lunatics. Are you so law-abiding?" When Su Yin was so anxious that he jumped up and down, his aunt raised her hand and pressed it on Su Yin's head, saying, "I'm just kidding you." The aunt put her arm on Su Yin's head, and with a slight force, she flew into the air, turned a circle in the air in the dormitory, and landed steadily on the tea table, revealing her true appearance as a proud insect. "Although I know the spider spirit, I live too far away. If I only need spider silk, my aunt can spit it out." The proud insect is the mountain god of Pingfeng Mountain, and it looks like a human with two heads. It is the leader of stinging insects, and the destination of all bee-like animals. This is a rough description of the original form of the proud insect tribe by the human race, which Su Yin had read in the Identification volume, the Demon Tribe chapter, and the Strange Beast volume when he was at home before. Su Yin had always thought that the original form of the arrogant insect ant should be a large wasp with two heads. It was not until he saw the real body of the ant that he realized how wrong the content described in the book was. The ant showed her original form and fell on the table. It was clearly a spider. The overall appearance was pure white, with pink lines on the body until the abdomen, forming a charming face of a beautiful woman smiling. And the 8 spider legs were as black as ink from bottom to top to the knee joint, with a matte paint texture. This ant? Why is she still wearing black silk secretly? I thought silk stockings should be my first creation. Looking at the leg-playing young arrogant insect body in front of him, Su Yin sighed in his heart. Spit. The arrogant insect, which showed its original form, opened its mouth and spit out the white spider silk in the control of the arrogant insect into a ball. After falling to the ground, it bounced twice, showing its extraordinary toughness. Ahem. After throwing the spider silk ball to Su Yin, the ant came down from the table, cleared her throat, and complained, "I haven't spun silk for too long, and I almost got phlegm stuck in my throat. I'm so uncomfortable." For the arrogant insects, the ability to spin silk is only used to keep the skin moist when molting, or to build a suitable nest for the newly born arrogant insect babies. For other battles or hunting, they basically use poison spray or bite, and there is no chance to use the ability to spin silk. Chongqing has already grown up and cannot molt. So far, He is still an old insect with an empty nest. He has not considered the issue of reproduction for nearly 300 to 500 years. So naturally, he has not used his ability to spin silk for a long time. And his throat is choked by sparseness. Ant, come and have tea. Seeing the ant's pretentious attitude, Su Yin, who got the advantage, immediately understood, and helped his old insect master to sit in front of the tea table, and personally brought tea to the ant's mouth to serve her properly. By the way, Ant, take a look at which talented woman in our brothel is better at sewing. Introduce one to your nephew for trial use. I promise to make you some good things to boost our brothel business. In the future, we will spend spirit stones to earn spirit stones, and the whole family will be rich and healthy to dominate Xiaoyu brothel, Su Yin said confidently. As for how to boost the brothel economy, after Su Yin's hard thinking in the past few days, there is already a rough outline. First of all, dress up the talented women beautifully. And are you afraid that you can't attract customers who spend spirit stones? Considering the fierce folk customs in Xiaoyu, Su Yin first used black and white stockings as a hand card. Let the trousers in the flat-chested skirt or low-cut skirt withdraw from the arena. And then arrange Chongsam high-heeled shoes for the talented women, sitting on the stage, stroking the pipa, playing and singing. It's not a direct killing. When the talented women are more astringent, the brothel doesn't need to sit in the house to make money. And Su Yin can also be freed from the busy work and work hard to practice and break through the foundation building period. As for needlework skills, Xiaohong should be the best. Right? It is said that she learned needlework from her mother, who was born in the southern state. And she has fascinated her husband with her needlework skills. The ant thought for a while and said. Su Yin heard this, threw away the ant, and ran directly to Xiaohong's dormitory on the second floor. He pulled up Xiaohong, who was taking care of his guzheng in the dormitory, and asked her to use her needlework to knit a pair of stockings for him. But as soon as Su Yin asked, Xiaohong's cheeks turned red to the back of her neck, and she spat at Su Yin. Su Yin looked at Xiaohong with a puzzled face. Xiaohong blushed and didn't say anything. She just picked up the silk strings of the guzheng on the table and straightened them. She opened her mouth and flicked her tongue to perform the so-called needlework for Su Yin. In just a short moment, Xiaohong's clever tongue wove the silk strings into a genetic spiral structure that Su Yin was very familiar with, which made the little fox dumbfounded. Xiaohong covered her face and pushed Su Yin out of the dormitory. I knew that I should have noticed something was wrong when the word Southern Province came out. How could there be proper needlework in Southern Province? I was really stupid. Su Yin was born in Southern Province, which is a gathering place for demon cultivators in the cultivation world, and is governed by the demon sect. It is common to see violent fights on the path of cultivation. All of them are gamblers who skip classes and take shortcuts. They would rather be struck by lightning than practice hard. They gambled and had fun in the Wanhua Pavilion. If they didn't win, they could shoot a shot to the sky to express their fearlessness. In such an atmosphere, how could there be any proper women? But Xiaohong's family is really good at needlework. After hitting a wall with Xiaohong, Su Yin went to find the talented women he usually played with. But their needlework skills were limited to embroidery. And at most, they could only make a patch on clothes. If you don't have new clothes, you can just find a tailor. Why bother to weave them yourself? Embroidery and the like are only used to cultivate temperament and relieve anxiety. There is no needlework. As for weaving, I do know a little, but only a little. The big wavy blonde with blue eyes opened her mouth and looked at Su Yin, who was lying on the ground with a depressed look on his face, and said, "But I can introduce you to someone. When I lived in the Imperial City, she wove all the fabrics." Chapter 10. Hey, little fox with yellow mouth. When the time comes, just go to the store and find the shopkeeper you. Their textile craftsmanship has been passed down in Xiaoyu City for 200 years. After a while, it should be called a 300-year-old store. In such a big brothel, none of the talented women know how to do needlework. The only one who knows a little is Xiao Jin, a girl from the western regions. Su Yin was speechless. But when he thought that they were all daughters of wealthy families in the past, and that clothes and other things should be bought when the finished cloth was bought, he felt that what they said was very reasonable. It's not to make magic tools. Why do you need to control the quality from the source? If the quality of the cloth is not good, just throw it away and buy a new one. Anyway, it's not expensive. Thank you, Lao Jin. You are my benefactor. Su Yin held Xiao Jin's hand and said gratefully. The talented women in the brothel all use pseudonyms, with their own characteristics or expertise as the characters, and add a small character. like Xiaohong who likes red clothes, Xiaojin with blonde hair and blue eyes, and Xiaoqi who is good at chess. The talented women in the brothel are named in this way. Before they compensate Xiaoyu for his losses, they cannot get their names back, unless they elope with their lovers. However, the talented women are all serious criminals, and it is estimated that there is no lover who is so desperate to go against the court. After Su Yan searched for talented women in the brothel, time gradually came to the business hours of the brothel. Su Yan did not have time to go to the edge of the imperial city to find the textile workshop mentioned by Lao Jin, and started a day's work. At the beginning, Su Yan was responsible for serving dishes or bringing some snacks to customers. But as more customers came, Su Yan became a dish and was put on the table. Some talented women who did not have a turn to perform on stage were instructed by their aunt to sell tributes and wishing cards on the side. We are not a brothel. Our shop is called Fox Fairy Temple to protect marriage and give birth to babies. There is no need to leave in a hurry after making a wish. We also have mahjong and paiju entertainment that ladies love. Our brothel does not charge ladies. You can just give me some stage fees and rewards. The talented women are busy serving the ladies. The girls playing music on the stage are not self-pitying. Even the pipa is played with great momentum and excitement. Su Yan's eyes were full of tears. The business of the brothel was indeed booming. But it was different from what he thought. My sword immortals were discussing cultivation in the hall, and the overlords of all parties were sitting in the lobby with fierce and monstrous scenes. The scenes of tearing each other apart are gradually moving away from becoming the center of women's social activities. Su Yan sighed in his heart and comforted himself. There is nothing wrong with the women's social center. At least there is no scene of blood flowing like a river. And no demon friend shouted, "Xiao Wai comes out to wash the blood on the floor." It was after dinner, which was also the busiest time of Xiaoyu City night market. The colorful lanterns hung on the streets were illuminated by candlelight, making the street scene look very lively and prosperous. A woman in a dark blue half-chested dress, all wet, walked on the street. Wherever she passed, the surroundings were silent, and everyone stood there with their eyes wide open. The man looked like a dog, and the woman was terrified, as if she had seen something incredible. Jian Nanwu didn't pay attention to the crowd watching her. She looked at the soap paper in her hand, raised her head, and looked at the sign of the brothel in front of her, and said, "Here we are." She only stopped for a moment, and a large group of men, with obsessed eyes, followed behind her. Jian Nanwu thought it was the enthusiasm of the human race, and did not think of other bad things. Because when they were in the tribe, everyone wore moonlight as gauze and the vast ocean as skirts, and never said anything strange happened. After finding the brothel where Su Yan was, Jian Nanwu walked straight into the brothel, trotted up the steps, and jumped over the threshold in front of the brothel, causing a small vibration. Her arrival made the brothel silent, and the pipa music of Dong Fengbo on the stage stopped. The ladies just touched the mahjong cards in their hands, and they were shocked to see Jian Nanwu and fell down, and clicked on the table with a crisp sound. Even Su Yan looked at the blue-clothed girl standing at the door, with a surprised face. Turtle. The ant was amazed at the girl's mind. This thing was too exaggerated. Even more exaggerated than the fox's mother's 6-in-1 beast. In addition, the girl's chest-length skirt highlighted her proud and domineering attitude. Jian Nanwu looked around, and finally locked her eyes on Su Yan. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward and stretched out her hand to hold Su Yan, who was sitting on the table, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, it's you who pours warm water into the river every night in the early morning, right?" Su Yan nodded woodenly. He originally wanted to scold the girl for being clumsy, but she was too big. Su Yan felt that if he spoke louder, the warm breath would even be completely lost in it. "Very good. Let's go mate now. We all like the sweetness on your body." As he said, Jian Nanwu carried Su Yan and walked to the second floor of the brothel, ready to go to the dormitory to finish. She was a strong one in the tribe. She came as a vanguard to explore the brothel, and found the guy who dumped sweet water into the river every night to lure sea beasts, and then tied him up and brought him back to the tribe to share with the tribe members. "Aunt, save me." Su Yan was completely numb. What was the situation with the blue-clothed woman? She said 2 sentences as soon as they met. The first sentence asked him a question, and the second sentence was to kill him. "Hey! Wait a minute. Girl." Before the ant came from the 4th floor, a young man jumped out to stop Jian Nanwu. The young man had sword eyebrows and star eyes, and he was elegant. He was carrying a sword box made of ancient trees and old wood. He said sternly, "He is just a child. If he is punished so heavily, and painfully just because he dumped sewage into your sea beast territory at will. It is not reasonable. Zhou is willing to accept the severe punishment of the young man for the young man. Su Yin slowly typed a question mark. Facing Zhou's shameless behavior, he felt deeply the diversity of the human race. A freeloader. And he still speaks so righteously? If I didn't know, I would have thought you sacrificed yourself for the country. Ready to uphold justice and save the collapsing building. You'd better tie me up. Su Yin turned his head and looked at the face of the woman in blue. The bitch in front of him was too shameless. Su Yin would rather lose his virginity inexplicably than leave the opportunity to that guy. You? Slide down. The ant came late and fell from the sky, kicking the swordsman's back and shoulder blades with both feet, kicking him so high in the air that he slid down and hit the doorpost of the brothel. And a sound of chickens flying and eggs breaking echoed in the brothel. Ouch. It was the first time for the talented women to hear the bell ring. The ant kept moving and raised her hand. She grasped the spiritual energy in the void and turned it from virtual to real to imprison the transformed sea beast. Then she waved her hand to call the little fox back to her arms and said, "Back off." Jianan would turned over the brothel, and the whole sea beast went straight back to the river. Chong Qiong pinched the back of the little white fox's neck with one hand, which had made a mistake and degenerated back to its original form, and stared at him. Su Yin, holding his tail between his legs, tilted his head with embarrassment on his face. That person was too mean. I couldn't help but scold him. Chapter 11 Jiananwu. Ant. I don't feel good. Su Yin glanced at the river outside the window, and asked his aunt anxiously. The girl in dark blue clothes is still squatting outside the window, looking at our stall. No big problem. Ant's face was also a little speechless, looking at Su Yin and said, "And you, kid?" When the foundation of the stall was laid, Ant spent several thousand taels of silver to build the drainage pipes for the whole house. How can you dump sewage at will and be so immoral? Here in the main city of Xiaoyu, there are not only perfect urban drainage pipes, which divert the sewage discharged by the people in the city to the drainage river outside the city, but also extremely convenient gas wells, which can be used by only drawing a pipe from the gas well and adding flint. Xiaoyu is not only populated by humans, and the river is naturally not just fish and shrimp. There are also a large number of members of the aquatic or sea tribes in the river of Xiaoyu, which produces all kinds of precious seafood, river fish and plum pearls. If Su Yin discharges sewage at will, at best the monsters living in the river will come ashore and block him in the alley and beat him up. Or at worst they will sue him in the court. You don't need to worry too much. It's just the breeding season for the mermaids. They have stored fat and are now preparing to store some males for the holidays. I think the girl just now should have reached adulthood and is preparing to find a handsome and extraordinary stud for her honeymoon. Although the monsters do not have a fixed estrus period, nothing is absolute in the world. Monsters with more difficult living conditions still retain the behavior of reproducing at fixed times. Although the ocean environment is vast, the ocean monsters have the most serious environment of the law of the jungle. Because the four seas dragons have given birth to many sea beasts with dragon blood, but are not recognized by the major races in order to expand their tribes, resulting in the existence of various mountain kings of vassal dragons in the ocean. In order to resist oppression, the weak ocean monsters can only rely on more births to ensure the continuation of the tribe, and continue their bloodline along with the tribe. Therefore, most ocean monsters still continue the fixed breeding season. Although Su Yan's appearance is fox-like, his black dragon bloodline is still there. He dumped his bath water into the river, which was simply saying that there is an extremely strong male here, and female beasts should come quickly. Nine-tailed foxes, or real dragons, are both divine beasts. Su Yan's breath contains pheromones from the two tribes. Ordinary monsters can't stand such temptation at all. Bloodline can determine the starting point of the monster tribe. If the female beasts in the tribe can give birth to a descendant with extraordinary bloodline, as long as the descendant grows up, it may be able to lead the entire tribe to rise to heaven and occupy the mountain as the king. Su Yin dumped sewage every day to tempt people. It would be really rude if the monster tribe in the breeding period didn't come. The sewer entrance is too small, and it can't be fertilized. Who would have thought that there are so many monsters living in the river? After listening to my aunt's explanation of the ecology in the river, Su Yin muttered softly. After taking a shower, he would use the dragon race's innate water control ability to control the sewage to fly into the river, and then just throw it out of the window. However, pouring it into the drain requires careful control. Otherwise the dormitory may become extremely humid and mushrooms may grow easily. No matter how old you are, hold it tight and aim it directly into the sewer. The ant rolled her eyes and said, "Go and help." The bar is about to close. Okay. Su Yin agreed helplessly. Turned around and walked from the window to the lobby. Helped the talented women clean up. Picked up the broom and began to sweep the floor roughly. When the brothel closed, it was necessary to wipe the countertops and sweep the floor once. Before opening every day, it was necessary to wipe the countertops and mop the floor with hot water. And then light incense. Although the business was not very good, the hygiene in the brothel had always been maintained according to the standards set by the court. In addition, because my aunt was in charge personally, there were no snakes, insects, rats or ants, and the hygiene conditions were simply heavenly. Hey! Bitch! Are you dead? Su Yin was sweeping the floor from the inner hall to the outside. When he reached the door, he saw a man with his legs apart, embedded in the doorpost, with his eyes wide open and his hands covering his crotch. Su Yin raised his toes and kicked his shoulder with a frown, but found that the guy didn't react at all. You can't even withstand a kick from your aunt, so you might as well run to the street to open the sword box and perform sword swallowing. You don't have any skills, and you still come out to show off. Su Yin sighed and swept Zhou on the ground and the fruit peel out of the door. He didn't dare to touch Zhou casually, seeing that he looked so frivolous and lewd. Foxes are also afraid of bacteria. Who knows if they will be infected with fungi? Humans can only scratch for a while if they are infected with fungi. And foxes will lose their hair. Su Yin didn't want to be bald here and there. Don't use the broom. There are fungi. After sweeping up the fruit peel, Su Yin threw Zhou and the broom out to the street. After doing these things, Su Yin returned to the brothel, locked the door, went to the dormitory to take a bath, changed clothes, and prepared to go to the backyard to practice with his aunt. Of course, because of the previous experience, Su Yin did not discharge sewage randomly this time, and honestly discharged the wastewater after bathing into the sewer. Su Yin subconsciously glanced out the window and found that the giant girl in dark blue clothes had left. This made Su Yin feel relieved, but also a little regretful in his heart. Such a magnificent girl. Not to mention this life. Su Yin has never seen such a girl in his previous life. Although the girl's behavior was a bit abrupt, it was still a pleasing scenery. It's not bad to make a friend, so that I can also know some things about the ocean monsters. Su Yin thought so, shook his head, and walked straight to the backyard, ready to have a midnight snack with his aunt, and continue to practice the water method, Phantom. The reason why the well water is viscous and has viscosity is because the spiritual energy acts in the water. The body of the water phantom is not pure water, but a body formed by the integration of a large amount of spiritual energy. Su Yin has a natural control over water. Now he only needs to learn to integrate spiritual energy into water, which can be considered as an entry level. He does not need to waste energy to learn how to control those disobedient artificial semi-spiritual water. Here you go. Su Yin just arrived at the backyard and saw a majestic girl in a wet dark blue dress. Jiao Nanbo also saw Su Yin. Her eyes lit up, and she raised her hand like a magic trick, and a palm-sized flawless pearl appeared in her palm. She came to Su Yin and took his hand, and personally put the fist-sized pearl in Su Yin's hand. Now, according to the rules of the human race, the token of love has been prepared. Can we mate? Jiao Nanbo spoke with a serious face, and her eyes were extremely natural, and looked at Su Yin's lower body without a trace of shyness. From her eyes, Su Yin could clearly see 4 big words. I want to inspect the goods. Su Yin. Does this woman have no common sense? Chapter 12. Jiao Nanbo was dumbfounded. What if I say no? Oh, I'll ask you later. Su Yin fell into an inexplicable silence. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness at the flawless brain circuit of the girl in dark blue clothes in front of him. We don't ask for a deep relationship between childhood sweethearts. But girl, at least tell me a name before we talk about the following things? I don't even know the name. And you're talking about such exciting things right away. I have a low psychological tolerance. Su Yin looked at the fist-sized pearl in his hand, and looked at the blue-dressed girl who was almost a head taller than him, and had a pair of diamond-shaped hairpins on her head, which was common among young girls to show cuteness. Let's talk about mating later. You should let me know your name first. Right. I am Su Yin, a white fox from the Fox Demon clan. What's your name? Me? I am Jiao Nanbo from the Mermaid clan. I just reached adulthood this year. I am in the Jindan stage, and have the most beautiful and plump tail in the clan. Jiao Nanbo sat on the chair, looked at Su Yin with a serious face and said, Can we mate now? Su Yin. This is how ordinary monsters are. You just need to get used to it. And he came out of the kitchen with a tray. looked at Su Yin, who felt powerless, and smiled. This girl has stored enough fat to prepare for the winter. Now it is less than a month away from winter, and she is very eager to find a suitable male. Jiannanwu does not need to hibernate. But in winter, the activities of mermaids will be greatly reduced, which is also the most leisurely time of the year. Spring is the time when they just come out to stretch their muscles and bones, and they will not encounter natural enemies. Therefore, it is most appropriate for mermaids to store enough fat and reproduce before winter. Now there is only 1 month left before winter. As an adult mermaid, Jiannanwu's main task this year is to give birth to a child. The ant first explained to Su Yin why the mermaid in front of him was so eager to have sex, then sat on the chair, put down the dishes in her hand, and said to Jiannanwu, "I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious, because our little fox is still in its infancy. If you sit on our little fox and crack its pelvis, he will not be able to give you what you need now." The nine-tailed fox and the real dragon are both late-maturing species. Su Yin can only look at his appearance now. Moreover, the appearance of a 14 or 15-year-old boy should not change in the next 200 years, and there will be some slight changes until he enters adolescence. Therefore, Jiannanwu really entangled with the wrong demon. In addition to losing her body in vain, she could not obtain the powerful seed with extraordinary bloodline that she expected from Su Yin. Is that so? Jiannanwu showed a look of surprise for the first time. His originally serious and tense face could no longer hold back and collapsed. He said with disappointment, "If that's the case, why is he emitting an alluring smell in the river? I always thought that it was a powerful demon tribe preparing to reproduce and looking for it for several days." Some time ago, when the merman transport team was swimming back in the river, they noticed that there was a kind of pheromone emitted by a powerful demon tribe in the water surface of the river. It contained a strong and continuous breath and emitted a sweet and sticky fragrance. That sticky smell was very much like courtship. The merman transport team returned to the tribe's land in the underground water system and informed the mermen in the tribe of this news. The mermen who were preparing to reproduce gathered in the Xiaoyu River to look for the demon tribe emitting sweet and sticky pheromones. When Su Yin dumped sewage again the night before, Jiannanwu's friend intercepted the water source. After careful identification, he was sure that the powerful demon seeking a mate was in the brothel. After obtaining the information, the friend immediately told Jiannanwu, asking Jiannanwu to go and drink the first mouthful of soup, so as not to let other demons get there first and squeeze the powerful demon dry. Jiannanwu came with hope, but did not find any powerful male demons. Only a little white fox with no public morality in its infancy. Fox. It's normal to have a smell on the body, and he used to smell like milk. As the ant said, she also winked at Su Yin to show his true form, to prove to the merman in front of him that he was young and could not stand the tossing. As an old hand in the world, Chong Cheong is not like Su Yin, who has no knowledge. If it is a good match, the ant will go with it. Anyway, her little nephew will not suffer. But the mermaids are a kind of demon tribe that pays more attention to collective interests. If Su Yin is still stubborn and tries to prove that he is tough, the mermaids will definitely come over at all costs and tie Su Yin back to be a stud. The mermaids are a friendly race, but they are particularly stubborn about the survival of the tribe. They have always followed the old traditions of their ancestors and used and discarded the son-in-law. Unless they are strong enough to force the mermaid women to marry outside. They basically plowed the land frantically for 2 months and then took some spirit stones ashore. Although Chong Cheong is a little poor, he is not so poor as to be interested in the 3 or 5 kilograms of spirit stones given by the mermaids for health care. Pushed his little nephew into the pit. "Come! Give one to Jiannanwu." The ant frantically hinted at Su Yin to show up. Although Su Yin didn't understand why, he knew that his aunt would not come to pit him for no reason. So he knew very well to show his true form of white fox in front of the two of them. When Jiannanwu saw Su Yin's appearance, he was stunned and looked like a little fox. He looked quite depressed and squatted under the eaves beside him. It is difficult to judge the age of the transformed monsters. But once the true form is revealed, the monsters of the same monster can see what period the other party belongs to very intuitively. Childhood, youth, middle-aged, and so on. After Su Yin showed his true form, Jiannanwu saw that Su Yin was currently in the childhood. No, he should be in the toddler stage. To put it bluntly, this little monster was weaned for less than 3 or 5 years, which was too young. The powerful monster was not found, but a little fox that had just been weaned was found. Jiannanwu was really completely autistic. Change back to human form to eat. Don't make the table full of hair. The ant pushed Su Yin and asked him to change back to human form and not to make the table full of hair. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat the midnight snack. My hair hasn't even grown out yet. How can it fall off? When Su-yin saw his aunt slandering him, he jumped down from the dining table, stood up, raised his arms high, twisted his waist and hips wildly to shake his body. And after shaking for a while, there was indeed no fox hair falling from his body. I have white hair, cute and clean. If my fur gets dirty at home, my mother will put me on the washboard and rub it hard, and then hang it on the bamboo pole. As a white-haired fox, Su-Yan's hygiene habits were taught by his mother, and he dared to play in the mud outside. Su's mother dared to pinch Su-Yan's neck, sit by the river and put down the washboard, put Su-Yan in the detergent and pressed him on the washboard to rub it hard until it was white. What is this? The aunt picked up a yellowish-white hair from the dish with chopsticks and put it in front of Su-Yan. After a slight comparison, it was found that it really didn't match. The aunt and Su-Yan looked back at the pair of black round eyes at the kitchen door. The two looked at each other for a long time and remained silent. Then the backyard became chaotic again. Chapter 13 Imperial Examinations and Martial Examinations. Squeak! 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 After a commotion in the backyard, the cooks who were originally in the kitchen all lined up, hugged each other, and looked at the queen of the proud insects with tears in their eyes. Don't you need me to tell you? Be more conscious. The ant looked at the cooks and said, Squeak! 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 The monkeys looked at each other, and their faces showed extremely human grief and anger. One of them ran back to the kitchen on his legs like a human, took out the rosin used to remove hair when killing chickens and ducks, and lit a pot in the backyard to melt the rosin and apply it on the hairy monkeys. Squeak! As the older monkey grabbed the rosin and pulled it, the little monkey didn't seem to be removing hair, but it seemed that his soul was pulled out with the rosin hair removal glue. He fell to the ground with a weak face, and couldn't help but let out a soul-destroying groan. After the older monkey plucked the hair of the two younger monkeys, the roles were reversed. The two younger monkeys looked at the older monkey with a grimace on their faces, smearing their entire bodies with rosin. As a fox with fur, Su-Yin couldn't help but feel phantom limb pain when watching the monkey's movements and took a breath of cold air. Can't you just shave with a knife? Do you need to use rosin to remove hair? After the three monkeys shaved their hair, they put on a slightly loose skirt and ran to Chongqing to report, looking proud as if they had done something big. Well, after cleaning the kitchen, let's all go to rest. Looking at the three monkeys, who were concerned about hygiene, the ant nodded gently and didn't pursue the matter of hair in the dishes. She let them go to the kitchen to clean up before going to rest. Monkeys are a very magical creature. In addition to being extremely human, they also have a strong learning ability. In addition to their diligence and hard-working spirit, they are often used as servants in the homes of monks. But the spirit monkeys were not captured. They are monsters that like to sell themselves, and they need to be paid spirit stones every month to work in the monks' homes. If you don't pay them, they will just rot. And it's the same if you beat them. Anyway, they will just rot without spirit stones as wages. Once they are paid spirit stones, they can be so diligent that they can almost kill the servants and maids of the human race. Because of the opening of the brothel, Chongqing took into account the human race's emphasis on sex. So he did not hire male workers, but bought 3 spirit monkeys to be the cooks and do some rough work. Su Yin Yuan called the spirit monkeys the miserable second party of cultivation. Monkeys are born with a father all over the place, and the whole tribe hopes to sell themselves for a good price, and then rely on the salary to practice in the vassal monks' homes. And the monks also like to use spirit monkeys to do some work of killing people and throwing corpses. Not liking to talk human words is actually an advantage, and the spirit monkeys know a lot of the master's secrets. After having supper, Su Yin began to practice the water shape-shifting technique until the second half of the night before returning to his room to rest. He sat on the bed to breathe instead of sleep. Seeing that Jian Nanwu was still autistic in the corner, his aunt kindly took her in for one night. After one night and one morning, Su Yin woke up from the state of breathing, washed up as usual, and went to his aunt's bedroom, looking eagerly at his aunt, who was sitting on the bed meditating and practicing breathing. If you have something to say, just say it. As a big demon, his aunt can sense what is happening in the whole brothel even if her perception ability is not activated. When Su Yin ran to her dormitory, she already knew it. But she didn't say anything until the little fox squatted pitifully beside the bed, staring at her but not saying anything. So the aunt had to ask Su Yin what he was doing so early in the morning. I want to go shopping. Go to the Imperial City. According to Xiao Jin, there is a great textile workshop there. I want to process the silk thread that my aunt spits out, and weave it into cloth. Su Yin opened his mouth to tell his purpose. The main city of Xiaoyu is very big. In the world of cultivation where transportation is not well developed nowadays, the straight distance from the brothel to the imperial city is estimated to be more than 30 miles. With Su Yan's foot strength, there is naturally no problem. But he doesn't know the way. The main city of Xiaoyu is really too big. Su Yin is currently only familiar with the road to Wanhua Pavilion or Yinji Street. There is no map for other locations. Okay. Auntie will go with you. Auntie looked at Su Yin and agreed reluctantly, if it weren't for your tender face, which revealed a shy feeling of wanting to refuse, but also wanting to welcome. I would definitely not be happy. Going to the imperial city now is simply asking for trouble. Su Yin typed a question mark, not quite understanding what Auntie meant by this. But as Auntie led Su Yin out and walked through the clouds from midair to the imperial city, Su Yin finally understood why Auntie was unwilling to come to the imperial city. The streets of the imperial city were crowded with people. Even the windowsills of the buildings and the observation decks were full of people. And there were many monks squatting in the sky, blocking more than a dozen streets near the front gate of the imperial city. Even on the walls of the imperial city, there was now a spectacular scene of people crowded together. The waves of cheering and jumping were higher and higher. But there were also some angry and wrong curses. This as Su Yin looked at the scene of tens of thousands of people gathered, and looked at Auntie with surprise. The martial arts examination held every 5 years is a national entertainment for the people of Xiaoyu City. The court opens the market for the people to place bets. My aunt said with a gloomy face, I also like to come here to follow the bets before. But basically I lost more than I won. Their cultivation was too weak. The cultivation of a cultivator is not equal to the actual combat power. The cultivation only determines the combat power on paper. It is also necessary to measure the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, secret methods, magical powers, and magic tools to truly measure the actual combat power of a cultivator. During the martial arts examination, the court will only announce the values of the candidate's cultivation, 5 elements, and age. Whether they have family secrets or inherited magical powers will not be announced. As for whether the candidates use them or not, it is up to the candidates to consider. As a grand event held every 5 years, Chongqiong also participated when he just settled in Xiaoyu. As a result, the whole arrogant insect lost a lot, giving those young cultivators a hard lesson in quitting gambling. Chongqiong gets angry when she sees the martial arts exam. So when the martial arts exam was held in the imperial city, she didn't want to come at all. Money is not important. What's important is the shame. Some cultivators in the body and chi training stage made her, a half-step land immortal, fall into the trap, which is simply a matter of great shame. She still has no face to tell others that she lost 600 stones here. 1 stone is equal to 100 caddies in Xiaoyu. And she lost 60,000 caddies of spirit stones in 2 martial arts exams. The whole insect was paralyzed on Xiaoyu and couldn't move. It's Yu Yan Ning. Su Yin had no interest in gambling. He had been beaten by lottery shops since he was a child and had never won a scratch lottery. Naturally, he didn't care about the odds of the martial arts exam. But he still liked to join in the fun. When he saw the crowds of people, he squeezed through the crowd in the sky and walked forward. Hey! Boy! This way. The scenery is good here. Su Yan's push made some monks flying in the air and the already crowded crowd dissatisfied. The monk was about to curse. The aunt raised her hand to slap him in the face. The monk's tone became extremely elegant, inviting the little fox to sit on his shoulders to watch the competition. Chapter 14 Land Gods. On the martial arts arena, Yu Yanning's palms and shoulder blades were burning with orange flames, and her fists were whirring with tiger-fisted fists. She punched the enemy on the chin and directly knocked the 2-meter-tall strongman into the air to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Win! Yu Yanning dispersed the flames on her arms, raised her hands high and cheered. Those who bet on her to win outside the arena set off waves of cheers and cheers for her. I seem to understand why she keeps muttering about wanting a perfect husband. Su Yin sat on the shoulder of a cultivator, watching Yu Yanning win the championship in the arena, and silently complained about her in his heart. Originally, Su Yin thought Yu Yanning was a tiger, but now it seems that Miss Yu is not a tiger, but a tiger, whose girl chose the tiger-fisted fist as a magic weapon. And it is the more explosive fire element in the 5 elements. No wonder this yellow-haired girl is superstitious that foxes can help her find a marriage, and even touches her own bells to pray for a marriage. It seems that Yu Yanning has some knowledge in her heart, and knows that it is difficult for her to get married. Su Yin was watching the ring match from above, and the middle-aged strong monk who offered his shoulder looked at Chong Qiong carefully, observing the face of this adult, and was relieved after confirming that he was not going to slap him again. The girl in front of him, who looked like 14 or 15 years old, had extremely profound and powerful cultivation. He couldn't even see through it. If Chong Qiong's slap just now really came over, the middle-aged strong man would probably be able to move dozens of miles away in the air. Chong Qiong never talked about her cultivation. When Su Yin asked Chong Qiong's aunt, she would only answer him, enough. Because in Chong Qiong's view, it was really just enough. And there was nothing worth showing off. The cultivator started from the body refining stage, then went to the qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, and god transformation, and then reached the special realm that Chong Qiong is in now. A realm that has passed the god transformation stage, but has not reached the fusion stage. A realm called half-step land immortal. This is a realm that requires accumulation. Only after completing the demise of the flesh and blood body can one enter the fusion stage with a new attitude and be respected by the world as immortals living on land, breathing like a natural disaster. Because of the open-minded atmosphere of the Xiaoyu dynasty and the emperor who is comparable to an immortal. Many small sects, or some monsters who can't stand the boredom of the forest, will choose to settle in Xiaoyu to spin the half-step earth immortal realm. As long as Emperor Xiaoyu is fine. Small sects and half-step land immortals don't need to worry about being suppressed or killed by the big sects. But in the Xiaoyu dynasty, the emperor is the law, and high-level cultivators are prohibited from fighting in the city. They can live in the land immortal realm with peace of mind. With Yu Yanning's exit, Su Yin gradually lost interest in the competition. The fight between low-level cultivators was not a big scene. For those who did not place bets, it was generally not very entertaining. It was basically a fight of martial arts skills. And there was no scene of magic. After watching for a while, Su Yin got off the kind uncle's shoulder and thanked him. The strong man almost kowtowed to Su Yin in return. My broken mouth. After Chong Qiong took Su Yin away, the flying monks who were watching the game like normal spectators were all there gloating at the slapping man. Laughing happily, look at you. You are the only one with a mouth. Right? You are the only one who can talk. Slap harder. Make that broken mouth swollen. Su Yin squeezed from the back to the front. Although he said excuse me and thank you all the way. The lowest level of the flying monks present was the golden core stage. If they didn't give way to Su Yin, he would be unable to squeeze through. But after they noticed Chong Qiong's presence, they all kindly gave way to Su Yin and helped him squeeze to the front. Only the slapping man who had just lost money was shouting. Chong Qiong raised his hand to slap. And the slapping man quickly changed his words and helped Su Yin to watch the game on his shoulder. A slap from a half-step land immortal is more effective than the charm of a juvenile nine-tailed fox. This slap will surely be earth-shattering. The monks all wanted to see Chong Qiong take action. But unfortunately, the strong man backed off too quickly, and they didn't see the blood flowing like a river. Su Yin didn't know about his aunt's little move for the time being, and simply thought that Xiaoyu was an enlightened country with a strong people, and the abundant material life all year round made the people here more friendly. Su Yin followed the address given by Xiao Jin and really found a tailor's shop. After asking the name of the shop owner, it turned out that the owner's surname was Yu, as Xiao Jin said. Su Yin took out the spider silk from the storage ring and asked the owner if he could weave the spider silk into cloth. Shopkeeper Yu looked at it for a long time before replying that Su Yin could weave it, but it would take 3 days. They could also customize ready-made clothes here. If he needs it, he can make a sample first and pick it up in 5 days. Su Yin thought about it, and then used charcoal to draw his general idea of stockings and some ideas about sexy clothes on paper, and drew a rough idea. Shopkeeper Yu was stunned by these pictures. It would be difficult for ordinary girls to wear such sexy and interesting clothes on the street. Even the female cultivators of the magic sect might not be as bold as Su Yin in the pictures. But the shopkeeper didn't care. As long as the money was in place, she could accept it even if she had to wear a bikini. Come back in 5 days to get samples. No problem. I will cut it for you on the same day. Shopkeeper Yu patted his chest and promised, and glanced at Chong Qiong to take a look at her figure. He sighed in his heart. Young people know how to play. I'm his aunt. Why are you looking at me? After being scanned by Shopkeeper Yu's eyes, it was like being measured all over the body by a tape measure. The aunt glared at Tailor Yu's chest, which made Shopkeeper Yu look embarrassed. After dealing with the cloth, the aunt took Su Yin away from her sad place. 600 stones of spiritual stones. 60,000 caddies of spiritual stones. Being an official in the court makes more money than us mountain kings. Thinking of this, my aunt is still upset and doesn't want to stay in such a sad place. By the way, aunt, after passing the imperial examination, I know I can serve as an official in the court. But what about after passing the military examination? Will all the candidates serve as military officers in the court? Su Yin asked curiously. He was sitting in a motorcade rushing to the examination. There were hundreds of candidates in it. This was just one motorcade. Su Yin had seen other motorcades on the way. Each motorcade carried hundreds of candidates to the main city of Xiaoyu. What you can do after passing the imperial examination or the military examination is a common-sense question for people in Xiaoyu. And there is no special answer or explanation for it. But for Su Yin, an outsider, if no one answers, he has no idea. Martial arts examination? After passing the examination, there are roughly 3 levels. Right? The best candidates go to the Demon Suppression Division. The next best candidates become leaders in the Border Army. And candidates with only qualified scores will be assigned to various counties or towns or under the command of vassal kings. Joining the Demon Suppression Division is equivalent to being a royal guard. If you do well in the future, you can get close to the emperor. Those assigned to the army can return to the court if they are capable of making it. The rest can only say that there are no limit to what they can do. Whether they have a future depends purely on their own ability. If you pass the imperial examination, you will be a civil servant. But where you will be assigned depends on your grades and luck. Are you interested in being a civil servant? If you want to go, my aunt suggests that you find a princess to marry into the family. The lifespan of court officials is longer than that of others. The 3 masters of the current dynasty are the ones who followed the first emperor back then. I'm afraid that you will not live as long as those old guys when you are old and gray. The thousands of people in the martial arts competition are all those who have passed the provincial examination and the imperial city preliminary examination. The court will select the best 30 people and assign them to the Demon Suppression Division directly under the emperor to be responsible for border inspections. 200 people will be assigned to the border army for training. And the remaining 300 will be sent home with just a title. A Juren title is not worth much. But it is true that you can get a salary increase if you work in the government offices in various places. So my aunt said that the rest of them can be any kind of people. It all depends on their ability. Chapter 15 Zhou. At night, when the brothel is open. Madam, this is not okay. If your husband hangs out in the brothel every day, it will be bad for your reputation if he gets sick. Wouldn't it be okay if you just specify that he can only come to our place? You can see the environment here. And we have cooperation with the Ministry of Rights. Unlike those brothels that do brothel business under the name of brothels, we accept inspections from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Justice. Let's not talk about those things between men and women. Generally speaking, our brothel never evades taxes and is quite formal. As always, when the brothel is open, Su Yin sits on the table for people to pray for blessings. Unlike those who came to pray for marriage or children in the past. Today, occasionally see a few ladies who come to pray for a harmonious married life. After listening to their prayers, Su Yin roughly knew what happened. It was nothing more than that the husbands of the ladies in front of him were playing in brothels all day long, which made their wives dissatisfied. So they invited 3 or 5 women to come to the Fox Fairy Temple to pray. Su Yin saw the opportunity and immediately started to recommend his brothel to the ladies. He tirelessly introduced to them how his brothel was legal and compliant, and guaranteed that their husbands would not be able to eat any meat when they came here. The talented women in the brothel were different from the prostitutes. For the wives of the officials in the court, the brothels under the Ministry of Rights were the last decent for the wives in the court. Their family members entered the court as officials and might have embezzled for some reason. But as long as they did not make any mistakes in principle, the boss of their faction would give his wives the last bit of kindness for the sake of their past. The chicken bugs flirted with the talented women tonight. If the officials of the Ministry of Rights know about it, they will block the chicken bugs in Xiaoyu's territory and break their hands within 3 days. If they commit indecent acts, the bigwigs of the court faction will definitely make their bodies float on the river. There are some reasons why Xiaoyu men don't like brothels. If they get drunk, they may get into accidents or be blackmailed by talented women. It's too scary to drink wine and lose your life. Only those poor scholars like this, fantasizing that one day they will get a beautiful woman, or be valued by the faction bosses behind the talented women. These were all unknown to Su Yin before. Later, he decided to expand the brothel and gradually learn from the talented women about these unspoken rules of the brothel. A busy day is finally over. After seeing that the ladies moved to the next door and played mahjong there, Su Yin got down from the altar, stretched his body inside. Let's call it the Fox Fairy Temple. At least the talented women can now get some rewards to look forward to. Su Yin has gained experience as a statue of a god. He is not as flustered as before, struggling in a panic when the ladies pulled his pants. Now when the ladies stuffed the rewards into his clothes with their left hands, Su Yin opens the storage ring with his right hand and stores the rewards into the storage ring. He will never be fed like a ball again. Huh? Why are you here? Su Yin came down from the altar and was about to go up to the 4th floor to find his aunt and Jia Nanwu. He accidentally saw a handsome man with a black sword case sitting in the corner of the brothel, drinking by himself. Su Yin knew the handsome guy. He was Zhou, who shamelessly jumped out last night and was kicked by his aunt. His kneeling bell collided with the doorpost. Seeing him here made Su Yin feel a little surprised, because Zhou was not a pretentious young man. He was a real cultivator. It was rare for a cultivator to drink in the official court instead of going to the Wanhua Pavilion. I don't have any fungus. No need to take a broom. Zhou, you seem to still remember Su Yin. When he saw Su Yin, he complained bluntly, Zhou, have been in all kinds of black shops for 3 or 5 years. But I have never seen a brothel like yours. You sweep people with a broom and spit at me and scold me for having fungus. Zhou, you didn't know that Su Yin's fungus meant bacteria or fungi to scold him for having dirty thoughts. But based on Zhou Yu's knowledge and experience, the fungus refers to fungi. In other words, in Zhou Yu's eyes, Su Yin not only swept him out of the brothel, but also said disdainfully, "Hey, you bastard." This made Zhou Yu extremely dissatisfied. What's wrong with me? Aren't you a man? Aren't men living in the world for money and wives? Don't you like young ladies? Zhou Yu originally wanted to scold Su Yin like this, but after a brief contact, he really couldn't say it, especially watching Su Yin wandering around in a pile of ladies with different styles. The skillful body movements, being able to pass through thousands of women, but not a trace of rouge and powder on his clothes, made Zhou Yu deeply understand that the little brother in front of him might really not lack wives and money. He was born to eat women's food, and arguing with such a chosen son of heaven about wives and money was simply a very humiliating thing. How can a full man like him know the hunger of a hungry man? I want to scold you. Zhou Yu raised his hand and slapped the table to stand up, staring at Su Yin and sighing in silence. But my conscience tells me that there is no reason to scold you, especially when I saw you circling around women. I swallowed the bitter tears of envy and jealousy. If Zhou knew that I could see such an enviable scenery today, I would never come. Su Yin typed a question mark. He couldn't understand Zhou Yu's voice at all, but he felt that he was scolding people, and it was a new and advanced flattery. Ending me circling around women? Do you know the bitterness in my heart? I am a dragon. A real dragon with a foxy temperament. Now I am working in a brothel, and the elders of the family are ready to cut my little Doraemon. Who are you scolding here? If you envy me so much, I will send you to the palace. Do you think it's okay? Single challenge. Come out to lower your cultivation to single challenge. Today I must single challenge you. Zhou Yu thought he was praising, but Su Yin felt wronged. You are the most despicable one for scolding people. Come out and fight. Su Yin pointed at himself and then pointed in the direction of the backyard. Zhou Yu glanced at Su Yin and noticed another vicious look. He subconsciously looked at the 4th floor guardrail of the building. He saw the girl who broke 3 or 5 of his ribs with a kick last night sitting on the edge of the guardrail table, raising her hand to make a vicious look as if she wanted to slap him. Seeing this, Zhou Yu waved his hands repeatedly. No. You are cheating after beating the younger one. Although I don't know what's in your head. You kicked me out and scolded me. Why are you still wronged? I admit defeat in a physical fight, but we can fight in a literary fight. Draven is Draven. We must fight in a one-on-one fight. Otherwise, how can I, Su Yin, survive in the brothel? Chapter 16. Yes. It's not impossible. I'll try my best. Come on. Let's compare knowledge of wild beasts, or herbal medicine, or martial arts, or even magic restraint. Su Yin raised one foot and stepped on the chair. He slapped the table with his hand and asked Zhou what kind of literary knowledge he wanted to discuss with him. Although Su Yin was a time traveler, he was really good at talking about mountains, rivers, and rumors. When he was a child, his family conditions were limited. In addition to watering the streets, Su Yan's best way to pass the time was to read all kinds of illusions at home. Su Yin had read about wild beasts, plant monsters, and some mythological stories that fooled children since he was a child. He treated those miscellaneous knowledge as novels. Su Yin didn't believe that the guy in front of him could beat him. Okay. Come on. Zhou Yu drank a mouthful of wine, slammed the glass on the table, and asked directly, let's use the topic of the exotic beasts that you monsters are familiar with. Asked, what does the egg of the love-winged bird taste like when it is not pregnant? After hearing the question, Su Yin was stunned, and 3 question marks appeared on his head. Su Yin knew that the love-winged bird was a double-winged, one-legged exotic beast that was born with the nature of water and fire. But would a bird lay eggs when it was not pregnant? Who is so perverted to steal someone's eggs? Humph. No matter what kind of bird, demon or beast, as long as they take in too much spiritual energy and may affect their body, they will eliminate the excess spiritual energy and nutrition by laying eggs. This is common in overweight bird, demon or beast. Zhou Yu snorted and laughed twice, showing pride. 2 wins out of 3 questions. Now for the second question. What is the average height of the flower fairy clan among the mountain spirits? Less than an inch. Su Yin understood this question. Flower fairies are a kind of mountain spirit monster that often appears in flower fields. Their function is a bit like that of butterflies to help plants pollinate. They are a little cutie protected by powerful plant monsters. It is said that the flower tea they brew has a reputation for being hard to find in the world. Then it's my turn. After answering 1 question, it was Su Yan's turn to ask Zhou Yu. Su Yan sneered and said, then the question is, when you catch a flower fairy and want to use it to make tea, what should you do the next moment when the plant monster that protects the flower fairy finds you? Zhou Yu was shocked. Can you make flower tea? Don't worry about whether it can be done or not. I'm asking you what to do. Su Yan did not answer Zhou's question. It is normal for the books of the monster race and the books of the human race to have some deviations. Let go of the flower fairy and beg for mercy and compensation. Zhou Yu answered. Wrong. You should draw your sword and point it directly at the plant monster, so that you can die with a little more dignity. The plant monster is extremely brutal in the monster race, and its speed is extremely fast with the earth escape method. There is no good type in the classification of plant monsters. The good plant monsters have long been extinct, but any plant monsters that can survive are basically one brutal after another. Once offended, they will bite and hold on to you. So the elixirs that need to use plant monsters as medicine are basically ridiculously expensive in the world of cultivation. Otherwise, no cultivator would venture into those dangerous places. I won. Su Yan sneered, letting out a little anger, and felt a little less wronged. After a snort, Su Yan turned around and prepared to go upstairs to find his aunt. But Zhou Yu refused to give up and retorted, I don't accept it. There is no standard answer to the second question. You can answer it in any way. Who knows? Maybe the plant monster I met is greedy for money? This time I'll ask the question, and 1 question will decide the winner. Come on. Su Yan, who had already reached the stairs, saw that Zhou Yu, who was like a loser, was still not giving up, and sneered. Xiao Yu theme. Ask how to marry a 9-tailed fox. Zhou Yu asked the question confidently. He was born in Xiaoyu, where fox fairy culture flourished, and there were many scholars who tried to study how to marry a beautiful fox. This question, like the second question asked by Su Yan, is a question with individual differences, and there is no standard answer. I don't know how to marry, but I know that 9-tailed foxes are extremely bloodline-oriented. They will kill any thieves who try to seduce 9-tailed foxes. If they can't get the old ones, they will go directly to the young ones. Su Yan answered with a dark face, and ran to the 4th floor of the tower without looking back. Zhou Yu's question was not lethal, but it was extremely insulting to Su Yan. How to marry a 9-tailed fox. The bell you used to hang at the gate of the clan land as a warning to others. If it weren't for the fact that the 9-tailed fox's true form could not be exposed. Su Yan really wanted to evolve 2 tails and kick Zhou in the face in midair to let him know what the 9-tailed fox's flying kick was. Auntie, I feel so uncomfortable after winning. It was obviously a big victory. But Su Yan didn't feel the slightest bit of joy of winning and crushing. He felt depressed and uncomfortable. Why did this bitch keep rubbing salt on his wounds? He was really poisonous. Ha ha ha. As an audience who witnessed the whole literary fight, Auntie naturally knew that Zhou Yu had stabbed Su Yan's heart. The little white fox was young, shy and thin-skinned. He wanted to be self-reliant, but couldn't get what he wanted every time. He had obviously worked hard to run the brothel, but he made himself the sales champion of the brothel. He received a lot of rewards from sisters and aunts every day. One fox was equivalent to the hard work of the girls in the brothel for 3 to 5 days. The little fox was furious. Huh? Su Yin sat on the bench, took a sip of tea, and calmed down his inner depression. He subconsciously glanced at Jian Nanwu, who was sitting opposite his aunt, and once again sighed at the wonders of nature. Her swimming ring was really exaggerated. The originally chest-length skirt was stretched to reveal her inner feelings. As if she noticed Su Yin's scrutiny, Jian Nanwu gently turned her head to look at Su Yin and said, "Sorry. I didn't find out your age before and kept chasing you. I was rude and caused you trouble. I came here this time to leave temporarily. The mermaids are still waiting for my reply. I need to go home and explain the situation here to them. The mermaids came here to have cubs." And Su Yin, a fox who had just been weaned, was obviously useless. Not enough to bring back to the tribe as a reserve. For a while, Su Yin obviously noticed the mistake in the wording from Jian Nanwu's words. So he repeated it again. "Well, she said she would live with us in the winter and work as a waiter in our brothel," said the aunt. After a conversation, the aunt roughly knew that Jian Nanwu was slightly different from the ordinary mermaids. She seemed to yearn for the prosperous life in the human world. She was so anxious to find a husband as soon as she came of age. Not because she was really eager to have a man. It was just to complete her mission and give birth to a powerful bloodline for the mermaids. Then, she traveled in the human world and experienced the customs of Xiaoyu, the largest city of the human race. But now it is not far from the winter, and it is impossible for Jian Nanwu to find another powerful demon. So she could only give up the idea of finding a partner this year. Jian Nanwu decided to live in Xiaoyu for a while, and wait until next winter to talk about reproduction. Jian Nanwu pondered for a while, and looked at Su Yin and said, "Can you mate with me in winter next year? I gave you the token of love. When you have the ability, you should give priority to mate with me. I cried for a long time to make that pearl so round. It is very precious. You are really like my mother," Su Yin complained. "Aren't there handsome guys in the world of cultivation? Why do all the beautiful sisters like little boys? Then we are mother and son? Although I think this is not good. If you insist, I will try my best to overcome the psychological obstacles," Jian Nanwu said. "I said, why are you like my mother? Both like to eat tender grass. What do you want? You agree. But my aunt doesn't agree." Chapter 17 Master 1. Cry? Well, when our mermaid tears fall to the ground, they will turn into pearls. Our mermaid pearls should be considered a specialty of trade. In previous years, we will collect the tears of babies crying for trade next year, Jian Nanwu explained to Su Yin briefly. The mermaids are naturally good at weaving, and have the strange ability to turn their tears into pearls. Moreover, mermaid tears are a relatively advanced skin care product in Xiaoyu. After the pearls are ground into powder, they have a very powerful skin care effect. After applying it, it is guaranteed to be white and flawless. Ladies and young ladies usually prepare some and apply a little before attending important occasions to make themselves more bright and beautiful. Like the pearl that Jian Nanwu gave to Su Yin. It is the size of a fist. If it is ground into powder and used for skin care, it is enough to use for a whole year. It is not too much to auction it for hundreds of kilograms of spirit stones in Xiaoyu. In order to make Su Yin agree to be a stud, Jian Nanwu also put a lot of thought into giving the token of love. After sitting for a while, Jian Nanwu jumped into the river at night and swam back home, telling her fellow tribesmen not to waste their energy in the brothel, because there was no powerful male beast here, only a fox cub. "Zhou you deserve to die. You really deserve to die." Not long after Jian Nanwu left, Su Yin, who was sitting on the high ground of the tower with his aunt, was looking forward to the closing time. But a group of young men rushed in at the door and started yelling and cursing as soon as they entered the door, which attracted Su Yin's attention. "Huh? Why are you in the stall?" But the young men didn't feel proud for too long, because the leader of the cursing young men saw a very familiar woman drawing cards in the stall, which was read as Golan and written as Ma Diuguan. His arrogant attitude was stunned, and he lowered his eyebrows and went over to play a motherly and filial piety. "Where's your father?" The woman didn't pay much attention to her son. After glancing at him, she threw the mahjong cards in her hand and focused on the card table. "Don't let me know from you that he is currently in a brothel or Wanhua pavilion. Otherwise, I will tear your mouth off immediately." "No. After lunch, my father went out for a walk on the street. He never went to a brothel or Wanhua pavilion without telling his mother." The young man was sweating profusely, and the others with him were silent, not even daring to breathe. Mrs. Win's family is from the Demon Suppression Division, which is in charge of the inspection function, and everyone who sees it is timid. Mrs. Win, who came from such a family, exuded the flavor of interrogating a prisoner in every word and action, and her awe-inspiring posture scared her son to the point of weakness. After Mrs. Win nodded gently, when Jutong rolled around the ladies and ran to the back to catch Zhou Yu, who was about to escape from the back door. But because his mother was still alive, when Jutong did not dare to make a loud noise in the lobby, he arrested Zhou Yu and took him directly to the backyard where Su Yin practiced. "Auntie, don't you want to go and take a look?" Su Yin witnessed everything on the tower and asked his aunt. He was not worried about Zhou Yu getting beaten, but he was just worried that when the fight was over, the ground would be in a mess, and he would need to clean up the mess himself. Su Yin would need to charge extra for such a service. There should be no problem. They look like they know each other. Besides, how can a chi refining cultivator teach a foundation establishment cultivator a lesson? The aunt waved her hand and did not pay much attention to the fights between the children. "Then I'll go and have a look." After seeing that his aunt said it was okay, Su Yin ran to the second floor, opened Xiao Bai's dormitory door, and lay on the windowsill to watch what happened in the backyard. Su Yin likes to join in the fun. "Zhou Yu, tell me whether you deserve to die. You cheated me of my New Year's money for 3 years. And you said you were covering for me. Now look at what you covered for me." When Jutong looked ferocious, holding a pet that looked like a little wild boar in his hand. After he finished speaking, he raised the creature that looked like a young wild boar in his hand in front of Zhou Yu. "Can't you dodge when you see a big stick? Stand by." The little wild boar spoke human words, and his mouth was very smelly. He cursed Zhou Yu 3 times a second. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you still attacking me personally? Keep your Shanhuan away." Zhou Yu seemed to know the creature, and he dodged without the courage to face the little wild boar. Although it looks like a wild boar, its real name is Shanhuan, a monster that lives in the mountains and forests without any physical harm. It has a strong sense of territory. Once a creature breaks into its territory, Shanhuan will curse you no matter what your cultivation level is. Shanhuan's biggest feature is its foul mouth. But it is also because of its foul mouth that it is a popular pet monster. "Alpaca, you liar." When Juntong's face was full of anger, and he had no intention of talking to Zhou Yu, he held Shanhuan up the whole time, as if he was holding a dirty Gatling gun, shooting at Zhou Yu. "Hack you. Why? Old one, do you have any shame? Are you embarrassed? Isn't it normal for a business to make money and lose money? You lost 3 years of your lucky money, and I didn't lose anything. As for what you are covering up, how would I know? Whose husband would be beaten in the head when visiting a brothel? My family. Do you have the face to go to my father?" When Jutong said with resentment, "It was agreed. But you actually regretted it at the last minute and hurt my father badly." The grudge between Zhou Yu and when Jutong started 2 years ago, when they just turned 16. Unlike Zhou Yu, who likes mountains and rivers, when Jutong has always had hopes for Wanhua Pavilion. When he reached adulthood, when Jutong wanted to ask his father to get some spirit stones to spend the night in Wanhua Pavilion. When Dad was shocked and waved his hands repeatedly, and told when Jutong seriously that Wanhua Pavilion had a magic background. Although it looked like a brothel, it secretly traded intelligence and assassinations. If your mother knew about it, she would skin you and me and hang us on bamboo poles. No, no, let's go to the brothel. But when Jutong was also a stubborn person, he just wanted to find a Jindan stage sister to drink with him. After a while, when Dad also had a different mind, the father and son planned an autumn outing to taste the smoothness of the skin of the cultivators in Wanhua Pavilion. Zhou Yu was part of the plan. For when Jutong, he even lent his best friend a sum of money to let him realize his dream. As a result, Zhou Yu, the bastard, fled in the face of the enemy, and there was no one to report the news. The father and son of the Wen family were arrested directly, and the other people who were traveling with them also lost face. Madame Wen led the troops directly into the Wanhua Pavilion and beat the father and son of the Wen family violently. Since 2 years ago, Wen's father's life has been as dull as a monk's. The maids at home have been replaced by servants. There is not even a female in the huge Wen mansion. If Wen's father glances at a woman when he goes out shopping, the servants will make him die miserably when he returns home. Tell me, is my father's life miserable enough? When Jutong angrily denounced Zhou Yu's meanness, "If you had said that you didn't have time that day, we wouldn't have been like this. If my father committed suicide, it would definitely be your fault. Can you blame me for this?" When you went to the brothel, why didn't you be more open and above board and shout to go? I have never seen you so bold. You didn't even disguise yourself and just went in through the main entrance. Zhou Yu was unconvinced and retorted to Wen Juntong. Chapter 18 The 10 Witches of the Immortal Country. Forget about visiting the Wanhua Pavilion. I have never seen you visit so arrogantly and shamelessly. Why don't you use an 8-person sedan chair or a horse-drawn carriage to show off your presence when you go there? Hey! Zhou the thief. Stop whining and rapping. Put your old face over here so I can punch you. Otherwise, I really can't swallow this breath. And my father's share. Wen Juntong was still relentless and chased Zhou Yu to the point where he jumped up and down and ran back and forth in the backyard. The whole backyard was filled with Shan Huan and Wen Juntong shouting and cursing, as well as Zhou Yu's rebuttal that he refused to apologize even if he died. The friends who followed Wen Juntong did not help the shouting and chasing between the two, because Zhou Yu's identity was a bit strange. They didn't know Zhou Yu's identity, so they naturally didn't dare to do anything to him. Otherwise, if it were a normal day, they would have stepped forward to help. 2 people pressed their hands and 2 people pressed their feet, and poured yellow soup into your mouth to wake up your stubborn mind. Ha ha ha. Su Yan, who had been watching the show on the second floor, roughly pieced together the grievances between Wen Juntong and Zhou Yu from their conversations. Su Yan lay on the windowsill and covered his mouth to avoid accidentally laughing out loud. Walking in the brothel. You guys feel like you're in infernal affairs. You're really amazing. Su Yan himself had been to Wanhua Pavilion, but he went there with an inspection mentality. It was no different from ordinary brothels, except that the girls there were all cultivators with cultivation. Cultivators, like those in Wanhua Pavilion, are collectively called demon cultivators in the primitive continent. The definition of demon cultivators is that those who use skills or magic to harm others and benefit themselves can be defined as demon cultivators. The girls in Wanhua Pavilion not only charge high prices, but also take a little spiritual energy from the cultivators when touching their hands, turning it into a boost for their own cultivation. This is normal for Su Yan. After all, he was born in the southern state where magic is prevalent. All brothels there basically have the same process, except that Wanhua Pavilion, as a mainland chain store, charges spirit stones. However, the father and son of the Wen family are also miserable. Su Yan does not sympathize with their plight, because Mrs. Wen came to him to make a wish for a child. It is estimated that she is really disappointed with Wen Juntong, so she is ready to work hard to make a small account. Little fox, it's time to close. Just as Su Yan was lying on the windowsill watching the show, the owner of the dormitory, Xiao Bai, walked in quietly, walked behind Su Yan with a smile on his face, grabbed the little fox's butt with both hands and squeezed it. Why are you sticking it up so high? Su Yan was startled, and subconsciously jumped forward and almost performed a flying fox from the second floor windowsill. But Xiao Bai put one hand around his waist, held him in his arms, and smiled like a gangster. Don't worry. It's me. It's you that I'm worried about. Gangster. Su Yan struggled hard, and finally got out of Xiao Bai's arms. He walked close to the wall with a vigilant face, fearing that he would expose his back to Xiao Bai. The talented girl named Xiao Bai was originally from a family of military generals. The whole family practiced martial arts. Later, when her father led the army to the south to suppress the Nightmare Town believers, he was bewitched and accidentally brought the plague poison back to the barracks, causing the soldiers of the entire southern army to be bedridden and almost causing national affairs. Xiao Bai got her name because of her fair skin, but she didn't have any special talents. Her endless wood element and strong physique were her capital to gain a foothold in the brothel. On weekdays, she worked as a thug and received a salary from her aunt. But because the business of the brothel was not so good before, Xiao Bai's salary was naturally pitifully low, and she could only barely make ends meet. As for redeeming her sister from the Jia Fangxi, that was impossible. Xiao Bai was born in a family of military generals, and his style was wild and heroic. He was no less heroic than ordinary men. She was the one who counted the odd and even numbers on Su Yan's chest. Su Yan was frightened when he saw this female gangster. Stop there first. I'll help close the shop. Su Yan warned Xiao Bai righteously, asked her to stand there, and then slipped out of Xiao Bai's dormitory. The degree of liking for white foxes varies among Xiao Yu people. For example, Xiao Bai, who is a kind of animal lover, likes primitiveness. Su Yan's human form has no attraction to her, but after changing back to his original form, Xiao Bai can place him in front of her and clamp him. If one person and one fox are left alone, Su Yan believes that Xiao Bai can teach him to be a mature fox. If it were normal, it would be fine. But Xiaobai was a heavy for weight control. Every day, he wanted Su Yan to return to his original form, so that he could hold him in his arms and knead him. This was really unbearable for Su Yan. He asked the doctor on Yinji Street more than once. Is Xiaobai's situation normal? The doctor nodded and said it was normal. After all, she also wanted to see Su Yan's original form of a white fox. Su Yan ran back to his aunt in shock. The more you serve in the court, the more devout you are in your belief in the nine-tailed fox. The upper class of Xiaoyu is like this, because the current emperor has half the blood of the nine-tailed fox. It is a human god who came to the world as a fox and inherited the blood of the nine-tailed fox queen. No matter whether you believed in the nine-tailed fox before, you must believe in it from the moment you enter the court as an official. Otherwise it is disobedient to the emperor, and disrespectful to the late emperor and the empress dowager. And you will be dragged out and beheaded at the least. The trend of fox fairy prevailed from top to bottom. Even if people did not believe in it at first, they began to believe in the nine-tailed fox through self-hypnosis and the inheritance from generation to generation. The nine-tailed white fox symbolizes the imperial power and divine power, and the people of Xiaoyu all yearn for the power of heaven. But there is no need to think about the nine-tailed fox. How can the famous divine beast be found so easily? Even if it is found, ordinary cultivators do not have the ability to touch the nine-tailed fox. Therefore, in the homes of ordinary people in Xiaoyu, white foxes symbolize auspiciousness, and the homes of dignitaries also keep some white-haired foxes. The higher-level white fox demons can be used daily or night and day. A fox with pure and silky fur like Su Yan, without a trace of yellow fur, is simply tempting Xiaobai, who comes from a military family. She has never seen such a white one at home. Now she can see it in the brothel. If she doesn't feel happy, she may not be able to feel happy after missing the opportunity. Su Yan thinks Xiaobai is abnormal, but Xiaobai felt that he was normal. After all, such a beautiful white fox, sticking up her buttocks and shaking her fluffy tail in her boudoir, would be hard for a decent girl to resist such temptation. Even in the brothel, on the street, sticking out the tail to seduce people like Su Yan, it is illegal. He ran away. Xiaobai sighed with regret. Su Yan left Xiaobai's bedroom, smiling and seeing off the ladies in the horse-drawn carriage to help close the shop. Before leaving, Mrs. Wen stuffed Su Yan with a handful of reward silver. She won a lot today, and seeing Su Yan's cute appearance reminded her of Wen Jutong, the evil creature. Suddenly, he couldn't help but stuff some more into Su Yan's mouth, hoping that he would have a promising baby in the next pregnancy. After finishing his work, Su Yan ran upstairs and found his aunt to ask, Aunt, do you know the 10 witches of the immortal country? The term 10 witches of the immortal country was mentioned by Su Yan when he heard Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu quarreling before. They lost a lot of money in their business because of this. Judging from the 300 or 500 taels of silver that Mrs. Wen gave him every day, the amount of Wen Jutong's New Year's money for 3 years may need to be calculated in spirit stones. In addition to the silver from Zhou Yu, who is also a friend, they probably lost a lot of silver in that cooperative business. In addition, the high-profile title of the 10 Witches of the Immortal Country made Su Yan curious about the 10 Witches of the Immortal Country. The legend of the 10 Witches of the Immortal Country? You know. Are you interested, little fox? The aunt was stunned when she heard this, and asked Su Yan with a smile. Chapter 19 Urban Legends in the World of Immortal Cultivation. The 10 Witches of the Immortal Kingdom is really a nostalgic term. After Su Yan mentioned the 10 Witches of the Immortal Kingdom, the aunt showed a nostalgic expression on her face and smiled. The 10 Witches of the Immortal Kingdom seems to be a term, but it should actually be divided into the number 10 of the Immortal Kingdom and the ancient word witch. Immortality means, the country means a group, 10 is a unit, and the word witch can refer to female sacrifices in ancient times. The 10 Witches of the Immortal Kingdom is a legend in the world of cultivation, representing 10 ways to gain powerful power in the legend. There are many cultivation methods, immortal tools, and pills that can make you immortal after taking them, as well as some magical powers. The people of the Immortal Kingdom are talking about immortality, and the 10 ways to become immortals are what the cultivators yearn for. They are like peerless beauties that make the romantic wanderers all want to marry. The 10 witches are a shortcut to becoming an immortal. Once someone obtains one of the 10 witches, it means that he can become an immortal as a matter of course. The aunt smiled and gave Su Yan a popular science lesson, breaking down the meaning of the term 10 Witches of the Immortal Country and explaining the inner meaning. After listening to the aunt's explanation, Su Yan was quite disappointed and said, What? Another fairy tale? seeing that when Ju Tong and Zhou Yi were willing to spend a lot of money to cooperate in finding the 10 witches of the immortal country. Su Yan originally thought that there was an immortal country in the world, and there were 10 powerful cultivators in the country. But he didn't expect that the so-called 10 witches of the immortal country was a fairy tale. In Su Yan's cognition and the cultivation world, he learned from books. Immortals are just a respectful title for power. Just like Emperor Xiaoyu, who was called the immortal in the world because of his powerful power. If the 10 witches of the immortal country really exist, then Su Yan believes that they have long been controlled by the big forces. The 10 witches are like a chance, and you can get it if you are destined to. Since the name of the 10 witches of the undying country has a long history, they should have been snatched away by living beings in such a long time. In this way, things that cannot be obtained are like a dream, full of fantasy. Right? It's not a fairy tale. The ant refuted Su Yan's point of view and said very confidently, the 10 witches do exist. When Su Qing and I were traveling in the world of cultivation looking for opportunities, we once met one of the 10 witches, but we didn't have the power to get it. As she spoke, the ant was also amused by the past. When she and Su Qing were in the nascent soul stage, they traveled together in the world of cultivation, looking for opportunities between heaven and earth and traveling west to find a weapon refining master to forge weapons. They experienced many things on the way, including some that could threaten the lives of the two. Among them, the more outrageous one should be the encounter with one of the 10 witches of the undying country, the Morning Star Giant. It was a giant wandering aimlessly, with a headless body walking on the galaxy, walking around the cultivation world as if looking for something. And it has been walking non-stop for who knows how many years. It existed at the beginning of the birth of the human race, and has been walking until now. The reason why Chong Qiong said it was outrageous was that the Morning Star Giant's cultivation was as profound as that of an immortal. If there was a power to defeat it, then it must be an immortal in the world who could compete with it. I have the power of an immortal. So why should I go to war with an immortal of the same level for the power I have already mastered? Can't my people follow my path? After all, I have proved that this path can lead to immortality. And without the power of immortals, they cannot defeat the Morning Star Giant, and cannot obtain the 10 witches of the undying country on it. The 10 witches of the undying country are not a false legend. The reason why no one has obtained them so far is that the conditions for obtaining them are too harsh. It is impossible for anyone who does not have the best cultivation in the world of cultivation to obtain any of the 10 witches. Forget it. Let's not talk about those old things. The more the ant thought about it, the angrier she became. She wanted to beat up the guy who fabricated the legend of the 10 witches of the undying country. The legend of the 10 witches of the undying country is like a hope, which makes the cultivators have unrealistic fantasies about the legend and dream that they can obtain one of them and ascend to heaven. But until you see the 10 witches in the legend, you may find that you can't get them at all, unless you can beat up an immortal on the ground with your own strength. This is very outrageous. My aunt has suspected more than once that the guy who fabricated the legend of the 10 witches of the undead country had encountered the 10 witches many times, but could not get them. So he spread the news about the 10 witches, so that people would hold the best hope and go through all kinds of hardships to find a shortcut. In the end, after finding it, he was so angry that his Tao heart collapsed. If this is really the case, then my aunt can only say that the bastard who fabricated the legend succeeded. The legend is real, but you don't have to have any hope of getting it because no one in the world who can get the 10 witches is willing to get it. And no matter how hard you try, you can't get the 10 witches. The more you think about it, the angrier you will get and your Tao heart will collapse. The person who fabricated the legend has an extremely bad character. He hit his head against the south wall and said that there is a good treasure ahead, deceiving others to hit their heads against the wall too. Su Yan saw that my aunt was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and even her back teeth were grinding sparks. He was very tactful and didn't continue to ask about the 10 witches, for fear that my aunt would use her cheeks as a decompression tool to vent her anger. After the brothels closed, the nightlife began. Hack! Do you know whose territory this is? A little rude fellow. Why don't you kneel down and repent? And count out to Master Shan Huan. When Su Yan came to the backyard, he saw Shan Huan, who looked like a wild boar cub with bright red fur, running around happily on the ground. Behind him, 3 angry monkeys were chasing it with kitchen knives all over the yard. Squeak! 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 When the monkeys saw Su Yan coming, the leader stopped and pointed at himself, then at Shan Huan, and finally at Su Yan, with a confident expression on his face. It seemed to be saying, I can deal with this evil beast. and I will stew it for the young master to replenish his body later. Although Shan Huan's life was hanging by a thread, and he was being chased by 3 angry monkeys, he still kept cursing. As the swords and sabers approached, Shan Huan immediately began to ask the monkeys about their 18 generations, which made the monkeys scream and chase him even harder. Shan Huan has not been exterminated so far, which is really a strange thing in the world of cultivation. Su Yin looked at Shan Huan with a frown on his face, raised his hand, and performed the water illusion method, pumping water from the well into 2 illusionary little people, who walked with a step of not recognizing their relatives and joined the roundup. 3 monkeys, 2 water people, and another fox caught Shan Huan in a few moves. Look at your father! Su Yin held Shan Huan up to look at him. Shan Huan seemed to know that he was in a bad situation and began to use honorifics. Su Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. He put Shan Huan in his hand to weigh it, stepped forward to draw the bow, and threw Shan Huan directly out of the yard. Goodbye. We don't welcome you. Shan Huan was not wild, but was left here when Wen Ju Tong and his gang chased Zhou Yu. It didn't matter if it was left here. Mrs. Wen was also an old customer of the brothel, so it didn't hurt to take care of her. But Su Yin had never seen such a foul-mouthed monster. He really couldn't stand Shan Huan jumping around all the time, and the dirty words in his mouth were as noisy as a river. Huh? The 3 monkeys stood beside Su Yin, watching Shan Huan draw a parabola and fall on the street. After there was no more vulgar words in their ears, the 3 monkeys showed a very human expression of relief on their faces. Obviously, even the hard-working and conscientious party bee in the cultivation world could not accommodate such a foul-mouthed monster. Chapter 20 Habits. After finishing his aunt's class, Su Yin returned to the dormitory and began to practice breathing exercises. Su Yin has been lingering in the qi refining stage for several years. Now he has a vague feeling that he is about to break through the foundation establishment stage. Maybe he can naturally cross the threshold of the foundation establishment stage after practicing hard for a while. In the world of cultivation, the body refining stage is to lay the foundation and strengthen one's own body to prepare for the qi refining stage, so that one can better accept the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during the qi refining stage, and find the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that suits one's own nature. Only when one's cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage can one truly be called a cultivator. A cultivator in the foundation establishment stage can sacrifice and refine magic tools, cast spells, and arrange formations. His lifespan breaks through to the realm of 300 to 500 years in one fell swoop, which is considered to be the initial escape from the mortal body and reach the entry standard of a cultivator. In normal sects and forces, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 20 can be called a top genius, and breaking through between the ages of 20 and 30 can be considered excellent. 30 to 40 can only be considered average, and there is no hope of reaching the golden core stage unless there is some opportunity, because the monsters are born with strong physiques. It usually takes 30 to 50 years of hard training to reach the foundation, and it takes less than 100 years to break through the golden elixir stage. This is why Su Yan's mother gave him a human form when she was pregnant with him, so that he could get a chance to benefit from the prosperity of the human race at birth. Otherwise, given the special characteristics of the nine-tailed fox and the real dragon, it would take Su Yan 300 to 500 years to break through from the golden elixir stage to the natal infant stage. Now, getting the luck of the human race can greatly reduce the time of cultivation, although it is called getting a chance. The human race has nothing to say, because when the monsters were prosperous, the human race also came to get a chance to get the monsters in this way. There were many cases of taking the blood of the monsters for cultivation, and even worse things were common. The split of the nine-tailed fox clan originated from this period. A clan called the Tushan nine-tailed fox was separated from the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, and the Su clan was separated when the human race was prosperous. There are 4 major fox clans in the world: the Qingqiu clan, the origin of the nine-tailed fox; the Tushan clan, which assisted the emperor; the more secular Yusa clan; and the Pure Fox clan, which is a family of wild foxes. To be honest, the Pure Fox clan is the fox clan. The nine-tailed fox is just a mythical beast with a fox appearance. It originated from the fall of the 9 stars of ancient chaos and turned into a fox shape. It is not a real fox spirit. Hulu. After practicing hard for a night, Su Yin did not continue to maintain his human form, but chose to change into a white-haired fox and sleep on the bed, because of the weight and the material of the mattress. The only difference between sleeping on the bed and sleeping on the floor is that it is not as cold as the floor. If you really want to sleep comfortably, you can sleep comfortably in the real body of the lighter fox. However, as he tiptoed in, Su Yin felt that his whole body was very cold. And there was a feeling that the ground was shaking as if he was on a boat, which made the little nine-tailed fox in his sleep feel like he was seasick. Su Yin opened his eyes dazedly, met a pair of blue eyes, and his body rose and fell with her chest as she breathed in and out. It was not an illusion that Su Yin felt cold. Mermaids usually live in the deep sea, and their body temperature changes with the environment. Generally speaking, the body temperature of mermaids is only 1 degree or 0.5 degrees higher than the ambient temperature. It is late autumn now, and the pads on the 4 feet of foxes are used to dissipate heat. Now the pads of the front feet are pressing on Jiao Nanwu's skin, and the back feet are stepping on the silk clothes. The temperature is different, and with Jiao Nanwu's low body temperature, it feels like being in an ice cellar for Su Yin. Ah! Su Yin shuddered, and with the force of his front feet, he suddenly bounced off Jiao Nanwu's body, fell to the floor of the dormitory, and turned into a body. He hugged his arms, and began to rub them vigorously to increase some temperature. The human form and the fox form feel very different. Su Yan's transformation is worthy of the name. When he was a nine-tailed fox, he relied on his tongue and pads to sense and dissipate temperature. And after he turned into a human form, he relied on his skin. Just like humans. I almost froze to death. It's like licking on an iron block in the middle of winter. Su Yin squatted on the ground and rubbed his skin vigorously to warm up. But even so, he would still shiver occasionally. The fox was numb all over, and had no idea how long it had been pressing its paw pads against Jiao Nanwu to accumulate so much coldness, almost freezing itself into an Arctic fox. Jiao Nanwu showed a stunned expression on her face, looked at Su Yin squatting on the ground as if he had seen a ghost, and then looked at her own insulation suspension and winter nutrient storage board. Don't you like this? I remember the humans seemed to be particularly fond of the insulation layer in front of me, and I thought foxes should also like the touch. To be honest, I still like it, Su Yin complained in his heart. After all, in a situation like Jiao Nanwu, he would not dare to Photoshop so randomly in his previous life for fear that others would not know that it looked fake. Your body is so cold. My pads are my organs that sense temperature changes on weekdays, Su Yin explained, and looked at Jiao Nanwu, who occupied his bed, and asked, "Didn't you say you were going home? Why did you come here so early in the morning to disturb my sleep?" Last night, Jiao Nanwu said she was going home, and told the girls in the tribe that there were no majestic monsters here, and told her family casually that she would spend the winter in Xiaoyu. How come she came back in the blink of an eye? My hometown is in the deep sea. Jiao Nanwu showed an embarrassed expression on her face, and then explained her family situation to Su Yin. But because of business and trade, we all live in the underground water system, which is only 200 miles away from the main city of Xiaoyu. It's very fast to go back and forth. We only go back to our hometown when winter is coming. Jiao Nanwu lives in the underground water system, which is like a trade transit station for the mermaids. The mermaids swim from the ocean to the developed underground water system of the primitive continent, and transport marine resources to land countries for commodity trade, then transport the materials from the land country back to the underwater kingdom. Transporting in the underground water system is not as often attacked as doing business on land. Although it is not as fast as the ferry boat transportation, it is still very popular because of the cheap transportation price. Naturally, there are underground water transfer stations built by the mermaids in the underground water system. Jiao Nanwu just went back to the transfer station and told her family that they would spend the winter in Xiaoyu. The round trip of about 400 miles is a blink of an eye for the mermaids. Jiao Nanwu even talked with her parents at home for a long time before coming out. Otherwise she would come back in the early morning and wake Su Yin up with the cold. "I'll treat you to food, Nuanyuan. Okay?" Jiao Nanwu looked at Su Yin squatting on the ground and rubbing his hands, and said embarrassedly, it was her first time to meet a fox demon, and she didn't know the habits of fox demons. But she saw Su Yan's behavior pattern was no different from that of humans before. So she thought he would also like her soft and sticky insulation layer. But she didn't expect to make a big mistake. Jiao Nanwu was a little embarrassed and wanted to treat Su Yin to snacks to get the little fox's forgiveness. "I can't control my body temperature. I haven't reached the transformation stage in the demon race standard. The current human form is actually maintained by secret methods." As she said, Jiao Nanwu unlocked her secret method. Chapter 21 Fishing Net. "I haven't transformed yet, so I can't control my body temperature very well." Jiao Nanwu leaned on the bed and untied the secret technique of the merman tribe to maintain her human form. In Su Yan's eyes, Jiao Nanwu's body swelled slightly, and her originally white long legs turned into a fish tail, with scales on it like a dream, like gradient ink, deep blue mixed with light purple. The ears also turned into wide fan-shaped fins. But the upper body did not change at all, and it still maintained its human form. The original form of the merman tribe is like a mermaid, with a human upper body and a fish lower body. We usually breathe through here. Jian Nanwu gently raised her hand and showed Su Yin the singularity of her skirt. There was an opening under the armpit of her skirt. If you look inside, you can see that there is an opening at the rib position that looks like the structure of fish gills. There are 3 openings on each side of the chest. Mermaids usually breathe in the water through the gills on both sides of their chests. After the secret method is used to transform into a human form, all the characteristics of the mermaids on the body will disappear, and they will breathe air through the nose like humans. However, the secret method of the mermaids cannot be maintained for a long time. Every 7 days, they must immerse their whole body in the river for 1 day to cool down. Otherwise, forcibly maintaining the secret method of transformation will cause the mermaids to experience unbearable pain physiologically. What a fat fish tail! Su Yin took a quick look at the original form of Jian Nanwu and found that there was no change in his appearance. He still had a slightly dull face, but his body was taller than when he was in human form. The chest and fish tail that stored fat for the winter looked fatter and not very flexible. Well, mermaids rarely move in winter, and our breeding season is in winter, so we will eat a lot in autumn to store some fat. Jian Nanwu didn't think there was anything wrong with being fat. He raised his hand and patted his huge fish tail with gradient colors, allowing Su Yin to see what the physical meaning of meat waves was, and made the fat fish tail look soft and comfortable. Want to touch it? Jian Nanwu fluttered her fish tail and asked Su Yin to pinch it, so that she, a fox, could also experience the smoothness of the scales of the merman tribe. Although the fur was also very smooth, it was still not as smooth as the fine scales. Su Yin touched it, and after a long pause, he said, "Some of the scales are like those of snake demons, very silky and can feel a slight temperature, not cold." Without using the pads to feel the temperature, the body temperature of the merman tribe is slightly higher than the environment, and it does not feel as cold and uncomfortable as before. Overall, it feels quite comfortable. Just don't touch it for too long, otherwise it will stick to your hands. Jian Nanwu, who has restored his true form, belongs to a fish, and fish need to keep moisturized. When leaving the water and the surrounding humidity is not enough, they will secrete body fluids to ensure that their merman bodies can maintain appropriate humidity and will not make themselves feel uncomfortable when on land. Jian Nanwu briefly explained the mermaid tribe to Su Yin, then looked at Su Yin and asked, "Well, I'm just old enough to reproduce. When will your fox demon tribe have cubs?" As she spoke, Jian Nanwu used her secret technique again to hide all her mermaid features, but her clothes were completely soaked. Previously, because she felt that the humidity in the environment was not enough, she began to secrete body fluids to ensure that she would not be dry on land. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a fluttering dried fish. Probably, in a few years? Su Yin made up a number casually. He was a special individual in the history of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. He should be the first one to be mixed with the Dragon clan. There was no precedent to refer to when he could reach maturity. Jian Nanwu looked at Su Yin and nodded, without telling Su Yin what he was thinking. "Then let's go." "Where to go?" "I'll treat you to a meal. Grow up quickly after eating." Jian Nanwu pulled Su Yin out and prepared to take Su Yin out shopping. What a dazzling sunlight! From the back door of the brothel to the street, Su Yin was dazzled by the dazzling sunlight and could not open his eyes. It was less than 10 o'clock in the morning. On weekdays, Su Yin was still sleeping in the dormitory. He would get up and eat breakfast at about noon, and would go out to the street with his aunt at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Then it would open for business in the evening. After Su Yin lived with his aunt, he was almost in a state of hiding during the day and going out at night. It had been a long time since he tried to go out in broad daylight. Squeak! Su Yin stood at the back door of the brothel for a while, letting his eyes adjust to the morning sunlight, and happened to meet the 3 monkeys, who went out to buy food in the morning. The 3 monkeys pulled a fully loaded small cart, raised their hands to say good morning to Su Yin, and then parked the cart at the back door of the brothel, and moved the fresh food purchased in the morning from the small cart to the kitchen. There were nearly 30 girls in the brothel, including some talented girls with cultivation, and their appetites were amazing. The monkeys went to buy vegetables in the morning by pulling carts. Otherwise, they might not be able to carry so many ingredients. Squeak! The monkey looked at Su Yin and asked, and put his hand on the door, as if asking Su Yin if he wanted to come in. After Su Yin shook his head, the monkeys worked together to close the back door and began to sort the ingredients and pick vegetables, busy preparing for the breakfast of the talented girls at noon, which was very lively. It turns out that food does not come out of thin air. Su Yin silently complained in his heart. During the time he lived in the brothel, when he was hungry or had supper, his aunt would run to the kitchen in the backyard and bring out dishes. So that Su Yin thought for a while that the food in the brothel was made by his aunt through some magic. It was not until he saw the spirit monkey later that Su Yin realized that the room in the backyard that looked like a firewood room was actually a Nani's room. Xiaoyu did not burn firewood. They burned natural gas. They only needed to dig a gas well in the ground, and a steady stream of natural gas would come out of the well. It must be said that the living habits of the Xiaoyu dynasty were completely different from the area where Su Yin lived before. There were no spirit monkeys in the southern state. When Su Yin's mother was too lazy to do housework at home, she usually took a scoop net, waited for a while at the door of the Su mansion, and fished some magic cultivators back to work as cows and horses. From washing clothes and cooking to mopping the floor and cleaning, the old mother relied on the scoop net to solve all the problems. Su Yin was surprised when he first saw it, but later he got used to his mother's rough behavior and took it for granted. Obviously, it is something that can be solved by magic. But the old mother likes to have people clean the courtyard at home and clean the fish pond with a brush for some sense of ritual in life. In the southern province, fists are truth, and cultivation is justice. Su's mother praised the name, and cultivated a good family tradition for Su Yin, and created an excellent cultivation environment. In the southern province, if you don't want to be a cow or a horse, you can only work hard to cultivate and turn others into cows and horses. If you don't work hard to cultivate, even if you go to the brothel, those girls will laugh at your poor cultivation and tease you with a face full of joking, so cute, like a child. Fortunately, it is forbidden to use a scoop net to catch fish in Xiaoyu. Otherwise, Su Yin, who is not accompanied by his mother, doesn't know how many years it will take to run to the main city of Xiaoyu. Chapter 22, Beheading. After a short pause at the back door of the brothel, and after his eyes had completely adapted to the light outside, Su Yin followed Jiao Nanwu into the crowd and strolled along the streets of Xiaoyu's main city. Jiao Nanwu was going to take Su Yin to a tavern that she liked very much. The two of them, one tall and one short, walked along the busy streets like a pair of siblings. Would you like some of these? Jiao Nanwu raised her hand and pointed to the roadside, pointing to the stall selling candied haws, and asked Su Yin for his opinion. Su Yin glanced and nodded. He liked sweets. Although the streets of Xiaoyu's main city were not as wide as the roads leading directly to the imperial city, they were still more than 10 feet wide, which was equivalent to the width of about 30 or 40 meters in Su Yin's previous life. The roads in Xiaoyu City are very wide. It is said that the reason why the roads are designed in this way is that they are worried that the royal nobles will be ambushed by assassins on both sides of the road when they travel. Even if there are assassins in the buildings on both sides, people on the road will have enough time to react. Su Yin has never seen an assassin before. The wide road has made more stalls. From candied haws stalls to street performance stalls, everything is placed on both sides of the road, making the middle of the road very crowded. Even if there is no urban management to issue tickets, it really doesn't fit the character of the Xiaoyu dynasty, who is obsessed with money. Su Yin walked on the road while eating candied haws, looking around and complaining in his heart. He usually goes out in the afternoon, and the road at that time is not crowded. If it is really crowded, Maya will lead Su Yin to walk through the sky, and will not really run into the crowd. Just a little further ahead, we'll be there. Jiao Nanwu raised her hand and pointed to a high-rise and built along the river. Luoheju is a very unique inn in Xiaoyu City. More than half of the inn is on the river. You can see a line of river view on the left and the prosperous scenery of the city on the right. Luoheju Inn is made entirely of wood. The overall structure is stable like a towering tree rooted in the river. Su Yin estimated the height by eye. It should be an outrageous height of 23 or 25 feet. In a city full of bungalows, a building of 60 or 70 meters high rises from the ground. It is really outrageous. My aunt's 4-story building, including the roof height, is definitely no more than 20 meters. Luoheju Inn is located here like a modern building, and it can even barely match the height of the city wall. And you can see the scenery of the city. If you say that Luoheju has no special background, Su Yin will never believe it. Standing on the top floor of Luoheju with a high-power telescope, You should be able to see the Imperial City. Right? Please come in. Gentlemen. When they arrived at Luoheju Inn, there were shops on the first to third floors. Jian Nanhua was very familiar with the layout of Luoheju and did not go into the inn, but went around to find a waiter in gray cloth. The waiter greeted them politely and invited them to stand in the square box with a width of 2 meters. After taking safety measures, the waiter activated the square box formation. The emerald green light of the wood element flashed at the bottom, and 4 thick plant roots slowly grew out from the 4 sides of the square box, directly sending the 2 to the top floor of Luoheju. As the wooden stairs slowly ascended, people riding the wooden stairs could enjoy the scenery in the city. No matter how many times I see it, it's so beautiful. It would be great if the underwater kingdom could be like this. Jian Nanhua stood on the edge of the box, holding the safety railing with both hands and looking at the scenery outside, revealing envy. The underwater kingdom is larger than Xiaoyu, but because the kingdom is in the deep sea, it is difficult to see the sun. Basically, the sunrise and sunset are simulated through formations, and the underwater kingdom city is not as regular as Xiaoyu. Although the buildings in the main city of Xiaoyu cannot be completely uniform in size, the streets are like lines, dividing the buildings in the city very neatly, which looks quite pleasing to the eye. In addition, some buildings are separated on different streets, but a wind and rain corridor is built on the second or third floor for viewing, connecting the shops separating different streets. These are architectural styles that do not exist in the seabed. For Jian Nanhua, who is not common, they are really beautiful. She likes this uniform look. Welcome. Are you too? The wooden staircase stopped at the top floor of Luoheju, at the door of the box with 2 openings on both sides. A beautiful maid stood there with a smile on her face. She untied the safety guardrail and invited Su Yin and Jian Nanhua to come in. She also asked how many guests there were so that she could arrange a suitable seat for them. There were not many guests on the top floor of Luoheju Inn, except for the 3 or 5 tables of customers in the lobby. There was no one else. However, the girls on the stage near the counter were still playing gently to add a touch of atmosphere to the inn. You too? Seeing that Jian Nanhua was nostalgic for the scenery outside, Su Yin answered the girl's question and said, "We shouldn't have reached the top floor here, right? I just saw from the outside that there should be a capped attic." "Sir, you have an extraordinary vision. There is indeed a small attic on top, but it is the account office and the terrace for parking the ferry boats, and is not open to the public." The girl smiled and answered Su Yin's doubts, and perfunctorily answered the question in a more tactful and polite manner. There is indeed an attic above the inn, but it is used to entertain dignitaries, and is not open to ordinary people on weekdays. Even regular customers cannot go there. You need a referral to go to the top floor. The girl led the 2 to the seats by the windowsill, put down the menu, and then slowly left the private room, waiting for Su Yin and Jian Nanhua's orders outside. The service attitude of Luoheju is simply first class, comparable to the star-rated restaurants in Su Yin's previous life. No wonder the service attitude is good. Su Yin flipped open the menu and secretly complained after seeing the standard charges on it. It costs 1 spirit stone to take the elevator upstairs, and you also need to give an additional tip. Just as Su Yin was looking at the menu, a heavy footsteps came from upstairs, making the wooden steps creak, and Su Yin looked sideways. A figure dressed in white and wearing a red robe with gold embroidery came down from above. The person was not fat, but every step he took made a sound on the floor. The sword and the tassel on his waist made a metallic collision sound, and an unspoken aura of killing and murderousness came over him. His visit lowered the temperature of the inn. "That's someone from the Demon Suppression Division." Seeing Su Yin's curious eyes, Jian Nanhua whispered to explain to Su Yin. The Demon Suppression Division is the executioner appointed by His Majesty the Emperor, and the white clothes and red robe with gold embroidery are the uniforms of the Demon Suppression Division. You can wear anything on the streets of Xiaoyu, but gold and silver threads cannot appear on clothes. Gold and silver threads are like identification codes. In the Xiaoyu dynasty, people who do not hold official positions cannot wear such clothes. Once caught wearing them, they will be severely punished, and the people who made the clothes will be punished with 9 generations. The monk of the Demon Suppression Division ignored the eyes around him, took out a vermilion paper and pasted it on the counter. After confirming that the angle was correct, he returned upstairs along the way he came. There was only 1 piece left next to the counter. The vermilion paper on the notice board proved that the people of the Demon Suppression Division had just been here. Su Yin looked at the vermilion paper, and the content on it made Su Yin stun like a fox. Emperor Wuxing said, "Recently, the method of suppressing evil spirits has become more and more rampant. Many people in Xiaoyu have reported to the government office and received spiritual stone rewards. Catch the demons of the nightmare and chop them one by one. Take out his spirit and light the sky lantern to illuminate the future of our Xiaoyu. Chop. 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 Chop all those gates. One person reports and the whole family enjoys. Gu. I will keep your family safe. Please feel free to report. Emperor Xiaoyu is quite down to earth. Su Yan covered his face with tears and laughter after reading the content of the notice. The content was too down to earth. Well, Emperor Xiaoyu is very open-minded. When there are any policy changes in the court, officials will translate them into vernacular and post them on the notice board in the city to inform the subjects of the recent changes in the dynasty, so that the subjects can also know a little bit about the emperor's thoughts. The existence of the notice board is a very good thing for the mermaids. Once there are any policy changes in Xiaoyu, they can know it in the first time, so that they will not be really punished for breaking the law and still be confused. Jiao Nanwu explained to Su Yan briefly. Chapter 23: The Method of Nightmare Control. The translator of His Majesty the Emperor is really interesting. I was shocked. After reading the notice board, Su Yan smiled and shook his head. Emperor Xiaoyu was not a grassroots, but was born as the son of the first Emperor Xiaoyu and the Queen of Nine-Tailed Fox. He should have been more literary when speaking. Otherwise he would not need a translator to post notices to extract the key points of her words and write them out in plain language. The current Emperor Xiaoyu is a female emperor. In this world where military power can move mountains and fill seas, gender is not an important thing. If you really count, Su Yan and Emperor Wusheng can even be relatives. Queen Xiaoyu's Queen of Nine-Tailed Fox came from the Yusu clan. And Su Yan is also a fox from the Yusu clan, the original Yusu clan leader. Feeling the changes in the destiny of the world, advised the Qingqiu clan to talk about the prosperity of the human race. The Qingqiu foxes naturally didn't believe her. And then at first, Yusu was too lazy to pay attention to them, and ran out of Qingqiu to participate in the dispute of destiny change, living a life of eating and drinking, and raising hands to call thousands of responses. Yusu was once glorious, but it was a pity that Yusu was famous for not keeping girls when they grow up. And one or two foxes like to marry with foreign races to form a small family. Although Wu Shengdi has the blood of Nine-Tailed Fox, she has been educated by humans since childhood, and was born in the most ruthless emperor's family. Su Yan dared not run around in the imperial city and make relatives with the royal family. Otherwise he would die without knowing how. Not exposing his nine-tailed fox and true dragon bloodline is the most comfortable way of life. Everything is based on living and developing. When his cultivation level is improved and the power of the nine-tailed fox and the black dragon is awakened, Su Yan can really show his tail and flaunt it in the city. Now, shouting loudly on the street that he has noble blood and is a distant relative of the royal family, Su Yan will face countless troubles. Not to mention the unpredictable evil of human hearts. Those who belong to the Nightmare Town will be the first to trouble Su Yan. The method of Nightmare Town is an evil magic, which is different from the magic system outside the righteous or evil ways. It includes, but is not limited to the evil magic of thousands of miles of curse, bloodline seizure, and people making animals that can completely destroy the foundation of the Taoism. The people who belong to the Nightmare Town are not only human beings, but also some ordinary monsters in the monster race. They will practice the method of Nightmare Town and try to seize the bloodline of divine beasts or exotic beasts, perform a heaven-defying change of fate, and make their descendants rich and noble. The people who belong to the Nightmare Town belong to the monks, who are killed by living beings. When Su Yan was still a baby, when he was holding the nine-tailed fox cub feeding machine, Su's mother often smiled and told Su Yan some stories about the people who belong to the Nightmare Town, such as the nine-tailed fox cubs who disobeyed their parents and ran outside to meet the people who belonged to the Nightmare Town, and were skinned and pulled out, and even their tails were cut off and transferred to the people who belonged to the Nightmare Town. Thus, the people of Yinjin could obtain the endless mana and strong vitality of the nine-tailed fox through blood. Su's mother even told Su Yan very considerately that the story just now was absolutely true. It happened to the Qingqiu Fox clan. The Yinjin demon clan could not beat the adult nine-tailed fox, so they set their sights on the nine-tailed fox cub. As a result, due to the negligence of the adults, it really succeeded. The foxtail containing infinite vitality and mana, and the fur that was impervious to water and fire were all peeled off, and all the muscles were extracted for transplantation to the monster beast. It really obtained the powerful power of the nine-tailed fox bloodline. That demon created endless killings and merged with the blood of powerful demons, giving birth to a nine-headed and nine-tailed fox that occupied the mountain as the king. When the Chinchou fox noticed the disappearance of the child, the demon had become an evil beast that brought disaster to the area. People in later generations called it Long Nephew. The above story is purely true history, which made Su Yin, who had just come to the world of cultivation, tremble with fear while holding the feeding device. It was precisely because he knew the disciples of the Nightmare Town that Su Yin never boasted about his origin. He was afraid of provoking some powerful beggars, or the disciples of the Nightmare Town, who took things for granted. There is nothing wrong with being timid. The original job of the little fox is to be cute. And the nine-tailed fox can also moan with a high degree of cuteness. It is much more fun than ordinary little foxes. The notices posted by the officials of the Demon Suppression Division were just after dinner talk for Su Yin and Jiananwu in Luoheiju, and did not cause any waves. As long as Su Yin doesn't show off everywhere, he won't be killed by the people of Yinjin. The Wuxing Emperor was furious not because of the bloodline seizure, but because the only curse-killing method in Yinjin almost cursed a general in the court, which made the Wuxing Emperor furious and ordered the Demon Suppression Division to post notices in Xiaoyu. No matter who you are, no matter whether you are related to the curse-killing of the court generals, as long as you practice the method of Yinjin, you will be dragged to the main city of Xiaoyu to line up, beheaded, and light a lamp. Brother Su. The dishes of Luoheiju had just been served, and the girl in the store was introducing the cooking and ingredients of the dishes to Su Yin one by one. However, a careless shout broke the quiet and elegant atmosphere in Luoheiju. And Zhou Yuzheng and Wen Juntong came out of the elevator of the cultivation world with their arms around each other. When Zhou Yu saw Su Yin on the terrace, he smiled and raised his hand to greet him. Would you like to have a drink? When Zhou Yu saw Su Yin, he was very happy and delighted in his heart. Because he was a guy who didn't do his job properly, didn't like to practice or take care of things, and had no dreams in life. His favorite thing was to visit mountains and rivers in foreign lands, and wanted to compile an encyclopedia of human geography in the world of cultivation. Su Yin showed knowledge that Zhou Yu had never seen in the knowledge of the demon race. It made Zhou Yu deeply realize that there may be differences in the perspectives of the human race and the demon race on things. Mountain spirits, like the flower fairy, are recorded in the human race's books as harmless spirits that can help artificially cultivated spiritual plants bloom and bear fruit. But the flower fairy is a very delicate mountain spirit that is easily depressed and died in captivity. But Su Yin started to make tea and boil water. Unlike the human race, who worshipped the flower fairy and recognized her as his mother. This surprised Zhou Yu greatly, and he wanted to make friends with Su Yin. Maybe Su Yin is also a scoundrel? There was an inexplicable feeling of mutual appreciation between the gangsters. Brother Su? Zhou Yu called again. But Su Yin did not answer, because the term Brother Su was unfamiliar to Su Yin. And Su Yin had never heard such a name from other people, and did not realize that Zhou Yu was calling him. Helplessly, Zhou Yu could only step forward and call Su Yin again to interrupt his dinner with Jiananwu. Are you calling me? Su Yin was stunned when he saw Zhou Yu, raised his hand and pointed at himself, and asked in confusion. Yes. Is it your last name, Su? We have met 3 times. In the huge main city of Xiaoyu. Many strangers who pass by each other rarely meet again in their lifetime. We have met 3 times. So it is not too much to say that we are brothers. Right? Zhou Yu said solemnly, and as a matter of course. Su Yan's face was a little subtle. And Brother Su's chest and Brother Su's chest always felt like they were not good words. Weren't you fighting to the death yesterday? Why are you so close today? Although Su Yin was very dissatisfied with Zhou Yu's address, he did not express it openly, but suddenly tried to sow discord and arouse Wen Juntong's hatred. Chapter 24. Wow. The Jianghu is dangerous. Fighting to the death? No. Absolutely impossible. I treat Brother Zhou like a brother. How could there be a fight to the death? Absolutely impossible. Wen Jutong clarified with a serious face. It is really a stroke of luck for one to meet a gentleman like Brother Zhou. How could I contradict you? Wen Jutong changed his tone, and never mentioned the fact that he chased Zhou Yu with Shan Huan and a big stick last night. His nonsense surprised Su Yin. He didn't know what Zhou Yu had fed Wen Jutong to make him put aside the hatred of his old father being imprisoned, and be so close to Zhou Yu in public. Brother Wen and I just had some misunderstandings. It will be fine after we explain it clearly. There is no overnight hatred between good brothers. Zhou Yu smiled and said, Let's not talk about those things. Brother Su, come over and have a drink later. We will leave first and not disturb your private meeting with the blue-clothed girl. Jiannanwu's appearance was simply shocking. She carried Su Yin to the 2nd floor of the brothel without saying a word. preparing to give Su Yin a coming-of-age ceremony directly. Zhou Yu was shocked beyond words. It was the first time he saw such a fierce girl. Although Brother Su's appearance was indeed outstanding, it was not to the point of making women crazy. Right? It can only be said that the blue-clothed girl really dared to love and hate. And she would carry the one she liked back to the dormitory directly. Watching Zhou Yu and Wen Juntong leave, Su Yan's eyes were slightly subtle. And he said, I don't know why. I always feel that Zhou can't say good things. There is always a vulgar breath coming out when he speaks, which is not at all the elegant and easygoing and upright appearance. Brother Su with soft breasts. Brother Wen with bras. Although Zhou Yu didn't have any ambiguity when he spoke, he always felt that he was swearing with the tone of a street kid, which was very weird. Maybe the preconceived impression was too heavy. Su Yin really couldn't forget Zhou Yu's vulgarity. This is delicious. You come and try it too. Jian Nanwu didn't care about the two people's interruption. The two of them stayed for a short time like passers-by. She kept tasting the dishes and didn't care about the sudden strangers at all. Jian Nanwu picked up half a roasted chicken leg with chopsticks and put it in Su Yan's bowl to urge him to pick up the chopsticks, because the food would not taste good if it got cold. Su Yan picked up his chopsticks and tasted the food. Although Luo Heiju charged an unusually high price, the ordinary dishes were not so delicious. Even if the food outside was 80 points, the food here could reach 90 points. The high consumption was all paid for the environment, service and scenery here. Well, I'll go sit with Zhou Yu for a while and come back later. After the dishes were almost finished, Su Yan told Jian Nanwu and got up and walked to the box where Zhou Yu and Wen Juntong were. Zhou Yu and Wen Juntong might be vulgar, but Su Yan didn't think he was so noble. It didn't hurt to know some friends from all walks of life. Zhou Yu even invited me to drink. It was up to me whether to drink or not, but I still had to go to the appointment. I told Jian Nanwu that I and Jian Nanwu were full and ready to leave. Wonderful! Brother Zhou is indeed a god. As soon as Su Yan approached the private room, he could vaguely hear Wen Juntong's screams, accompanied by bursts of lewd laughter. Su Yan couldn't help but stop in front of the private room and look at the waitress standing at the door of the private room. The waitress looked at the nose and the heart, and did not show any strange color to the obscene smile in the box. Nor did she look at Su Yan with a weird look. It can be seen that the girls in Luo Heiju are all professionally trained and will never show unfriendly eyes or ridicule to customers. The human race is diverse. Su Yan seemed to be talking to himself and told the girl that he and the two guys inside were not of the same race, and he belonged to a foreign race. The girl did not say anything, but smiled charmingly and knocked on the door of the box for Su Yan. Zhou Yu inside said, Come in. Su Yan pushed the door and walked into the box. He saw Wen Juntong holding a book and praising it fiercely. With Su Yan's eyesight, he could barely see the content of the book clearly. The book held by Wen Juntong was a handwritten copy, with pictures and text on it. There were some contents related to the demon race. The title of that page was Guan Guan, and the picture was a plump beauty. The beauty was vividly painted with spirituality and sensuality, which made Su Yan finally understand why he could see obscene smiles when reading books. They are really filthy. Brother Su. Zhou Yu saw that Su Yan's eyes had been fixed on the book he had compiled, and he said with interest, Are you also interested in my book compilation? This book is what I have seen and heard since I left home at the age of 16 and have been wandering around the world. The page of the monster Guan Guan should not be called a page but a book. The first half records in detail the living habits and living environment of the monster Guan Guan in its original form. The second half is the appearance of Guan Guan after the transformation, as well as Zhou Yu's own real comments and rumors. However, a pervert like Wen Juntong kept his eyes on Guan Guan's human form, reading an encyclopedia as if it were a royal book, and occasionally giving some obscene praises that made others tremble. Wen Juntong called Brother Zhou a god, who could compile such a god book. If it was printed out, it would definitely be welcomed and sought after by the people of Xiaoyu. No, I don't plan to copy it out. Zhou Yu shook his head and rejected Wen Juntong's proposal. He invited Su Yan to sit down and poured him a glass of wine, saying, Its existence can. Zhou Yu paused and continued, Forget it. Whether it can be compiled in one's lifetime is another matter. Let's talk about those things when the time comes. If Zhou Yu can really compile the whole book, it is not necessarily a good thing. This is equivalent to the human race completely mastering the details of other ethnic groups, and even developing methods to restrain them. For this volume of the whole book, a single copy is the best. Zhou Yu doesn't want to cause any fatal disaster. The whole book is just something he did while traveling around the mountains and rivers. He doesn't want to lose his people in it, and fall into the targeting of various alien races because of this casual work. By the way, Brother Su, your aunt should be well informed. Have you heard any rumors about the main city of Xiaoyu? After offering Su Yan a glass of wine, Zhou Yu asked Su Yan about some things in Xiaoyu City. I've already said that there's nothing. Why don't you give up? My mother said everything is normal. But you'd rather believe the rumors than your brother? Seeing Zhou Yu bring up the old story again. When Zhu Tong, who was holding the book and reading the Monster Tribe Beauty, was so excited that his blood was boiling, and complained with an unhappy face, "It's not wrong to believe your brother." Zhou Yu had asked Wen Zhu Tong to borrow money to pursue his dream. Wen Zhu Tong really lent him a large sum of money. Zhou Yu returned to the main city of Xiaoyu this time. Not because he stopped traveling around the world and compiling his experiences, but because he heard a legend in the southern part of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Legend has it that Zhou Yu, one of the 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom, was wandering around the main city of the Xiaoyu dynasty. As long as 9 ghosts were gathered, he could ascend to heaven in one step. Zhou Yu had been following the clues and flew back to the main city of Xiaoyu from the south by ferry boat, wanting to find traces of the legend of Zhou Yu and compile it into his book of traveling around the world. After receiving Zhou Yu's exotic royal book, Wen Zhu Tong felt that his efforts were well rewarded. So he temporarily did not pursue Zhou Yu's previous betrayal, and studied the demons or beauties of other ethnic groups above with his father. Therefore, Wen Zhu Tong also helped Zhou Yu to go to his mother to find out, in terms of understanding the Xiaoyu dynasty, who dares to say that it is more powerful than the Demon Suppression Division. Mrs. Wen had never heard of the legend of the 9 netherworlds, which proved that Zhou Yu had received a false message. Although the main city of Xiaoyu is large, it also has a large population. There are also some small towns built around the main city. If there are really any ghosts, it is impossible to hide them. And there are 9 ghosts. Chapter 25 Huayu Zhenren. Although when Zhu Tong had asked his mother, Madame Wen, about the information about Zhou Yu, Madame Wen herself was not directly under the court's Demon Suppression Division, but someone in her family worked in the Demon Suppression Division. She might know a lot of strange information, but it might not be very comprehensive. The information about Zhou Yu was obtained by Zhou Yu from a group of Nightmare Town people when he was traveling in the south. Not to mention how much effort he spent. Zhou Yu almost lost his life on it. If the information he obtained was false, he would really lose a lot. I'm sorry that I don't know any information about Zhou Yu. And my aunt probably doesn't know it either. We actually just came to the Xiaoyu dynasty not long ago. Faced with Zhou Yu's inquiry, Su Yan pondered for a while and answered frankly. My aunt is accumulating the spiritual energy of transformation and working hard to impact the realm of land immortals. On weekdays, she basically doesn't get involved in any forces or disputes, and has been staying in the brothel to run her own small business. And from the previous conversation, it was obvious that my aunt had a lot of resentment towards the 10 witches of the undead country. Maybe she really knew something? But Su Yan was not sure. So, Su Yan answered Zhou Yu directly that neither he nor his aunt knew anything, and he did not want to cause himself or his aunt some troublesome things because of his ambiguous words. That's a pity. Zhou Yu sighed and said, Originally, I was going to use one of the 10 witches of the undead country as the ending of my southern volume of Xiaoyu. If my aunt really knows something, or can help me find out about Zhou Yu, Zhou will definitely come to my aunt on a certain day to give her a small gift and kowtow. He did not have any obsession with Zhou Yu, but in the 2 years of traveling in the south, he almost walked around the southern mountains of Xiaoyu and wanted to go to other places to visit. And by the way, set an ending chapter for the southern volume of Xiaoyu. It should be a very good idea to use one of the 10 witches of the undead country as the ending of a volume. If there is really no Zhou Yu will not force it. Just let it go. Definitely. I will ask when I get back. I cannot guarantee the result. Zhou would like to thank Brother Su in advance. Zhou Yu raised his hand again and drank from his glass, letting Su Yan leave first to thank him for his righteousness. But what Zhou Yu did not know was that the word definitely in Su Yan's mouth basically meant definitely next time, which was just a very euphemistic and polite remark. And there would be no follow-up. Su Yan took the initiative to leave after sitting in Zhou Yu and Wen Juntong's private room for a while, and left directly on the grounds that Jiao Nanwo was waiting for him outside, without staying in the private room for too long to ruin his reputation. Wen Juntong. This man is also a man of temperament in a sense. No wonder Mrs. Wen wanted a child. Let's go quickly. It's so embarrassing. Su Yan returned to the table on the terrace, informed Jiao Nanwu and prepared to leave. After walking out of the box, Su Yin felt the strange looks from other diners. It was as if they were teasing and mocking him. As if they were asking what kind of playboy was so eager to have sex in broad daylight. Did you never see a woman in your previous life? And you became a sex demon in this life? Su Yin felt quite embarrassed. But he actually had a good impression of Wen Ju-tong in his heart. Although Wen Ju-tong was really mean, he could speak out his dirty thoughts openly, proving that he was not a scheming person. On the contrary, Zhou Yu's words and deeds made Su Yin a little confused. He acted like a street urchin, but his manners and clothes revealed a sense of elegance and classicism. He seemed to have no desires, but he had some obsessions about certain things that Su Yin could not describe. Zhou Yu was a person with a very strange temperament. I'll pay the bill. I promise to treat you. When paying the bill, Jian Nanwu did not let Su Yin pay, but took out a storage bag from his sleeve, took out the spiritual stone inside, and put the spiritual stone in the hand of the accountant before Su Yin took the money. The accountant glanced at Su Yin, and Jian Nanwu glared at the accountant. Okay. The accountant hurried to the counter, weighed the spiritual stone, cut it, and ran back with some gold and silver. Spiritual stones are the currency for trade between monks. Ordinary people usually use copper coins or silver. For example, settlement of goods trade in the street market is mostly settled with gold ingots. Very few people use spiritual stones directly. If the elevator did not charge 2 spiritual stones with the price of this meal, the spiritual stone paid by Jian Nanwu would at most be cut a little in the hands of the accountant, and then returned to Jian Nanwu's hands. The purchasing power of spiritual stones is still very strong. After leaving Luoheijuan, Jian Nanwu led Su Yin to stroll and watch the excitement on the street. Along the way, Jian Nanwu bought a lot of things, among which various snacks and candies were the largest. Shopping until the afternoon, Su Yin and Jian Nanwu returned to the brothel to prepare for business. The atmosphere is a little wrong. Su Yin and Jian Nanwu talked and laughed, and returned to the lobby from the back door of the brothel. But when Su Yin came out of the backyard and saw the scenery inside, he immediately noticed a trace of unusual atmosphere. On weekdays, the talented women should be cleaning the hall or tuning musical instruments. But today they all sat there neatly, without saying a word, occasionally glancing up at the hall, and then quickly retracting their gazes as if they were afraid of being discovered. Such abnormal behavior made Su Yin feel a little suspicious in his heart, and he quietly approached Xiaohong, who was closer to the backyard door, and asked, "What happened upstairs? Why are you all sitting here in the hall?" The shopkeeper quarreled with other monks, and just now, he was slamming tables and smashing chairs on the 4th floor, which was very scary. Dressed in red, Xiaohong whispered to Su Yin to explain the current situation. The reason why the talented women sat in the hall motionless was because the shopkeeper had a dispute with someone. If it really escalated into a monk battle, sitting in the hall, everyone could also rush out at the first moment the fight started. Who did my aunt quarrel with? Su Yin asked with surprise. It seems to be the shopkeeper of Wanhua Pavilion. Xiaohong thought for a moment, and said the name of the visitor, Hua Yuzhenren. Xiaohong was not sure whether the visitor was named Hua Yuzhenren, but she heard other talented women say it. But what was certain was that the person who quarreled with her aunt must be a witch from Wanhua Pavilion. In Xiaoyu City, the clothes of the monks of Wanhua Pavilion were the least, except for those witches. Ordinary girls generally did not have the courage to go out wearing such clothes. Hua Yuzhenren from Wanhua Pavilion? Su Yin showed a surprised expression, raised his head, and looked at the 4th floor of the building. He really saw a strange woman with very little clothes on the side of the guardrail, and her aunt tapped the table with her fingers with annoyance on her face. The two of them were talking quickly, but they could not hear the noise on the 4th floor on the 1st floor. Su Yin did not know what they were talking about for the time being. Chapter 26 Cute Fox Brother. That's enough. Get out. You rascal. Just when Su Yin was peeking, the conversation on the 4th floor was almost over, and the aunt unceremoniously ordered Hua Yuzhenren to get out of the brothel. Thank you for your generosity, fellow Taoist Chong. I will take my leave for now, and invite you to Wanhua Pavilion for a gathering in the future. Hua Yuzhenren stroked the ends of her light chestnut hair. A charming and cunning smile appeared on her cheeks, and she stood up from the chair, exposing her tall and slender figure to the eyes of a group of talented women downstairs. Her light chestnut hair fell all the way to her ankles. Her long skirt was flat on her chest without any sleeves. The hem of the long skirt was tight, and there were high slits on both sides similar to Cheongsam. Her white long legs were looming in the process of walking, which was very attractive. Hua Yuzhen glanced at the lower part, raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled, turned around and walked down the stairs, came to the lobby and walked to the backyard, her figure swaying barefoot and tiptoeing in the invisible void, showing her coquettishness. What a cute fox, brother. When Hua Yuzhen passed by, her figure deliberately paused slightly in front of Su Yan, raised her hand very naturally, pinched Su Yan's cheek, bent down, and kissed Su Yan on the forehead, leaving a red lipstick mark. Welcome to visit my Wanhua pavilion next time, and I will arrange some high-quality goods for my brother then. Hua Yu chuckled, walked into the backyard, raised her white and soft arms, and the golden painted patterns on her bare arms seemed to come alive. A golden beetle raised its head in the patterns and crawled onto her shoulders. The golden beetle expanded with every step, and when it crawled to Hua Yuzhen's shoulder, its body changed from a golden dot to a creature as big as a human head. The golden beetle jumped from the shoulder, and its body quickly grew to the size of a calf. Hua Yuzhen sat on the neck of the golden beetle, and the beetle spread its elytra behind it and flew straight into the sky. Look at her slutty face, and you can tell at a glance that she will be killed by the heavenly calamity. The ant jumped over the fence from the 4th floor, raised her hand and pressed on Su Yan's shoulder, removing the immobilization spell that Hua Yuzhen cast on Su Yan, and cursed with disgust. What's going on with her? Su Yan, who had regained his mobility, looked at his aunt in surprise and said, Didn't you quarrel so much that you slammed the table and smashed the chairs? Ready to fight at any time? Why did that woman kiss me? So. I know you want to say she's coquettish. Indeed. The female demon of Wanhua Pavilion is particularly coquettish when she is proud. Aunt looked at Su Yan's forehead, looked at the lipstick Hua Yu put on Su Yan's forehead, and said with a twitch in the corner of her eyes, You better not wash your face for a month. This kiss from the coquettish woman cost me 100 caddies of spirit stones. The reason why Hua Yuzhen was so happy was naturally not because Su Yan was so handsome that a demon woman couldn't move her feet and tighten her legs when she saw him. Hua Yuzhen's coquettishness was completely because she had just successfully robbed Chong Qiong of 100 caddies of spirit stones. And she was in a very happy mood. So she gave Su Yan a little sweet taste. After all, without Su Yan, she would not have been able to snatch 100 caddies of spirit stones from her mortal enemy so smoothly, and let out a breath of old anger. If it really could make Chong Qiong so angry that she burst into pieces. Master Hua, you really wouldn't mind sitting astride Su Yan in front of all the talented ladies, and showing off a romantic night for everyone to enjoy. Unfortunately, it's not possible, because Chong Qiong is here, and Hua Yu's cultivation has not reached the realm of doing whatever she wants. 100 kilograms of spirit stones for one kiss? Inlaid with meteorite iron? Su Yan was shocked when he heard this, and pointed to the extremely ordinary lipstick on his head. Let Hua Yuzhen come back, and I will directly return some ambergris and saliva to her. Su Yan originally wanted to say ambergris, but changed his mouth when he was about to say it, fearing that there were ears on the other side of the wall. One kiss. 100 kilograms of spirit stones? Otherwise, can I go to work at your place? I kiss you every day. Even if you kiss my mouth swollen, I will only charge 10 kilograms of spirit stones a day. Sister Hua Yu. Okay. Humph. The spirit stones that go into that woman's arms. Even if you make her twitch, don't expect to get them back. The ant showed a ferocious face, glared at the direction where Hua Yuzhen left, snorted coldly, and dragged Su Yan to the tea table on the 4th floor. After sitting down, he poured a pot of tea in a row, and barely suppressed his anger. That 100 gene spiritual stone has nothing to do with you. I have a grudge against that woman. She just took the opportunity to show off in front of me. Auntie exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, Well, I can barely see it. Su Yan replied with an awkward smile. Su Yan didn't know the hatred between Auntie and Hua Yu. But when Hua Yu left, sitting on a golden beetle mount, Su Yan roughly saw why Auntie and Hua Yu had a bad relationship. Hua Yu should be practicing the art of controlling insects, so it is naturally impossible for Auntie to like her. Stay away from that woman, or you'll be struck by lightning. After taking a sip of tea, the ant seemed to still be resentful of Hua Yu for coming to her house today. She scolded Hua Yu again, and then looked at Su Yan and said, She came to my house because she had some intelligence to sell to me. She was showing off in front of me for half an hour before she sold it to me. It was intelligence that was closely related to foxes. When I was patrolling the palace yesterday, I found that someone in the Ministry of Personnel was reselling household registration information. Xia Yu had a household registration system, and everyone's household registration information was stored in the Ministry of Personnel. In this way, If you break the law and run away, your family can be punished. And all foreign populations also need to register their identity information, such as race, name, cultivation, and other basic information. Otherwise, if they are found to be illegal, they will have to stay in jail, and their relatives will have to pay bail. After receiving Su Yin, the aunt had already registered for Su Yin, and the registered information was a fox cultivator. Someone is collecting information about the white-haired fox. I'm not sure if your family has come to find you, Auntie said, but in the near future, you'd better not leave my side. With your current cultivation level, you won't emit any aura for the time being. My aura of proud insects should be able to cover up your aura. Su Yin squeezed his legs together when he heard this, his face full of embarrassment. Auntie, you won't sell me out, will you? If I really fall into their hands, those family elders will be very angry about the little doryman in their crotch. Huh? Auntie was stunned and tilted her head. From the edge of the tea table, she looked at Su Yan's clenched legs through the gap under the table. Huh? Su Qing's jade slip inside just said that she might have to go home and face the wall for a while, and let Chongqing help take care of Su Yin. Su Yin is very easy to raise. He is extremely well-behaved and sensible, and he doesn't like to cause trouble. It didn't say that the Su family's nine-tailed fox was going to lynch Su Yin. Ha ha ha. After coming back to her senses from such explosive news, the aunt finally couldn't hold back her laughter. It's understandable. After all, if you can't cut off the big lustful insect, cutting you could also prevent the blood from flowing out. I understand a little bit why Su Qing was so anxious. She only left a sentence in the jade slip and asked you to come to me. The divine beasts all value blood, except for the dragons that can be counted on both hands. Other divine beasts basically don't just go around the streets looking for little goblins to hang out with. Moreover, Su Yin is a hybrid of a nine-tailed fox and a real dragon. It's reasonable for the nine-tailed foxes to worry that Su Yin will inherit the dragon's lust. After all, the Su family's nine-tailed fox is also afraid that some strange creatures will come to the door to claim their relatives. But the direct cutting of the permanent cure was something Chongqing had never expected. And Chongqing almost laughed to death. Chapter 27: The Miserable Legend of the Dragon. Don't worry, little fox. I am poor but ambitious. I won't bend over backwards for a few pieces of rice. You can spread your legs and show your bell. I promise it will stand intact. After laughing at Su Yan's experience, I promised Su Yin that he could live a relaxed life. As long as Su Yin doesn't leave the main city of Xiaoyu, I am still confident that I can protect him. In the main city, the court prohibits all high-level cultivators from fighting. Even if the nine-tailed foxes come out in full force, it won't work here. The laws set by the Wuxing Emperor are the laws here, and those who violate them will be investigated to the end. Xiaoyu is like the hinterland of a large sect. No one can violate the laws set by the Wuxing Emperor here. Her name Wuxing Emperor is not called for nothing. It was earned by force when she opened up the territory of the central province. High-level cultivators are prohibited from fighting here. Once a cultivator uses power that exceeds the God transformation stage, he will inevitably be suppressed by the Demon Suppression Department and the generals. The power limit to the God transformation stage means that many magical powers cannot be used. You don't have to be too pessimistic. Although I don't know who is collecting information about white-haired foxes behind the scenes. There are more than one white-haired fox in Xiaoyu City. Maybe the group behind the scenes is not looking for you. Annie raised her hand and touched Su Yin, smiling and said, besides, you have only been here for a short time, and you haven't made any name for yourself. Your elders can't chase you so quickly. After all, you are powerless now, and they are unlikely to invest too much resources to find you. And he said the key point. Being young is a weakness of Su Yin, but also his biggest advantage. Besides not having no power, Su Yin also has no ability to mess around. For the nine-tailed fox clan, they have plenty of time to find Su Yin, as long as they kill him before Su Yin matures. No matter how well Su Yin hides before, it will be meaningless. The cultivation world is too big. If you really want to find a monster in the cultivation world, you need to invest a lot of manpower, material resources, and human resources. Such resources are also very expensive for the Yusu family. If the Yusu family is really willing to do it, Su Yin would not have come to Xiaoyu. Now, I don't know who is behind the scenes, bribing the people in the Ministry of Personnel to collect information about the white-haired fox. The most troublesome thing is where to use this information. The only thing that my aunt can't figure out is this. Because white-haired foxes are really not too rare. who spent a lot of effort to use bribery to invade the Ministry of Personnel behind the scenes and obtain this household registration information. Take a vacation for the time being. Wait until the news comes from the court. Unable to figure it out, my aunt stopped thinking about it and chose to stay put and observe the situation to see who is behind the bribery incident in the Ministry of Personnel. For the time being, hide Su Yin to prevent future troubles, so as to prevent the guys from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan from coming to the door. As soon as the aunt finished speaking, Su Yin was deeply moved, and he immediately showed his true form and threw himself into the aunt's arms to act cute, and is really too good. Even though she is almost penniless and her name has the word poor, she is still willing to temporarily close the store and hide herself for her own safety. Aunt is really reliable. No wonder my old mother let me come to her for help. Wow. Aunt, you are so good to me. I, Su Yin, swear that when I have a promising future, I will definitely let those little fox dragons in my family recognize you as their mother and be filial to you. Forget about mother or something. It's a mess of generations. It's better to give me a grandmother. After savoring Su Yin's words, the aunt couldn't help but roll her eyes. This fox cub was taking advantage of her. Su Yin rubbed his aunt with tears in his eyes for a long time, and volunteered to be a hand warmer for his aunt in late autumn. After a long while, Su Yin came back to his senses from the state of being deeply moved in tears, and turned into a human form again, sitting on the chair and diligently boiling water, making tea, and peeling nuts for his aunt. Aunt, I want to ask, do you know Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches in the undead country? Do you know the news? After Su Yin finished making tea, he turned into a fox again, jumped on the aunt's bench, and pushed and pressed his aunt's legs with his front paws, like a massage while asking his aunt. Another legend of the immortal country. Auntie raised her hand and pointed at the fox's forehead, poking Su Yin's body backwards, and he fell on his buttocks and covered his head. You little fox. Just practice honestly and step by step, and sooner or later you will be able to make a difference. Why do you keep thinking about those shortcuts full of death risks? The legend of the immortal country is like changing fate against the will of heaven. Only cultivators who are completely trapped and hopeless of promotion, or those whose lifespan is about to run out, will risk their lives. Su Yin has neither of the two, and has no reason to seek those unrealistic things. The first question may be curiosity, but this second time, the second question is named, and Auntie doesn't believe that there is no intention. I just heard from Jiuyu that Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches of the undead country, is here with Xia Yu. He looks like 9 strange ghosts. Su Yin quickly got up from the floor, jumped onto the table, hugged his aunt's hand and acted cute, if possible. I would like to take advantage of it. Not to mention finding all 9 ghosts to ascend to immortality on the spot. Finding 1 or 2 may also improve my cultivation. And didn't buy Su Yin's cuteness. Compared with Su Qing's cute and charming appearance, Su Yin was far behind. What can improving your cultivation do? You just practice here honestly. When the time comes, what belongs to you will always be yours. Don't force things that are not destined for you. If you are not careful, you will lose your life and everything else will be in vain. Next time you reincarnate, you may not be born with such extraordinary potential. Aunt pinched the back of the fox's neck and lifted him in front of her. Seriously, Warren, you may not be the son of destiny. The legend of the 10 witches of the undying country is a bubble pursued by those monks who risk their lives and do not take their lives seriously. You still have plenty of time to waste. Don't go to your own death. Of course, I will attack the Yusu family. Hang those elders and clan leaders on the door. Pull off their pants and use a slingshot to hit their little ding-dang. Su Yin retorted, they are thinking about my ding-dang every day. When I think of their faces, my lower limbs are still aching. Moreover, my old mother may still be tortured by them. Puff. The aunt laughed and said indifferently, although the Nine-Tailed Fox has a big name. It is the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. There are not many foxes in your Yusu family. When they get their wings hard, they run outside to run wild. Su Qing. Even if they receive the heaviest punishment, it is probably facing the wall and thinking about it. It is not your turn to worry about it. Instead of worrying about it here, it's better to eat and drink well and grow up quickly. Get Jiao Nanhua pregnant, and then bring her to Su Qing to see how successful her son is. When the aunt said this, she seemed to think of something and smiled and said, by the way, speaking of worrying, you should be more worried about the big pervert. When the 2 monsters chose to be together, the North Sea Dragon clan was almost in turmoil. If the big pervert is caught, you may have countless brothers and sisters from other races. It's not easy to marry a 9-tailed fox. The Su family female fox is famous for her loyalty. Marrying a Su family nine-tailed fox means that you need to express your dedication. Su Yan's father had a complete falling out with the North Sea Black Dragon clan in order to be with Su Qing. I don't want to expand the race. I want Su Qing. You can do whatever you want. I only love Su Qing. The North Sea Dragon clan has been chasing Su Yan's father, and is determined to catch him back to expand the race. For this purpose, the resources mobilized even let the other 3 dragon clans come forward to issue rape and looting orders together. When you meet Su Yan's father, you don't need to be polite, no matter what ethnicity you are. As long as you catch Ao Renlin and kill the North Sea Reverse Dragon, our 4 dragon clans will have a big reward. Anyone who gives birth to a child can join the Black Dragon clan. When this rape and looting order was issued, it caused a big wave in the cultivation world. Su Yan was worried about Su Qing. To be honest, he should be more worried about his father Ao Renlin. Chapter 28 Uninvited Guests. Su Yan did not get any information about Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches of the undead country, from his aunt. Instead, he learned about his parents' wild past when they were young. Su Yan was stunned. He seemed to understand a little bit why his father did not go home all day, and went directly into the secret formation when he got home. My father is so small. It shouldn't be because of the effect of the juice extraction secret technique. Right? Su Yan was stunned in thought. And at the same time, he was deeply impressed by his father's ability. In addition to being hunted by the 4 dragon tribes, and hunted by the female beasts of the demon tribe, he could actually take 1 or 2 days every week to go home to report his safety, and pay for food to his old mother. How amazing is his father's ability? Wait. Su Yan, thinking of this, suddenly realized a very serious problem. Since the 4 major dragon tribes were all hunting down his father to force him to surrender, and he was the biological son of his father and mother. Judging from the fact that his father had fallen out with the North Sea Black Dragon tribe for his mother, if the 4 major dragon tribes could not control his father, would it be possible for them to control him, and use their existence to force his father to return home and fight for the growth of the North Sea Dragon tribe? Thinking of this, Su Yan looked at his aunt. His aunt spread her hands and smiled. So, I have always said that I don't think highly of the big pervert, but I think highly of the little brother of the Tengu family. But your mother couldn't stand the shameless and unconditional love of the big pervert. Ao Renlin had completely fallen out with his family for Su Qing, and even gave his first child the surname of Su Qing. It was clear that in order to marry Su Qing, Ao Renlin had spared no expense, and caused to express his love to Su Qing. Even a strong woman was afraid of a clinging man. And the two did not make any compromises with the Su family or the Black Dragon tribe. In the end, both of them became fugitives. Su's family was very good to Su Qing, and it was nothing unusual to just inquire about the news. However, the Fierce Dragon clan issued a joint arrest order without saying a word, and they must make Su Yan's father pay the price of rebellion, and they would not hesitate to do so. If Ao Renlin dared to show up, he would either face the attack of the Dragon clan or the round-robin battle of the female beasts. If he failed, he would be sorry for Su Qing. Ao Renlin has been on the run until now, and no one knows about him. Su Yan, I feel the pressure on my shoulders is getting bigger. I would be sorry for myself and my parents if I fell into the hands of the nine-tailed fox. And I would also be sorry for my parents if I fell into the hands of the North Sea Dragon clan. Can I, a little demon in the chi refining stage, really bear such a heavy burden? It is not Su Yan's turn to say whether he can bear it or not. But the only good news is that the North Sea Dragon clan does not know about Su Yan's existence for the time being because of Ao Renlin's efforts. But with Su Qing's arrest, I believe that it will not be long before the North Sea Dragon clan will also know about Su Yan. The dragons who control the 4 seas are so wealthy that they will definitely take action after knowing Su Yan's existence. Not for other reasons, but to teach Ao Renlin a profound lesson, so that other dragons will understand that true dragons who disobey the ancestral teachings will not have a good end. For the next few days, my aunt's brothel chose to close down. After posting a notice on the door that the owner was pregnant, she waited silently for news from the court to see whether she could collect information about the white-haired fox by bribing the Ministry of Personnel. Judging from the attitude of my aunt, she probably won't open the door until the court finds out the news. Anyway, because of Su Yan's interference, the turnover of the brothel is equal to that of the previous month, and my aunt doesn't care about closing for a week or two. Su Yan's life is normal, but because the brothel is closed, he has more time to practice. But after experiencing the incident with Hua Yuzhenren, Jian Nan seems to have suddenly come to her senses. Although Su Yan can't be a stud now, she can get familiar with him first. Kiss and hug him from time to time. When it really comes to breeding, Su Yin, as a male beast, should not resist her so much. Right? Jiao Nanwu, who has figured it out, finally officially attacks as a mermaid hunter, first lowering Su Yin's vigilance, and not scaring the little beast away because of her abrupt behavior. Here, kiss first. In the backyard at night, Su Yin had just finished practicing magic today and was about to make a pot of tea. But Jiao Nanwu came out of the kitchen at this time, holding a pot of tea at a moderate temperature, and handed it to Su Yin, then raised her hand and pointed to her cheek, asking Su Yin to kiss it first. Jiao Nanwu planned to start with the cheek. Let Su Yin kiss her cheek first, then move down a little bit, kiss her lips, and then look at the neck. Jiao Nanwu believed that this would reduce Su Yin's vigilance little by little, and when he matured, she would be the first to taste the first mouthful of soup. Or, I kiss your cheek. Jiao Nanwu saw a question mark pop up in Su Yin's head, thought about it, and opened her mouth to give Su Yin another compromise. Moo. Jiao Nanwu leaned down, raised her hand, and gently covered the front of her chest with her clothes, and kissed Su Yin's cheek, smacked her lips a little to taste it, licked her lips, and then couldn't help kissing Su Yin again. Hey, little fox, run faster. The ant, who was sitting next to the millstone and using it as a table, saw Su Yin foolishly not running, and couldn't help but remind Su Yin, now, it's almost winter, and the mermaids are in the breeding season. When she shows her true form, she might crush you. Mermaids breed seasonally, and the closer it is to winter, the easier it is for adult mermaids to get angry. With Jiao Nanwu's gene and stage cultivation, if she gets angry, she might really fight Su Yin to death. Su Yin's current cultivation level can't control the strong mermaids. Little fox, run faster. As long as you survive the winter, you can make as much noise as you want. Now think about Nanwu's fat-filled fishtail. Can your fox body withstand the heavy blow of the fishtail? Su Yin was stunned when he heard this. After thinking carefully, he felt that what his aunt said made sense. He turned around and started running. But Nanwu, whose pupils were already full of hearts, couldn't bear to leave such a handsome beast in front of her. Moreover, she didn't know why she could feel that Su Yin was very unusual, as if there was a fierce and powerful pressure, which made her, as a sea beast, unable to resist it all. Nanwu was just an adult mermaid. Her vision was a little limited to her tribe, and she didn't know much about the common sense of human race and other monster races. If an experienced mermaid woman senses a strong pressure coming from a male beast during the winter breeding season, it means that the male beast has extraordinary bloodline, and she can also have a good winter, and maybe even give birth to a descendant with extraordinary bloodline to the mermaid tribe. The mermaids have always been craving for the favor of the dragons, but the mermaids have a very special way of reproduction. No matter what ethnic group they reproduce with, the babies they give birth to must be mermaids, and it takes a whole winter. The dragons do not welcome mermaids, and do not want to waste precious time on them. Not getting what you want is the most tempting thing. Mermaids of all generations have been eager to hunt dragons in winter, and tie up a fat dragon to celebrate the new year. This instinct has been thoroughly ingrained into the blood of the mermaids. Although Su Yin is a fox, his ability to control water has proved that he is indeed a fox dragon. The power of the dragon's bloodline is always attracting Jiao Nanwu. Jiao Nanwu has been able to hold back until now, purely because she still has some shame in her daughter's family, and knows to get permission. Come here. The ant raised her hand and waved, and the spider silk weaved a web, capturing the ready-to-go Jiao Nanwu, letting Su Yin run first. Su Yin ran back to the dormitory and closed the door before he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, my aunt reminded me. I almost forgot that the seasonal reproduction of the demon race will temporarily make the female beasts lose their minds. That's right. Human beauties are better. They are always ready. As long as you want, you can hug the beauty's slender waist and kiss her snow-white shoulders. In the dormitory, a playful voice came in response to Su Yan's low complaints. Chapter 29: The Unrestrained Years of the Elders. That's right. Human beauties are better. They are always ready, while demon beauties may be limited by the breeding season, or racial differences cannot be enjoyed all the time. In the dormitory, a light laugh followed by a teasing sound reached Su Yan's ears, and a familiar feeling of numbness and stiffness came over him. Su Yan barely moved his eyes, and looked at the uninvited guest in the dormitory from the corner of his eyes. A barefoot woman with long light chestnut hair hanging down to the ground, wearing a shoulderless cheongsam-like outfit, was sitting in front of the tea table in the dormitory, swaying with her beautiful legs. Hua Yu was holding the black spider silk stockings that Su Yin had previously commissioned Tailor Yu to weave, and was fiddling with them. This thing is pretty good, little fox. Did you know I was coming and specially prepared it for me? Hua Yu said, lifting her long legs and putting the spider silk stockings on her feet, and pulling them up a little bit, with a bright and brilliant smile on her cheeks. Even in the dim candlelight, the black spider silk stockings and fair skin still formed a sharp contrast visible to the naked eye. Although Su Yin was immobilized, his mind was still active. But he didn't have the mind to appreciate the coquettish poses of Hua Yuzhenren of Wanhua Pavilion at the moment, because Hua Yuzhenren in front of him had a grudge against his aunt, and it was definitely not a good thing for her to touch his dormitory in the middle of the night. Although Su Yin couldn't move, he was struggling frantically in his heart to get rid of the shackles of immobilization. Little fox. After Hua Yu put on the spider silk stockings on her left foot, she stood up from the chair and moved to Su Yin in a dancing-like manner. The moment she leaned back and kicked forward, her slender figure was fully revealed. Would you like to come to our Wanhua Pavilion? You may not be rich and powerful if you come to our Wanhua Pavilion, but the 54 girls, 21 courtesans, and even me can give you pleasure every day. Hua Yuzhenren smiled and put her hand on Su Yin's shoulder, whose body was frozen. How is it? The girls in our Wanhua Pavilion are basically human, unlike the demons who have to choose a day for their wedding night. As long as you say some love words with your little mouth and tease the human girls with some postures, they may be moved. Chong Qiong treats you as a newly weaned baby, but with the appearance of a young man you have transformed into. You are the most precious little treasure of the young ladies in our human race. Little fox, are you going to our Wanhua Pavilion? Hua Yu temporarily untied Su Yin's head from being frozen, so that Su Yin could answer the question by shaking his head. Su Yin hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. In his heart, he was actually not interested in Hua Yu's proposal. But now the situation was stronger than the person, and the whole fox fell into Hua Yu's hands. Su Yin had to follow Hua Yuzhenren's wishes and find a way to call for help. Little liar. Hua Yu smiled and raised her hand, exerting the power of controlling objects to throw Su Yin onto the bed. With a turn of her wrist, a quarter of the bed sheet covered Su Yin's eyes and prevented him from seeing. Hua Yuzhenren was the madam of Wanhua Pavilion. She had seen all kinds of people in her life for hundreds of years. Although Su Yin tried his best to cover up his expression, his unintentional micro-expression still betrayed his reluctance, allowing Hua Yu to see at a glance that Su Yin was not surrendering, but just a delaying tactic. Don't worry, little fox. I won't hurt you. After all, your aunt and I have a complicated relationship. But she is the existence I have been seeking all my life. The power of controlling objects was used repeatedly, and the chair in front of the tea table flew up into the air and landed beside the bed. Su Yin's coat collar was naturally untied, revealing his foxy figure. Hua Yu sat on the chair beside the bed with her legs crossed, and raised her hand to take out a box of rouge from the storage ring. After the box was opened, Hua Yu's white jade fingers twisted in rouge, and used her fingers as a pen to casually draw red circles on Su Yin's body, saying melancholy, I met Chong Qiong in the spring 34 years ago. At that time, she came to our Wanhua Pavilion alone to buy information. By chance, I met Chong Qiong. It took 10 years to become Taoist friends. Behind Wanhua Pavilion is the magic sect called Wanhua Valley. We are best at cultivating goo insects and refining essence into qi. As a Wanhua Valley goo master who loves goo insects, I was simply shocked when I saw Chong Qiong. She let me know what the king of poisonous insects is, and what the natural king of insects is. In order to win the favor of Jiao Chong, I am even willing to give up all the goo insects I like. I work part-time outside during the day, and work in Wanhua Pavilion in the evening. I am wholeheartedly making money to support Jiao Chong. And I have all the spirit stones. All of them are all over. And I will allocate my monthly example, even if there is no money to buy a rouge gouache. Lingmi is as sweet as a rice bran. But as a result, the insect Qiong looked at me and said, you are cheap. I gave me a ruthless drama born in Wanhua Pavilion, but through my sincerity at will. And I didn't even want to see it. So, little fox, let me move a little bit. The words were blinded by the sheets, and the pupil earthquake was directly struggling in my heart. Don't mess with me. A fox. However, Hua Yu ignored Su Yin and continued to doodle. Her green jade fingers were stained with the bright red in the rouge box and painted on her lips. Using her lips to paint. From the outside, Su Yin now looked like a poor little beast that fell into a group of female beasts in heat. The lines painted with fingers instead of pens created a sense of tearing in Hua Yu's hands. Like scratches, combined with real lip prints. I believe Chong Cheong would be furious and crazy when seeing this scene. Since the last time she delivered the intelligence, Hua Yu has been observing Chong Cheong's brothel, knowing that she has been watching him closely in order to protect Su Yin. And she is very precious. Hua Yu didn't know why a proud insect had a fox nephew. But it didn't matter. It was enough to know that Chong Cheong had true feelings for his nephew. Hua Yu wanted to retaliate against Chong Cheong severely. Of course, Hua Yu didn't really plan to hurt Su Yin. She just wanted to anger Chong Cheong and make the arrogant and proud insect show an angry expression that had never appeared before. It's okay to be angry. You can even press me down in the Wanhua Pavilion and whip me. I really want to worship a proud insect. As a goo master, Hua Yu is proficient in refining goo. But no matter how superb her skills are, they can't resist the magic of nature and the selection of time. Proud insects are simply the Taoist companions that exist in every goo master's dream. Not only are proud insects strong, they can unconditionally command all bee monsters in the world. And they can also form a strong deterrent to other insect monsters. After seeing Chong Cheong, the goo insects on Hua Yu all became weak and incontinent. Proud insects are so tough and powerful. Chapter 30 Happy. Giggle. Su Yin was lying on the bed. His upper body was covered with scars due to Hua Yu's superb painting skills and some unknown secret techniques. As if he had been brutally ravaged by a violent female beast countless times. The purple bruises, the red scratches that cut the skin, and the lip prints were all very visually impactful. Hua Yu looked at her painted masterpiece and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a bright smile. As if she could imagine the panic of Chong Cheong when she came to find Su Yin tomorrow and saw the little fox lying on the bed with scars all over his body. And the exasperated look after seeing through the painting. Hey, I have the ability to do it for real. But I don't come. I just want to use painting to make you look good and cure your coldness. Little fox may feel a little itchy later. You have to bear it. Hua Yu pursed her lips slightly, letting the lipstick on her lips purse away. After leaving a lip print on the little fox's belly, she sat on the bed and stretched out her hand to untie Su Yin's belt. And then painted the lower body with scars all over the body. It may also hurt a little. After all, my nails will need to scratch it later. Su Yin couldn't see Hua Yu's movements at all because the bed sheet covered his eyes. But the touch from his body made him understand that this infatuated woman, who couldn't get his love, seemed to be ready to do something to his hind legs. Because of his experience with Su Shi, Su Yin was panicked about anything involving bells. Especially with Hua Yu's vague words. Su Yin's heart rate increased greatly, and was about to jump out of his throat. There was only one thought in his mind. Would this infatuated woman knock my lantern crooked? Once the thought came out, Su Yin couldn't stop it. A panic and fear spread from the bottom of her heart. Hua Yu, who was unbuckling her belt, suddenly smelled a clear and audible strange fragrance. Before she could figure out where the fragrance came from, a figure blocked the candlelight, making the area next to the bed, which was originally brightly lit, appear in shadow. Who? Hua Yu turned around suddenly. Her plump figure occupied most of the bed, pushing Su Yin aside. In the dormitory was swaying candlelight. A white figure stood beside the tea table, with long black hair down to her hips, and 9 fluffy and swaying fox tails behind her like a screen. The visitor was holding a paper lantern in his hand, and a white cloth hung on his cheek, with the word she written on it. The 9-tailed fox's figure was slightly illusory, just like a ghost standing quietly in the dormitory, looking at one person and one fox. When Hua Yu saw the ghost of the 9-tailed fox, her scalp exploded and numbed, and a chill rushed to her forehead. Jiuyo. Why is he here? Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom, is not a particularly secret intelligence for the Wanhua Pavilion, which sells intelligence. The Jiuyo of the Immortal Kingdom is composed of joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, evil, desire, and the twin ghosts of life and death. Jiuyo is not a secret to some people in the Xiaoyu dynasty. The reason why no one takes Jiuyo is that there are special triggering conditions for Jiuyo. Before it is triggered, even immortals cannot see the 9 ghosts, because Jiuyo's true body is an immortal. But Jiuyo is the remnant after the immortal's death. But in essence, Jiuyo is still an immortal, the ghost of the 9-tailed fox. She looked at Hua Yu, and slightly tilted his head to look at Su Yin on the bed. The lantern in his hand swung gently, and the breeze blew on his face. Hua Yu's figure disappeared in Su Yan's bedroom like a faded painting. and Hua Yu's real body in the Wanhua Pavilion spit out a mouthful of blood in the lobby of Wanhua Pavilion. The power of the cultivation of the god transformation stage could not be suppressed. The whole person fell forward and fell into a coma. Wanhua Pavilion was in chaos. Hua Yu did not come to Su Yan's dormitory in person. She knew very well that Chong Qiong did not like her. If she was caught in bed by Chong Qiong, Hua Yu believed that Chong Qiong could break her legs. Therefore, she sent her own incarnation to tease Su Yan, in order to severely retaliate against the ruthless Chong Qiong. Losing an incarnation would only be a half-month bed rest at most. But she did not expect that the incarnation was really dead. Before Hua Yu fell to the ground and fell into a coma, the figure of the nine-tailed fox ghost, she was still echoing in her mind. Jiuyo! Why did it trigger? Damn it! I was almost able to take revenge on Chong Qiong. Although Hua Yu was full of reluctance, she still lost consciousness due to the serious injuries. Ding-ling-ling. In Su Yan's dormitory, the nine-tailed fox ghost, she moved lightly to the bedside with lotus steps, and the golden bell on her ankle made a crisp ring. She looked at Su Yan, who was unable to move, and the dense graffiti marks on his body, raised his hand and wiped it, and the lipstick faded and disappeared as if erased by an eraser. Su Yan stared at the ghost in front of him with wide eyes, his eyes fixed on the 9 fox tails behind her. Nine-tailed fox. She is a nine-tailed fox belonging to the Su family. There are 4 fox tribes in Qingqiu country. The eastern green fox Qingqiu clan, the southern red fox Tushan clan, the western white fox Yusa clan, and the northern black fox Chuanhu clan. Such a pure white and fluffy nine-tailed fox must be a fox from the Su clan. The original body of Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches of the immortal country, is a nine-tailed fox from the Su clan that gave birth to a nine-tailed fox. The ghost of the nine-tailed fox, she looked at Su Yan with wide eyes, and a tail brushed his eyelids, letting the little fox go to sleep quietly. But Su Yan still opened his eyes and looked at she, as if he wanted to say something. But she ignored Su Yan and followed the same method to stroke Su Yan's eyelids with a fox tail to make Su Yan close his eyes. This time, Su Yan didn't dare to open his eyes, according to his experience of getting along with his old mother. If he didn't obey again, and there was a big demon of the Su clan in front of him, she might make him obedient and sensible from the physical level. The fox clan of the Su clan believes that things never happen more than 3 times. If he opens his eyes again, he will be physically asleep. After waiting for a while, Su Yan, who was not too sleepy, opened his eyes and peeked out. He saw the ghost she squatting beside the bed and looking at his cheek. Oh. The next second, the handheld lantern hit Su Yan's head, and the familiar smell of his mother's craftsmanship came. Su Yan fell into a coma unwillingly. Heh. The nine-tailed fox ghost, she chuckled, raised his hand to let the sheet fly up and cover Su Yan, and gradually disappeared as his figure moved and swayed. Only the crisp sound of the golden bell on his ankle echoed in Su Yan's bedroom. The ghost appeared because of Su Yan's panic and fear. After confirming that the younger generation of the same clan was not in danger, one of the nine-tailed fox ghosts, she naturally would not stay here to disturb the normal life of the living. The 9 ghosts will appear when they sense that the nine-tailed foxes in Xia Yu are extremely panicked or dying. On weekdays, they hide in the void and have been walking in the territory of Xia Yu dynasty like an emperor touring the territory. Today, she happened to be in the main city. He felt the panic in the heart of his fellow tribesman Su Yan, so he appeared and lent a helping hand to save Su Yan. The 9 ghosts of the nine-tailed fox originated from the Xia Yu royal family, who had the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. Su Yan took advantage of the privileges of the Xia Yu royal family this time. He was spared from the humiliation of Hua Yu. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would happen after he untied his belt. Chapter 31. You unlucky fox. Wake up, little fox. Wake up. It was the afternoon of the 2nd day. The ant, who had not seen Su Yan leave the dormitory for a long time, realized that something was wrong. She came to his dormitory and lifted Su Yan's bed sheet. She saw Su Yan, who had been stiff and unable to move, sleeping soundly. Seeing that Su Yan's coat was stripped off and his belt disappeared without a trace, and the effect of the familiar abnormal immobilization method, the ant's eyebrows jumped suddenly, and she hurriedly stepped forward to untie Su Yan's immobilization, patted his cheek and woke him up. What happened? Did Hua Yu make you with her? It's hard to explain the grudge between her and Hua Yu, but seeing that Su Yan's clothes disappeared and there seemed to be some nail scratches on his back, it was not difficult to guess what Su Yan encountered after returning to his room last night. What did that crazy woman Hua Yu do to you? Tell your aunt in detail, and I'll send her to jail. Ah. Su Yin woke up from his daze and looked at his aunt, who was sitting beside his bed and talking non-stop. Aunt, I saw a nine-tailed fox. It was a huge soul of the Su family's nine-tailed fox grandmother. Are you confused? You unlucky fox boy? I was talking about Hua Yu. How did I bring up the fox? Aunt pinched Su Yan's shoulders and shook him to wake up the confused little fox. Ah. The lantern that the nine-tailed fox grandmother brought down was still a little hurt to Su Yan, who was in the qi refining stage. After about 6 hours of recovery, Su Yan still felt a little dizzy. But after being shaken by his aunt, Su Yan was completely awake. Su Yan, who was completely awake, quickly opened his mouth to tell his experience last night. After returning to the dormitory, she was caught by Hua Yuzhenren, who was waiting for her. Just when she was about to pull down her pants to give herself a taste of her own medicine, a ghost with 9 white tails and a white cloth covering his face suddenly appeared in her dormitory, raised his hand, and wiped out Hua Yuzhenren's figure, and then knocked her out with a lantern. What? That woman is so cunning? Andy was surprised and a little shocked that Hua Yu did not torment Su Yin. If Hua Yu really did Su Yin last night, then Andy could send her to jail. But she did not expect Hua Yu to be so cunning, just taking advantage of Su Yin and stepping on the edge of the law to test whether to cross the line. If something really happened last night, Andy could directly send Hua Yu to jail. After all, Su Yin is definitely a child in the category of a demon clan, if calculated by the normal lifespan of a nine-tailed fox. Su Yin has just been weaned for a short time. But unexpectedly, Hua Yu has so many tricks that Andy cannot easily deal with her. In a real fight, my aunt is not in an advantageous position, because her power is too strong, and it is easy to get a fine from the court. My aunt was so angry that her teeth itched. Aunt, Hua Yu's matter is really not important. The key is the sudden appearance of the nine-tailed fox ghost. Su Yin had a deep impression of she. She was definitely the nine-tailed fox of the Su family. Judging from the color of her tail and hair, she was definitely an ancestor of the Su family fox clan. A nine-tailed fox has 1 tail when it is born, 2 tails in the foundation building stage, 3 tails in the golden elixir stage, and 4 tails in the yuaning stage. When a genuine nine-tailed fox appeared in front of Su Yin could not control his excitement at all. Last night, I was careless and lost my 2 bells. If I knew that Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches of the undead country, was actually the spirit of a nine-tailed fox, Su Yin would never touch Jiuyo's eyebrows. With the elders of the Su family, I thought about sterilizing myself. If I let the nine-tailed fox ghost grandmother do it, wouldn't she pull me out by the roots? I'm afraid she will pinch me, and then pull me out by the roots with a force that can pull up mountains and rivers and cover the world, Su Yin said with a face full of fear. Comparing the two, Su Yin felt that sterilization was not as normal as sterilization. At least, he didn't need to serve the emperor in the palace, and he could still be normal. But he couldn't have children, unless he gave up his current nine-tailed fox and black dragon mixed blood body, and replaced it with another body when he reached the nascent soul stage. He could give birth normally. But isn't this nonsense? The skills of the demon race are basically in the flesh, and they are not like the human race, whose magic skills can be transferred through the nascent soul. The aunt was silent for a while, and after glancing at Su Yin's crotch, she said, Indeed, what you are worried about is not unreasonable. But it is unlikely to happen, because Jiuyo can barely be considered the guardian of the descendants of the nine-tailed fox. Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches of the immortal kingdom, should be the immortal soul of the first queen of Xiaoyu in the legend, walking in the Xiaoyu dynasty to protect the descendants of the nine-tailed fox. This is a legend. The word legend means that people verbally express what they know. There must be a distortion between the legend and the real situation. Otherwise, there would not be many important assassinations of princes and princesses in the history of Xiaoyu. This is why the aunt did not want to tell Su Yin about the legend of Jiuyo. She was afraid that Su Yin would think that he had found a backer, and his little fox tail would be lifted up to the sky. Don't take the legend of Jiuyo seriously. 12 years ago, a prince was assassinated and his blood was spilled on the official road as soon as he left the imperial city gate. Jiuyo is unreliable. 9U needs to be triggered. Even the royal family members have not fully understood the rules of Jiuyo. Su Yin may not be able to get protection every time. Moreover, if the effect of Jiuyo is really so overbearing, there will not be people from the nightmare town trying to assassinate members of the royal family every year. However, most assassins will be suppressed by the demon suppression department before they act. But some assassinations are successful and slap the face of the Wuxing emperor. Although those people will soon die with their entire families afterwards. The actions of the Nightmare Town people have indeed slapped the face of the Wuxing Emperor. It's okay as long as Grandma Fox doesn't castrate me. Su Yen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and turned back into a white-haired fox to rub his aunt's hand. Aunt, don't worry. I don't like to cause trouble. If there is a group fight, I will just turn into a little fox and get into the girl's arms. And I can avoid most of the troubles in the world. Su Yen really doesn't like fighting, but he likes to watch other cultivators fight. In the past, when he was at home in the southern state, he even built a tree house at home to look at the cultivators fighting outside the street. Su Yen inherited his ancestors. The nine-tailed fox and the black dragon are both magic bombing beasts. Under normal circumstances, the nine-tailed fox and the black dragon will bombard the enemy with magic again and again, and will only go into battle personally when they are sure that the magic cannot kill the enemy. And just when the ant was about to tell Su Yen about the details of the Nine Nether legend, the voice of Jiao Nanwu came from far away, and the ant looked sideways at the door. Just now, the courtesan of Wanhua Pavilion sent you a crystal for recording images, and said she hopes you can personally take a look at it. Jiao Nanwu, holding a diamond-shaped crystal in her hand, stepped into Su Yan's bedroom. Seeing the little fox on the bed, her eyes lit up. After handing the crystal to her aunt, she hugged the little fox under her armpits with both hands and held it high in her arms. Why did Wanhua Pavilion give me the crystal for recording images? The ant looked at the diamond-shaped crystal in her hand and felt quite strange. The crystal for recording images is an expensive toy that can record image information in the time of a cup of tea. It is not a rare thing in Xiaoyu's place. It is usually seen in girls' homes to record their most beautiful faces and keep them in memory. The ant's spiritual sense probed and read it directly, without injecting demonic power to project it. The contents inside made the ant's face dark as ink. Chapter 32. I will obey you. I will obey you. I can't stand it anymore. Let's go! We'll go now. The ant read the information in the crystal, and her face became darker and darker, because the content inside was the part where Hua Yu danced in the dormitory with a seductive posture and approached Su Yen just after Su Yen returned to the dormitory. Hua Yu's dance was not in vain. She set up the crystal in the dormitory to record it. To anger Chongqiang, the ant looked at the crystal and saw Hua Yu flirting around Su Yen, and she was immediately furious. Su Yen is still a child. How can you toss a child like you? We have a grudge. Why do you bring up a child? The ant, who was furious, grabbed Jiao Nanwu standing next to her, and the little fox lying on her head, and flew directly from the windowsill of the brothel, and flew straight to the Wanhua Pavilion in the main city of Xiaoyu managed by Hua Yu, to get a reasonable explanation from Hua Yu. Hua Yu couldn't say anything, and Chongqiang tore her mouth directly. Hua Yu, come out! When she arrived at the gate of Wanhua Pavilion, Maya kicked the gate of Wanhua Pavilion open without saying a word, rushed into the Wanhua Pavilion, which was preparing for business, and shouted angrily. The breath of the arrogant insect tribe was so powerful that the sound of pattering suddenly rang out in Wanhua Pavilion. The courtesans in Wanhua Pavilion were all outer sect monks of the Wanhua Valley of the demon sect. The monks of Wanhua Valley mainly practiced the method of poison, and the weak poisonous insects could not even stand up or move in front of Chongqiang. Maya roared, and it seemed as if raining on the courtesans of Wanhua Pavilion. All the poisonous insects fell to the ground, turned over and lay flat on their stomachs pretending to be dead, and each one was more stiff than the other. Ah! Insects! The courtesans who had never experienced the power of arrogant insects thought that the poisonous insects they raised were all killed by the angry shouts of the intruders. They looked at the stiff poisonous insects that fell from their bodies to the ground with tears in their eyes. Upstairs. The brothel owner is meditating upstairs. The grudges between Hua Yu and Chongqiang are not a matter of 1 or 2 days. When some long-serving courtesans saw Chongqiang coming to their door, they immediately realized that the brothel owner had done something to anger this big demon insect, and quickly pointed Chongqiang to the brothel owner upstairs. How unreasonable! Do you still have humanity? You blocked my nephew and imprisoned him in the dormitory to torture him. Do you think your butt is very perky, or your legs are very long? I'll knock you flat. After getting the directions from the courtesan, the ant flew up and broke into Hua Yu's boudoir. Jiao Nanwu and Su Yen, who were left in the lobby, looked at the courtesan in the lobby with speechless faces. They were very skilled in selling their own brothel owners, and in a blink of an eye, they sold Hua Yu clean. There's nothing to be surprised about. Our madam seems to have a tendency to be masochistic. She went to provoke Sister Jiao Chong every day more than a decade ago, and was blocked in the dormitory and beaten every time. An older courtesan seemed to see the two people's confusion, chuckled and said helplessly, "We are used to it. Chong Cheong is cold and venomous in temperament, and her expression is usually indifferent. Su Yin is a model of being loved by everyone, and most of the demons have the nature of protecting their cubs. So Su Yin can get the favor of his aunt. If Su Qing and Chong Cheong had not grown up together in the same mountain, and had not experienced the same journey and hardships in the world of cultivation, Su Qing might not dare to entrust her little fox to her care, because Chong Cheong can spray poison, venom in the physical sense and sharp and venomous mouth. Facing such Chong Cheong, it is difficult for Huayu to get Chong Cheong's attention. They have known each other for a while, but they are just nodding acquaintances. In addition, Huayu's abrupt request makes it very strange for Chong Cheong to be nice to Huayu. Snake. It's a python. Su Yin, who was lying on Jiao Nanhua's head, subconsciously looked around Wanhua Pavilion after listening to the explanation of the older courtesan. This glance was indeed extraordinary. Su Yin saw a terrible scene that he had never seen before. The fabric of the courtesan's clothes in Wanhua Pavilion is the least in the whole Xiaoyu city, because the ant's angry shout previously scared their goo insects stiff, and many courtesans bent down to give first aid to their goo insects. Su Yin saw colorful poisonous snakes spitting out snake tongues under the skirts of some courtesans, which frightened him. The venomous snakes poked their heads out, as if they were puzzled. There were question marks on their faces in a very human way. They didn't quite understand why there was such a mess in the Wanhua Pavilion. "Oh, you mean those snake poison?" Seeing the little fox's surprise, the older courtesan smiled and said, "Some means to prevent the devil." As she spoke, she slightly opened her skirt, revealing the colorful snake pattern on her snow-white skin. The venomous snake raised its head from the pattern and looked around, but didn't find any of its kind. It looked at its master strangely with a puzzled expression. "There are no stinky hands or its kind here. Why are you disturbing my practice?" So, the courtesan stretched out her index finger and placed it on Su Yan's cheek. She kneaded Su Yan's cheek and chin knee very well, making the little fox so comfortable that his eyes narrowed. "Don't touch our thighs, just because we are beautiful girls in the Wanhua Pavilion. Maybe when we lift our skirts, we will be more fierce than you." Hee. The courtesan smiled particularly brightly and happily, as if she was thinking of something happy. Su Yin pretended to be dead without saying anything. He was glad that he was not a dishonest fox, and had not been bitten by a poisonous snake or strangled by a python. Isn't the Wanhua Pavilion too scary? How can a vegetarian stall kill people? Wouldn't the meat be able to dissolve people when it turns black? Everyone in the lobby of the Wanhua Pavilion was quietly waiting for Chong Cheong and Huayu upstairs to decide who was the better man. The victory or defeat was undoubted. Huayu couldn't beat Chong Cheong in her prime. Not to mention that she was seriously injured because her external incarnation was erased. But when Huayu was seriously injured, she dared to send the crystal to add fuel to the fire and provoke him. It was not because she was brainless, but because she was confident and sure. Huayu, who was about to be beaten and blocked on the bed by Chong Cheong, suddenly smiled and said, "Hee, Chong Cheong didn't expect you to have this day. You don't want the North Sea Dragon clan to know. Ao Renlin's cub is here. Su Yin is Su Qing's son." Right. Last night, the surprise attack on Su Yin was counterattacked by Jiuyo, because everything happened too fast. Huayu fell into a coma in an instant due to serious injuries. He didn't have time to clear his mind before he fainted. Now that he has woken up, Huayu gradually pieced together the fragmentary information into clues, and finally concluded that Su Yin is the cub of Su Qing, the nine-tailed fox of the Su family, and Ao Renlin, the black dragon. It is not difficult to guess from such information. Jiuyo will only react to people with the blood of the nine-tailed fox, and Chong Cheong has a nine-tailed fox among his Taoist companions. The marriage of Su Qing and Ao Renlin has set off a storm in the world of cultivation. The rape and looting orders of the four major dragon clans against Ao Renlin are still hung in major entertainment venues. If Su Yan's affairs are exposed to the Black Dragon clan, the four major dragon clans will definitely come to capture Su Yan and use him to force Ao Renlin to come out and face the majesty and ancestral teachings of the four major dragon clans. Are you threatening? No. I'm just telling you that I know the secret between you and Su Qing. Huayu, who was lying on the bed and being held down by Chong Cheong, raised her hand and held Chong Cheong's clenched fist, and said with a blurred and affectionate look, "As long as you want. As long as you speak, I will help you cover up Su Yan's affairs. Your nephew is my nephew, and your affairs are my affairs. If he can call me aunt, then his affairs are gone." Who are you taking advantage of? The extremely angry aunt pinched Hua Yu's neck. Hua Yu felt uncomfortable, and the mist in her eyes became more intense. It was Jiao Chong. Jiao Chong wanted to strangle me to death. I was so happy that I could die in the arms of the king of poisonous insects. My life is worth it. Chapter 33 Zhou Wu. Please teach me more in the future. If you want to play with the procuress, just tell me which girl she wants, and she will arrange it for you. Although we are usually playing girls in Wanhua Pavilion, some girls are flirting all day long. The battle on the Wanhua Pavilion ended with a cold snort from my aunt in just a moment. My aunt and Hua Yu came down from the Wanhua Pavilion one after the other. Hua Yu came to Su Yin with a smile and held his little paw. She whispered in the fox's ear mysteriously, "I know who it is if the little fox is interested. I will introduce you." Su Yin wanted to break free from Hua Yu's hand and jump back into my aunt's arms. But Hua Yu's hand was big enough to hold 3 of Su Yin's fox-shaped front paws. With Su Yin's strength attribute, he couldn't break free from Hua Yu's forced handshake. "Aunt, let go!" Aunt slapped Hua Yu's hand, causing Hua Yu to groan in pain and let go. Aunt hugged Su Yin and put him in her arms. Stroking his fur, Nan Wu is gone. Okay. Jiao Nan Wu's eyes were slightly alert. She felt that Hua Yuzhenren in front of her seemed to have some plans for Su Yin. What a pity! Looking at the 3 demon tribes who left, Hua Yu's cheeks were slightly regretful. And she said, "But it's okay. At least Chong Qiong didn't call for killing me. It's a good start." Ever since Chong Qiong knew that Hua Yu wanted to support herself, Chong Qiong has never given Hua Yu a good face. But because of Su Yin, the two now have a common secret. Hua Yu thinks this is a good start. In the future, when she is free, she can use the name of visiting Su Yin to show her courtesy to Chong Qiong and try to capture Jiao Chong. Jiao Chong. That is the king of poisonous insects that the goddess of Wanhua Valley cannot sign. As soon as Jiao Chong is abducted, Jiao Chong's ancestor can come to the door. And the big demon insect that spits on Wanhua Valley. Although the incident happened a long time ago, the strength of Jiao Chong's ancestor is also obvious to all. If she really licks a Jiao Chong to hang out with her, Hua Yu feels that there is more than just smoke on her ancestral grave. Girls, take a rest today. Check for me. Look through all the ancient books to see what Jiao Chong likes. And see if there is anything I missed. For the happiness of your mother. Take action. Hurry up. After sending Su Yin and his group away, Hua Yu bolted the door of Wanhua Pavilion herself, put her hands on her waist, and told the girls to act. This time, we must act carefully, and don't annoy Chong Qiong again. Aunt, did Wanhua Pavilion reach an agreement? After leaving Wanhua Pavilion, Su Yin asked his aunt about the battle in the boudoir with great interest. It's a deal, isn't it? Aunt shook her head, although the ending is different. It should be a good ending. Huh? Su Yin said with a puzzled look on his face. That cunning old woman threatened me by saying that she would report you to the North Sea Dragon clan. Of course, I won't tolerate her with my temper. So I beat her up. Aunt, are you sure you don't have any selfish motives? Of course not. Although I don't like your father, I can't bear to part with you. A little fox. If the big fox knew that the little fox lived in the deep sea, where would my face be? If only Eo Renlin was affected, and would report him directly without saying anything. But given the temperament of the Dragon clan, they would not let Su Yin go. After realizing that he had the water control ability of the Black Dragon clan, they would definitely take him back to the Black Dragon clan to receive the pure Dragon clan barbaric education. The only thing to be thankful for is that the 9-tailed fox of the Su family did not spread the news that they wanted to castrate Su Yin. And Hua Yu had no real handle to threaten my aunt. If Hua Yu really knew about the 9-tailed fox of the Su family, then my aunt would have to consider temporarily taking Su Yin back to Pingfeng Mountain. I promised not to call for her to kill. And she promised to help us block the news about you. In short, it is a fair deal. But you, the little fox, should not say anything about yourself. Otherwise it will not be as easy to deal with next time as it is today. My aunt said lightly. Jiao Nanwu was confused. Part of the conversation between the aunt and the nephew was spoken, and part of it was hidden by voice transmission. Jiao Nanwu could not hear what the two were saying. Didn't my aunt have a grudge with Hua Yuzhenren? And then Hua Yu took revenge on my aunt's relatives and indirectly took revenge on her? Why is it now related to Su Yin? Although Jiao Nanwu didn't understand, she was also shocked by the chaotic relationship between Hua Yu and my aunt. Be careful. Right? Based on my understanding of Hua Yu, I guess she will come to your house tomorrow to please you. I want you to whisper in my aunt's ear. Don't let that woman fool you. and held the little fox with her left hand in front of her, and stroked the fox's fur with her right hand. She reminded Su Yan again of the things he needed to pay attention to. To be honest, Hua Yu was impatient and liked to be rough. In order to let Su Yan whisper in her ear, she might really do something outrageous and shatter the three views of the demon race. Although the worldviews of the human race and the demon race are similar, some details are still different. When approaching the brothel, the ant paused and looked at the person sitting on the steps outside the brothel. Su Yan, who was originally so comfortable that he squinted his eyes, raised his head after noticing the ant's unusual movement, and saw a female cultivator with a high ponytail sitting in front of the brothel door, wearing a white dress and a red cloak with gold embroidery. It was someone from the Demon Suppression Division. Zhou Tong, why are you sitting outside the door? Why don't you just go to the backyard and let the monkey open the door for you? The ant paused and went to say hello. I'm waiting for someone here. I'm worried that the girl will break the door after we enter. The new monks found by the Demon Suppression Division are all impatient now. After the Zhou Tong responded to the ant, he looked at Su Yan in the ant's arms and said with a smile, I said that with your character of not coming to the temple for no reason. Why would you ask me to investigate the details of the bribery case of the Ministry of Personnel? It turns out that you have a puppy outside. So why don't you come and kiss me? What am I looking for you to play? Are you playing missing? The ant rolled her eyes in annoyance. The Demon Suppression Division is the knife in the hands of the Wuxing Emperor, responsible for the inspection and elimination of the termites that are a disaster to the dynasty. On weekdays, they basically run around in Xiaoyu, either on the way to kill people or on the way to inspect corrupt officials. It is estimated that there are no more than 5 days a year when you can see their figures. Zhou Tong was also on vacation recently, so my aunt was able to find her. Little fox. Zhou Tong sat up from the steps, reached out and touched Su Yan's head, and said, It's just SOSO. Su Yan subconsciously looked back at my aunt and asked her where the Demon Suppression Division in front of her came from. Seeing the person in charge of the inspection was telling the truth, Su Yan was actually a little panicked in his heart, for fear that she would see his true identity and report to His Majesty the Emperor. Then the Emperor thought for a moment and felt that he might come to Xiaoyu to rely on his identity as a nine-tailed fox to eat and drink, and then order the Demon Suppression Division to capture him and put him up in the palace as a flag. Such a pure nine-tailed fox. It would be a pity not to hang it on the flag as a banner for the expedition. She is my friend Zhou Tong. Zhou Wu tribe. Should be a big cat. Right? And he smoothed Su Yan's fur and said, Wrong. It's a long-haired, super warm-hearted big cat who knows how to find food and take care of herself. Zhou Tong teased. Chapter 34. A traitor has appeared in the fox tribe. Zhou Wu beasts are relatively rare benevolent beasts in the demon tribe. They are shaped like tigers, do not eat living things, and are good at cooking. Their biggest features are that they have antelope horns on their heads and their tails are twice their body length. Zhou Wu are famous for their super speed. When my aunt started talking about her friend's race, Su Yan looked up the introduction of the Zhou Wu tribe in his mind. Although the Zhou Wu are tigers, they are extremely disgusted with the smell of raw food. Before they transform, they would rather eat vegetarian food than touch meat. They are a kind of demon beast that only lives in the territory of the Zhou Wu tribe before they transform, because they don't like raw food and rarely attack living things. They were given the title of benevolent beast by the ancient human race. Therefore, it is really no problem for Zhou Tong to say that he is a big cat that can take care of himself. Zhou Wu's personality is basically cheerful and kind, and it is not very unstable. Why is that girl so slow? Standing at the door of the brothel for a while, Zhou Tong stood on tiptoe and looked around but didn't see any new recruits from the Demon Suppression Division. So he said helplessly, Then let's go in and sit down first. I'll leave her a message later. Because of his cheerful and gentle personality, Zhou Tong is a training teacher in the Demon Suppression Division. Every 5 years, he needs to lead a group of new recruits to familiarize themselves with the work of the Demon Suppression Division. And then after they are familiar with the environment, the new recruits will be assigned to different departments to carry out their work. The reason why Zhou Tong sat outside the brothel was because she sent all the new recruits under her to post notices on the notice boards of major inns in the city. And the final gathering place was in front of Chongqing's brothel. But those new recruits were too slow, and Zhou Tong was embarrassed to let Chongqing and his group wait outside the door with him. What's going on at the Ministry of Personnel? Everyone came to the tea table on the 4th floor of the tower. The aunt raised her hand and put Su Yan on the table. She raised her hand to use telekinesis to pick up fruits. nuts and teapots from the backyard. After making tea for Zwatong, she started talking about business. What else could happen? Isn't it that the people of Yinjin saw that our Xiaoyu kingdom was approaching the end of the year? So they planned in advance to give your majesty a big surprise. It is now late autumn, and winter will begin in a week. There are still about 3 months before the new year of the Xiaoyu dynasty. The people of Yinjin are planning a surprise to slap the face of Emperor Wuxing. Are those people of Yinjin crazy? They provoke Emperor Wuxing all day long. As soon as Wu Tenghua finished speaking, Su Yan, who was sitting on the tea table peeling orange peels, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and felt deeply speechless about the people of Yinjin. Su Yan had never seen the Emperor Wuxing, but from the title of a fairy in the world, he roughly knew how earth-shaking the power of the Emperor Wuxing was. And he had only been in Xiaoyu for a short time when he encountered the incident of the Yinjin people cursing and killing the generals of the court. Now it was revealed that the Yinjin people bribed the Ministry of Personnel and planned something big. Your Majesty and the Yinjin people have a deep hatred. The Yinjin people think that your Majesty Wuxing is not in a legitimate position, and have always wanted to force your Majesty to step down from the position of Emperor and give way to others. Zwatong said a little to Su Yan. These words made Su Yan stunned. Wasn't the Emperor Wuxing one of the 3 mixed-blood geniuses born by the previous Emperor and Empress Su? How could the Emperor Wuxing be said to be in an illegitimate position? Emperor Wuxing. Could he be an illegitimate child? Seeing Su Yan's stunned look, the aunt shook her head speechlessly and said, It seems that I have to invite some historians back for the little fox. The story of Emperor Wuxing needs to be combined with the emergence of the Nightmare Town method. Why was the Nightmare Town method created? To put it simply, it is the magic that the human race used to fight against our demon race. The current pattern of mixed races in the world actually belongs to the world established after the melee of various races. The beginning of the world. The innate creatures ruled the universe. And then the innate demon gods fell due to time. Their corpses evolved into the emperors of the major demon races, who fought for hegemony in the universe. The human race then took advantage of the weak luck of the demon race, and broke into the war in one fell swoop and rose. The human race was born after the demon race, and its foundation is not as deep as that of the demon race. Although there are many geniuses, it is still unable to compete with the demon race that dominates the universe. At this time, a strange man who realized the destiny appeared in the human race, and created the Nightmare Town method to check and balance the demon race with a deep foundation. Take the blood of the demon race and seize the foundation, and bring the war back to the same starting point. The war between humans and demons ended in a loss for both sides. The emperors who led the human race to participate in the war completely banned the method of Nightmare Town after the war, and prohibited anyone from practicing it, because the method of Nightmare Town would damage the luck of the human race. Once the luck declined to a certain extent, the human race would return to the situation of fighting among all races after fighting for a piece of pure land. The demon race caused a big disaster during the melee, and the luck declined, which led to the rise of the human race. After the human race established a firm foothold, it no longer needed the Nightmare Town method that might damage the luck, and it was completely banned. But in order to fight against the beasts of heaven and earth, the human race let the Nightmare Town method flourish everywhere. It was not that it could be banned. After tens of thousands of years, it was still circulated. The followers of Nightmare Town felt that the demon blood of Emperor Wuxing was too strong, and was not suitable for being the emperor of the great human race. They wanted to overthrow the rule of Emperor Wuxing and drive this demon woman off the throne. After thousands of years of disputes between the followers of Nightmare Town and Emperor Wuxing, the situation is no longer just a dispute of ideas. It is a bloody hatred and revenge. Emperor Wuxing kills all the followers of Nightmare Town first, and then asks for permission. It doesn't matter if he kills the wrong person. If he catches one, he will kill the whole clan. He is determined to cut off the Taoism of all Nightmare Town, and make the law of Nightmare Town disappear. Ant sighed and said, the law of Nightmare Town was originally created by the human race to level the scales of the chaos of all races. But as time goes by and it spreads, not only human cultivators know how to use the law of Nightmare Town, but even the demon race and some other small races are secretly learning for their own interests. As a result, it has caused many disasters, such as the Qingqiu Nine-Tailed Fox clan split because of the nephew. Today's cultivation world prohibits the law of Nightmare Town, and Emperor Wuxing is the vanguard of the ban on evil laws. If he is caught, he will kill all 9 clans, aiming at the foundation of the law of Nightmare Town. It naturally attracts the hatred of major Nightmare Town sections. He does nothing every day but fights Emperor Wuxing. Emperor Wuxing was not willing to give in. He would kill all the clans of a member of the Nightmare Town if he caught one. He would take tens of thousands of people to the execution ground to behead them, extract their souls, and light sky lanterns if he caught a sect. He was extremely cruel. Emperor Wusheng and the members of the Nightmare Town were no longer fighting over ideas, but naked, bloody hatred. So, Zhou Tong looked at Su Yin with a smile on his face and said, "Be careful when you go out and make friends with bad people. Maybe your white-haired fox friend is actually a person in fox skin, but in fact, he is a member of the Nightmare Town. Once he is caught, he will be searched by our Demon Suppression Division. When the 9 clans are killed, you may also be beheaded." Zhou Tong was joking with a smile on his face, but it scared Su Yin. "No, I definitely don't have any bad friends." Chapter 35. It's you. It's you? The bribery case of the Ministry of Personnel has been basically settled, but the situation is still not optimistic for our Demon Suppression Division. The Nightmare Suppression Division has been tossed around. Zhou Tong took a sip of tea inside. The Nightmare Suppression Division took advantage of the folk customs of Xiaoyu and used the Nightmare Suppression method to sneak into the white-haired foxes in thousands of households. They hid until Xiaoyu was ready to make a big event during the new year, and made the Emperor Wusheng look disgusting. Xiaoyu, where there are no villages without fox fairies, has tens of thousands of registered white-haired foxes in the main city alone. Looking at the Xiaoyu dynasty, it is normal to have 30,000 to 50,000. Although the Demon Suppression Division has the method to identify the Nightmare Suppression Division, it is still a very troublesome thing to check all the foxes and pull out all the Nightmare Suppression Division within 3 months. It involves civil and military officials, local government offices, and vassal kings and nobles. To put it bluntly, those who can raise white-haired foxes in Xiaoyu are basically some dignitaries for peace of mind. Ordinary people usually raise some ordinary foxes, or worship statues of white-haired foxes on the altar for worship. The Ministry of Personnel found white-haired foxes, but who knows whether the Yinjin people have sneaked into ordinary foxes, or is it simply a blindfolding method? And the Yinjin people are just bored and come to tease Emperor Wusheng? Although there are various possibilities, it is necessary to spread out from Xiaoyu City for investigation. What if something really happens? No one can bear this responsibility. Hee. You are also hardworking. I don't know what you think. You came to Xiaoyu to be an official. It's not like you don't know that Xiaoyu has been on the front line of banning evil methods. The aunt took a sip of tea and shook her head. Well, because my sister introduced it to me. She said that as long as I work for 100 years, I can enjoy life, and I don't need to continue fighting and killing. And I can also get a salary from the court. Zhou Tong said with a sullen face. In the end, my sister lied to me. There is no such thing as enjoyment in the Demon Suppression Division. In addition to a basic salary, if you want to obtain skills, elixirs, magic weapons, and methods, you need to calculate the contribution and time of the task execution. It doesn't mean that you can really lie on the merit book and wait for death. As long as you are ruthless and hardworking enough, you can exchange for rare skills in the treasury in the Demon Suppression Division, and even buy a territory to become a king of a different surname. This is the training place left by Emperor Wusheng for those ruthless people who value money over life. It is also a department that does not require seniority, and everything depends on ability to quickly get promoted. One day, if you are tired of not having the heart to fight, you can also use your contribution to exchange for an official position or a throne, and live your retirement life leisurely. Master, just as my aunt and the eunuch were chatting and Su Yin was cracking nuts for the 2 big guys, a hot-tempered girl rushed in through the open door of the brothel and shouted. Su Yan's originally leisurely fox face suddenly frowned slightly. This girl's voice. It sounds familiar? Here. The eunuch stretched his arm outside the wooden guardrail and waved. Su Yin also stood up on the table and looked towards the lobby. At this glance, Su Yan's eyes met Yu Yanning. Yu Yanning paused on the stairs. Her almond eyes suddenly widened and looked at the white-haired fox who stood up, raised her hand and pointed and said in surprise, "It's you. The little fox who makes money." Su Yan's fox face showed shock, and the whole fox fur exploded. Yu Yanning, the bell-holding devil. Well, you little fox. You left a letter saying that you were going to be rich and powerful, and then you ran away without a trace. And I had to look for you for a long time. After seeing Su Yan's angry face, Yu Yanning was more certain that this fox was the one she had lost. She immediately ran to the 4th floor with a fierce momentum and picked up the white-haired fox sitting on the tea table and cracking walnuts. I feed you delicious food every day. But you, the disloyal little fox, just ran away, and ran to the brothel to eat and drink for free, and didn't come back to find me. Faced with Yu Yanning's hands, Su Yin, who was holding his armpits and bouncing up and down, tried to hold back a woof for a long time. It's no use changing your voice. You are the fox I picked up on the roadside. Su Yan's fox form barked like a whimper. But even if Su Yan changed his voice at this moment, it would not work, because Yu Yanning did not recognize Su Yan by the barking, but by the fur and the expression on the fox's face. When Su Yan showed his true form, his cheeks would be extremely human, with a carefree look. His front paws crossed as if he was not competing with the world. His eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up like a smile of enjoyment. This is different from other foxes, and it is also a point that Su Yan himself would not notice. Except for you, whose fox is snow white in the summer without even stray hairs. And now it has the characteristic of not shedding hair even if you stroke it hard. And you still want to deny it? Woof. Su Yan woofed again and pretended to be dead. Yu Yanning is very knowledgeable about foxes. There are at least hundreds of wild foxes in her family, including those that are fed. In terms of being a fox, Su Yan may not be able to win over Yu Yanning, a fox breeder. No matter what kind of fox, the color of the fur will be slightly different according to the temperature of the 4 seasons. If you want to see a pure white fox, you can only see it in winter. In the hot summer, the fur color of a white fox will also appear black or yellow, not pure white. Only Su Yan's fur has always been snow white and flawless. And no matter how much he strokes, his fur will not fall off. Yu Yanning had actually suspected that the white-haired fox was a demon beast a long time ago. But Su Yan had always relied on his cute face to get by and mixed in with the team taking the exam. It was not until the first day of arriving in Xiaoyu that Yu Yanning went to the candidate in to register for the martial arts examination time. Su Yan contacted his aunt to pick him up and left a letter with a fox paw print on the table for Yu Yanning. Yu Yanning was truly sure that Su Yan was really a fox demon. Don't shake my nephew and make him vomit. The aunt pinched Su Yan's back muscle and rescued him from Yu Yanning's shaking. She raised her hand to block Yu Yanning, who wanted to continue to snatch Su Yan back, and said, "My nephew is so scared by you. Please calm down. Do you know each other?" Zhou Tong looked at Yu Yanning, then looked at Su Yan, who was blocking his front with his tail. He was slightly stunned and asked Yu Yanning, "Of course I know it. It's the little fox I picked up on the roadside when I went to Beijing to take the exam. This heartless fox left me and ran away when it arrived in Xiaoyu City." Yu Yanning looked at the master aggrievedly, asking the master to teach her a lesson. "I treated it like a soft bed all the way, but it didn't recognize me after it came to Xiaoyu." "Oh!" Zhou Tong looked at Chong Qiong with a puzzled look. The expressions of the aunt and Su Yan were very strange. The aunt looked down at Su Yan, then looked at Yu Yanning, who was staring at the fox in her arms, and said with a slightly subtle tremor in her voice, like she was trying to hold back a laugh, "My little nephew is afraid of your disciple. It's normal that he doesn't want to recognize you. Whose girl's hands are so soft when she has nothing to do? Holding someone's bell?" Zhou Tong. Yu Yanning's cheeks flushed, and the redness spread to the roots behind her ears. Even her neck outside the collar and the back of her hands exposed by the sleeves were red, and her body temperature rose rapidly. Yu Yanning whispered, "Before, I didn't know it was a fox demon. I thought it was a little fox. Not even a beast with undeveloped intelligence." Zhou Tong held his forehead with a speechless face, and stretched out his tail from behind to pat Yu Yanning's head. He pressed her head and bowed to Chong Qiong and Su Yan to apologize, saying, "It's no wonder that they pretended not to know you when you messed around like this. Little fox, show yourself. Let this damn girl pour you a cup of tea to apologize." Chapter 36, Snow Flying Fox. "Come on, little fox. Show your human form. And let this damn girl pour you a cup of tea to apologize." A long tail stretched out from behind the eunuch, with black and white stripes that were particularly eye-catching. The tail pressed hard on the back of Yu Yanning's head, making her body red like a cooked shrimp. Yu Yanning bowed to apologize. "There is no need to apologize, as long as she swears in writing not to come to my bell to make a wish." Su Yan frantically shook his head and wagged his tail to reject the eunuch, showing a transformed posture to face Yu Yanning. Too dead. And Yu Yanning was seeking marriage, and Su Yan was a little confident in his transformed state. He was worried that after he transformed, Yu Yanning's eyes would suddenly light up when she saw his human form, and then she would fly over and cover his mouth and say, "Thank you for the reward from the Lord of Heaven." That would be really bad. If she was not careful, Yu Yanning could achieve the achievement of Fusu. instead of Hufu. Then let's sign a contract. Zhou Tonghui patted Yu Yanning's butt and pushed her, asking her to sign a contract for Su Yin. It's really a fox demon. Seeing Su Yin speak, Yu Yanning exclaimed in her heart. The mystery of the little fox in front of her was far beyond Yu Yanning's cognition, because the demons generally have to reach the foundation building stage to speak human language. And the golden elixir stage can manifest a human-like beastman form. And only the demon cultivators in the Yuanying stage or above can manifest a perfect human form. It was obviously unwilling to even moan before, but now it has learned to speak human language. Yu Yanning whispered while signing the contract, secretly glancing at Su Yin in her aunt's arms. Su Yin looked back at Yu Yanning with a frown on his face. I can indeed speak, but I was mixed in the team going to Beijing to take the exam at that time. The leader's cultivation was not low. If I spoke casually, I might be kicked out of the team. After that, Yu Yanning came to Fusu to make a wish. Su Yin never dared to speak again. He was afraid of embarrassment, and Yu Yanning was angry and embarrassed to give him a scissor. In short, it was a bad fate. Zhou Tong and Yu Yanning sat until the evening, when all the newcomers of the Demon Suppression Division completed their tasks and gathered. Zhou Tong asked them to report once to make sure that everyone was there. Then he looked at Chong Qiong and said goodbye with a smile, and went back to write a performance report. The purpose of Zhou Tong's trip was to investigate the bribery case of the Ministry of Personnel at Chong Qiong's request. Now that the matter has been completed, he naturally has to report back to the Demon Suppression Division. The bribery incident of the Ministry of Personnel has nothing to do with the Su family fox. Su Yin is safe now, and does not need to worry about the Su family elders flying over to cut him. As for the conspiracy of the Nightmare Town, Su Yin does not need to worry. As long as he stayed by his aunt's side, ordinary people from the Nightmare Town would not dare to offend the half-immortal. When facing the people from the Nightmare Town, the laws of Xiaoyu City were invalid, and his aunt could fight them with all her might. The brothel was finally able to reopen. Ah! It's snowing. Su Yin, who had just woken up from his sleep, looked at the windowsill where the cold wind was blowing and the snow outside the window, and shivered in his quilt. This was the first time Su Yin had seen snow since he came to the world of cultivation. There was no snow in the winter in the southern state, and at most the temperature was a little lower. At this time, Su's mother would pick up the scoop net again and go outside the door to scoop some female cultivators with fire properties to warm the house for herself and her cubs. The little demon girls captured by Su's mother would live there for a whole winter, in the Manyao city of the southern province. Su Mu's netcasting is the rule of the city. Even the city lord is useless here, facing the nine-tailed fox and the black dragon couple. Even if they did not show their true body cultivation, they were extremely powerful. Su Yin lived there, and was a local emperor. Not to mention that he could get whatever he wanted. When he went out, people who came to see him at least called him young Master Su. Get up. Su Yin shrank back to a little fox, and the temperature of his fur was slightly warmer. Thanks to the fact that the brothel was a wooden building, Su Yin did not feel cold under his feet. Foxes are cold-resistant animals. They can run around happily with fur on their bodies even in sub-zero temperatures, and even dive into the snow to find food. Unlike humans, they do not need to wear clothes in winter to keep warm. Look! Whose fur is running around? Su Yin hopped and slapped the bolt, opened his bedroom door, and took 2 steps. And a teasing voice came from behind him. Hua Yu rushed forward and picked up Su Yin, who was running around on the ground, and put him in her arms. It turned out to be our little fox from Jiao Chang's family. While Hua Yu said, she put Su Yin on her neck, as if she really treated him as a fur. Although I am not immune to cold and heat, I am not afraid of the cold. Xiao Su, do you want to know where the temperature is the warmest in the courtesan? Foxes are cold-resistant creatures, and are not afraid of the cold. Su Yin, who was lying on Hua Yu's shoulder, spoke and gave Hua Yu scientific knowledge about animals, with black lines on his forehead. I was cold when I was in human form just now, but now I am very warm in my original fox form, and I can be used as a hand warmer. Since the deal was concluded, Hua Yu would come to Su Yin whenever she had nothing to do, to take advantage of him, hoping that Su Yin would whisper something in the ear of her aunt, which would perfectly match her aunt's prediction. It was even worse than that. As expected of Chong Qiong's nephew, he is just as cold. But no matter how cold a male is, he will also have a fever. Hua Yu smiled and didn't care about Su Yin's perfunctory. Compared with female demons, male demons are easy to deal with. After getting familiar with the smell, her vigilance was also relaxed. That was the time to really exert her strength. First, she would make this fox fan fall at her bare feet, And then she would team up with him to attack Chongqing from both inside and outside to make her fall. It's snowing. Hua Yu was wrapped in fox fur and was about to run to Chongqing's dormitory. Using Su Yan as a topic, she wanted to go a step further and share a blanket with her aunt on the bed. In Hua Yu's heart, Su Yan was a tool fox that was barely cute but very useful. In the eyes of insect control, insects are the best, and other animals are aliens. But Hua Yu took 2 steps in excitement, and suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She looked back suddenly, and Su Yan, who was originally hanging on her neck, disappeared. Hua Yu looked around with a look of shock, and even opened her spiritual sense to scan the inside of the brothel. But she couldn't find the little fox that disappeared from her neck so abruptly. Where's the fox? Hua Yu looked around but couldn't find it. She was so anxious that she subconsciously touched her whole body, but still couldn't find it. It's bad. The fox is gone. I didn't even see how he disappeared. Hua Yu really didn't feel anything. And Su Yan suddenly disappeared. Hua Yu thought about it with a face full of regret. And the next second, she opened her mouth and choked, Wu Chongqing. Come out quickly. It's bad. Su Yan disappeared in a flash. I clearly clamped him, but he disappeared in front of me in a flash. Hua Yu Xiao directly woke up all the people who were meditating or sleeping in the brothel. The aunt opened her eyes, typed a question mark, and scanned Hua Yu downstairs with her spiritual consciousness and asked, What did you say? Chapter 37 Foxes belong to the Canidae family. Su Yan, who was originally lying on Hua Yu's shoulder and hitchhiking, suddenly felt someone pulling his neck. Because of the pinching of his neck flesh, Su Yan subconsciously made a fox whimper. When he came to his senses, he appeared on the snowy street, as if he was held in someone's hand. Su Yan quickly turned his head and saw a figure with a fluffy 9-tailed fox and a she character on her cheek. When Su Yan saw her, his heart suddenly stopped. It was Grandma 9 Fox, one of the 10 witches of the undead country. Su Yan looked up from the bottom, but still could not see the face behind the white cloth with the word she covered. She noticed Su Yan's gaze, lowered her head, and looked into her arms, chuckled and said, Today, it's snowing heavily, and it's a festival custom to warm your hands with fragrant skin. It's elegant to warm your hands with a 9-tailed fox cub. She raised her hand to tug Su Yan over with no ill intentions, just because she was going to tour the city, and it happened to be snowing. So she took a 9-tailed fox into her arms to celebrate the festival. She hadn't touched a 9-tailed fox cub for a long time, so she wanted to take Su Yan over and touch it. She is also a 9-tailed fox, so she naturally has a certain degree of preference for 9-tailed fox cubs. Then Sister Sheer, can I still go home? Su Yan always felt that it was not auspicious to fall into the hands of the 9-nether fox grandma. Of course, but not now. She, who was called Sister Sheer by Su Yan, did not refuse to be called that. She just took a step and suddenly appeared more than 10 miles away, step by step from the main city of Xiaoyu to the outside of a farmer's yard. And the originally light snow weather turned into a blizzard. Sister Sierra found a big tree in the shade, not caring about the snow or stains on the rocks, and sat on it directly, put Su Yan on her legs, and spread her legs to knead. Su Yan lay on Sister Sierra's legs with his legs spread out, and his tail subconsciously covered his belly. This action brought Sister Sierra a chuckle. Are you afraid of me? In fact, there is no need to do so. If I really want to harm you, no one can stop me before I do it. Don't worry. Is the legend true? After Sister Sierra's reminder, Su Yan felt that what she said made sense. He had already fallen into the hands of the 9-tailed fox grandmother. Whatever really happened, no one could stop Sister Sierra's mess. It would be better to be a ghost before he was hit by a flying scissors. Sister Sierra slightly turned her head to look at Su Yan. It's the legend of Joyo. It said that there are 9 ghosts protecting the 9-tailed fox royal family wandering in the main city of Xiaoyu. The legend of Joyo? It's fake. Sister Sheer pinched Su Yan with both hands and pressed him down, gently pressing Su Yan's soft flesh, looking at the situation in the farmyard from time to time, and said lightly, It is very normal to save a fellow tribe member in distress within the scope of one's ability. Just like I just returned from the western part of the dynasty, and saw you being ravaged by the witch's poisonous hands. Protecting the 9-tailed fox royal family? It's just that some royal families are flattering themselves. A group of incompetent juniors died, which is not worth my regret. The legend of Joyo is true, but not entirely true. Only part of it is true. From Sister Sheer's words, it can be concluded that there are indeed 9 9-tailed fox ghosts in Xiaoyu. But they are not only active in the main city of Xiaoyu, but wandering around the entire dynasty. When encountering a nine-tailed fox in distress, if she sees it, Sister Sierra will lend a helping hand. If she doesn't see it, then it's dead. And it died of its own incompetence. The legend of Joyo seems to be a rumor deliberately spread by some members of the royal family. Sister Sierra really has a nine-tailed fox grandmother Sue. Thinking of this, Su Yin subconsciously shrank his hind legs. Turn around. Sister Sierra stroked Su Yin's soft flesh, and then let Su Yin, who was lying on his back, turn over. Su Yin honestly lay on Sister Sierra's legs and exposed his back. Su Yin doesn't hate others' touches. Some people who have experience in stroking foxes stroke him, which is like a free massage for him. Sister Sierra, who is also a nine-tailed fox, is really experienced in stroking foxes. She stroked Su Yin until the whole fox was completely paralyzed on her legs, with 4 legs dangling. She even took away Su Yin's vigilance, turning Su Yin into a nine-tailed fox that could only whimper, whinging. After Su Yin whimpered for a while, he confirmed that the nine-tailed fox grandma in front of him would not hurt him. So he asked carefully, Sister Sierra, where do you rank among the 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom? Who knows? Sister Sierra shook her head and said, anyway, before I became Joyo, I encountered a strong wind and killed it. The 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom have different interpretations in the eyes of cultivators of different levels. For Joyo, who was already a big monster that was rampant in his lifetime, it would be fine if nothing happened when he encountered the 10 witches. Once a conflict occurred, the so-called 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom would most likely become materials for refining weapons. That happened a long time ago. When she returned to Qingqiu, she encountered a strong wind monster, one of the 10 witches, and then killed it for feather clothing, beaks and claws for refining weapons. Later, Feng Shi, who had unparalleled defensive power, rose to the top and became one of the legendary 10 witches of the Undying Country. According to what Sister Sierra had seen and heard, the so-called 10 witches of the Undying Country were not fixed values. They were all powerful warriors in the ancient wars of demons and beasts, or the wars between humans and demons. Most of them were severely injured and their souls dissipated, but they were still wandering because of the immortal nature of their bodies. If they were encountered, they would be chopped off, which would be good materials for refining weapons. The correct explanation of the 10 witches of the Undying Country should be the 10 strongest people who died during the ancient war of all races. There are countless strong people who have fallen, and the 10 strongest people will be ranked in parallel by people who like to do good things, so that they can be circulated in the world of cultivation as legends. Cut off. Su Yin showed a look of surprise on his face, turned his fox head, and looked at Sister Sierra with an incredible face. Cut off. Sierra, who was slightly illusory but had a physical body, lightly recounted the glorious deeds of the past. Su Yin. He was speechless for a while. Su Yin actually wanted to ask the nine-tailed fox grandma why she was listed as a member of the Immortal Kingdom when she was so arrogant in her life. In the Immortal Kingdom, it is said that the immortals can chop at will. How terrifying and extraordinary the fox grandma must have been in her life. Su Yin wanted to ask, but he was afraid that he might become a fur after asking. So he didn't continue asking. Because of Su Yin's silence, the atmosphere between the old and young foxes was slightly silent, and the air was filled with awkwardness. Of course, Sheer didn't care about this. She originally planned to use the nine-tailed fox cub to celebrate the festival. It didn't matter whether Su Yin spoke or not. If he had questions to ask, Sheer would answer the questions of the younger generation. If Su Yin didn't want to ask, she wouldn't take the initiative to bring up any topic to ease the atmosphere. Su Yin felt embarrassed, but she didn't. After all, it was normal to pet a fox. As a nine-tailed fox grandma, Sheer found it interesting when she saw the nine-tailed fox cub so comfortable that its 4 legs were paralyzed and shaking. Chapter 38 Moon Rabbit. Little fox, close your eyes. Sitting outside the farmyard, Su Yin, who was about to fall asleep after being massaged, suddenly heard Sister Sierra say something behind him. Before Su Yin could react, Sister Sierra had covered his eyes. In the blizzard, a group of people were walking in the snow in thin clothes without fear of the cold wind. They approached the farmyard that Sister Sierra was looking at step by step. The biting cold wind and snow in the northern border of Xia, you seemed to be afraid of this group of people. They sleekly avoided them, and no wind or snow fell on them. Sister Sierra stood up from the rock where she was sitting, raised her hand, and put Su Yin on her shoulder, covered the little fox's eyes with her left hand, and held a lantern in her right hand. The orange-red flame gradually ignited in the lantern, lighting a bright light in the hazy ice and snow world in the blizzard. You guys. It's time to get going. Sister Sheer spoke lightly. And the sky changed because of her words. A demonic wind appeared out of nowhere in the sky and swept to the ground, turning into a dark snow tornado that ate flesh and bones. A bunch of tornadoes appeared out of nowhere to form a siege and double team to attack the pedestrians in the wind and snow. The golden sword formation and the red flame shot up into the sky, as if they were ready to break out of the demonic wind formation. But in a short while, the pervasive evil wind penetrated into the limbs and bones, and the flesh and blood gradually weathered and disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving only the Yuanshan who lost the protection of the flesh to be attacked by the evil wind. Sister Sheer waved the lantern, and the entrance of the candle generated an attraction that took the soul into it. The soul, which originally had a physical body, turned into lamp oil under the ravages of the lantern-shaped spiritual weapon and melted into the white candle. The lantern in Sheer's hand was not a particularly valuable magic weapon. It was just a torture device made by the Southern State Demon Sect believers. It was a lamp that used the soul as fuel to produce flames. Its name was Sky Lantern, because of Sheer's strength and spiritual nourishment. The ordinary magic weapon evolved into a spiritual weapon, and a lamp spirit was born. Sheer summoned the dark evil wind to stop, and the blizzard that was originally running wild also dissipated. There were no pedestrians or houses on the road. Everything stopped in the roaring wind. Only an iron cage that was left in place was particularly eye-catching. A red-eyed rabbit with a white and pink forehead and a little yellow hair on both sides of the cheeks was squatting in the iron cage, looking at Sheer, who was walking with the soul-burning lantern. Paw! Sheer picked up the lantern and smashed it on the iron cage. The restrictions and the power of the formation confinement intended to fight back, but in the face of absolute power, the restrictions on the iron cage were smashed into pure spiritual energy by the lantern and fled without leaving any trace. Okay. Sheer released her hand that was covering Su Yan's eyes, and the secret method that sealed his five senses. When Su Yan opened his eyes, he saw a pink and white rabbit that was very colorful and squatting in the iron cage with a frightened face. Afternoon tea? Su Yan lay on Sheer's shoulder, looking at the frightened rabbit, and looked at Sheer with a puzzled look. Sheer did not let Su Yan see the battle. A battle like that was flesh-cutting and soul-destroying was not suitable for underage demons to watch, even if they were accompanied by their parents. Therefore, in Su Yan's perception, he only said that he felt that Sheer stood up from the rock, walked less than 100 steps, and then released her left hand that was covering her eyes, revealing a very fat little rabbit. Su Yan thought Sheer covered her eyes because she found the silly rabbit in the mousetrap and covered her eyes to tease her like a child. He didn't know that a battle between high-level monks had just happened here. It's a rare moon rabbit. It can't be eaten. Sister Sheer reached out and pinched the rabbit's ears, took the rabbit out of the iron cage, glanced at the moon rabbit and said, "If it doesn't obey, I can give it to you as a food supplement." Hearing this, the moon rabbit trembled even more. Moon rabbit? Su Yan looked at the killer rabbit in Sister Sheer's hand. His eyes widened and showed a curious look. Sister Sheer glanced at Su Yan, raised her foot, and walked back to the main city of Xiaoyu, and said with a smile, "Well, the moon rabbit is good friends with our nine-tailed fox. I came here specifically to pick it up. The nine-tailed fox and the moon rabbit have a deep connection. The nine-tailed fox, the moon rabbit, and the three-legged golden crow once belonged to the same camp and were under the command of a certain innate creature. The nine-tailed fox holds a sharp robe and sticks to the goddess' side, as a close guard to kill evil spirits, and the three-legged golden crow is in charge of national affairs in the ancient eastern state. The greedy moon rabbit stays under the goddess because he is good at refining elixirs, based on the friendship in the past. The moon rabbit cannot be ignored." Oh, that's it. It turns out that the nine-tailed fox is not alone. With the Su family, he can find the moon rabbit and the three-legged golden crow to come to him. Su Yan showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "I feel that my situation is getting worse. Do I really have to sell my father and hide in the Black Dragon clan when there is really no other way?" As my aunt said, while Su Yan was being used as a hand-warmer by the fox lady, everyone in the brothel was in a mess. The whole fence turned over, and Jiao Namwu dived into the river, but could not find any trace of Su Yan. The face of the aunt was completely black, and Hua Yu explained the whole thing to the talented women. Hua Yu was not to blame for Su Yan's disappearance, because the whole brothel was within the aunt's perception. The guy who stole Su Yan was not like Hua Yu, who used medicine to hide his breath and smell in advance. The guy who stole Su Yan took him away directly from Hua Yu's shoulder. Even the ant could not detect the intruder, let alone Hua Yu. whose cultivation was not as good as the aunt's. Master Huayu, please don't move. Jiao Nanwu, who came up from the river and was twisting the water stains on her skirt, seemed to see something from the corner of her eyes, and hurriedly called Master Huayu, who was contacting the girls of Wanhua Pavilion through the sound transmission jade pendant, and took 3 or 2 steps forward to lift Huayu's long hair that had been scattered on her shoulders and fell to her ankles, revealing her fair back with moving lines. After lifting the light chestnut hair, everyone immediately saw black words appearing on Master Huayu's back. It read, "Borrow the fox temporarily. We'll return it to the brothel before dinner. Signed, she. Everyone. Hack borrow it temporarily. We are a formal brothel registered by the Ministry of Rights and never do business." The aunt felt a surge of anger rushing to her forehead, and raised her hand and slapped the table repeatedly. Huayu turned her head with a look of astonishment and looked at the handwriting left on her fair back at some unknown time, with a look of horror on her face. Although they were angry, they were relieved now that they knew where Su Yin was going. Brother Zhou, are we here at the right time? As soon as they arrived at the door of the brothel, they saw the owner of the brothel slamming the table with anger on his face. When Juntong and Zhou Yu, who had been swaggering to the brothel, quietly shrank to the door and secretly looked inside. Like thieves. It's definitely not the right time. It's not the right time at any time, Zhou Yu said with a frown. Brother, I really don't recommend you to do this. The owner of the brothel will really beat you to death. Chapter 39 Brother Su. Go and have fun. How about we come back another day? Seeing the shopkeeper in the lobby of the brothel slamming the table with anger on his face, Zhou Yu hesitated and suggested to Wen Juntong, I think the shopkeeper's face seems to be a little strange. If we go in now, we may become the unlucky fish that will be affected. What a joke. This opportunity is rare. I don't know how long I will have to wait if I miss today. Wen Juntong rejected Zhou Yu's proposal without thinking, and said with a serious face, my mother rarely goes to the south to avoid the cold. If I don't take the opportunity to hang out in Wanhua Pavilion now, I will have nothing to do when they go home. When Juntong and Zhou Yu came to Su Yin, naturally it was not for any serious business. When Juntong has always been obsessed with the monks and girls in Wanhua Pavilion, but neither When Juntong nor Zhou Yu have ever set foot in the famous Wanhua Pavilion. One is not interested in matters between men and women, and his mind is full of traveling and sketching monsters. One reason was because of the family rules. Mrs. Wen's family was from the Demon Suppression Division, and there was a natural taboo against people from the demon cult opening a shop. If it weren't for Mrs. Wen's self-cultivation, she wouldn't have beaten the father and son in the street when she knew they went to Wanhua Pavilion to spend money. When Juntong wanted to organize another tour of Wanhua Pavilion, while his parents were away from home to avoid the cold. But the two of them didn't know the rules very well, so they wanted to find Su Yin, who opened a brothel at home, and let Brother Su lead the way. When Juntong was impatient, but Zhou Yu didn't even dare to enter the door when he saw his aunt, who was in a rage. As a monk who had seen the world, he knew very well how terrifying Su Yan's aunt was. If he made his aunt unhappy, he and Wen Juntong might quietly and quickly go to the netherworld to line up for reincarnation. Therefore, Zhou Yu held Wen Juntong tightly to prevent this hungry ghost from offending Su Yan's aunt. The two people outside the brothel were in a stalemate, while the aunt inside the brothel was about to crack the wooden table with bang bang bang. Both sides were worried about Su Yin, who had already returned from the northern border of Xiaoyu. Above the brothel, a white figure suddenly appeared. Su Yin in the form of a fox appeared silently and landed on the long table in the lobby with 4 legs. Crack. The table was hit hard by the angry slaps. The moment Su Yin landed on it, the long table could no longer maintain its shape to support the impact of the fox falling to the ground. The long table broke outward with Su Yin as the center, and the fox fell from the table to the ground. Su Yin whimpered as he fell. Looking at the long table, he had crushed with a look of astonishment. How did I crush the table? You're willing to come back? And he grabbed Su Yin's neck, lifted him up and brushed off the dust on his body, angrily saying, you almost scared me to death by disappearing for no reason. I don't have the ability to give birth to a child for your mother. Next time you run around without telling your family, I'll tie you up or not. And he was very angry. Everyone was groping in the dark at first, and didn't notice the rental text left by Sister Sheer on Huayu's back. When they found it, it was already evening, and the rental was about to end. And he was worried for almost an hour. And now seeing Su Yin come back without a ghost, she was naturally very angry. And seeing that his aunt was angry, Su Yin felt a little aggrieved and started to explain the whole story to his aunt. He actually wanted to tell his aunt that he was safe. But Sister Sheer was very capable. She had walked out of the coverage of the 1,000-mile sound transmission jade slip in just 2 or 3 steps. And Su Yin had no way to contact his aunt. Grandma Fox said that fox cubs like me are most suitable for warming hands and feet. There is even a saying in Xiaoyu, the fragrant skin of foxes warms hands and is elegant. Grandma Fox took me hunting. Su Yin wanted to talk about things related to the moon rabbit. But Sister Sheer repeatedly told him not to talk nonsense. Because the moon rabbit belongs to a very rare demon race. And every moon rabbit that can grow up must be a master of alchemy. They don't even need to learn the recipe, because they have inherited a lot of recipes in their blood. As long as they grow older and more skilled, the memories passed down through the blood will naturally awaken. According to legend, the goddess followed by the 9-tailed fox, 3-legged crow, and moon rabbit holds the elixir of immortality. Taking the elixir can make the body holy and almost immortal. This is true. The recipe of the elixir of immortality is preserved in the blood of the moon rabbit. Therefore, if Su Yin does not want to cause any trouble for himself, he must bite to death. He has never seen a moon rabbit. Otherwise, if others know about it, they will be punished by the secret soul-searching method. Su Yin believes his aunt, but he is worried that there are ears on the other side. Therefore, he lied here and said that the original story of Sheer chasing the moon rabbit was that she took him to hunt in the snow, and asked him to warm her hands and thighs for the festival. As for the moon rabbit, Su Yin planned to tell his aunt when he practiced the water method in the backyard at night. Indeed, Xiaoyu has the custom of warming hands with fragrant skin when the first snow falls in winter. But using Su Yin to warm hands is a little extravagant. As a native of Xiaoyu, Huayu nodded and confirmed the authenticity of Su Yin's words. In the upper class of Xiaoyu, people like to use foxes to warm their hands in winter and hold a grand banquet after the first snow falls. Each of them brings their own foxes to compete at the banquet to see whose fox is prettier. In addition to competing to see who is prettier, some people will also bring their most beautiful mates to participate in the competition. Using a 9-tailed fox cub to warm hands is a very face-saving thing in Xiaoyu. It's like using wushengdi to warm hands and feet. Poor little fox. Do you want to be warmed? Huayu stretched out her arms with an ambiguous look on her face, making a hugging gesture. Other bad women want to use you to warm their hands. But I just want to warm your little paws. Can I come to my place? Although she was asking, her hands did not mean to ask. She had already supported Su Yin's waist, ready to hold him directly in her arms, and let Su Yin lie on her shoulders. Jia Namwu raised her hand and grabbed Su Yin's tail, looking at Huayu and her aunt with a stubborn face, as if telling something. Wow, it's like paradise. When Juntong and Zhouyu, who were squatting outside the brothel, looked at the little fox being carried by her aunt, Huayu holding her waist, and Jia Namwu holding her hind legs, when Juntong silently exclaimed, and with a girlish feeling, Jia Namwu like a big sister, and Huayu as graceful as a woman. What kind of Western paradise is this? When Juntong was so envious that he wanted to go home and ask if his ancestors had fox blood. He also wanted to be a fox. Let's go! Let's go pick up Brother Su and have fun. I know Brother Su is knowledgeable. After when Juntong envied him, he felt that the atmosphere in the brothel had returned to normal. So he thought about going in and asking Brother Su to accompany him and Zhouyu to have fun at the Wanhua Pavilion, when Gongzi would cover all the expenses. So he stole all his New Year's money from last year and this year. 10 kilograms of spirit stones. Enough for a night of fun. Chapter 40: The Difference Between Humans and Monsters. Good afternoon, sisters. Brother Su. We are here to play with you. When Juntong strode across the threshold of the brothel, dragged Zhouyu in, and greeted Su Yin, who had revealed his true form. Junior Zhouyu. Meet the seniors. Compared with the carefree Wen Juntong, Zhouyu bowed to his aunt and Huayu in a slightly more solemn manner. Why are you here? When Su Yin saw Wen Juntong and Zhouyu, he twisted his body in midair and turned into a human form and landed on the ground. He looked at the two of them with a little surprise and said, It's winter recently, and our brothel is not ready to open yet. Brother Wen and Brother Zhou, you are here at the wrong time. It's not about these things. Come over here. Wen Juntong, who was originally carefree, paused when he was about to talk about the main topic, and spoke a little cautiously and mysteriously, asking Su Yin to step aside. Wen Juntong is fearless, and he is afraid of death. But he is extremely afraid of his mother. Once it comes to something that may make Mrs. Wen angry, Wen Juntong will become extremely cautious and solemn, recalling that when he was 16 years old and ran to Wanhua Pavilion, Mrs. Wen picked up a bench and smashed it on Wen Juntong's face. The foundation building cultivator hit Wen Juntong with all his strength, and the chi refining Wen Juntong's body broke through the outer wall of Wanhua Pavilion and rolled into the courtyard. Mrs. Wen then hit him with a stool in the air and almost killed him. Dad was surrounded by Mrs. Wen's sisters and was beaten up in the corner. He was beaten 3 points like a human, 2 points like a ghost, and the remaining 5 points like a pig demon reincarnated. Wen Juntong never dared to play tricks on his mother since then, for fear that Mrs. Wen would organize a female army to beat him up in the corner again. Therefore, Wen Juntong now dares not mention Wanhua Pavilion in the presence of other strangers, for fear that a ghost will emerge from the crowd and report it to his mother. Brother Su is like this. Wen Juntong borrowed Su Yan from the crowd of women, dragged him to squat in the corner, and said quietly, "We are now preparing to organize a tour of Wanhua Pavilion to touch the long legs of those Jin and stage big sisters. But you also know my mother's character. My friends who have been there dare not talk to me about Wanhua Pavilion at all. Zhou Yu only has a face, but his whole body is soft and hard. We have never paid to talk to the girls. I don't know if Brother Su is familiar with the door and guide the way. I will pay for the expenses." Wanhua Pavilion. Su Yan's forehead was black when he heard it. He saw Wen Juntong was mysterious and thought he was going to say something. But when he thought about it carefully, thinking about the usual style of Wen Juntong, this lecherous insect, it was completely reasonable for him to ask such a question. There is nothing to be careful of. You can just go in and register at the counter, write down your specialties, and then go to their lobby to invite girls. But it still takes some effort to invite the courtesan. That is, the Jin and stage big sister you mentioned. Su Yan went to Wanhua Pavilion once, and at that time, he was planning to inspect the highest quality stalls in Xiaoyu. Therefore, Su Yan conducted a more detailed investigation and research on Wanhua Pavilion. First of all, the girls in Wanhua Pavilion are divided into 3 levels. 1 level for Qi refining stage and foundation establishment stage, 1 level for Jindan stage, 1 level for Yuanying stage cultivators. And there is no more. The courtesans of Wanhua Pavilion, who have cultivated to the Yuanying stage, will basically choose to return to Wanhua Valley in the southern state to refine their skills. The cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation building stages are called talented women. The cultivators in the golden core stage are called courtesans. The cultivators in the nascent soul stage are called goddesses. The interior is full of comparisons. Wanhua Pavilion divides all items. The cultivators are like commodities. The higher the cultivation level, the more beautiful the cultivators can find. The more money the cultivators are willing to spend, the more likely they are to cross the cultivation gap and attract the favor of the goddesses. The madam is the strong man who keeps the place in check. A cultivator in the god transformation stage, like Hua, you should not stay in Wanhua Pavilion, but should stay in Wanhua Valley. Concentrate on practicing to impact the realm of the immortals on land, and mix into the upper echelons. But Hua Yu is reluctant to leave Chongqiang, and is not willing to go back to Wanhua Valley to be a small leader. She wants to win the favor of the Jiaochong clan and sign a poisonous insect king. Anyway, after you find a girl, the process is the same as in an ordinary brothel. You can use all your skills and flirt in front of the girl. If your talent or money can impress them, maybe they will give you some sweet treats. Su Yan briefly explained the Wanhua Pavilion to Wen Juntong. In addition to the strict hierarchy and full of comparison, and the gimmick of the female monks wandering in the dust, it is actually the same as an ordinary brothel, and there is nothing worth mentioning. That, Brother Su, you still lead the way for me. Don't look at Brother Zhou's lustful faces. In fact, we haven't even touched the girl's little hand. I don't dare. Wen Juntong said with embarrassment. Did they really ask Su Yan to lead the way? There is a part of the reason. And the bigger part is because they hope to have a senior to guide them, so that they can be like a veteran in the love field and give advice in the Wanhua Pavilion. They don't show their timidity when they arrive, and let other customers see that they have no experience at all. It's embarrassing. Su Yan, don't dare? You were in Luoheja to see the emperor's uncle, and you laughed obscenely that could be heard 3 miles away, causing me to be stared at by other customers. What can you not dare to do with your courage? Please, Brother Su, come and take care of me. Wen Juntong asked again. I want to hold my head high and be a man. Raise my finger to point at the world of Wanhua Pavilion, and let the girls look at me with new eyes. I don't want people to see that I haven't even touched a girl's hand. Wen Juntong has lustful thoughts, but no courage. When he was 16, Madam Wen hit him with a bench, which broke his courage. Thinking of the ladies, he thought of the bench. Okay, Wait for me here for a while. Su Yin sighed helplessly, turned around and walked towards Hua Yuzhenren and his aunt, who were laughing so hard that they fell backwards. Previously, because of the fox grandmother, Su Yin had already made his aunt unhappy. Now seeing Wen Jutong, he almost knelt on the ground to ask for help. Su Yin had no choice but to find his aunt to discuss whether he could go out. If he could, he would go with Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu. If you can't, forget it. Just stay at home and rub your aunt's shoulders, legs, and back with your fox meat pad. Aunt, they asked me to go to Wanhua Pavilion for tea. Can I apply for a trip? Su Yin came to his aunt and asked her opinion. When Su Yin said this, Wen Jutong was so scared that his hair stood up, and he waved his hands repeatedly, as if to say, I didn't. I wasn't. It's impossible. Brother Su, how can you tell others and tell your elders? You're going to lose your life. Aunt glanced at Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu, then looked at Su Yin in front of her, waved her hands and said, approved. After going to Wanhua Pavilion, you must be honest. Don't go out and mess around and sell yourself out again. Although there is still a conspiracy against the white-haired fox in Xiaoyu City, the Demon Suppression Division is already investigating it, and it is impossible to cause any waves in the city. Moreover, Su Yin went to Wei Yu's territory, so nothing will happen. Besides, the little nephew is making friends, not doing anything messy, so the aunt has no reason to refuse. Do you have money on you? Auntie will give you some. Auntie looked at Su Yin and asked, Hey, what you said is really meaningless. Isn't your nephew also my nephew? Hua Yu stepped in front of the two of them, blocking the aunt and Su Yin from looking at each other. With her hands on her hips, she said, Little fox, call me aunt. Wanhua Pavilion's VIP and fine wine all year round. Hua Yuzhenren didn't say anything, but felt a gust of cold wind coming and pinching her soft flesh, making Hua Yu couldn't help but breathe a cold breath. Brother Zhou, are you interested in reincarnating together? If there is an afterlife, I will definitely choose to be born in the demon clan. Seeing Su Yin openly told his family that he was going to go shopping with his friends, and the parents did not object and even gave Su Yin money to go. Wen Jutong was silent for a while, then nudged Zhou Yu with his elbow and asked him if he wanted to be brothers in the next life. Chapter 41 Night Market. What a novel experience. Brother Zhou, have you really not considered that if we hang ourselves now, will we really be reincarnated as brothers of the demon clan next year? Coming out of the brothel, Wen Jutong originally thought that the three brothers could unite and have fun in the Wanhua Pavilion to be a playboy and a heartburner. But when he saw Hua Yu following Su Yin, he suddenly realized that things seemed not so simple. It seems that this trip is not for the three brothers to have fun, but for a parent to take the three to find girls for fun. This time, Wen Jutong was really stunned. Su Yan's family style is really open. Not only did he give Su Yin spirit stones, but one of the elders could also accompany him to the Wanhua Pavilion to have fun, which made Wen Jutong feel complicated and didn't know what to say. He wanted to speak but forgot the words when he was on his lips. Brother Su elders are too pampering him. Right? No. I'm not interested in reincarnation again. I'm still quite satisfied with my current life. Zhou Yu spoke with a frown, and once again rejected the unreasonable request of Wen Jutong and his brother. Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu still haven't recognized Hua Yuzhenren's identity so far. It's true that the girls of Wanhua Pavilion have the least clothes among the girls of Xiaoyu, but the scene of the girls of the demon tribe wearing underwear and running wildly on the street is no longer news. If we talk about the degree of unrestrainedness, the girls of the demon tribe are really no match for the human race when they are flirting. The demon tribe doesn't have so many rules. When female beasts want to give birth, they can take any male beast they like home. Generally speaking, female beasts that can cultivate to the nascent soul stage are basically beautiful and graceful in appearance. The ugly ones prove that they were born with bad luck and have been eliminated on the road of cultivation. There is not enough luck to support them to cultivate to a higher level. The cultivation of immortals is about fate. If it is destined, it will eventually come. And if it is not destined, don't force it. From opening up spiritual wisdom to learning the nature, to finding the skills and spells that suit you, and ensuring that you will not be killed by thunder when you are promoted to the nascent soul stage, all require your own hard power combined with the assistance of luck. The more beautiful the demons are, the more powerful their cultivation is. And this formula is also suitable for humans. Hua Yu's appearance is naturally beyond words. In the most competitive female competition, she relied on her strength and appearance to convince more than 80 demon women to become a brothel owner. Wen Juntong and Zhou Yu both had a preconceived notion that Su Yan's elders should also be demons, and Hua Yuzhenren should naturally be a member of the demon clan. Until now, they have not realized that when Hua Yuzhenren went out. She said, "Tonight, the consumption of Wanhua Pavilion is on my head. Many girls there are actually eager for handsome young men. Wanhua Pavilion has rules, both for customers and for its own cultivators. After the arrogant insects shed their SHLs, they don't like to go out for a long time. I think you haven't seen Xiaoyu Night Market? Hua Yuzhenren is about 1.8 meters tall. She is used to tiptoeing and walking in the void. From the visual transmission, the height should be about 1.9 meters tall. Although Su Yan has now transformed, his body is still developing at an extremely slow speed. His current height is only about 1.6 meters. When Hua Yu and Su Yan were walking side by side, Hua Yu's arm was on Su Yan's shoulder, protecting him as if she was hugging him. If her body swayed slightly, Su Yan could feel the pain of being hit on the cheek. There was a case of Su Yan suddenly disappearing before, and Hua Yu was really worried that Su Yan would get lost again at that time, let alone approaching Chong Qiong to show her courtesy. Chong Qiong might draw a long knife and chase her all over the primitive continent. If it weren't for her lack of skills, Hua Yu really wanted to stuff Su Yan in front of her and tie him up tightly. Now she hugged him, although it looked like a mother-son connection from the visual point of view. But for safety, well, I haven't gone out at night. I usually help in the brothel. I basically don't go out on weekdays. My aunt said that if I have nothing to do, I will find a girl to play with. Except for going out to do business, I basically don't move. Is that so? It seems that your aunt hasn't recovered after molting. But don't worry. If you want to go out to play in the future, send me a voice transmission and I will treat you to play. From the casual chat, Hua Yu learned a little about Su Yan's aunt. Although the insect race is a member of the demon race, they have the habit of molting. After molting, the insect race basically won't go out for a long time, but choose to stay at home. As for the reason, the monks of Wanhua Valley thought it was because the stinging hair had not grown out after research. Most insect demons have stinging hairs on their limbs, and the stinging hairs are poisonous. Just like clothes. If you let a demon run naked on the street, it may not feel embarrassed. But if you shave its fur, it will shrink at home and not go out. The insects are used to molting, and they will not be as autistic as ordinary demons without fur. But their desire to go out will be limited to a certain extent. Come on! If there is no one, we will fight again tomorrow. Walking on the bright streets decorated with lights, and passing the main road 1 mile wide, Su Yan suddenly heard a sharp and impolite curse from a girl. He subconsciously looked up at the place where the sound came from. A woman stood on a building similar to a ring, holding a longbow and shouting, "That's Feng Shiqi from the Feng family. The girl is old enough to get engaged. She is so annoyed by her family that she sets up a ring here to recruit a husband." Hua Yu followed Su Yan's gaze and saw Feng Shiqi shouting on the ring, and smiled and said, "Feng Shiqi? General Feng's daughter." When Juntong's eyes lit up when he heard the name of the Feng family and saw the woman in gorgeous red clothes on the stage, and he said happily, "I didn't expect this woman to have this day. She bullied men and women on the street all day, and now she is standing on the street for a day to be watched by people. Do you know her?" Hearing Wen Juntong's words, Su Yan looked back. "Of course I know her. We live on the same street. Feng Shiqi was so arrogant before. She blocked me in the alley and humiliated me." When Jutong looked at Feng Shiqi on the stage and said happily, "Do you know how she scolded me? She said to me with a joking face, 'You two are amazing. You are really amazing to escape the Wanhua Pavilion in Xiaoyu. Because of the law of money, wealth value is a very important thing. And there are also different ways to make money. For example, women in brothels and brothels make hard-earned money, because the bulk of the money they earn basically falls into the hands of the madam. The women in brothels and prostitutes not only had a hard life, but also had a relatively low status. Based on this, the most vicious curse in Xiaoyu slang was, 'You are worse than a prostitute who doesn't pay.' This sentence questioned the character and wealth of the people, and fundamentally denied the people of Xiaoyu. The people of Xiaoyu are very proud of their country, and they would basically fight each other to be humiliated like this. When Jutong naturally couldn't stand Feng Shiqi, so he was beaten by Feng Shiqi. He huddled in the corner and couldn't move at all. The women surrounded him and mocked him, mocking what Wen Jutong and his son did in Wanhua Pavilion last week, which made them, the children of officials, ashamed. Then Feng Shiqi pushed away the people who scolded Wen Jutong, and told him to look up with a sneer on his face. When Juntong looked up, then Feng Shiqi took 2 steps back, put his hands on his waist, tilted his head back, and leaned forward, making a hush sound. When Juntong was stunned, and then he was so angry that he almost died in the alley. Feng Shiqi's action was clearly imitating the action of a man peeing in his face, humiliating him crazily. Hack. So fierce? After listening to Wen Juntong's self-narration, Su Yin had a new understanding of the simple folk customs of Xiaoyu mentioned by his aunt. Chapter 42. If you keep talking, you will become unfortunate. Come on. Let's go join in the fun and see how Feng Shiqi embarrasses herself. Seeing Feng Shiqi on the stage looking for a husband, Wen Juntong called Su Yin and Zhou with great interest, and asked them to go together to see how Feng Shiqi looked unlucky. Feng Shiqi is a model of bullying men and women. She is a bully in the circle of officials' children because of the power of her father Feng Xintong. In Wen Juntong's circle, Feng Shiqi is really a very powerful figure. In Xiaoyu, only military generals ranked 5th or above can be awarded the title of general. And Feng Shiqi's father Feng Xintong is a general with the title. The only officials who are above General Feng are only 4th and 3rd rank officials. Xiaoyu's 1st and 2nd rank officials are basically posthumously awarded to the deceased or people of transcendent status. They usually stay in their own fiefdoms and act arrogantly, and rarely appear in the court. The 5th rank official is already a watershed, and has a strong influence in the Xiaoyu dynasty. Naturally, when Feng Shiqi does not touch the core circle of Xiaoyu, because of Feng Xintong, Feng Shiqi's style of behavior is particularly arrogant on weekdays. She will beat up anyone she doesn't like. A wretched man like Wen Juntong is the focus of Feng Shiqi's attention. TSK Miss Feng. Why are you so elegant to set up a ring here for a martial arts competition to recruit a husband? Wen Juntong took out his own dandy style, squeezed out a path in the crowd, and came to the front of the ring set up by Feng Shiqi. After carefully reading the rules of the ring, he opened his mouth with a yin and yang face and mocked. The rules of the ring are very simple. First of all, the creatures who go to the ring to compete cannot be 3 years older than Feng Shiqi, which means they cannot be over 22 years old. Their cultivation must reach the late stage of foundation building. Moreover, the ring is only a preliminary selection, and they must go through a second round of appearance review before they can be officially listed as the Feng family's marriage candidate. If any of the above criteria are not met, it is impossible for you to enter the Feng family and eat the free food of Feng Shiqi's family. Humph. Hearing Wen Juntong's sarcastic and mocking voice, Feng Shiqi on the stage snorted coldly, raised the magic weapon in his hand, bent the bow, raised his finger and pointed at Wen Juntong's old face, and shouted angrily, Wen's little brother, stop whining here. Don't come up and kowtow to me. I will go home later. Call my father to your Wen family's house, and discuss with Madam Wen to let you, Wen Juntong, marry into our Feng family. Let you become unhappy from now on. You? Wen Juntong was shocked when he heard this, and almost peed himself with Feng Shiqi's words. His legs trembled, and he seemed to have lost the strength to stand. If Zhou hadn't been quick to support Wen Juntong, he might have fallen down. Being married into Xiaoyu's family is not a good job. In addition to the improvement of living standards, the social status basically shows a straight downward trend. It is not much better than the young men in the brothel, and they will be looked down upon. It just so happened that Feng Shiqi could really do this, and let the Wen family pack up Wen Juntong and send him to the mansion. Because of his parents' tragic marriage, Wen Juntong knew that he couldn't marry a tigress, and Feng Shiqi could definitely be classified as a shrew, not the soft, sweet, well-behaved girl that Wen Juntong liked. I'm sorry. It's my brother Wen who has a foul mouth. I'll apologize to you right now. If Sister Feng doesn't mind, I'll hold a banquet at Luoheju the next day, and then send you a big gift to express my apology. After Wen Juntong took a breath, he pushed Zhou away and bowed 90 degrees. He apologized to Feng Shiqi in a serious manner, not caring about the stunned looks around him. He didn't care about his face. Sister, please don't make brother Wen miserable. Get down. Feng Shiqi raised her hand again, pointed outside the ring, and told Wen Juntong to get out of where he came from. She was unhappy and mocked. You don't even take a piss to look at yourself before you come to tear down my stage. If you walk 2 steps slower, your legs will be broken. You are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Yes. Yes. Sister Feng is right. Brother Wen is a rotten crotch who doesn't know what's good for him. Wen Juntong didn't even dare to say anything back. He was really afraid that Feng Shiqi would talk to his mother and let him marry into the Feng family. Can this be called heroic and valiant? defeating the enemy thousands of miles away? Su Yan looked at Wen Jutong, who was covered in dirt, and shrank behind him with a look of fear, and then looked up at Feng Shiqi, who was standing on the ring with a frown, and then looked at Hua Yuzhenren and complained. Feng Shiqi's words were sharp. He didn't even need to take action. Just a few words scared the playboy Wen Jutong to the point of peeing. Su Yan seemed to understand a little bit why the bloodline of Shan Huan, a weak and foul-mouthed monster, has been passed down to this day. It can only be said that it is market demand. No! Show your head. Feng Shiqi on the ring pondered for a moment, thinking back to what she had just said to Wen Jutong. She found something wrong and immediately asked Wen Jutong, who had hidden in the crowd, to show his head. She added, I have no interest in a scumbag like you. I like men who are knowledgeable. As soon as she spoke, Zhou Yu subconsciously took a step back and hid behind Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this, and also moved his feet to slide behind Hua Yuzhenren to hide his body. Red lips and white teeth. Handsome and beautiful like a painting. Su Yan took another step back after hearing this, and buried his cheek in Hua Yuzhenren's back. Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief, because he often ran in the wild and was a little tanned, which did not meet Feng Shiqi's description of red lips and white teeth. He immediately felt safe, and stood out from behind Su Yan, and also picked Wen Jutong behind him to be scolded. It's best if a man is used to burning incense, and smells a pleasant fragrance, which makes people want to eat him up. That's the best man that Feng Shiqi dreams of. Feng Shiqi glanced at Wen Jutong. A stinky man like you is not good. You haven't taken a bath for at least 3 days, and your whole body is stinky. Wen Jutong nodded timidly, without arguing, but asked at the end, is 1.6 meters suitable? That's what I like. Feng Shiqi nodded with confidence. Now that she can open a ring to recruit a husband, she will naturally not hide the type of man she likes. If she can find a suitable one or not, she can give her mother an explanation. He is knowledgeable, has red lips and white teeth, and is as handsome as a painting, and looks as young as a young man with tied hair. When Jutong and Zhou Yu subconsciously looked at Su Yan, who was hiding behind Hua Yu. Feng Shiqi didn't know Su Yan, but her criteria for choosing a spouse were all directed at Su Yan. Su Yan seemed to have grown up according to Feng Shiqi's favorite appearance, and Su Yan was also a top white-haired fox demon in Xia Yu folk customs. If Brother Su is dragged out, won't that woman be so confused that she can't tell east from west? When Jutong thought to himself, what are you looking at? Look at your mean look. No wonder the Feng family girl doesn't like you so much. Hua Yu has seen countless people, and she can tell at a glance that when Jutong is fantasizing about using Su Yan to defeat Feng Shiqi, and then Feng Shiqi becomes a younger brother's sister. And although she is very reluctant to see herself, she has to call her big brother. Hua Yu sneered, interrupting Wen Jutong's daydream, and said, don't even think about it. Be careful that Su Yan's end will dissolve you. When it comes to being tough, when have female beasts ever lost to humans? Chapter 43. Visit Wanhua Pavilion again. What are you doing sneakily? Feng Shiqi, standing on the stage, could see Wen Jutong and his friends at a glance. A tall woman stood in front to block them. 3 men were pushing each other, and didn't know what was going on. Some disputes could be heard vaguely. Feng Shiqi frowned and looked at the 3 people, because of the preconceived impression caused by Wen Jutong. Su Yan and Zhou Yu were naturally included in the blacklist. The 3 argued for a while, and the woman raised her hand to interrupt the dispute of the 3 people, and then left together. The woman also raised her hand in an extremely ambiguous way, and put it on the shoulder of one of the men, which made Feng Shiqi's eyes jump and cursed in her heart that he was shameless. Come on. It's closed. Feng Shiqi took a few glances, and ordered the servants to clean up the venue. Today's stage is over. She may need to block someone and close the business for the time being. A woman and 3 men walked together, and the woman was also ambiguous with one of them. It looked wrong. Feng Shiqi decided to follow them secretly to see what Wen Jutong was doing. If he organized any illegal gatherings, she would report it to Mrs. Wen immediately. Hua Yu took Su Yan to shuttle through the busy streets, walking and stopping, and was not in a hurry to return to Wanhua Pavilion. She mainly took Su Yan out to play. As for when Wanhua Pavilion could not be played, with a brothel mother like her taking care of Su Yan, there was no girl he could not taste. Compared with those little vixens of the human race, Su Yan should be more interested in Xia Yu's night market. Right? Little fox, look over there. Hua Yu raised her hand and pointed to the end of the main road. In the light of the lanterns and candles, a circle surrounded by wooden fences could be vaguely seen. In the circle sat some men and women with boring faces. and they all had some wooden badges hanging on their chests. Su Yan was stunned when he looked at it. On their badges, the crimes they had committed were clearly listed. Huang used money to seduce a widow, and was fined 100 taels of gold and imprisoned for 3 days, as a warning to others. Lin organized a large gathering of people to disturb the public, and was fined 300 taels of gold and imprisoned for 15 days, as a warning to others. By Li. Although the widow is attractive, the little fox must be careful not to expose herself. Otherwise not only will she be fined, but she will also be hung on the door, as a warning to others. Hua Yu smiled and touched Su Yan, showing him the consequences of having a casual relationship in the main city of Xiaoyu. Although having a casual relationship here is not as serious as being beaten to death. If you report it to the government, the result is often that you are alive, but worse than dead. Lying is useless in the world of cultivation. Once the soul-searching secret technique is used, basically everything will be revealed. Hua Yu took the 3 people, and took a detour to show them some more interesting streets. Girls, come out! Back at Wanhua Pavilion, Hua Yu called out to Wen Juntong and Zhou Yu in a state of doubt. The talented women, courtesans, and goddesses who had no customers gathered at the entrance of Wanhua Pavilion. Before anyone arrived, the fragrant breeze and the beauty of the flowers were so dazzling that Wen Juntong didn't know which one to focus on. The girl's long white legs were faintly covered with tattooed totems, which extended all the way up to her clothes, making people want to explore. The girl was as white as snow, and the red strings and golden bells on her limbs made her look even whiter, and gave rise to evil thoughts in his heart. Was it the girl's voice that was louder, or the bells that were ringing? Each girl had a different style, which made Wen Juntong's eyes dazzled and his soul flew away. He didn't notice that the girls in Wanhua Pavilion called Hua Yuzhenren a brothel mother. Zhou Yu noticed this and looked at Su Yan with a surprised look on his face. Good guy. This is the first time I have seen what a family-run brothel business is. Both elders run brothels. Could Su Yan's parents also run brothels in other places? Zhou Yu's imagination is still a little lacking. If his aunt or Hua Yu knew what he was thinking, the two might show very subtle expressions. A female nine-tailed fox runs a brothel? A male real dragon also runs a brothel? Do you want to recreate a corner of the ancient war of all races? Where is the Jindan sister? I want to talk with her all night long. Wen Juntong, who was dazzled by the sight, simply stopped looking and spoke directly about his dream. He had a mediocre talent for cultivation, and his biggest dream was to spend a good night with a sister who had a high level of cultivation. But considering that the elder sister in the Yuanying stage might be an old lady who had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, Wen Juntong deliberately targeted the elder sister in the Jindan stage. 100 or 200 years old was still within his acceptable range. Here, the goddess raised her hand with a smile, glanced at the brothel owner, and then stepped forward to drag Wen Juntong away. No, no, no. I am accompanying Brother One. There is no need for a long night of detailed discussions. When Zhou Yu saw the girls coming around, he quickly opened his mouth to decline the enthusiasm of the girls in Wanhua Pavilion. His innocent body still needed to be kept for his fiancée, and he could not just leave it in Wanhua Pavilion casually. Otherwise the woman would be furious and could crush him into a bacon and hand-torn chicken. Give me a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts, and I will sit in the lobby and listen to the music. The girl glanced at the brothel owner, and Hua Yu waved her hand to let Zhou Yu do whatever he wanted. When Juntong and Zhou Yu just took advantage of Su Yan's blessing. Today, the main thing is to serve the little fox well, and let him go back and blow more wind in the ears of Jiao Chong, which is his victory. Don't force him if he doesn't want to. You mainly take good care of the little fox for me today, and treat it according to the highest rules of taking care of the demon cubs. If something goes wrong, your breast will definitely leave you. Hua Yu told the goddesses, then turned back to her bedroom to prepare for a bath. When Sheer took Su Yan away, she wrote a couplet on Hua Yuzhenren's beautiful back. Previously, she wanted to take a bath in Chongqiong's dormitory to wash off the pattern behind her, but her aunt gave her a look of disgust. Taking a bath was fake, and the real intention was to leave her own scent in the demon clan's territory. That trick could only coax Su Yan, but it didn't work at all against the experienced aunt. Powerful demon beasts have a sense of territory, and will not easily let others invade. The familiar smell can make the demon clan slightly reduce hostility and gain favor. But the aunt didn't buy Hua Yu's trick at all and kicked her out. Entertain the cub? It's really a pity. A person walked out of the goddess, and the red shadow at the corner of her eyes made her foxy eyes look narrower and longer. The insulation layer in front of her body can already compete with giant Anwu. The goddess smiled and said, "Since the brothel owner has told us, let's skip those procedures. Little fox, let's go back to the boudoir first and talk about other things. From the perspective of the demon race, Su Yin is very young. But from the perspective of the human race, he is already a young man. Originally, she wanted to have a long night of marriage. But it was a pity that the brothel owner didn't give it to her. Such a handsome young man is rare. And it's good to have a taste of him. Then let's go!" Su Yin nodded and was not unfamiliar. After all, his aunt was a brothel owner, and he was familiar with the procedures. He went back to the dormitory to chat and drink. And then the girl played the piano or music. And then talked about her own things or helped him massage his back. These things are actually very normal. But Su Yin never thought that the procedures were normal procedures. But this goddess is not a serious goddess, but the one who is most greedy for handsome boys in Wanhua Pavilion. She is now thinking about how to create an accident and taste the salty, sweet, and delicious taste of the handsome young cubs of the demon race. Chapter 44 Fox. What are you looking at here? Shichi. A woman dressed as a man came to the front of Wanhua Pavilion surrounded by dozens of people. She waved her folding fan and raised her hand to the fox half-demon beside her. Just when she was about to go to Wanhua Pavilion, she accidentally saw a familiar woman holding the guardrail at the entrance of Wanhua Pavilion and looking upstairs. "It's rare to see you here. Shichi, do you want to have a drink with me?" Feng Shichi, who was standing at the door of Wanhua Pavilion and was struggling whether to go directly to Wanhua Pavilion, suddenly heard a familiar female voice. He turned around subconsciously and looked at the person who called her name intimately. Among the group of people, the leader was dressed in men's clothes with delicate eyebrows and lips painted with rouge. Next to him stood a golden elixir half-demon. The fox half-demon's fur was as white as snow. Although it was a male beast, the fox charm in the corners of his eyes was more charming than that of a woman. But the tail end was red like a flame, which revealed that it was a red fox. The beastman-shaped fox demon in front of him should be a fox dyed white. After seeing the appearance of the person, Feng Shichi hurriedly saluted and said, "Shichi greets the Luoming County lady." And, Hey, stop talking about this. We are here to have fun today." Seeing Feng Shichi's formal greeting, Jun Xia hurriedly waved her hand to let Feng Shichi stop. "Don't use this. The Xiaoyu dynasty is vast, and almost half of the land in the central state of the original continent is included in its rule. If there is no accident, it will take more than 10 years for the foundation building cultivator to travel all over the Xiaoyu dynasty. It is precisely because the dynasty is too large that direct management is extremely cumbersome and complicated. Therefore, there are 8 kings of different surnames, and a small number of vassal kings in the Xiaoyu dynasty. The former is a powerful cultivator who is called a king after being granted a territory by the meritorious officials who followed the emperor to make achievements, while the vassal kings are powerful and voluntarily surrender to the Xiaoyu dynasty and have not been wiped out. Juanxia is the descendant of one of the 8 kings, and she was awarded the title of a county lady by His Majesty the Emperor. Women of the orthodox royal family are called princesses or princes. When Feng Shichi saw Juanxia, she naturally saluted because of her noble status. In the court, things between ranks are very important. Juanxia may not like these things, but this does not affect Feng Shichi's compliance with the rules that everyone consciously abides by. "Don't you like these? Why do you run to the gate of Wanhua Pavilion to look around? I have always said that you should come here more often." Juanxia smiled and took her to Wanhua Pavilion. "County. Ah? Ahem. You misunderstood. Master, I really have no interest in Wanhua Pavilion." Hearing Juanxia's unhappy reminder, Feng Shichi changed her words and called the county master, saying, "I saw a master who suits my taste in the street before, so I chased him out to ask his name, and the bastard from the Wen family brought him to Wanhua Pavilion." Feng Shichi followed Wen Jutong, wanting to see what the 1 woman and 3 men were doing by not going home for dinner in the evening and wandering around the streets. So she followed to see what happened, so that she could stop it if anything happened. As a result, when Su Yin turned around and talked, the smile he showed pierced Feng Shichi's heart. Feng Shichi was immediately amazed by the beauty. Just when she was about to tie Su Yin up and take him home for an engagement, a group of 4 people walked straight into the Wanhua Pavilion. Feng Shichi was angry and annoyed. Although the Wanhua Pavilion was open to both men and women, Feng Shichi had never been here before. She was afraid that she would be flirted with by other men when she went to look for Su Yin later. so she could only stand at the gate and worry. At this time, she happened to meet the Luoming County Lord and had a conversation with him. Pa! After entering the Wanhua Pavilion, Jun Xia raised her hand and slapped the folding fan in her hand as if she was going home, making a sound to remind the girls that there was a guest. And then she said, "Look here, young ladies. All look at me." The girls in the Wanhua Pavilion turned their heads, and Zhou Yu, who was sitting in the lobby, also turned his head and saw the Luoming County Lord standing on the threshold and giving orders. He spit out a mouthful of wine and quickly turned his head to cover his face to prevent the County Lord from seeing him. "My little sister?" Juanxia saw that the girls all turned their heads, so she said what Feng Shiqi was too shy to say. "I just saw a handsome young man come into your Wanhua Pavilion to have fun. I hope the young ladies will give up their love and give up the right to use it. I will reward you handsomely. Juanxia is a regular customer here. She often comes here for dinner and supper, and occasionally for extra meals. The courtesans or goddesses in Wanhua Pavilion know her, and will give her, and the local snake group behind her some face. Since Juanxia has already spoken, the courtesans have no interest in competing with her for men. So they ask which customer Luoming County Master likes just now, and they will go and arrange for the County Master and her friends to go and play with him together." About this tall, Feng Shiqi, who was being watched by everyone, was embarrassed. But at this point, she could only bite the bullet and start to describe Su Yan's height and appearance: a white robe with a black collar, and a fair face that looks tender and smooth. As Feng Shiqi's description became more specific, the faces of the courtesans and the goddesses became increasingly strange. The person she was describing. Could it be Su Yan? Su Yan is the brothel owner's little baby. If he is used as a black shop trafficker, his mother will kill people. Right? In addition to the services of chatting, intelligence, and assassination, Wanhua Pavilion occasionally sells customers when customers are crazy about adding money, and sells customers like commodities to customers who had money. The girls call it traffickers. But what this girl ordered cannot be sold. No, we haven't seen it. The courtesans shook their heads in unison, saying that they had not seen it, and flatly denied that Su Yan was in the room upstairs. "Since we haven't seen it, forget it. Let's go around and look around." As a regular customer of Wanhua Pavilion, Juanxia knew what the courtesans were thinking as soon as they moved their butts. Now seeing the courtesans denying it in unison, she could immediately confirm that the young man described by Feng Shiqi was indeed here. This made Juanxia particularly curious. What kind of handsome face did that guy have that made the courtesans deny that the young man was here even if they had money to earn? White Fox. Find the man Shiqi mentioned. Juanxia sat at the table in the lobby and raised her hand to order the handsome fox next to her to find the young man who met the description hidden in Wanhua Pavilion. "Yes, sir." The beastman-shaped white fox following Luoming County Lord smiled slightly, turned around, and showed the appearance of a dyed adult fox. It ran fast in Wanhua Pavilion, jumped onto the beam and began to look around the boudoirs, looking for Su Yan's trace. Zhou Yu, who was standing aside, moved his body imperceptibly, and sat sideways to avoid looking at Luoming County Lord. Chapter 45. Dragon and Phoenix at the same table. Su Yan, who was in the goddess's boudoir, had not yet noticed the commotion in Wanhua Pavilion. In our Xiaoyu dynasty, this is popular among the royal nobles and literati. The goddess invited Su Yan to sit down, warmed up the wine, took out some bone dice, and said with a slightly ambiguous smile on her cheeks, "For a young man like you who has just arrived in Xiaoyu, drinking games are a course you must learn. Only when you master these, you can invite girls to have fun every night. You can just call me Mian Fei. Of course, my Taoist name Mian Fei is a flower name, not really free. When the female cultivators of Wanhua Valley first entered, they had no name or surname. When they became the courtesan, they could give themselves a stage name. After they officially entered Wanhua Valley, they would use the flower name as their Taoist name. When the fellow disciples of Wanhua Valley heard the Taoist name, they could immediately know what the senior sister or junior sister in front of them was good at. The goddess named Mian Fei was good at non-lethal poison skills. Today, let's start with some simple ones. There are 3 types of drinking orders popular in Xiaoyu. One is called luling, which is mainly composed of poems, songs or decomposition of characters. The other is called dice plate order, which is mainly played by finger guessing and comparing sizes. Mian Fei put the 6-sided bone dice in front of Su Yan and said with a smile, "The last one is the most elegant, and it is also what I am looking forward to playing with you. Unfortunately, It takes more than 10 people to play the throwing order. Let's start with the simplest dice plate order today. This way I can get you drunk quickly. Mian Fei was too lazy to hide and spoke directly. Drinking orders are fake. And the purpose is only to get Su Yin drunk. Mian Fei wanted to play throwing orders. The so-called throwing orders are that one group of people is responsible for playing music, and another group of people are in the audience, holding their hands and hitting the objects thrown into the air. When the music stops, whoever has the object in his hand will drink. The fun of the tossing order is that a bunch of people squeeze together and move around. Those who are proficient in this can take advantage of people crazily during the tossing process. Mian Fei happens to be very good at this kind of fun, and can strip people's jewelry, clothes, and underwear without knowing it. Of course, it is forbidden to use cultivation when playing the drinking order, which is a rule agreed upon by everyone. The scoundrel will not die well in the physical sense. Unfortunately, the brothel owner forbade playing this with Su Yin, so Mian Fei could only settle for the second best and play the dice game to decide the winner. She was confident that she could win in the end, because the wine she put in the warm water was brewed with spiritual rice and spiritual stones. Ordinary cultivators in the qi refining stage would get drunk after 5 cups. And for Mian Fei's Lei Jin Dan cultivation, drinking this thing was basically the same as drinking sugar water and could not make Mian Fei drunk. But as the saying goes, wine does not make people drunk, but people make themselves drunk. No matter how you drink. When you drink almost, Mian Fei will hug Su Yin affectionately and say that she can't stand the wine. Come! Mian Fei distributed the 6-sided bone dice, put the 2 dice on the plate and covered the bowl, and began to shake them with a smile. Sir, please have mercy on me. I will feel weak all over, blushing and unconscious when I drink. In this case, why don't we use tea instead of wine? Su Yin saw Mian Fei licking her lips and biting the corners of her mouth, and suggested to Mian Fei with a slight twitch in the corner of his eyes. You are about to eat me up on your face. And you are still talking to me here. Is it appropriate? I am allergic to tea leaves, so I will just drink it. Concubine Mian did not follow Su Yin's suggestion and started to roll the dice. She glanced at the number inside and was about to call out the number when a shrill scream suddenly broke out outside the Wanhua pavilion. A man's scream resounded through the sky. Ah! What a big fat snake! The sudden shrill scream scared Su Yin, who was rolling the dice, and he almost threw the plate out. Concubine Mian was also slightly surprised, but her face quickly returned to normal and explained to Su Yin, maybe some lowly embryo touched the girl's thighs and bit them with the snake poison we raised. It's okay. It happens every 3 or 2 days here. The snake poison is not a strong poison that can cause death. It just makes people limp. Concubine Mian thought about it, reached under the table and fumbled for a while, then grabbed a python, pulled it from under the table to the table, coiled it into a ball, and threw it directly into the corner of the boudoir, completely ignoring the resentment and hesitation on the python's face. Su Yin stared at Concubine Mian with wide eyes, then looked at the python that was thicker than his legs. He subconsciously glanced under the table, then realized that his behavior was indecent and quickly straightened his body. He looked at Concubine Mian, who was smiling and happy, and said, Wait a minute. The scream just now is a little familiar. I want to go and see. Although the scream was a little sharp, Su Yin felt that it really sounded like Wenjuantongs. This made Su Yin a little concerned and wanted to go and see. Then do you admit defeat in this round? I admit defeat, Su Yin answered. Concubine Mian smiled and agreed to Su Yin's request to go out and watch the show. But since he lost the first round, he needed to give him a reward first. We are all so familiar with each other. Talking about money hurts feelings. Let me kiss you first. Bo. Concubine Mian bit Su Yin's neck, gently biting it and leaving a trace of rouge marks, happily tasting the strange fragrance emanating from Su Yin's body. And her body softened. Her eyes were slightly blurred and needed Su Yin's support. Su Yin was slightly stunned, looking at Mian Fei, who had already fallen into his arms. For a moment, he was not sure whether she was pretending or really ready. But seeing that Mian Fei did not answer, and was like an excited female beast, he also followed Mian Fei, reached out and supported Mian Fei's waist, and walked out of the door together. Standing on the aisle guardrail and looking outside to find the dormitory where the scream came from, Su Yin looked and saw a fool who seemed to be red-haired after drinking, with a fat python wrapped around his neck and upper body, and an unknown flower snake hanging on his buttocks that was biting. The fool kept running wildly in the aisle, trying to get rid of the snake that tied him up and bit him. Su Yin covered his cheeks speechlessly and whispered, Madam Wen, it seems reasonable not to let Brother Wen go to Wanhua Pavilion. No family can bear such humiliation. If it gets out, Brother Wen will probably be labeled as the stupid son of the Wen family. Just when Su Yin was hanging on the guardrail speechless, looking at Wen Jutong running wildly, and was thinking about whether to go forward to talk and help, Feng Shiqi and Juanxia, who were sitting in the lobby and waiting for Baihu to come back to report, saw Su Yin lying on the guardrail speechless. Oh, is he the young master you mentioned? Juanxia saw Su Yin leaning against the guardrail comfortably, with a helpless smile on his face, and she was immediately shocked by his beauty, and a slight electric shock trembled in her body. I'm afraid you don't deserve it. Feng Shiqi blushed and quickly denied the county lady's dirty talk. It's not like that. I just want to get to know that young man. Not what you want. Woman county lady has a thin demon bloodline, and her style is relatively open on weekdays, she said, a warning, which made Feng Shiqi mistakenly think that the county lady was teasing her for her indecent behavior. Juanxia's thin one-bird bloodline made her aware of Su Yin's abnormality, and she subconsciously entered a state of alert and looked at him. Her muscles were already tense. One bird is one of the phoenixes. In the early days of the chaos of all races, the dragon and phoenix races fought the most fiercely, and the hostility was already imprinted in their blood. When Woman County Lady saw Su Yin, her first reaction was that the young man in front of her was indeed handsome and extraordinary. And it was no wonder that Feng Shiqi, who had a personality comparable to that of a man, also showed a girl's attitude. The second reaction was to be deeply alert. Chapter 46 Fox. It's so embarrassing that I don't want to save him. Seeing Wen Jutong running wildly in the corridor upstairs, trying to get rid of the python's stranglehold, while Zhou Yu sat downstairs with his head down and legs raised on the bench, almost burying his head in the plate, looking like nothing happened. Su Yin looked upstairs with a face full of hesitation. In the choice of social death or saving people, Su Yin sighed and finally chose to go back to the dormitory to continue drinking. Brother Wen should not die. After all, Wanhua Pavilion has a good reputation in the industry, except for sudden death due to excitement. No one has heard of the courtesans killing people in the store. Hello, young master. Su Yin had just made up his mind to go back to his room when a shy female voice suddenly came from the corridor. Feng Shiqi half sticked out from the stairs, but there seemed to be some force behind her pushing her. Feng Shiqi staggered 2 steps and completely exposed her figure in front of Su Yin. She was dressed in a training suit and was not very pretty, but the bow and high ponytail on her back also made her look quite heroic. Ah, I am sorry. My surname is Feng. My name is Shiqi, and I haven't asked your name yet. Feng Shiqi looked back at the county lady behind her and introduced herself with an embarrassed face and a stiff body. Feng Shiqi's current appearance was completely different from the refreshing feeling when she stood on the ring and blasted Wen Jutong, and the oppressive feeling of the female power sweeping all around. And there was no arrogance of a genius who was 19 years old and had the cultivation level of the late Foundation building. She was completely like an ordinary girl. Her rudeness and unreasonableness were targeted. Feng Shiqi could beat a lewd and cheap Wen Jutong with one punch, but she was still polite to other strangers, especially when facing Su Yin, who completely met her aesthetic standards. Feng Shiqi was even more nervous and almost ran away. Su Yin? My name. Su Yin was slightly stunned when he saw the female Tyrannosaurus Feng Shiqi suddenly appear in the brothel. Wasn't this girl fighting in the ring just now? Why did she suddenly run into Wanhua Pavilion? Although he was muttering in his heart, Su Yin still spoke solemnly and gave Feng Shiqi a brief introduction. Shiqi meets Mr. Su. Feng Shiqi responded subconsciously, and then her head got stuck again. Not knowing what to say, she immediately turned back to look at the love saint of Wanhua Pavilion. Juanxia was hiding at the stairs and silently lip-syncing, so Shiqi could read it. Mr. Su, are you free tomorrow night? My family is going to hold a drinking party tomorrow night, Juanxia said, hiding aside. Feng Shiqi looked over frantically from the corner of her eyes and said, according to what the county lady said, I'm very sorry, Miss Feng. Before Feng Shiqi finished speaking, Su Yin interrupted her, with a look of regret on his face, saying, My family has a curfew, and generally speaking, my family will not agree that I stay out all night. I'm afraid that I will disappoint Miss Feng's kind invitation. Faced with Feng Shiqi's invitation, although he wanted to participate in it a little, to experience the extravagance of the Xiaoyu nobles and join in the fun, But after thinking about it more deeply, Su Yin still refused Feng Shiqi's invitation. The reason was not that he hated Feng Shiqi. Su Yin was still very interested in this girl with cunning and vicious words. But the people in Yanjin were rampant recently, and she disappeared for more than an hour today for no reason. My aunt must be very unhappy. If Hua Yu hadn't interrupted him today, Su Yin didn't really want to come to Wanhua Pavilion. But Hua Yu said that she would provide pickup, drinks, and girls. And when Ju Tong urged Su Yin to agree. If not, Su Yin should be at home now, acting cute and funny to his aunt in the hope that she can calm down. It is not clear whether he is filial or not. But Su Yin does not want to make his aunt angry again. He also tries to stay at home as much as possible until the court hears the news that the Yanjin people in the capital have been executed. Then, Feng Shiqi looked at Su Yin, and then looked at the Mian Fei lying on her back, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. You two should not embarrass my little fox. Su Yin is still a boy who has not yet reached the age of hair binding. It is not suitable to appear in public. After taking a bath, Hua Yuzhenren smiled and walked down the stairs with lotus steps. She spoke to Su Yin and said, "If you think our little Yin is okay, you can come to our Wanhua Pavilion more often in the future. The little fox should come here often to play in the future." Jun Xia and Feng Shiqi looked at Hua Yu. But Hua Yu did not pay much attention to them. She frowned and looked at the Mian Fei, who was lying on Su Yin's back, and was obviously hit. She shook her head, raised her hand and exerted the power of controlling objects, and put her back to the bedroom. The nine-tailed fox has a strange fragrance. When a female animal senses danger or threat, the originally harmless fragrance will instinctively transform into a defensive form, causing the creature that inhales it to be confused and shows symptoms of madness. This is a life-saving ability of the nine-tailed fox, but it is ineffective for creatures with a huge gap in cultivation. Seeing that concubine Mian was willing, Hua Yu probably knew what this woman wanted to do while she was taking a bath. The fact that she could be tricked despite such a huge gap in cultivation means that this little slut was willing to be fooled. The gentleman had a different mind. And then he was hit by the soul-bewitching fragrance. "You haven't reached the age of tying your hair yet?" Feng Shiqi was stunned after hearing this, and her disappointment was beyond words. Then, she wanted to ask more. But Jun Xia on the side couldn't stand Feng Shiqi's low EQ. So she stepped forward and covered Feng Shiqi's mouth. Otherwise she would leave Su Yin with a strong and unreasonable impression if she spoke again. It doesn't matter whether the first meeting is successful or not. Just leave a good impression first. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. It's time for the wedding night. But Feng Shiqi, who was born in a military family, did not even graduate from women's needlework, poetry and painting. She was very straightforward and did not know these things. If she liked someone, she would go after him. If she did not agree, she would chase him. If she could not chase him, she would directly drug him. It was more in line with her thinking. It highlighted a fierce and barbaric character. With the intervention of Hua Yuzhenren, who acted as a lubricant for both parties, the atmosphere in the corridor was not as awkward as at the beginning. Just like a blind date, Hua Yu invited the two and Su Yin to come in and introduce them to each other. Let's not talk about Feng Shiqi for now. But it would be good for Su Yin to get to know Wanming County Lord. Jun Xia's father was a newly promoted king of a different surname. He had half of the blood of the demon clan. He was the only mixed-blood king of a different surname among the kings of Xiaoyu. He also lived in the main city of Xiaoyu all year round. After knowing Jun Xia, if he needed help from people on the official road, it would be right to ask her. Although she had no real power, the title of county lord and the father of a king of a different surname gave her a deep influence in the official circle. A completely transformed fox demon? It looks like a pretty good beast. The fox demon raised by the lady of Wanming County squatted on the beam and kept looking at the situation below, shaking its red tail with a silly smile on its face. However, as Hua Yu led the group back to the dormitory, the smile of the dyed white fox gradually faded, replaced by an extremely human expression of interest. "It's really a good seedling. I just don't know what color his fur is. If it's pure white, the hall master may need to worry about it." The fox demon smiled and thought about what happened just now. He didn't expect to pick up a treasure when he went out for a walk. The demons who have completely transformed with low cultivation are either born extraordinary parents with omnipotent cultivation, or have so many spiritual stones at home that they can be used to wipe their butts, and spend a huge amount of money to hire someone to refine the transformation pill. No matter what the situation is, it can prove that Su Yin can sell it at a good price. Chapter 47 The Hall Master of Nightmare Town. Hall Master. I just found a fox demon with a very good appearance. I don't know its fur color and appearance yet. Do you still receive information and news about fox demons? The red fox demon raised by the Lord of Lunming County saw his master, and the people of Wanhua Pavilion returned to the room. He took out the jade slip from his chest fur with a smile on his face, and sent a short message to the person called Hall Master through the way of messaging. Then, the fox demon, who showed his true form, lay on the beam of Wanhua Pavilion, crossed his legs, and lay on it with a happy face waiting for the reply from the other side. The information about the fox demon. That person will definitely want it. And the white fox believes that such a high-quality fox can be sold at a very good price. After all, they spent a lot of money and effort to arrange it in order to send a New Year's gift to Emperor Wuxing. Therefore, the white fox was not in a hurry at all, and waited patiently for the Hall Master to reply to the message before selling the information. Although the Nightmare Town disciples are called a sect, they are not from the same sect, but from different evil sects from all over the world. The Nightmare Town method is a cultivation system. Some of them have very poor cultivation talents, so they practice the Nightmare Town method to seize other talents. Some of them have reached the end of their talents and are completely trapped, so they can only seize the talents of other creatures to practice. Even worse, they are just for money and want to make a lot of money, no matter what kind of Nightmare Town disciples they are. They are very dangerous and crazy. The white fox raised by the Lunming County Lord has had its soul replaced long ago, and now it has a real Nightmare Town disciple's soul in its body. The bribery case that happened in the Ministry of Personnel before was not a joke that the Nightmare Town disciples played on the Wuxing Emperor. They have infiltrated the Xiaoyu dynasty in some way. Prepare to launch a fierce revenge on the Wuxing Emperor during the new year when the people of the whole dynasty are watching. Price. White Fox sent out the message, and a moment later, a text message appeared on the jade slip. The disciple of Nightmare Town named Hall Master did not exchange any polite words with White Fox and went straight to the point, asking him to name a price. The disciples of Nightmare Town in Central Province needed his information. Since you have paid for the secret method, the price is naturally very favorable. Just 1 stone of spiritual stone. But I will only provide information and portraits. You need to solve other things by yourselves. White Fox replied by controlling the jade slip through spiritual consciousness. Although the little fox has ordinary cultivation, judging from the perfect human form and the attitude of the shopkeeper of Wanhua Pavilion, there may be something behind the beast. It is obvious that it has been poked, and it will be a mess. White Fox does not need any white-haired fox. He was just invited to Central Province to help, and he did not want to be deeply involved in the cause and effect cycle of the killing and hatred between the Nightmare Town sect in Central Province and the immortal in the human world. You have to be alive to spin the spiritual stones. White Fox is not stupid enough to jump into the pit even though he knows there is a pit. Yes. A word appeared on the jade slip, and the Hall Master agreed to the conditions and price proposed by the White Fox. Seeing this, the White Fox did not hesitate, extracted the relevant memories of Su Yin in his mind, packaged them into a picture, transmitted them to the jade slip through the spiritual consciousness, and sent them to the Hall Master for review. The spirit stone will be deposited in the post station. The reply from the Hall Master made by who feel relieved. He then stuffed the jade slip back into his chest hair and continued to pretend to be silly while lying on the beam of the Wanhua Pavilion, sticking out his tongue and looking at the door of the dormitory with joy in his eyes. 100 kilograms of spiritual stones were received, and the quality of life could be temporarily improved by 1 level. The Yinjin sect in the Central Province was indeed the richest among the countless branches of the Taoist sect. They had already earned tens of thousands of kilograms of spiritual stones here. Secret breath secrets and anti-detection magic tools were provided to them for free. Everything was to allow them to stay dormant in the city for longer. Such a life was just like the fairyland. Unfortunately, after the new year of Xiaoyu, there would be no such opportunity to earn spiritual stones. Bai Hu thought with regret. The title of Wuxing Emperor was not in vain. The Yinjin sect currently had no ability to assassinate her. The plan of the Yinjin sect in the Central Province was just to attack the prestige of Wuxing Emperor and harm the subjects of the Xiaoyu dynasty, hoping to dismember Xiaoyu from within. Regardless of whether the plan succeeds or not, the Nightmare Town sect needs to evacuate the Xiaoyu dynasty immediately to avoid the limelight. The people of Nightmare Town in the Central Province have all fled, so the White Fox naturally cannot earn their spiritual stones anymore. Goo! The White Fox whimpered, and rested on its front legs, waiting for the Lunming County Lord in the bedroom to come out. On the side, A certain idiot had been completely tied up by the python and began to strangle him, causing the idiot to groan and raised his arms that could still move and slap the aisle floor frantically. I was wrong. Brother Joe. Brother Sue. Come and save Brother Win quickly. The Warren sister is going to kill people. What happened outside the dormitory could not affect the conversation in the Mian Fei's bedroom for the time being, because the Mian Fei was hit by the fox's soul-enchanting incense. The blatant appearance of confusion and love made the brothel mother unable to bear it, and knocked her out together with the python and put them on the bed. Then Huayu personally warmed a pot of wine for everyone in winter to talk. Although Xiaoyu is in the central province, it still snows in winter, and the temperature drops rapidly. In the winter of Xiaoyu, there is nothing more pleasant than lighting a pot of charcoal fire indoors, warming a pot of fine wine, and lying drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman. Of course, warming your hands with fragrant skin can also be considered, but those things are not very visible. Well, it's normal that you haven't seen me. I actually didn't know Brother Wen for long. I came to Xiaoyu for less than a month. I used to live in the southern province with my mother. Because of some things, I came to learn how to make a living from my aunt. Seeing Feng Shiqi and Juanxiao looking at him, Su Yin revealed some of his information to them. There is nothing that can't be said. The southern province is too far away from here. Su Yin got into the Xianzhou transport ship for 2 months before coming from the southern province to the central province. He walked and took a truck, and finally took the team to Beijing to take the exam, and came to Xiaoyu. As for living in a brothel, if my aunt's brothel was not decent, Su Yin would conceal it. But my aunt's brothel was registered by the Ministry of Rights, which was equivalent to a shelter for the families of court officials. It can be regarded as a legitimate profession, not something that the lower class cannot talk about. Su Yin introduced himself openly. Then Feng Shiqi wanted to speak, but the long legs under the table were kicked by Jun Xia again, making her mouth shut. She looked at her military advisor with a face full of grievance, asking what she had done wrong in flirting with men. Jun Xia rolled her eyes. Shiqi did not do anything wrong, but based on Jun Xia's understanding of Shiqi, the next sentence she would speak would definitely be to ask if Su Yin was free tomorrow. If she was free, she would go directly to the brothel to take care of Su Yin's business. This girl from the Feng family is good in everything. She just has a big mouth. Chapter 48. Why is this fox annoying? After drinking in Wanhua Pavilion until midnight, Huayu personally took Su Yin back to the brothel. Zhou carried Wen Jutong, who had a peaceful expression on his face, out of the troubled place. The faint black line on his forehead had already fallen to the ground. For Zhou, the trip to Wanhua Pavilion was definitely a lish experience. First, he was frightened by Luan Ming, and then he had to carry Wen Jutong out of Wanhua Pavilion. Zhou felt a blockage in his chest and wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say when the words came to his lips. He didn't know whether he had done a sin in his previous life or in this life to have such an unlucky brother. Brother Wen, hold on. I'll take you to see a doctor to check out the python bite. Brother Zhou, it's okay. Just a scar is a badge of honor for a man. The trip to Wanhua Pavilion really opened my eyes. I didn't know that a woman's skin could be so smooth and soft. Brother Wen, have you ever thought that what you touched might be snake scales? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A touch as warm and cool as jade must be a girl. Zhou carried the drunk Wen Jutong on his back and walked on the street where the colorful lights were gradually dimming. He debated with him about what Wen Jutong had just touched. He wanted to shatter all of Brother Wen's fantasies and make sure that this brother never wanted to go to Wanhua Pavilion again. The girl's skin is warm, and the snake's skin is cold. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have drunk alcohol to talk nonsense here. You are drunk. The two people's argument gradually faded away, and Su Yin ran home and began to call his aunt. Aunt, where are you? I brought you very exquisite cakes. Here. Aunt's voice came from the backyard, and Su Yin walked to the backyard with a wooden box. The wooden box contained the cakes given by Huayu. It is said that the cakes are made of donkey hide gelatin boiled from the fur of the deer demon, and then added with spiritual medicine for beauty and beauty. It is one of the secret recipes of the goddesses in Wanhua Valley to maintain their skin. Generally, it is only distributed to the inner disciples. If purchased at the market price, this box of things is worth at least 300 to 400 spirit stones, which is very popular among female cultivators. Su Yin ate and took in the Wanhua Pavilion, and Huayu felt that it was not enough and wanted to give him more. So she stuffed all the beauty products for female practitioners into his arms, and passed them to his aunt through Su Yin's little hand. These can only be said to be small gifts. Hua Yu still has some treasures at the bottom of the box. She plans to give them step by step to please Su Yan's aunt. Not to mention the gift of a few 100 kilograms of spiritual stones. As long as Jiao Chong is happy, Hua Yu will borrow money to buy gifts even if she has to borrow money. Su Yan approached the door of the backyard. Before he opened the door curtain, he smelled a strong fruit with fragrance. He opened the door curtain and looked into the backyard. 3 hairless monkeys in winter clothes jumped up and down in front of the campfire and were busy roasting a whole sheep. The aunt and Jiao Nanwu were sitting next to them. The talented women gathered in groups of 3 or 2 and chatted next to them. They were wearing very delicate rabbit for winter clothes, just like a barbecue party. Aunt Su Yan put the wooden box on the stone table, jumped up and transformed into a white fox, landed on the table, and started to show off to make his aunt happy. Eat some cakes. Eat some cakes. You have no conscience. Have you forgotten what your aunt told you? Don't take things from strangers. Aren't you afraid that there might be drugs? The aunt glanced at the pattern on the wooden box and roughly knew the origin of this thing. Suddenly, a black line appeared on her forehead. She pinched the back of Su Yan's neck, put the little fox on her thigh, and began to pinch his white and tender fur. Don't pick up things on the ground to eat casually. And don't be greedy and take things from strangers. Remember. Remember. The aunt passed her hands through the little fox's armpits, supported his upper body with her palms, and pressed her thumbs on a little position above the shoulder blades to massage and knead. Su Yan's face was full of comfort. His eyelids half closed, and his whole body was so comfortable that his feet stretched out. The aunt's method of stroking the fox is the best except for mother and sister Sheer. Even you yawning can't compare. After holding, pinching and pushing, Su Yan's whole fox collapsed directly on the spot. Too comfortable to move, showing a dog-like Shiba Inu's smiling face, and occasionally shaking his feet to show that he is very comfortable. And he pushed and Su Yan whimpered, attracting the attention of the talented women and Jiao Nanwu in the brothel. Because of the Fox Fairy Temple hosted by Su Yan and the newly added horse-drawn hanging business in the brothel, the income of the talented women has increased significantly recently. Although they are still burdened with high debts, they have hope for life. The talented women are more cheerful than before. Xiaobai took the lead and squatted at the aunt's footsteps, looking at Su Yan with hope in his eyes, and asked shyly, "Little fox, is what the shopkeeper said before true? The girl from the Demon Suppression Division." Huh? Su Yan tilted his head and looked at Xiaobai. A question mark appeared on his head. And then, as if he remembered something, the dog-like look on his cheeks faded away, revealing a look of surprise. The woman in front of him was the one who took the lead in counting her own odds and evens in the brothel. When she said the girl from the Demon Suppression Division, Su Yan knew with his tail that she was talking about you yawning. What? You 2 perverts want to team up to humiliate me? Aunt, I want to learn this. Jiao Nanwu saw Su Yan's comfortable look, thought for a moment, and said to her aunt, although she was not a fox, she was a demon, and she could see that Su Yan's expression was not fake. He really liked being pinched like this. The mermaids, who had already entered winter, were in the prime of their maternal instincts, and as the only male in the brothel, he could always attract the attention of female beasts and make them unable to look away. Originally, he showed his true form to show his cuteness to his aunt, but as the number of people around him increased dramatically, Su Yan suddenly felt like he had become the protagonist of the barbecue party and was served on the table. In the next few days, Su Yan did not go outside the brothel to hang out, but stayed beside his aunt, jumping around in his true form. The talented women looked at Su Yan with hope on their faces, asking him if he could show everyone how a fox with no intelligence hunts in winter. Su Yan was stunned, looking at them in confusion. The talented women talked about how foxes hunt in winter. They would aim at mouse holes or other small animal holes in the snow, jump up and dive into the holes. Su Yan thought about it and complained, "My family buys winter prey at the market, and there is no such thing as diving into the snow." Thinking about his mother's huge body, Su Yan suspected that his mother really hunted in winter like ordinary foxes, and when she ran into a mountain, the mountain would collapse. Why is there something poking me? On the tea table on the 4th floor of the brothel, in addition to the aunt's usual tea-making utensils, there is now an exquisite small copper basin and silk scarf. Su Yan habitually jumped onto the bench and put his hands on the edge of the tea table. He stretched his slightly funny paws into the basin to wash his hands, then sat on the table and wet the silk scarf to wipe the pads of his hind feet. After doing all this, he jumped up and jumped into his aunt's arms to prepare for a night's sleep. Recently, it has been snowing lightly in Xiaoyu. The weather is cold, and there is a lot of snow on the road. There are not many people in the brothel. But Su Yan's jump made his aunt notice something wrong. Why did this little fox start to poke people? Little fox, you stick your head up. Something is wrong. Chapter 49 Foundation Building Stage. Don't move. Stick your butt up. Su Yan suddenly hit her, and her aunt was stunned for a moment. She grabbed Su Yan's neck and lifted him up. She looked carefully to see where Su Yan hit her thigh. Don't cover your tail. I have seen a lot of storms. Your things won't disturb my heart. Aunt, what happened? Su Yan, who was lifted up, subconsciously rolled up his tail to protect his belly, and quickly looked back to see why his aunt suddenly lifted him up. Your tail seems crooked. The aunt brought the little fox to her and looked at the tail at the end of the fox's body. After a slight comparison, she found that Su Yan's tail did not seem to be centered, but slightly shifted to the left. A bulge appeared on the right. The aunt pinched it and found that the bulge was a hard lump. And there is a bulge. Don't you find anything wrong with your body? I don't know. Su Yan turned his head hard, but because the fox was not slender enough, he could only see his furry white tail, but not the end of the tail keel. The aunt pinched the bulge and said firmly, you should be ready to grow a tail now. The tail of the nine-tailed fox grows with the cultivation level. Su Yan's cultivation level is close to the foundation building stage, and he is indeed going to have 2 tails. Before Su Yan ran thousands of miles to Xiaoyu, he was already a cultivator in the qi refining stage. In addition, he had been eating and drinking well in the brothel for a while recently, so it was not surprising that he broke through to the foundation building stage. In the body refining stage, the body is tempered, and in the qi refining stage, the blood and qi are used to accommodate the spiritual energy and gradually adapt to the spiritual power. After accumulating enough spiritual energy in the body, it will naturally break through to the real starting point of the cultivator, the foundation building stage. The 3 realms of body refining, qi refining, and foundation building are like creating an embryo when refining a weapon. For talented cultivators, breakthroughs are a matter of course. Even if you do nothing, as long as you reach the qi refining stage, the body will subtly accumulate spiritual power and break through to the foundation building stage. This is a process of accumulation, and does not contain any technical content or magic bonus. It is just a competition of talent. For a fox like Su Yan who has completely transformed, it is not difficult to understand that it can quickly break through to the foundation building stage under the blessing of the human race's luck. My second tail? Su Yan quickly broke free from his aunt's lifting, transformed into an orc form that is basically not opened on weekdays, reached out and touched the position of his tail keel, and found that, just as his aunt said, the position of the tail was offset, and a hard bulge grew on the tail keel. Poochie. Such a small one. Seeing Su Yan's beastman form, the aunt burst out laughing. Su Yan, who was originally in human form, was at least 1.6 meters tall. At first glance, he was about the average age of 14 or 15 years old. However, in the beastman form, Su Yan, except for his fox fur, completely exposed his true age as a demon. He was about 1.2 meters tall, holding his tail and staring at his butt with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. His naive appearance really made her burst out laughing. Su Yan was startled by his aunt's laughter and quickly changed from beastman form to human form. However, when he was in human form, the cold winter wind blew and Su Yan shivered. He quickly showed his fox body and put on a layer of fox fur. Achoo. After Su Yan sneezed, his whole body trembled. He jumped back into his aunt's arms in 3 or 2 steps and curled up to protect his meat pads. It seems it should be ready to grow a tail. Su Yan asked with a little embarrassment, Aunt, do you have any secret method to transform your body? Growing a tail is a good thing. The fox tail of the nine-tailed fox is the symbol of the power of the nine-tailed fox clan. When the nine-tailed fox shows its original form, its fluffy tail is almost erected to the sky, announcing to the world that its strength is strong. The tail shakes and the sky and the earth change color. But this is for those big monsters. As for Su Yan, who is now in the qi refining stage and is about to break through his strength, when he grows 2 tails, other people may not be afraid of him. The most likely possibility is that he will be held tightly by the thieves on the left and right, and then a go will be issued from his mouth like a whip. In addition to social death, it is still a trouble. Fox demons of the pure fox clan will not have multiple tails. Only 9-tailed foxes will have 9 tails. When the second tail grows out, It means that Su Yin can no longer disguise himself as an ordinary wild fox, but will truly expose his identity as a nine-tailed fox. There is no secret method to hide, but I know a technique to make the tail more fluffy and look more intimidating. Auntie said indifferently. The tail is the signature symbol of the nine-tailed foxes. The tails of other nine-tailed foxes are all erected to the sky, as if they can't wait to poke the universe. So how can they study the secret method of hiding their tails? However, my auntie knows the secret method that makes the nine-tailed fox look more ferocious, and its body become larger after revealing its true form. But judging from Su Yan's appearance, he should not be very interested in such a deterrent secret method. If you really don't want it to grow, just hold it in. This way, you can probably hold it in for about half a month. Right? Su Yan's tail has already grown a bulge, which means that as long as he works hard, he can kick open the door of the foundation building period and reach the real starting point of the cultivator. There is no realm of suppression before the foundation building period. The ant can't do anything about Su Yan's troubles. Su Yan may have caught a little cold because of the midnight winter wind, because he manifested his human form. His body was attacked by the cold wind and his body didn't warm up for a while. So he sneezed again. Think about everything in a positive direction. The foundation building cultivator is much better than the chi refining period. After your promotion, you will have more demonic power storage than before. You can set up formations, cast spells, and sacrifice your own weapons. If you don't care about consumption, you can even take off for a short time. The ant touched Su Yan's forehead and comforted the little fox not to look at the bad side of everything. At worst, he can reduce the number of times he reveals his body in the future. Keeping the human form all the time can also hide his nine-tailed fox identity. Let's put it this way. Judging from your appearance, you really don't like winter. Auntie lifted Su Yan up and shook him. Smiling. Let's go out tomorrow and buy some more copper stoves in the market to increase the temperature in the brothel, so you don't have to show your original form to keep warm. The country of Qingqiu is like spring all year round. The average temperature in the southern state is around 25 or 26 degrees, and the temperature will not be lower than 10 degrees at the coldest time. However, the winter temperature in the central state can reach below zero. Su Yan's cultivation has not reached the point where he is immune to cold and heat, so it is normal for him to be unaccustomed to the climate here. Being lifted high by his aunt, Su Yan's front paw pads and belly were exposed to the wind. Once he felt the cold, the fox's mouth slightly opened, the nose slightly loosened, and he turned his head to the side and sneezed loudly. Su Yan quickly swung his tail to wrap his belly. I feel a little warmer. The ant looked at Su Yan speechlessly. After a big sneeze, one tail was shaking, and now another tail came out. The two tails began to wrap Su Yan's belly from left to right. It was also the first time she saw the nine-tailed fox's tail grow. She originally thought that the tail grew a little bit, but now she knew that it suddenly popped out from the body. Don't wait until tomorrow. I will take you to buy a copper furnace as soon as the sun rises, so as not to catch a cold. Chapter 50 Urgent Matters. It feels the same as before. Su Yan curled up in the quilt. When he raised his hand, the Black Dragon's water control ability and water illusion were activated at the same time. At the edge of the frozen river outside the window, dense water droplets oozed up the wall and entered Su Yan's dormitory, condensing into translucent little water men in groups of 3 or 2. A sneeze sprayed out the tail. Su Yan stepped into the foundation building stage with an innocent face. In the dormitory, he shook his butt in front of the bronze mirror for a long time to observe his tail. After being conceited, Su Yan began to check other new abilities. After a cultivator stepped into the foundation building stage, the biggest difference from before was an additional ability called spiritual consciousness. Based on the birth of spiritual consciousness, cultivators can more easily control the spiritual power they have practiced hard, such as casting spells or refining magic weapons connected to the soul and flesh, and even arranging formations. All require the assistance of spiritual consciousness. If a cultivator does not have spiritual consciousness, it is actually very dangerous to cast spells to defend against the enemy at will, because you have no idea what will happen after the spell is cast. Whether to kill the enemy or kill himself is unknown. Su Yan's ability to control water is a natural ability, inherited from his parents' bloodline, which is why he can practice the spell of forest and wilderness, phantom. Normal water cultivators can only produce a column of water at most during the chi refining period. When they really encounter an enemy, it is better to chop and kill with a knife. It is impossible for them to condense a waterman who knows martial arts like Su Yan. Therefore, After Su Yan entered the foundation establishment period, he felt that there was no change from before. The biggest change was probably that before. Even if he used all his strength and held it until he vomited milk, he could only condense 3 water phantoms at most. But now after the foundation establishment period, Su Yan can easily condense 6 or 7 water phantoms with full blood and full state. The limit Su Yan has not tested, but from the consumption of spiritual power in his body, his limit should be about 14 or 15 when he uses phantoms at full state. Because he was in the dormitory, Su Yan did not want to make his dormitory full of water, so he did not use all his firepower to cast water phantoms to let them fight each other. Are you up yet? Annie asked you to go out. Just when Su Yan was curled up in bed playing with water, there was a knock on the door. Jiao Nanwu pushed open the door and ran in with great interest, asking Su Yan if he had woken up and that they were going to go out later. Jiao Nanwu especially liked to take a walk in the downtown area, but it was a pity that the weather had been bad recently and it had been snowing. No one in the brothel had the intention to go out, and even the monkeys bought enough food for 2 or 3 days at a time, and tried not to go out unless there was something to do. She was very happy to go out for a walk today, and she didn't even ask Su Yan if he was mature as usual. Here I come. Su Yan lifted the quilt and poked his upper body out. In human form, he had no fur to protect him. When the cold wind blew outside the window, Su Yan shrank back into the quilt with a frown on his face. He simply got off the bed wrapped in the quilt. The weather is a bit cold. Is the temperature okay? Jiao Nanwu was still wearing thin clothes, and the collar could not completely cover her fair collarbone. Compared with before, there was only a milk cap on her clothes. Apart from that, the change in clothes was completely the same as before. How about you show your true form, and I'll hold you. My body temperature is definitely much higher than the current temperature. Well, I don't need it for now. I just got up and haven't adapted to the temperature for a while. Sister Nanwu, I don't mind your embrace, but I'm worried that you will suddenly become beastly, grab my ponytails, and ride on the battlefield to warm me up. The sub-zero temperature in winter is actually okay. After all, the monks have all gone through the body training period to temper their skin and flesh. But the brothel is a building built on the river. When the river is frozen and still flows, it will take away the heat in the room. After freezing, the cold air rises and hits the brothel directly. For Su Yan, who has never seen snow, it completely breaks his imagination of winter and experiences the cold winter for the first time. Su Yan, wearing a long-sleeved coat, shivered with his hands in his sleeves and came to the 4th floor. He immediately closed the window that was always open to prevent the cold wind from blowing in. The aunt smiled and shook her head. It's not the coldest time yet. Is it necessary to wrap up so tightly? This is my first time to experience a cold winter. I used to experience warm winters when I lived in the southern states. When the weather got cold, my mother would pick up the scoop net to catch some warm stoves and bring them back. When she lived in the southern states, when the temperature got cold, Su Qing, who was worried that her cubs would catch a cold, picked up the scoop net and stood at the door of the Su mansion, waving it for a while, and salvaged a female cultivator with fire properties and placed them at home with food and accommodation, and asked them to light the fire regularly to raise the temperature in the room and maintain a constant temperature. Su Yan asked his mother why she didn't burn charcoal fire, but wanted to capture monks to use as warm stoves. Su's mother smiled and touched Su Yan's head and said, charcoal fire heats up unevenly and has a strong smell, which is not good for cubs and may cause asthma. Besides, my father works hard outside all day and night to make money, so we mother and daughter naturally have to live a good life. Although Su Yan had never seen his mother give money, she did provide food and accommodation for the monks she salvaged. Dip net? Auntie was stunned, then chuckled and said, it is indeed quite in line with your mother's style. After so many years, she is still so unstable and has a lady's temper. Su Qing is not a stable person. She is also more erratic and naughty. Auntie really believes that Su Qing can use a scoop net to fish monks from the street and bring them back as labor. After all, foxes are really easy to get angry. By the way, Auntie, see if you have any plans to renovate the brothel recently. I have some small sponsorship and ideas here. Su Yan sat next to his auntie, hugged his auntie's arm, and tried to persuade his auntie to install floor heating in the brothel. Floor heating is not a mysterious technique. Things like kangs also exist. Of course, Su Yan does not like those kangs for heating, because foxes are members of the canine family, with a more developed and sensitive sense of smell, and burning charcoal fires can easily smoke their noses. Suyin plans to install water heating in the brothel. Because there is a lot of natural gas underground in Xiaoyu. And rich people can use gas at will by paying a fire well fee to the court. The brothel is made entirely of wood. All we need to do is arrange for the craftsmen to short-circuit the pipes, and then make something like a water wheel to circulate the heated water continuously, so that the temperature in the brothel can be kept high. In this way, Suyin does not need to show his true form, and does not need to be afraid of the cold winter. And once the brothel is warm, Mrs. Xiaoyu will not need to continue to roast the brazier at home, torturing herself with cold and heat. Wouldn't our business be better? My idea is absolutely great. And it won't have explosions, and burning ash smells like a Kong. Suyin promised solemnly. But those ladies usually use the bodies of maids to keep warm in winter, and hold a fox in their arms to warm their hands and stomachs. It's not like you said that when you burn charcoal to keep warm, your chest will be hot and your back will be cold. The ant laughed and teased the phenomenon. Suyin said, the lives of the Xiaoyu nobles are more comfortable than you think. Some ladies who are afraid of cold have gone to the western states or southern states to avoid the cold before the snow fell. They are not cold at all. Suyin was surprised. Can you play like this? How to use maids to keep warm? Well, this is too vulgar. It's inconvenient for the ant to show you. Just use your imagination. Chapter 51 Outrageous. Okay. If you like it, there's no problem. After listening to Suyin's proposal for circulating water heating, the ant pondered for a while, and then looked at the talented women sitting in the lobby to keep warm by the fire, and then agreed to Suyin's request and decided to repair the brothel. Anyway, there was no business in winter, so it was better to rest. Of course, the repairs did not cost Suyin money, although the ant claimed to be poor and destitute every day, and even poor was written on her name. Poverty was relative. The ant was the kind of poor who had no shortage of small money but no big money. It was easy to pay a few hundred kilograms or thousands of kilograms of spirit stones. But the ant really couldn't pay tens of thousands of spirit stones. 2 rounds of martial arts examinations paralyzed the ant's savings. Now the whole arrogant insect was paralyzed in the brothel, and was unwilling to move. Repairs did not cost much money. If Suyin had any ideas, he could play with them. Active, lively, and naughty children grow up to be smart. According to your requirements, ordinary bamboo pipes may not be able to withstand the alternation of cold and heat for several years. My suggestion is that you spend 2,000 kilograms of spiritual stones to replace ordinary bamboo with spiritual bamboo as pipes, which will ensure that they can be used until the building collapses. After repairing the brothel, the ant took Suyin to a carpenter she knew, and Suyin told the carpenter about his ideas. The carpenter pondered for a while and expressed his concerns. Bamboo is used as a pipe to flow hot water, which is usually not a big problem. But you said that it is a big problem when it is only used in winter. Bamboo is soaked in water all year round and will absorb a lot of water. It may become moldy during the drying process, and then it will be dried into a brittle SHL without water nourishment all year round. In short, it will not be used for a long time, and it is not worth using spiritual bamboo as a material. You might as well go to Lao Zhang to see if he can make such iron pipes. The carpenter thought about it and recommended Lao Zhang, who was in the blacksmith shop next door, to Suyin and the ant, and asked them to go and have a look. Although bamboo material processing is not difficult, Suyin bluntly said that it requires thousands of bamboo tubes and curved joints. The only difficulty for carpenters is that there is no money to be made. Collecting so many materials of the same size is originally a high labor cost. Moreover, the manufacturing difficulty of that thing is not high, and it is impossible to charge too high a labor cost. It also takes a lot of time to polish it. Unless spiritual bamboo is used as the material, the old carpenter will lose a lot of money. The carpenter calculated that the deal was not cost-effective, so he suggested that they change the material and idea. If you think the iron pipe is not beautiful, can't I make a ceiling here as a decorative panel to cover it? The overall labor cost is even cheaper. Iron pipes and joints? Of course I can make them. Do you need 100-fold steel, bronze, or brass? As long as you pay the deposit, I can make anything. My forging speed depends on how fast you pay. The young man sitting next to the furnace was stunned, and smiled and said to Suyin, of course. The installation fee is extra. Are you so capable? Suyin's face was full of disbelief. He just opened his mouth and didn't even mention the pipe diameter. How could you do it all? You don't believe it? The young man smiled and lifted his clothes, revealing the meteorite 100-fold token hanging around his waist. You use this thing as a guarantee, right? let alone the iron pipe. As long as the silver bill is in place, I can hammer a pair of iron pants to cover your butt in 10 minutes. The meteorite 100 refined token is a characteristic symbol of a sect in the world of cultivation that is famous for its weapon refining. Because meteorite contains a lot of impurities, smelting and forging are originally very difficult things. But the entry standard for disciples of the weapons sect is to use meteorite iron to forge a 100 refined token. The young man in front of him is a disciple of the weapons sect who went out for training. Not to mention the small iron tube. If the young man of the weapons sect is angry, as long as the ant does not intervene, the young man can forge a ligature in 2 minutes, and then spend 3 minutes to directly tie Su Yin. You are awesome. Su Yin saw the weapons sect's token, and after a long time, he said something awesome. I will leave it all to you. But don't give me iron pants or something. I shouldn't need such things. Su Yin knew the weapons sect token. Ordinary people can also see the emblem of the weapons sect in their homes, such as high-level kitchen knives, or some weapons made of 100 refined steel. From birth to death, in the world of cultivation, there will always be utensils forged by the weapons sect. After the young man showed off his strength, Su Yin also took out 20 kilograms of spirit stones to show off his strength. It will be done in half a month. 40 kilograms of spirit stones. 10 days. 50 kilograms of spirit stones. If it can't be done in 5 days, Zhang will commit suicide by jumping into the river. 60. Stop. 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 It won't work unless you add 100 kilograms of spirit stones. I'll ask my senior brother to help. Su Yin. As expected of Xia Yu, who is a money grubber. Even the residents living here will become money grubbers. The price of 50 kilograms of spirit stones is not too expensive compared to the price of 2,000 kilograms of spirit stones offered by the carpenter before. Moreover, the disciples of the weapons sect also use forging materials of the 100 grade steel level to forge ordinary utensils. The so-called 100 grade steel is to forge pig iron once, fold it once and forge it again, and keep folding and forging. 100 grade steel is just an entry point. A skilled blacksmith can easily forge 500 grade or even 1000 grade steel. This thing can't be faked, because after being acid soaked, special patterns will emerge from the 100 refined steel. The higher the number of forging and folding, the more complex the pattern, and even the pattern can be customized. The starting point of the utensils produced by the Qizong is the 100 refined steel, because they really like to show off their skills. Of course, the reason why Su Yin knew Qizong can also be said to be because of his mother, when he was about 2 years old. Right? Su Qing and Ao Renlin were ready to follow the local customs and make a set of pure gold longevity locks for Su Yin. As a result, the Qizong master was ambitious and refused the request of Su Yin's parents. That day, Su Yin saw the table shaking the ground, and the palm of the hand slapped the table, and the ground was shaking. Su's mother shouted at the master, and the master knelt down and immediately made the longevity lock and golden anklet. The Qizong master also gave Su Yin an extra storage ring as a belated gift for the 100 days. At night, he also roasted a monster for the family of 3 in his little treasure furnace. The taste was really delicious. Although Su Yin's teeth had not grown fully at that time, his father tore a piece from it and let Su Yin suck the aroma of barbecue. Since then, Su Yin remembered Qizong, and the word Qizong was roughly equivalent to a barbecue stall in Su Yin's heart. On the morning of the 6th day after returning to the brothel, Lao Zhang built the pipes and interfaces in 5 days as promised. Hua Lingshi hired some young monks in the body and chi refining stages to come and install water heating pipes and circulation pools in my aunt's brothel. Anyway, just lay 1 layer on the ground, 1 layer on the top, and lay all of them. Right? Then connect 2 large pipes as the outlet and inlet to the circulation pool. Lao Zhang threw the blueprint in front of Su Yin and asked him to look at it. Su Yin went over with empty hands and mouth. Lao Zhang not only forged a 100-fold steel-thin pipe within 5 days, but also set up the circulation pool that Su Yin wanted, using the high and low pressure of the house to circulate the water in the pipe. The professionalism of the blueprint made Su Yin stunned. It's normal. We not only refine weapons, but also involve mechanism learning. Otherwise, how can we refine strange weapons or the unique warehouse door? Lao Zhang smiled and said disapprovingly, how can you make a living in a big city like Xiaoyu without some skills? Brother Zhang is awesome. At Lao Zhang, Su Yin was speechless again. And after a long time, he said something awesome. Chapter 52. The brothel reopens. With the help of disciples from Qizong who were out for training, Su Yan made rapid progress in renovating the brothel. Except for the first day, when no one could move freely because they had to pry open the lobby. The rest of the time was spent laying pipes on the ceiling and installing a pressure circulation pool on the roof. It did not affect the lives of dozens of people in the brothel. But the construction area needed to be temporarily vacated, and the wood chips needed to be cleaned up afterwards. Because the repairers were all monks. The basic working hours were 6 hours a day. All the metal pipes were installed in 4 days. In the remaining 2 days, Lao Zhang also redesigned the ceiling and then arranged for carpenters to come in and install the ceiling. Except for the height being slightly lowered by 1 foot. It was no different from the original. 3 days for installation. 1 day for testing the tightness of water circulation. And the remaining 3 days for making the ceiling and fire well. Basically, all the functions you mentioned have been realized. In the brothel with the water heating circulation turned on, Lao Zhang held a stack of papers with a smug look on his face and stuffed them into Su Yan's arms, ready to settle the final payment with him. 50 kilograms of spiritual stones are the cost of the pipeline and the pool. Arranging the repair requires an additional labor fee. These have been agreed before the start. Now Lao Zhang feels that the repair work and acceptance are very perfect. So he can naturally come to Su Yan very arrogantly to settle the final payment. It's really great. Su Yan sat in the lobby of the brothel. The 2 sets of coats on his body had been taken off. He didn't feel the slightest bit of coolness in the thin summer clothes. Outside the window, the temperature may have reached below 0 because of the snow. The benefits of wooden buildings are reflected in this way. There is no need to install additional insulation layers inside and outside the brothel. The talented women who usually wore rabbit fur capes and rubbed their hands now changed back to silk skirts of various colors and walked around the lobby like dancing. Hey, Auntie, wait till Lao Zhang to pay the bill. And Su Yan looked at the talented women who were admiring the magic of water heating and suddenly showed a wry smile inside. Originally, Su Yan was going to pay tribute to the beautiful clothes in his previous life and use them to dress up the talented women so that Auntie's brothel could become bigger and stronger and create glory again to dominate Xia Yu's brothel market. As a result, Taylor Yu and Hua Yu were the samples as soon as they were delivered. And finally Sister Sierra wiped out the samples of the pair of stockings with a lantern. The next day, Su Yan asked the tailor shop to mass-produce some. And it happened that Xia Yu officially entered winter and snow fell. So the talented women took off their usual gorgeous skirts and put on fur coats. What kind of things are these? From making clothes to decorating the brothel and installing plumbing. I didn't make any money. And I spent hundreds of kilograms of spirit stones on my aunt. Su Yan covered his face with a look of tears and laughter. Looking at the brand new brothel, why not just change the name of the brothel to 4 seasons like spring? Anyway, we can fill the pipes with hot water in winter to heat it up. And fill the pipes with cold river water in summer to achieve alternating cold and warm. Su Yan really wants to make money now. Because Su Yan is now boarding in the brothel. And he originally spent money on his aunt, which made Su Yan feel embarrassed. In addition, his aunt really dotes on him. And Su Yan hopes that he can help in the store. But there is really nothing for him to do in the store. The 3 spirit monkeys take care of all the miscellaneous work on weekdays, such as cleaning, which the talented women solve when the store opens or closes. And these are not worth mentioning. My aunt seems to have nothing to lack. The only thing she lacks is money. Therefore, Su Yan wants to earn more for my aunt, so as to honor her more. Otherwise, I always feel that I am just a person who is good at acting cute and eating for free. It is a very subtle feeling. Su Yan doesn't know where the feeling comes from. But it is really embarrassing to eat for free all day. Maybe it's like the fairy tales I read in my previous life. Animals know how to repay their gratitude. What are you doing here? After my aunt paid the final payment to Lao Zhang, she jumped down from the building, came to the lobby, walked toward Su Yan, touched his head, and asked him what he was doing here. Nothing. Just thinking about how to make money. Su Yan looked back at his aunt and said with embarrassment, I've ruined my aunt's wallet again. Wow. The aunt was surprised and said with a smile, since you know that my aunt's wallet is bleeding like a sunflower, why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and help Nan Wu and the others. The brothel has been renovated now. Because of the little fox's trick, the brothel has an additional set of water heating. Now the temperature in the brothel is very comfortable. At least very suitable for human beings to live in it. The aunt is naturally ready to reopen and write invitations to those familiar ladies, inviting everyone to come to her brothel to see the little fox's tricks. In this way, in the cold winter of Xia Yu, the brothel is the most suitable place to spend the winter. And the ladies no longer need to go to the southern or western states every winter. In a winter like this, are you sure you don't want to come to my place to play mahjong or pai gow? The brothel is probably like a lock that can lock in the ladies, who are afraid of the cold, and have not had time to run to avoid the cold because of procrastination. After Su Yan was patted on the head by his aunt, he also ran to help write the invitation. But Su Yan's calligraphy was really ordinary except for the name. So Su Yan could only help to seal the letter into the invitation. Squeaky. Because the brothel is preparing to reopen. Everyone is busy. And the 3 monkeys are no exception. But the aunt assigned them to purchase work. The 3 monkeys were full of black lines, looking at the sky outside the backyard where snow was falling, and then looking back at the crowd behind them, who were dressed coolly like midsummer, chattering and communicating. Finally, one of the monkeys made up his mind, raised his foot, and stepped out of the water heating circulation area, stepped on the snow, and shuddered all over as if he was electrocuted, and bounced back. Squeaky. The monkey shook his head wildly after being electrocuted, and raised his hand to make a gesture of preparing to play rock, paper, scissors. Obviously, going out is not a good thing. It is better to die than to die. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide life and death. 1 game determines the winner. 3 games. 2 wins. And 5 games. 3 wins. After one of the monkeys was kicked out by another monkey, and the 3rd monkey quickly threw out the money bag and cart to bolt the backyard door. The monkey that fell on the snow bounced up and ran to the door and knocked frantically. Coat! 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 The brothel was all wearing summer clothes, and the monkeys were no exception. When this unlucky monkey was kicked out, his clothes were so thin that he couldn't bear to look at them. Once he fell on the snow and felt the beating of the cold winter. He was so anxious that he spoke directly and knocked on the door frantically to get a set of clothes to put on. Their main job is to be a cook. In order to prevent the hair from falling into the dishes, they need to shave their hair. Otherwise, it is a very serious matter for the brothel customers to eat hair in the dishes. If they report it to the government, they will have to suspend the business and be fined. Chapter 53. To some extent, it can be regarded as repaying a favor. Yes. Yes. That's it. The next afternoon, when it was not snowing, my aunt stood in front of the brothel and directed the carpenters to hang the signboard that had been processed overnight, and the varnish had not yet dried on the original signboard. Originally, my aunt's brothel was called Gulen Wash, which was very ordinary and had no characteristics. It was just a general term for brothels. But because of the water and heating cycle and Su Yan's complaints, my aunt asked the carpenters to make a new signboard overnight. Today, the brothel was officially renamed Ruchuin Garden, which means that the 4 seasons are like spring, and it can also be interpreted as a garden full of spring. Su Yan was stunned watching from the side, and he made a casual complaint, and my aunt really took it as an idea. The location is right. Just lift the red cloth. Changing the shop name is not changing the owner. So just keep it simple. After the carpenters put the sign in the right position, the aunt looked up and down and nodded with satisfaction, and asked the carpenters to come down the stairs and lift the red veil to complete the work. How is the new name that aunt chose? It has a strong Demon Clan flavor. It looks like a black shop anyway. Su Yan said one thing after another. It was obviously a simple thing, but after the aunt's mouth retelling, it seemed a little wrong. There was a come on have fun style between the lines. Characteristics of the demon tribe? The aunt was stunned when she heard this. She did not hear the complaint in Su Yan's words. She looked up and took another look at the sign of Ruchunuan. Nothing special. The demon tribe brothels usually have male beasts sitting on the stage, and female beasts go in with sticks to choose their husbands. I don't hang swords, spears, swords, axes, knives and forks in front of the brothel. Have you been to a demon tribe brothel? Su Yan. Shouldn't the demon tribe brothel be 10,000 times more open than the human tribe brothel? Why would there be such incongruous things as knives, forks, swords and halberds? The brothels opened by the demon tribe are breeding stables. Right? Fox baby. I miss you so much. Time gradually came to the opening of the brothel. Su Yan began to greet customers as usual. After a short separation, the ladies and young ladies liked Su Yan more, because after a short separation, the strange fragrance they rubbed on Su Yan completely disappeared. The man who used to be so fierce that the bedboard broke, now looks elegant and respectful when he sees his wife, just like a sage who reads the Book of Saints. When his wife asked him to work overtime to add a child to the family, the husband smiled and said, "Madam, don't worry. Wait until I finish reading this book of Xiaoyu's history." The girl's charm value also began to decline, and they could not attract the attention of the young men on the roadside as usual. In this way, they all realized that worshipping fox gods did not seem to be a superstitious thing. It snowed during this period, and they did not touch the fox treasure, and their peach blossom luck disappeared. Even the relationship between husband and wife became disharmonious, and they could not make the sound of the neighboring room envious to the point of biting their back teeth. Therefore, after receiving the invitation from the aunt, the ladies who had nothing to do recently came to give Su Yin money to renew the subscription. Fox treasure. Mrs. Li took out the banknote from the storage ring, stuffed it into Su Yin's arms, patted his shoulder vigorously, and said seriously, please bless me to have a baby. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. The most important thing is to have a baby. Su Yin, I wish you a son soon. A dragon and a phoenix. A harmonious relationship between husband and wife. And a happy family. Thank you. Hu Baogui. I'll pile it up twice first. After paying for the renewal, Madame Li smiled with great satisfaction. As soon as she entered the door, she felt that something was wrong with the brothel. The temperature here should be about 25 or 26 degrees. She felt very hot when she came in wearing a leopard fur coat. Madam, come this way. Xiao Bai, who was standing at the door of the lobby, greeted Madame Li very naturally. Is this the renovation the shopkeeper said? It is really interesting. Madame Li looked around and slowly took off the leopard fur coat she was wearing. She said with interest, there is no smoky smell in the lobby, and there is no dry and hot feeling that makes your nose hurt when breathing. The things you have renovated are really interesting. Which craftsman did you hire to build it? I will also ask someone to build one in my house later. Although the wind and snow outside stopped temporarily, the snow on the road showed no signs of melting, and even showed signs of freezing. The van she was riding in had a slight sign of slipping on the spiked wheels, which proved that the outside temperature was still below zero. But the temperature in the brothel was so hot that you had to take off your clothes. It was as warm as standing in front of a stove with a raging fire. The things that were renovated in the brothel were interesting. This was Little Fox's idea. He used to live in a place where it was spring all year round. He was not used to the snowy weather, so he invented something called a hot and cold cycle to ensure that our brothel would be warm in winter and cool in summer, so that we could continue to run our business. Xiao Bai smiled and explained to Madame Li, the decoration of the brothel seems to have not changed, but the shopkeeper has spent hundreds of kilograms of spirit stones in it. Hundreds of kilograms of spirit stones? Madame Li pondered for a while and said, does the winter warm and summer cool thing have any subsequent consumption? Like the formation arranged by high-level monks? Madame Li did not understand the water heating with hot and cold cycles, but she knew something that could do this. There was such a permanent constant temperature formation in the imperial city, but the subsequent consumption of spirit stones and spiritual power was extremely terrible. Even ordinary wealthy people could not bear such consumption of spirit stones. It seems that there is no consumption. It just needs to connect to the fire well and a lot of water. And it also needs to spend manpower to clean it regularly. Right? Xiao Bai said. That's great. Give me one too. Madame Li nodded and said to Xiao Bai, talk to the shopkeeper. We are all old acquaintances, so don't hide it. Share the magic weapon for wintering like this. The winters in recent years are really getting colder and colder. I'll ask the shopkeeper about this. Little Fox, come here, because it is reopening today. Su Yin, as the great immortal of the Fox Fairy Temple, basically welcomes the endless stream of ladies and various young ladies in front of the door. Although it is really very strange, Richinuan is now reopened. Seeing that there are no guests outside, Su Yin returned to the warm room from the gate. As soon as he entered the door, his aunt waved to Su Yin and asked him to come to the 4th floor. What's the matter, aunt? Su Yin walked upstairs and asked his aunt with a happy face. Now that the brothel is reopened, the ladies give a lot of stage fees and rewards. Su Yin is also very happy to help his aunt make money. Well, more than a dozen ladies are asking how we can keep warm in winter and cool in summer in our brothel, and asking if we can sell you the heat and cold cycle you made. Auntie raised the paper in her hand and said, they even wrote down the area of their home, and asked how many spiritual stones they would need to renovate their home. Su Yin looked at the paper in his aunt's hand, and 3 question marks appeared on his forehead. After moving from the Fox Fairy Temple to the Horsedale Hall, is our brothel ready to enter the decoration industry? No, auntie. It's okay if there are no rapists in the brothel who rob talented women, drink or fight with monks. Do we have to compete with the craftsmen for food now? But they really give a lot. and they directly asked us to quote a price. Will you sell it? Su Yin. Chapter 54. Are you suffering from insomnia? But they really gave a lot. And they didn't say anything. They just wrote down the area of their houses and asked us to calculate a price for them. The aunt looked at the paper in her hand with distress. The area of the ladies' houses was not small. Now there were more than a dozen ladies here. It seemed that they didn't make much money. But the news spread among the ladies' circles and business came. Sell it. Sell it. Su Yin covered his head speechlessly and said, our water heating circulation is not a profound thing. People with knowledge can almost figure out the inside door after observing it for a few days. It is not a secret. The circulating water heating made by Su Yin is very simple and can't be compared with those in the previous life. The reason why it can provide such a comfortable temperature is entirely due to the natural gas that does not need to be paid. That is, Xia Yu fire well. He can make such a thing. And those who are interested can naturally replicate it after observing it for a period of time. The original intention of making water heating was because his second tail grew out, and he couldn't change back to his original body at will. So Su Yin made a water heating to let his human form, which had no cold resistance, use it to spend the winter. Since the ladies also like plumbing, Su Yin naturally has no reason to refuse the business that comes to his door. And we seem to be a little bit off duty, don't we? We opened a bar. But now we opened a Fox Fairy temple to collect incense and sell wish cards. The lobby of the bar has also become a horse-drawn hanging house. Counting the renovation. Are we really running a bar? Su Yin asked. And smiled and said, Wanhua Pavilion was originally engaged in intelligence business and assassination business. But now who still remembers their main business? The income from the side business is directly based on the main business. The demon sects behind them have opened Wanhua Pavilion everywhere and made a lot of money. Wanhua Pavilion's main business is intelligence and assassination. The brothel business is just a side business to get to know the powerful, to lay out the intelligence network, and to receive customers. As a result, the name of Wanhua Pavilion's bar is now famous throughout the cultivation world. And the assassination business is basically monopolized by the people of Yinzhen. It's not uncommon to see a good thing happen by accident. As long as you can earn spiritual stones, you don't care about other things. Aunt comforted Su Yin. Su Yin wanted to help his aunt make money and become bigger and stronger. As a result, the first time he made a move, the brothel became a Fox Fairy temple, which directly drove away male customers and attracted a large number of women. They heard that there was a very beautiful white-haired fox demon here, so they came here to make a wish, and also started a horse hanging house business. Su Yin made a second move. While helping himself through the cold winter, he was preparing to help the brothel overtake in the off-season. Now it's good. With one more sideline. The brothel is now ready to transform into a decoration company. I don't know how to calculate the price of the repair. Let Lao Zhang come to discuss the cost issue. When we get the business, let Lao Zhang be responsible for the installation and after sales. Su Yin sighed, feeling a little tired. The brothel business is hopeless. It's better to do as my aunt said. Just plant the willow by accident and make a fortune now. Let's talk about other things first. But Su Yin was still very tired. He obviously wanted to help the brothel business improve. Let his aunt make money. And let the talented women save more money to redeem their relatives who were doing hard labor. As a result, the brothel business was lukewarm. And the revenue from the side business directly rode on the revenue from the brothel and took advantage of it. This was not my original intention. Alas, Su Yin, who was extremely tired, had no interest in drinking tea leisurely upstairs with his aunt. He returned to the lobby of the brothel and went to the backyard kitchen. He scooped a bowl of ice green bean paste from the casserole and sat in the lobby to drink sugar water. On one side was the shaved sugar water. On the other side was the floor heating, plus a lot of sugar, which made Su Yin feel a little better. Little fox. Su Yin, who was sitting in the corner drinking sugar water, suddenly heard someone calling him. The voice was particularly familiar. Su Yin subconsciously raised his head and saw his aunt's friend, the eunuch of the Imperial Court's Demon Suppression Department, and brought a group of newcomers to the Demon Suppression Department to the brothel. Su Yin was stunned when he saw the crowd. And Yu Yanning in the crowd was also stunned when she saw Su Yin. The two stared at each other deeply. Ah! After Yu Yanning screamed, a large number of memories of the journey to Beijing for the exam began to attack her brain, causing her brain to crash on the spot. She rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot, shocking her colleagues around her. Little fox. Little bell. Ah! How could this be? Su Yin spit out a mouthful of sugar water, and the ice sand particles choked his lungs and made him cough non-stop. The sudden meeting frightened both men and women. This was the first time Yu Yanning saw Su Yin's true form. She had never expected that the little fox, who had fallen into her hands, and was made a wish by her, would turn into such a handsome young man after the transformation. Her brain was directly burned. Had you had insomnia recently? Zhou Tong did not care about the fainted Yu Yanning. He frowned and came to Su Yin. He looked deeply at Su Yin, who was coughing with his hands covering his mouth, and asked a strange question. Insomnia? Su Yin covered his chest to stop coughing, and looked at Zhou Tong with a red face, and repeated her strange question. Right. You should be suffering from insomnia now. Right? Zhou Tong frowned and said, have you been to any strange place recently? How did you provoke the nightmare spell? Zhou Tong is a member of the Demon Suppression Division. He has been dealing with the nightmare spell members for a long time. He has practiced a set of qi detection techniques taught by Emperor Wuxing himself. This is a set of identification techniques that specifically detect the false methods of the nightmare spell. Black air has emerged from Su Yin's body, and the black air condenses into a strange shadow. He opened his eyelids with both hands, which means that Su Yin is in the sleeping and possession method. Someone wants to take over his body. It seems that there is no insomnia. Right? Su Yin was shocked by the solemn expression on Zhou Tong's face. After thinking carefully, he answered Zhou Tong's question uncertainly, because he has just been promoted to the foundation establishment stage recently, and the brothel is under repair, and it is very cold. Su Yin has been practicing water illusion and breathing at night recently. He only takes a short break at around 9 o'clock in the evening, and acts completely according to the biological clock when he was working in the brothel before. Do you have insomnia? This question really stumped him. What happened? The aunt came down from upstairs and looked at the boy and asked. She sensed the arrival of the boy, but she didn't know why he didn't come up to find her, but stood beside Su Yin and kept asking questions. She felt strange and came down from upstairs, because the sound of calling cards echoed in the brothel. The aunt didn't hear the conversation between the two. Your nephew has been cursed by a body-stealing spell. Zhou Tong looked at his aunt and said, it's not a particularly novel spell. It's a curse that can make the person who is cursed unable to sleep for a long time until he has a mental breakdown, and then take over the body to replace him. It's a very old thing. Someone wants to take over my body. Su Yin took a breath and quickly told Zhou Tong. I have been at home recently. The only time I went out was to one Hua Pavilion. That time, I didn't meet any strange guys. It shouldn't be, right? The aunt's face sank and asked. Our brothel has been under renovation recently. Did you restore your original body and wander around in the brothel during this period? No. Chapter 55 Little Fox. Bite him. Su Yin is a relatively honest fox. He usually stays within the sight of his elders. Besides, the customers who come to my aunt's brothel are all familiar customers. There won't be strangers who are completely unknown wandering around. After learning that Su Yin was under the spell of nightmare, the only possibility that my aunt thought of was that someone cast a spell on Su Yin during the renovation of the brothel, because only during the renovation period would there be a large number of strangers wandering around in the brothel, and it would be impossible at other times. The spell on him is very old, and it is not a big problem to break it. Moreover, this is a spell used to seize the body. Zhou Tong patted my aunt's shoulder and said, the biggest question now is, who is targeting the little fox? Not sure. My aunt shook her head and said, there are many people who have intentions on Su Yin, from the nine-tailed fox and the 4 sea dragons to those who want to catch Ao Renlin. Su Yin was not hit by an instant death curse. The purpose of the person who cast the curse was to occupy Su Yin's body. There were too many things that could be done after occupying his body. It was possible to control Su Yin to run back to the Su clan's territory, or to turn to the Black Dragon clan's territory in the northern state. Of course, Su Qing's enemies were not excluded here. There were too many bitches who wanted to scratch her cheek. The number of enemies was too dense, and the aunt could not think of the possibility quickly for a while. Is there any hope for me? Su Yan's face gradually showed panic. He was not worried at first, but as the aunt and the eunuch talked back and forth, words like fox fur and rape came out, and Su Yin began to panic. Su Yin himself did not feel anything when he was hit by the spell of deep sleep and possession. He ate and drank as he should, and even raised the flag every morning. He did not feel anything abnormal, and his body was as strong as an ox. He did not have any real feeling about the spell. But as the conversation between the aunt and the eunuch deepened, after being possessed, that person might use his body to sell his body and cut off his clothes and sleeves, just to climb to a high position, intending to slap the face of Emperor Wuxing during the Xiaoyu New Year. And after committing the sin, he patted his butt and ran away without a trace, leaving him to bear the blame. Su Yin suddenly panicked. He didn't want to wake up one day in autumn and kneel on the stage of beheading. Of course you could be saved, but we don't know who attacked you. Even if you break it, you may be attacked by the thieves again. Zhuo Tong spoke to comfort Su Yin, saying that he didn't need to worry too much about the possession curse. Only by finding the mastermind or the way to cast the curse can we truly prevent the recurrence of possession incidents. Get rid of the dirt on him first. And he looked at Su Yin and said to Zhuo Tong, "Okay, find me a secluded room." Zhuo Tong nodded and agreed to let Auntie solve Su Yin's problem first. Auntie walked in front to lead the way and took Su Yin and Zhuo Tong to the 4th floor of the tower. The most secluded place in the brothel was on the 4th floor, where my aunt's bedroom and practice room were located. On weekdays, besides my aunt, only Su Yin would hang out there. My aunt took Su Yin and Zhuo Tong to the practice room. When they opened the door, they found that the room was empty except for a treasure cabinet placed on the wall to store some elixirs, spiritual plants, and minerals. Show your true form. I'll help you get rid of the sleeping curse first. Zhuo Tong took off his red cape, revealing his sleeves, looking ready to do something big. But Su Yin did not show his true form as he said, and looked at his aunt. "It's okay. She's just a big cat with a lack of heart. And she would count the money for others when she was sold." The aunt ignored the protest of Zhuo Tong and said to Su Yin, "Okay." Su Yin quickly retracted his figure after hearing this, and in a blink of an eye, he showed his true form of a white fox, still squatting on the floor like a small one. But the two slightly fluffy and shaking snow-white tails behind him were particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, Zhuo Tong's eyes fixed, and he looked at his aunt sideways and lowered his voice and shouted, "Chong Qiong! Chong Qiong! You really deserve to be punished by God. Raising a male nine-tailed fox at home, and raising it secretly without registration. Go away. It's Su Qing's son. What do you mean by raising a male nine-tailed fox secretly? There are not so many lost nine-tailed foxes in the world." The aunt rolled her eyes. "Su Qing? Then, why is he not gray? You ask me, who should I ask? Anyway, he is so white, without any scales on his body." Zhuo Tong teased his aunt for knowing how to enjoy life, and secretly raising a male nine-tailed fox at home. After being refuted by his aunt, he became more excited. Isn't this more worthwhile? Once the news is spread, the brothel can be directly transformed into a breeding house. The scale of the chat between the demon clan girlfriends made the young fox cub look up in amazement. "Don't talk about those things. Let's solve the problem of my little fox first." Auntie raised her foot and stepped on the void, stood on tiptoe, pinched Zhuo Tong's cheek, and started to pull. "Okay." Zhuo Tong rubbed his cheek that was pulled painfully, walked to the treasure cabinet on the wall, took out a spiritual plant root that looked like a branch from it, and waved it. Then raised his arm and put his hands together to pull it apart, and a blood-red silk thread appeared between his hands. Zhuo Tong hung the silk thread in his right hand on himself, and the red thread in his left hand on Su Yin's forehead, and said, "Close your eyes." Su Yin closed his eyes after hearing this. Zhuo Tong covered Su Yin's eyes with his left hand, and waved to his aunt with his right hand behind his back. His aunt was stunned, and looked at the spiritual plant root in his hand suddenly. "You!" The sleeping possession spell can make people insomnia, thereby torturing the spirit of the cursed person, and taking over the body of the cursed person in the moment of coma caused by mental breakdown. The only way to break the sleeping possession spell is to sleep. And then we stab the caster to death in the sea of consciousness. Zhuo Tong said, as a matter of course, and handed over the spiritual plant root with a subtle expression, and her eyes showed a little bit of reluctance. "Little fox, bear it, no matter what you see later. You don't need to be polite. Just jump up and bite it, and then scratch it to death with your claws. Sleep." Zhuo Tong picked up the plant root and sent Su Yin to sleep. After a crisp dong, Su Yin felt that the palm covering his eyes disappeared. After opening his eyes subconsciously, he saw a very familiar courtyard. Tap. Su Yin raised his feet and changed from squatting to walking. But when he stretched out his hind legs, Su Yin felt that his feet felt wrong. He lowered his fox head and looked over. His originally snow-white and flawless 4 feet now seemed to be covered with black silk. A little hard, and black lines appeared at the ends of the 2 tails behind him. This made Su Yin realize that he should be in a state of spirit and soul now. His nine-tailed fox bloodline is dominant, and the black dragon bloodline is recessive, which is only reflected in the innate magical powers. Perhaps only the essence of the spirit and soul of a living being can manifest the most essential things of oneself. Did the dog boy knock out my spirit and soul with a stick? Su Yin stood up from the ground and manifested a human form, looking at the courtyard of his home in the southern state. It's in the master's bedroom. Go! Bite it! When Su Yin was still confused, the voice of the dog boy came from the sky, directing Su Yin's actions. Don't worry about not being able to beat it. You now have the spiritual power of me and your aunt. Go and do it! Chapter 56 Dragon's Majesty. Go! It's in the dormitory. You have received the spiritual power of me and your aunt. Bite it to death. Su Yin had just entered his own sea of consciousness, and was confused about what he should do, when the voice of the eunuch suddenly came from the sky, asking him to quickly go to the master's bedroom of the old house in the southern state to kill the nightmare town. Killing people is too difficult, isn't it? Su Yin muttered in his heart. But his footsteps did not stop, and he kept running to the master's bedroom. Killing people is not difficult for cultivators, but it is still difficult for cultivators to kill cultivators. Su Yin usually watches the battles between cultivators more, but he has no combat experience. Now someone suddenly said to him, "You have been strengthened by the spiritual power of the big guys. So hurry up and fight." Anyone would be confused for a long time. Su Yin ran to the dormitory without stopping. He recalled the battle scenes of other monks in his mind. He pushed open the bedroom where his mother lived in the old house with trepidation. The furnishings here were consistent with Su Yin's memory. The floor of the dormitory was covered with furry carpets, in addition to the dressing table and the big bed. The only furniture was a bookcase with some unclear books on it. This was Su Yin's sea of consciousness. The old house was also manifested according to Su Yin's memory. Su Yin had no impression of the books on the bookshelf, so the image that was manifested naturally showed a vague appearance. You are weaker than I thought. You fell into a coma in just a few days. The moment Su Yin pushed open the door of the dormitory, black smoke drifted around the house, and a human figure swirled in the center of the dormitory. He looked at Su Yin standing in front of the door with a happy face, and said, "It seems that you should be a fox with a particularly rich family. Now lend me your body for a while." Wait a moment. Su Yin pretended to be panicked, and waved his hands hurriedly at the human figure wrapped in black smoke. What is this place? Who are you? Why do you want to borrow my body? Who knows? The man from Nightmare Town did not answer, but stepped out of the black smoke tornado to show his appearance. He was a slightly thin young man in gorgeous clothes, with long hair meticulously coiled in his hair crown, holding a 3-foot sword, and the shining gold color condensed on the sword tip ready to go. Cut! The sharp golden sword light burst out and went straight to Su Yin's neck. Wow! Su Yin squatted down subconsciously, dodged the sword light, turned around and fled directly outside. As soon as the young man made a move, Su Yin knew that he was a cultivator of the gold element. Among the 5 elements, the gold element belongs to cultivators with relatively monotonous attack methods. In addition to slashing, they just slash. Their sword light can cut off all the clutter, but the sword light cannot cut the enemy with extremely fast speed or strange means. So they can only stare at the enemy with anger. Therefore, every gold element cultivator will choose to practice formations and restrictions to enrich their attack methods. As soon as Su Yin saw the golden light flashing, he immediately understood the characteristics of the young man in front of him. Without saying a word, he turned around and wanted to keep a distance, so as not to fall into the sword formation or the immobilization restriction by accident. The sword light of the gold element cultivator, when refined to the extreme, is a terrible thing that can destroy all methods with one sword. Wait. I remember it should be like this. Su Yin ran out of the dormitory, tumbling to the courtyard outside the dormitory, and began to perform the water phantom taught by his aunt in a hurry. Phantom. Come! Su Yin saw that the situation was critical, and had no time to continue to ask for information from the Nightmare Town. He raised his arms high, and loaded all his spiritual power into the power of controlling water. He summoned the water phantoms to fight back. Boom boom, the water phantom spell was performed, and the ground shook slightly. An elliptical water ball about 3 meters long appeared beside Su Yin, shaking left and right very happily like a bouncy ball, stretching and shrinking. Why is there only one? Su Yin did not show any surprise when he saw the water ball beside him, but was shocked. He gathered his strength to perform the water illusion. He originally thought that with the blessing of his aunt's spiritual power, he could at least summon hundreds of small water people to beat up the young monk of the gold element. But he did not expect that he would only summon one big water person. Don't run away. The young monk jumped up, and the golden sword in his hand seemed to pull out thousands of afterimages. When he slashed at Su Yan with a sword, countless sword shadows gathered at one point, forming a huge sort of gold element aura to slash head-on. Meteor. Go! Seeing the spiritual sword attacking again, Su Yan did not dwell on why there was only one water spirit. He used his innate magical power of controlling water to control the water ball beside him to intercept the attack. The water ball looks like water, but it is actually a viscous liquid mixed with water and spiritual power. It can intercept a large number of slashes or spell bombardments that want to come to Su Yan. At Su Yan's command, Xue Ling stopped her joyful dance of swaying left and right, turned her head to look at the attacking young man, and the oval water mass tilted. Pa! The ground in the courtyard suddenly bulged, and a blue arm stretched out and waved, meeting the golden giant sword slash, and fanned the young man away together. Boom boom. After Xue Ling slapped the young monk away, the whole building was shaking violently. Xue Ling, who was originally 3 meters high, stretched out his arms from the ground and supported himself on the ground. His arms began to pull himself out, and his huge body of 18 meters stood in the old house. After Xue Ling left the pit, the groundwater that was blocked by its huge body also erupted at this moment, turning into a high-pressure water column and spraying directly into the sky. Small water men about 2 feet long fell from the air, showing extremely human expressions of confusion. The courtyard has now become an ocean, and a large amount of groundwater has turned into waves and surged around. And the waves are carrying water-shaped creatures that have turned into various forms of forests and fields. Go! The giant water spirit waved its hand, holding a spear and riding on a dark blue chariot, letting the waves drive it directly over the young monk. The weight of thousands of tons of water turned into boundless force, directly crushing the young monk into a ball of blood mist and merging into the ocean. Su Yan kept casting spells, staring at the water spirit flying up from the ground and driving a car to kill people, and then at the underground springs beside him that were still erupting, as if piercing the aorta of the original continent. What happened? The spiritual power of the orphan and the ant blessed him, allowing Su Yan to mobilize a huge amount of spiritual power in the sea of consciousness. If such a power is used to perform illusion, it must be a spectacular scene like a flooded city. But Su Yan did not use such a power to perform the water illusion technique, but poured all the power of the half-immortal into his innate magical power, and used the power of water control to draw out all the spring water from the ground. Therefore, when performing the water illusion, the illusion of summoning a water spirit appeared, because the gathering of underground water takes some time to gather. When all the water sources are gathered, they will rush out together and turn into a variety of creatures in the forest and crush the young monk to death. The 3-meter elliptical water mass is only the head of the water spirit. The real body needs some time to condense because it is too large. The final body is a terrifying thing weighing thousands of tons. After sitting on a chariot that is larger than the water spirit, the weight of the two combined has reached the level of a mountain. Counting the kinetic energy of the two combined charge, I am afraid that if a real mountain is placed in front of it, the water spirit can also smash it. Chapter 57. This is already normal in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness, because of the blessing of Zhou Tong's Red Lion's secret method. The little fox slightly experienced the shock of the magic power of moving mountains and filling the sea at the semi-immortal level. It was like the groundwater pouring out of the vast ocean, gushing out and evolving into an ecosystem built by water spirits. The gushing waves surged outward. Some pure water turned into forests, and some pure water turned into animals galloping in the ecosystem built by pure water. Among them, the supergiant water spirit driving the chariot was the most eye-catching. The young man from Yinjin who intended to take over Su Yan's body was strongly crushed by the water spirit driving the chariot, and turned into a wrong soul under the wheel, and merged into the pure water world with flesh and blood. This? Su Yan looked at all this with his eyes wide open, and truly realized the truth of his father's words. Before the water monks have enough mana, they either sell water to make a living or learn the water moistening technique to become quacks. I just borrowed the power of the strong, and I didn't have any other magical powers in it. I just used pure water to evolve a temporary ecosystem. If such power was used by a real half-immortal or immortal, what kind of scene would it be? Outrageous. After the young man in Nightmare Town died completely, Su Yan's figure gradually became illusory and transparent, and he completely disappeared from the Sea of Consciousness. The turbulent waves in the consciousness space also completely calmed down after Su Yan disappeared, and the ecosystem constructed by pure water collapsed in an instant. The method of taking over the body of the disciples of Nightmare Town is a skill of devouring the soul of the opponent in the consciousness space. For the disciples of Nightmare Town, it is a winner takes all, and the loser is the enemy. At the moment when the young man in Nightmare Town was defeated, the fragments of the residual soul separated from Su Yan's body, and the eunuch followed the trajectory of the residual soul and chased directly to the place where the young man in Nightmare Town was. Even if the young man could withstand the backlash of the secret method of taking over the body, there was already a defect in his soul, which ruined his future of cultivation. But before he thinks about the soul, he will face severe torture from the Demon Suppression Division. There is no need to think about repairing the incomplete soul, because the final outcome of the Nightmare Town criminals caught in Xiaoyu is that their souls will turn into wax oil for the magic weapon Sky Lantern. In the real world, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling with a dull look, saying blankly without coming back to his senses, "So cool. So enjoyable." Su Yan's body senses still remain in the sea of consciousness, and the feeling of turning the hand to make clouds and turning the hand to make rain lingers for a long time. The ant looked at Su Yan's dazed face, subconsciously glanced at the hard roots of the spiritual plant on the ground, and raised her foot speechlessly to lift the thing away. After a short pause, Su Yan came back to his senses from the previous feeling of bloating, and recovered from lying on his back to the elegant sitting posture of a fox, and looked at his aunt and said, Aunt, am I safe now? I just defeated that person in the consciousness space. I shouldn't wake up and kneel on the beheading platform waiting for execution. Right? Compared to the bloated state in the consciousness space, Su Yan, who came back to his senses, was more worried about his life. No need to worry for the time being. Looking at Su Yan returning to normal, the ant bent down and picked up the fox, and habitually smoothed its fur. Zhou Tong has already followed the residual soul to track it down, and he should be back soon. By then, you will know how that person targeted you. As for the matter of taking over someone else's body, my aunt couldn't figure it out. How dare that person? I have always called myself Su Yan's elder. How dare he come and offend me? A half-immortal is not an immortal. Right? I will deal with him quickly later. The battle in the sea of consciousness just now was extremely dangerous. I wanted to ask him why he targeted me before the fight, but he just picked up his sword and chopped me. Su Yan, who was lying in his aunt's arms, sighed with regret. I didn't get anything out of him, and then I accidentally killed him. It's better to kill him. It's unlucky to keep him. The aunt said lightly. The body possession spell of the Nightmare Town is different from the Yuaning body possession method. The Yuaning body possession method is to squeeze the soul out of the body and let your Yuaning live in the flesh of others to complete the possession. But the method of the Nightmare Town is different. If you lose the battle in the consciousness space, that person will tear your soul into pieces and swallow it all into his stomach, and use the secret method to digest and fuse your soul to occupy everything of yours. The Nightmare Town body possession spell is extremely domineering and evil. It can invade everything of the person being possessed, including his luck, innate magical powers and memory, and completely replace the person being possessed. Not only does he want to live in your body, he also wants to use your face to call me aunt, spend my spirit stones, and then take advantage of the girls in my brothel, and even use your face to seduce men and women. Aunt's wonderful metaphor appeared again, making Su Yan instantly understand the bad nature of the Nightmare Town's possession spell. The world is dangerous, Su Yan said in shock. Aunt snorted lightly, and did not answer. The disciples of Nightmare Town had troubled her before, as a natural beast and proud insect. It is not only the cultivators in Wanhua Valley who are greedy for her body. There are naturally some people in Nightmare Town who want to become insects. But those things happened a long time ago, and has not seen it for a long time. The disciples of Nightmare Town dare to wander around so arrogantly in front of her. I'm back. A white light broke through the sky of Xiaoyu City, and the eunuch fell on the windowsill of the brothel, holding a young cultivator who was completely in a coma in his hand. Zhou Tong was extremely fast, and his figure was running faster than the wind in the sky. After Zhou Tong landed on the windowsill and said lo, the wind and waves she created rushed from the windowsill into the training room with the wind and snow. A large number of snowflakes and wind and waves hit Su Yan's face, making Su Yan unable to open his eyes for a while. Little fox, take a look. Is this the man? Zhou Tong stepped on the windowsill and jumped to the ground, throwing the young man in his hand to the ground, asking Su Yan to identify whether this man wanted to take over his body in the consciousness space just now. What is this? Su Yan shook his fox head, and after using his hands to push away the snow on his eyelids, he was about to help Zhou Tong identify the criminal. But after seeing the criminal's face clearly, Su Yin showed an expression of seeing a ghost. Like a girl who was frightened by watching a horror movie alone in the middle of the night. The young man from Nightmare Town in front of him only had a human head. His upper body was the body of a tiger, and his arms were covered with some kind of insect SHL. Although his lower body was covered with trousers, it was still obvious that it was not something originally from the human race. Such a terrifying thing frightened Su Yin so much that he crawled under his aunt's armpits and behind her, quietly revealing his head to look at the monster on the ground. The face is indeed this face, but the other limbs on the body don't match. The weird young man from Nightmare Town on the ground only had a face that matched the figure in Su Yin's memory, and no other parts were similar. The human in front of him was definitely a stitched monster. These are normal for the people of Nightmare Town. This person has seized the blood and magical power of the tiger demon, so naturally he will grow some characteristics of the tiger demon. Zotong explained as usual, this thing is still good. At least it has a human shape. I have captured a centipede demon before, and I was stunned by the hundreds of abdominal muscles. Chapter 58 Yu Yin Ning, don't be like this. This guy at least has a human form. I have captured even stranger Nightmare Town members before. Some of them took over the bodies of centipede monsters in order to obtain the poisonous affinity. I was stunned by the hundreds of reflective abdominal muscles. Zotong waved his hand to indicate that the guy in front of him was okay. At least he belonged to the human form. Not as shocking as the old demons he had captured before. Since I didn't capture him by mistake, it's fine. I'll notify my colleagues to come and deal with it. I'll probably find out how he knew the information about the little fox tonight. The body possession spell of the Nightmare Town method is more of a devouring method than a body possession technique. The secret method of using the human body to contain the magical powers of all races and increase one's strength. If Su Yin had lost the battle in the consciousness space just now, the power of the nine-tailed fox bloodline and the black dragon bloodline would have been swallowed by the Nightmare Town youth. And even the potential and luck could have been inherited. Before the young man in front of him took over Su Yin's body, he had already devoured a tiger demon and took away the tiger demon's innate magical power of being an accomplice to the tiger, which greatly increased the young man's spiritual consciousness. Taking over Su Yin's body should have been a natural process. But it was a pity that he met the Zhuotong from the Demon Suppression Division. He only knew the existence of Su Yin and had no knowledge of the interpersonal relationships of Su Yin's aunt. Otherwise, he would never have cursed Su Yin so carelessly. You guys go outside for the time being. Zhuotong took out a special torture instrument from the storage ring and prepared to lock it on the young man. But before that, she asked Su Yin to leave the training room for the time being. What will happen in here later? Even if the parents are accompanied, it's still too early for the fox cub. In the territory of Xiaoyu, the Yinjin disciples, who have forbidden locks pierced on both shoulder blades, are good Yinjin disciples. The amount of bleeding may be very large later, which is still quite exciting for the fox cub. Go! Su Yin lay on his aunt's shoulder. When he heard the eunuch urging him to wait outside the door, he didn't say anything. He supported his aunt's shoulder with his front feet and jumped into the air, transformed, and fell to the ground in human form. Su Yin looked back at his aunt every few steps. But his aunt didn't mean to accompany him. She waved her hand and asked Su Yin to wait outside the training room for a while, because the eunuch's shoulder-piercing method was a physical stimulation for Su Yin. Then his aunt's method was mental stimulation. Before the Demon Suppression Division came to take over the dead man in front of him, his aunt was going to search the soul of the young man in the Nightmare Town to see who was so bold as to dare to offend her and attack Su Yin under her nose. Crack. Su Yin retreated from the training room. The sound of music in the hall and the lady shouting cards reached his ears, making Su Yin feel dazed. It seemed that he had just experienced a lot of things. But when he looked at the position of the moonlight, it took less than half an hour from the eunuch to the brothel to exorcise the curse and capture the criminals. What a mess. Su Yin politely closed the door and shook his head and walked towards the tea table on the 4th floor. I can't even protect myself. Why do you have nothing to do to take over my body? Su Yin himself has a lot of troubles. For now, the Su family's nine-tailed fox is looking for him. After a while, the North Sea Black Dragon may also issue a bounty order. In a few years, even the Moon Rabbit and the three-legged crow may show up. After the Nightmare Town disciples took over Su Yin's body, they might be ecstatic for a while when they learned about the nine-tailed fox and Black Dragon bloodline. But after a period of time, the Nightmare Town disciples who took over Su Yin's body might be pressed on the chair. An old lady with a kind face held a pair of golden scissors and smiled. Don't worry, little fox. Grandma is just cutting a meridian for you. I guarantee that the cut will be minimally invasive, and you will be able to jump into your mother's arms and cry in a while. It's not okay not to cut it. If those old dragons come to snatch Su Yin, it will be a troublesome thing. It's better to give the little fox a pair of scissors to cut off all the worldly grievances and hatreds. Will the Chiyochio Nightmare Town sect be in trouble soon? I hope that the Emperor Wushan can cut off all the bells of the Nightmare Town disciples. Su Yin raised his hand to summon a ball of water and put it in the tea stove to boil water. While the water was boiling, Su Yin sighed, clasped his hands together, and silently made a wish to the tea stove. Can we talk? Su Yin sat down next to the tea table. He could see Su Yin from the lobby on the first floor. Yu Yanning, who was originally sitting in the lobby of the brothel, walked alone to the stairs on the fourth floor and stopped. She used the stair railing to hide her figure, raised one hand high, attracted Su Yin's attention and said, "Can you turn back into a fox? I feel very awkward seeing you in human form now." Su Yin looked at his swaying palm, and his foxy eyes twitched slightly. He wanted to turn back to his original form. But now, he didn't want to change back. But reality doesn't allow Su Yin to show his face in front of strangers. Otherwise, the two tails can't be hidden. Su Yin has no ambition to work in the Imperial City for the time being. Because of food poisoning, I can't change into my original form for the time being. If there is anything, just say it directly. It's not like your character to be shy. Su Yin sighed deeply and sighed in his heart. Fox life is difficult. And it's hard to make a living by being cute. After several months of traveling to Beijing for the exam, Su Yin had a certain understanding of Yu Yanning. This girl was very rude. And her personality was also the type of heartless and carefree. It was a lie to say that she felt awkward when she saw him. It was really embarrassing. Ahem cough. Yu Yanning walked up the stairs, looking up, deliberately avoiding Su Yin's appearance. But the corner of her eyes could not help but look at Su Yin's cheek. The reason why she couldn't help but look was not because Su Yin's appearance was so enchanting, but because Su Yin was still a fox last month. And this month, he turned around and turned into a handsome young man. When Yu Yanning thought about the way to Beijing for the exam, she had nothing to do and rubbed the bell to warm her hands, and then said to Su Yin with a smile on her face, "Please bless me to meet a good match." She was so embarrassed that she wanted to jump down from the tower, and her feet sprayed flames to accelerate and drill directly into the ground. "Please sit down." Su Yin saw Yu Yanning looking up, but she kept glancing at him from the corner of her eyes. He could roughly guess what the girl in front of him was thinking. So he took the initiative to invite Yu Yanning to sit down at the table. What happened before has been written off with the document you wrote in person. You don't need to worry about me digging up the past. To be honest, you have helped me a lot. If you hadn't picked me up in the caravan, I guess it would take at least a year and a half to get to the main city of Xiaoyu. So come and sit down. Su Yin invited Yu Yanning to sit down and promised that he would not dig up the past. To be honest, he still owed her a favor. Without her help, he would not have been able to reach Xiaoyu so smoothly. Okay. Seeing that Su Yin really didn't intend to dig up the past, Yu Yanning breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. You were so cute before, but now you have such a handsome face. I really feel an indescribable pressure when I talk to you. Chapter 59 Sister Sierra. She was so cute before. So small that you could pick her up. But now she suddenly has such a pretty face that I feel really stressed. After hearing Su Yin's personal promise that he would not bring up her past, Yu Yanning breathed a sigh of relief, sat down at the tea table and sighed. She didn't even know how to describe what happened between her and Su Yin, and simply describing it as a bad fate was a little off. Pressure. Su Yin tried his best to hold back his expression, looking sideways at the brothel lobby. Jiao Nanwu, who was in a festive mood, kept his eyes on Yu Yanning, and his expression was so resentful that it was as if he was looking at a love rival. After Yu Yanning came to the brothel, she was stared at by a Jin and cultivator nakedly, and it was really a rare thing not to feel pressure. Ahem. Since we won't bring up the past, let's get to know each other again. My name is Yu Yanning. I'm from Chidu, Xiaoyu, and I'm currently working at the Demon Suppression Division. Yu Yanning stood up, clasped her hands together, and formally introduced herself to Su Yin. I'm sorry for the previous incident. I hope the little fox can forgive me. Su Yin, the fox demon from the southern province. Su Yin also quickly stood up from his seat, clasped his fists in return, and reintroduced himself. So, we are Taoist friends now. Yu Yanning said seriously. So, Taoist friend Su Yin, after you recover from your illness, please be sure to change back to your original form and shake hands with me with your little pink paws. Su Yan's human form is indeed handsome. But it really doesn't suit Yu Yaning's taste. The original fox form can still win the hearts of the purebred Xiaoyu people. Such a pure and flawless fox demon, worn as a scarf, is definitely something worth showing off. That's enough. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. His brain stopped working for a moment. And then he pointed at the stairs with a black face. Fellow Taoist, get out. Xia Yuan really likes foxes. Especially foxes with pure white and flawless flesh pads and pink and smooth skin. Yu Yaning apologized repeatedly with an embarrassed face. It was not without reason that she was too shy to speak up before. She was still thinking about Su Yan's true body. Of course, after knowing that Su Yan was a fox demon, Yu Yaning would also pay attention to her own methods and would not touch Su Yan's vital parts again, so as to avoid Su Yan turning back to human form and causing her social death. After Su Yan accepted Yu Yaning's apology, the water on the charcoal stove also boiled. He operated on the tea table according to the action of his aunt making tea before. When the hot water just rushed into the teacup, he suddenly felt something patting his shoulder. Su Yan turned his head subconsciously and saw the nine-tailed fox grandmother, whose face was covered by a white cloth with the word Xi on it. Seeing Su Yan looking back at her, she playfully raised her hand and patted Su Yan's shoulder again under Su Yan's gaze. Hello. The white cloth with the word Xi clearly covered her face. But Su Yan could clearly feel that Xi'er's face was smiling. And it was a sly smile that was so big that her teeth were showing. Xi'er. When Su Yan saw Xi'er, he quickly stood up from the table and made room for her. Letting her sit in the seat he had just warmed up. Aren't you training rabbits? Why did you come to our brothel so often? The nine-tailed fox grandma in front of him was extremely extraordinary. And both her status and strength were extremely powerful. When he saw her, Su Yan consciously put himself in the position of his grandson, hoping that the nine-tailed fox could leak some nine-tailed fox skills to him. I happened to hear in the Demon Suppression Division that a member of the Nightmare Town was arrested here. So I came here to see if my hand-warming fox is still here. Sister Sierra spoke slowly and told Su Yan the reason why she was here. She happened to pass by the Demon Suppression Division in the Imperial City and accidentally heard the conversation between Zwatong and the officials of the Demon Suppression Division. When she learned that Su Yan's family was in trouble with the Nightmare Town members, she walked over to see what was going on at Su Yan's home. Well, the fox is still there. But that guy secretly cast a spell on me and wanted to take over my body. Su Yan poured a cup of tea for Sister Sierra and placed it in front of the nine-tailed fox grandma. But after Sister Sierra glanced at the color and luster of the tea soup, she raised her arm to reveal her palm from the wide sleeves and slowly pushed the cup of tea in front of Yu Yaning, who was sitting opposite. Yu Yaning's forehead was full of question marks. She looked at the teacup that moved in front of her out of thin air, and then looked at Su Yan, who was standing by the tea table and talking, and said in surprise, Su Daoyu, this is Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches of the immortal country, is not in existence that ordinary cultivators can observe. If Jiuyo does not want to show up, then no cultivator can observe her. Only those with the blood of the nine-tailed fox clan can directly see Jiuyo's existence. Sierra obviously did not show her figure, so Yu Yaning could not see her at all. In Yu Yaning's vision, Su Yan suddenly turned back and showed surprise, then stood up quickly, showing a respectful expression, poured a cup of tea for the empty seat, and then spoke strange words again. But the teacup moved out of thin air. The power of controlling objects is an ability that only Jindan stage cultivators can master. With Su Yan's strength, it is impossible to do it. That proves that there is someone on the tea table that he can't see. In an instant, cold sweat oozed from Yu Yaning's forehead. She tremblingly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Fellow Taoist Su, could there be a ghost cultivator here? After the slightly turbid tea soup entered her mouth, Yu Yaning's expression was stunned, and the bitterness rushed directly to her forehead, making Yu Yaning's face flushed. The strong bitterness made her tongue root to her lungs feel severely numb. Yu Yaning couldn't finish her words. She covered her chest and turned around to cough violently. She raised her hand to cover her face and chuckled, saying, the best spiritual plant tea is not the tea soup, but the tea foam that is beaten with a bamboo broom. The rest is tea dregs. A mouthful of it will fill your mouth with unforgettable flavor. Xiaoyu's tea can be divided into countless types, but there are generally 3 ways to drink it. Tea balls are used for boiling. Tea leaves are used for soaking to bring out the flavor. And the most popular and ritualistic one is the foam tea made by foaming tea powder. Su Yan brewed foam tea. The tea soup of this type of tea is extremely bitter, but the tea foam is sweet, and has a long aftertaste. Cough, cough, cough. Yu yawning covered her mouth, ran to the windowsill, and leaned out with her upper body, making a vomiting sound. By the way, the more high in the foam tea, the worse it tastes. It may even cause a drunken state due to excessive spiritual energy. You need to pay attention to the way you brew tea in the future. Sister Sierra smiled and poured the tea back into the teacup. She raised her hand to summon a tea bowl and bamboo broom, and regrinded the tea to make the soup gradually clear and emit white tea foam, which was condensed and covered on the tea soup. Just taste it. The best foam tea flavor is only the first 3 mouthfuls of tea foam. Generally speaking, no one will taste the rest. Looking at Yu Yanning's vomiting, and then looking at the tea soup that had changed drastically, Su Yin looked aggrieved and hesitated to say a word. Sister Sierra is particular. Chapter 60. A real person who is particular about things. In terms of extravagance in life, Su Yin is a wild fox with no knowledge. Xia Yu's tyrants are very particular. Foam tea is not for drinking, but for fighting. Tea fighting is about the quality of tea powder, the beauty of the complicated production process, and the beauty of the finished product. Foam tea is a kind of elegance for the rich in Xia Yu. It is an activity to compete with financial resources and knowledge of geography and tea history. The tea powder used by Su Yin is a good thing, but the higher the quality of the tea powder, the harder the tea soup is to drink. With just one mouthful, Yu Yanning almost fell to the ground. Xier is also a bad person. She noticed that Su Yan's way of making tea was wrong, but she didn't point it out. Instead, she showed him the consequences of the wrong way of making tea, and let Yu Yanning be the guinea pig for the experiment. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from experiments. Seeing Yu Yanning leaning against the wall and vomiting like a drunk, Xier believes that Su Yin will pay more attention to details when making tea next time. Sister Xier is particular. Su Yin took a sip of tea foam, savoring the sweet aftertaste of the top-quality foam tea, and glanced at Yu Yanning again, complimenting Sister Xier with an embarrassed look on his face. Foam tea is different from the matcha that Su Yin knows. The two are different in the selection of materials. The matcha that Su Yin drank in his previous life was made from the tender buds on the branches of the tea tree. The tea taste was relatively light and would soon lose its taste, but it was just right to be ground into powder for making matcha after drying. Foam tea is ground from the leaves of spiritual plants. There is no such thing as tender buds at all. If you want to pick the tender buds of plant monsters, the cultivator may need to fight with it. Whether you can win the fight or not is another matter. No matter how good the plant monster is, it can't withstand the consumption of dozens of tons of tender buds by the Xiaoyu dynasty every year. Picking tender buds is a thankless task. The only ones who can really drink top-quality foam tea are probably those royal relatives of the Xiaoyu second rank or above. I'm not particular. I've seen a lot in my daily life, so I've naturally mastered some tricks. Xier also tasted the tea foam, but didn't express any opinion on the quality and technique. Compared with those female officials who specialized in making tea, her technique was slightly inferior. Don't go out if you don't have anything to do these days. The people from Nightmare Town have already lurked in the upper class of Xiaoyu. His Majesty is worried that the news will leak out and cause unrest, so he blocked the news. Xier put down the tea bowl and looked at Su Yin sideways, telling him something lightly. The matter will continue before the New Year's festival. After the festival, Xiaoyu will return to peace. The people from Nightmare Town have lurked in the upper class? Su Yin repeated with disbelief on his face. This is Xiaoyu. Wishing Emperor is an immortal with the blood of Su's nine-tailed fox. Among the major fox tribes, Su's nine-tailed fox is the most charming and captivating. How can the people from Nightmare Town be able to lurk in the impeccable iron wall defense layer of Wishing Emperor? Puff. Xier saw Su Yin's shocked expression and couldn't help but sneer. She raised her hand and touched Su Yin's forehead. What's so strange about this? It would be strange if there were no members of Nightmare Town among the top leaders of Xiaoyu. How did the members of Nightmare Town fight with your Majesty for thousands of years without any external help? Did they rely on those poor people from other Nightmare Town sects? Their master is your Majesty's brother. Although your Majesty's brother has been executed, the prince's huge wealth did not fall into the national treasury. Instead, it was the prince's men who robbed Zhongzhou Nightmare Town to expand to its current level. Xier smiled and told a secret story. The nightmare suppression method, which was suppressed by the forces of the cultivation world, could not have given rise to such a large sect for no reason. All the reasons followed the development of cause and effect. First, the crown prince was abolished for his unrighteousness, and then the young Emperor Wushan was made the crown prince. The mistakes made by the eldest prince were cleared up. which led to the endless entanglement of the nightmare suppression method. They are like rats. When you see a rat, they often have already given birth to a whole family of rats hiding in the dark. Your Majesty has reached the limit of his tolerance for their existence. They may also feel something. So they want to disintegrate your Majesty's prestige in Xiaoyu at all costs, so as to affect the whole territory and shake the foundation of people's hearts. Su Yan tasted Sister Sierra's words, thought about it, and then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, clapped his hands, and said, "So, His Majesty Emperor Wuxing is ready to personally lead the army to attack the Nightmare Sect?" "Yes, but a personal expedition without reason will make the people or other forces think that the court is incompetent. So your Majesty needs a reason, an excuse to take action. The Xiaoyu dynasty is a force, and not everything needs to be personally asked by Emperor Wuxing. Emperor Wuxing is like the head of a sect, symbolizing the face and deterrence of the sect. While the first and second rank kings of different surnames and vassal kings are equivalent to the elders of the sect, the third to fifth ranks are equivalent to the Law Enforcement Hall and the Internal Affairs Hall, which are responsible for handling matters inside and outside the sect. The sixth to ninth ranks are equivalent to the elites and inner disciples. Emperor Wuxing cannot act at will. Her personal expedition means that there is no one available in the Xiaoyu dynasty. Even if she wins, it would be a shameful thing. Therefore, she has been patiently waiting for officials to hand in a perfect answer sheet. But the followers of the Nightmare Town who inherited the mantle of the eldest prince are obviously not so easy to deal with. Every time the court officials fail to handle it well, they can only use the kings of different surnames or vassal kings to press all the followers of the Nightmare Town back to the ground. But every 1 or 200 years, the Nightmare Town sects will come back again, and each time they are more wretched and difficult to deal with. Emperor Wuxing's patience is gradually exhausted. She needs a reason to act, and personally kill them all to break the backbone of the Nightmare Town sect. If there is no opportunity, create an opportunity for them. Su Yan learned a little about the confrontation behind the scenes, and felt speechless about the things in the Xiaoyu court. It turns out that the reason why Emperor Wuxing didn't take action was because he felt that it was a loss of face to deal with the people of Yinjin. So he handed these matters over to officials below the third rank to deal with. But those officials couldn't deal with the people of Yinjin. So the people of Yinjin felt that they were very capable, and wanted to take advantage of Emperor Wuxing. Now he is tired of playing, and is ready to do it himself. His Majesty Wuxing really knows how to play, and adjust his life. Since the world is so dangerous. Su Yan, who figured out the matter, looked at Sheer eagerly and said, "Sister Sheer, do you have any secret method to hide the tail? I accidentally broke through the foundation building stage and grew 2 tails, which made my life extremely uneasy, and I can't do business with the public. 2 tails are actually very good." Hearing Su Yan talk about his growth troubles, Sheer was slightly stunned, and immediately smiled and asked Su Yan to show his 2-tailed fox body. And then Sheer lifted Su Yan up and put him on his thigh, gently massaging him. After Su Yan made a sound, he became limp. His 4 legs stretched straight and slowly relaxed. His 2 tails dropped vertically. The tails just fell to the point where they covered both of Sheer's calves under her long skirt. After the 9-tailed fox grows 2 tails, it can be used as a blanket in addition to being a hand-warming fox. The 9-tailed fox grandmother manipulated Su Yan very skillfully. "Little fox, you are more useful than before." Chapter 61. A certain princess. The secret method of hiding the tail should not have existed if the time was pushed back about 10 years. But now it exists because of a certain princess of the royal family. After needing the little fox, Sheer happened to have what Su Yan wanted. It was a princess of the ancestral family, with a particularly bad personality. She spent a lot of money to find a lot of secret methods developed by masters of formations and prohibitions. After performing the forbidden secret method, no matter what the size and appearance of the monsters are now, the main body will only show the appearance of the cubs when the monsters were born. This is a very useless secret method. The reason why the princess did not hesitate to spend millions of pounds of spirit stones and let more than 20 masters of prohibitions and formations spend 3 years to develop the secret method of rejuvenation is entirely because the princess did not like her adult appearance, but was obsessed with her cute appearance when she was young. So she used her power and wealth to make the masters work overtime like crazy. That was a very narcissistic princess of the royal family, with a very bad and crazy personality. She was one of the granddaughters of the younger brother of the current emperor, and her title was Princess Wuxi. Bad character? Su Yan looked up at Sheer, his face full of gossip, asking, "How bad is it? How bad is it? Compared to the human race." She is more like a nine-tailed fox born in the human race, with animal instincts in her body. If a little fox like you falls into her hands, she can play with you until your skin is torn apart in just one night. No, don't get me wrong. She didn't mean to hurt you. But when she was crazy, she might not be able to control her strength well and hurt you. Sheer smiled and stroked Su Yan for a moment, imprinted the secret method of rejuvenation in Su Yan's mind through her spiritual consciousness, and then showed a happy expression on her face and left the brothel. Sheer had just left when the door of the training room was pushed open from the inside. A strange man from the Demon Suppression Division walked out of the training room, dragging the dying young man in his hand. He bowed to his aunt and the eunuch and left first. After Su Yan left the training room, the 1,000 households of the Demon Suppression Department turned into a light and rushed from the Imperial City, while the young man from Nightmare Town was still hot. They searched his soul and sealed all his memories to go back and investigate carefully to see what kind of courage this guy had to be so arrogant. What are you doing? Because Sheer deliberately covered up. The people in the training room and the ladies in the lobby downstairs did not know what happened after Sheer appeared. When Juatong came out of the training room, he saw Su Yan squatting on the tea table with a silly smile on his face and wagging his tail. And Yu Yin Ning was lying on the windowsill, with her, but extremely sticking up and facing the room, making waves of dry retching sounds. Ant looked at Su Yan in amazement. Su Yan, who should have evolved into a two-tailed fox, now only had a snow-white tail swaying left and right behind him, expressing his extremely happy mood. My little nephew. You? Sister Sheer just came and showed me something nice. Su Yan's face was full of joy. He jumped high from the tea table and pounced on his aunt. His tail was almost shaking like a windshield wiper. Life convenience has increased again. The two-tail form is indeed very good. The two big tails are erected and look a bit fierce. But Su Yan still thinks it's better to be cute than to look fierce. The evil ones can't get enough food in Xiaoyu, but the cute white fox can make a lot of money here. This is the law of making money that Su Yan summed up. What's the use of two tails? Are they good at fighting? Apart from causing himself to not be able to make a living, there is nothing to be happy about for Su Yan now. Sheer. The ant didn't catch the jumping fox, but raised her hand with a dark face and pinched Su Yan's fox mouth, letting Su Yan's whole fox hang in the air, swinging back and forth. You kid. How many times have I told you not to talk to strangers casually? And don't pick up unknown food on the ground to eat. The so-called Jiuyo. Even if she knew that her true body was the nine-tailed fox of the Su family, and it was very likely that she was the residual soul of the previous queen, the ant was still deeply wary of Jiuyo and would not trust her easily. I don't know what kind of magic potion that Sheer, one of the 9 netherworlds, has given to the little fox, so that the little fox has no vigilance towards her. My aunt is really worried that Su Yan will be sold one day and will happily help others count money. This stupid fox. Isn't he worried that the residual soul of the old demon of the nine-tailed fox will take over his body? Calling Sheer's sister every day. If your body's strength can withstand the residual soul of the old demon, he may turn around and take over the body of you. A fool. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Su Yan, who was pinched by the fox's mouth, kicked his feet and found that he couldn't break free from his aunt's hand. So he apologized decisively, although Su Yan didn't know where he was wrong. His aunt was obviously angry now, so it would be right to apologize first. I was wrong, but you will dare to do it again next time. Right? The angry aunt almost twisted Su Yan's fox mouth and even cancelled the night practice. She gave Su Yan a whole night of ideological education, telling him to stay away from those old demons if he had nothing to do. Who knows why Jiuyo didn't go to the netherworld after death, but chose to wander in the world and turn into a ghost. Don't get involved in the affairs of those old demons. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. The nine-tailed fox doesn't have 9 lives to spend. After scolding the stupid fox in the middle of the night, the ant drank a sip of tea to moisten her throat, and let Su Yan go to bed first. It was almost dawn now, and Su Yan usually went to bed at this time. What about you? Aren't you going home? After watching Su Yan return to his room, the ant looked at the boy in the practice room, who had taken off his shirt and rolled comfortably on the bed with a chest bandage inside. What home to go back to? This is my home. I like such a suitable temperature very much. The boy raised his head and looked at his old friend and waved his hand. The Zhou tribe originated from the desert in the western state. They like hot climates and hate cold climates. Zhou Tong, who is in the stage of transformation, is not afraid of the falling snow in Xiaoyu. The sudden drop of 20 to 30 degrees Celsius does not affect her. But the floor heating in the brothel makes her feel very comfortable and cozy. Not afraid of the temperature drop does not mean that she likes it. Zotong likes hot and dry climates. I will ask the fox to swaddle you later. The ant looked at the big cat occupying her practice room, and closed the door heavily with a black line on her face, preparing to go back to her room to practice, leaving Zotong and Yu yawning in the practice room. The next day was approaching noon. Zhou Yu and Wen Jutong skillfully went around and came to the backyard of the brothel. Wen Jutong jumped into the backyard with a backhand jump, and the 3 monkeys who were peeling soybeans to make soup were stunned. Zhou Yu also climbed up the wall, but did not climb in. Instead, he apologized to the monkeys for Wen Jutong's reckless behavior. Sorry. My friend's mind is full of girls, and girls, and girls. It's not intentional to break into the brothel and disturb people's sleep. We are here to find Brother Su. Brother Su. Brother Su. Brother Su. Wen Jutong threw the stone in his hand at Su Yan's windowsill on the 3rd floor, making some noise, intending to wake up the sleeping Su Yan, and then go to Wanhua Pavilion together to hug the girls and sleep again. He just fell asleep not long ago. Jiao Nanhua poked his head out of the windowsill and said to Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu, "Come back later." Wen Jutong? There is a dog in our cool trio? Chapter 62, end of the year. Wow. There's a dog. There's a dog. Brother Zhou. Hurry up. There's a girl in Brother Su's dormitory. There's a traitor in our Xiaoyu City Golden Widow group. Seeing Jiao Nanhua peeking out from the windowsill and whispering softly that Su Yan had just fallen asleep, Wen Jutong was stunned for a moment. Then his face was full of exaggerated shock. He raised his hand and pointed to the windowsill of Su Yan's dormitory and asked Zhou Yu to come and see. His pitiful and envious expression made people feel sad. Zhou Yu, who was lying on the wall, was full of black lines and said to Wen Jutong, "What's so strange about this? Brother Su's appearance is handsome. And unlike you, his reputation is notorious in the circle of Xiaoyu's wives. It's normal for a girl to be willing to stay in his dormitory." Zhou Yu had a deep impression of the girl who just peeped out from the windowsill. He was also there when the girl met Su Yan on the first day, because he was curious about the girl's race. He was kicked by the brothel owner. He broke 2 ribs and lay on the ground for most of the day before he recovered. Later, when they were having dinner at Luoheiju, they saw Su Yan and her sitting on the observation deck for a tryst. It was true that Wen Jutong was a sex-hungry ghost, but his lust was also very unique. He was face-blind. Therefore, Zhou Yu was not surprised that Wen Jutong did not recognize Jiao Nanhua, whom he had met several times. It would be strange if Wen Jutong recognized Jiao Nanhua. Is my reputation really that bad? Wen Jutong asked in disbelief, with his eyes wide open. It stinks. Zhou Yu nodded with certainty. Brother Wen had never done anything that was harmful to the world. But the ladies and the girls felt that his behavior of looking for friends to form a group in Wanhua Pavilion all day long was detrimental to the city appearance. Originally, it was a matter of drinking and talking about love and romance. But after Wen Jutong said it, it was like a flesh trade. Although it was not bad, people still had to have face. Unlike Wen Jutong, who didn't care about face at all. Come in and sit down first. I'll wash up. Su Yan opened the windowsill again and spoke to the 2 people standing in the backyard of the brothel. The voices of Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu and the sound of stones hitting the windowsill had already woken up Su Yan, who was sleeping. However, Su Yan, who had just woken up, was a little confused and didn't have time to react. Don't you want to sleep for a while? Jiao Nanhua sat on the bed and stared at Su Yan eagerly, patted the still warm quilt, and asked Su Yan to sleep for a while. Although the fox was young and couldn't give birth, it had no appeal to the mermaids who spent the winter. But it was at least a male demon from an alien race, and it was very pleasant to hug the furry fox in his arms at night. Jiao Nanhua was used to seeing sea creatures with scales and armor, and it was still rare to see a land demon with fur like Su Yan. Not for now. There are people waiting downstairs. Let me see what they want to see me for. Su Yan shook his head and rejected Jiao Nanhua's proposal. After a short wash, he came to the lobby of the brothel, opened the door to the backyard and let Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu in. He yawned and asked, "What happened so early in the morning that you came to knock on my windowsill? It's not even noon yet. According to the biological clock of brothel practitioners, it's still early in the morning. It's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning." Originally, there was something. Wen Jutong had a sad face, lying on the table and looking at Su Yan, saying, "But after seeing the girl in your dormitory and Brother Zhou talking, now, there should be nothing to do. It's rare that my body has recovered and I want to fight Wanhua Pavilion again. Why do you want to hurt a young man like me like this? You are full, and don't know the hunger of hungry people. You don't even consider the suffering of a hungry man like me. Wen Juntong's words were like a sharp blade, hitting Su Yan's heart and making him pause in pouring water. A sad expression appeared on his cheek. You understand me too well. Born as a fox with 9 tails, he should have stood proudly with his tail sticking up. But the elder was cunning, and wanted to cut himself with a pair of scissors all day long. So Su Yan didn't dare to stick his tail up casually. You know shit. I haven't even touched a woman's hand. Do you understand? Wen Juntong angrily scolded Su Yan for being ignorant. Su Yan and Zhou Yu. When Juntong said so much, Su Yan really had nothing to say except patting him on the shoulder to encourage him. Let's change the subject for now. Let's not talk about such sad topics. Su Yan saw that Wen Juntong was about to cry, so he quickly changed the subject back to the main topic, him. I may not have time to accompany you to Wanhua Pavilion recently, because my aunt said that the new year is coming soon and it's very chaotic outside. And she specifically told me not to run around if there is nothing to do. The two of them were looking for their purpose. Su Yan had a general idea of what they were doing amid Wen Juntong's complaints, but he was not very interested in running around. The incident of the Nightmare Town's disciples taking over the body happened last night, and Su Yan made up his mind to at least wait until after the new year before talking about other things. As long as the Emperor Wuxing did not wipe out the Nightmare Town sect, Su Yan would not feel safe walking on the street. Zhou Yu nodded and agreed with Su Yan's words. Now that the end of the year is approaching, those small sects in Xiaoyu and some large sects that are friendly with Xiaoyu will also send envoys to participate in the New Year celebrations. There will indeed be a large number of cultivators who do not understand the rules of Xiaoyu on the streets. Xiaoyu New Year celebrations are a custom. Every year, the emperor takes the lead in worshipping the ancestors and kicks off the new year. It is followed by a grand celebration organized by the Ministry of Rites. All subjects in Xiaoyu can get a week of paid vacation. It is a grand festival celebrated by the whole sky. Even other cultivator forces will come to participate in the activities. During the period, there will be martial arts competitions organized by the court, which is extremely lively. Of course, these are all superficial things. Zhou Yu, who was born in the upper family of Xiaoyu, knows very well that the New Year celebrations are meaningless to Emperor Wuxing. The emperor, who has an extremely long lifespan, has gone through 2,000 New Years and has become numb to those things. The reason why they spend a lot of money every year to hold various grand celebrations is actually to strengthen the pride of the Xiaoyu people in the Xiaoyu country and let the people gradually form a culture unique to Xiaoyu, so that they can slowly assimilate the foreigners who settled here. Xiaoyu. You are a Xiaoyu person when you come here. Come and contribute to the prosperity of Xiaoyu and make it glorious forever. In addition to these reasons, the New Year is also the day when Emperor Wuxing collects protection fees from the forces in Xiaoyu. Will it be chaotic? I don't feel anything. Anyway, the New Year celebration is just eating, drinking and gambling. Listening to the brother's words, describing the Xiaoyu New Year as terrible, Wen Juntong didn't feel anything about it. Anyway, during the New Year celebration, it was just to eat and drink with his friends. So, Brother Su, you have been confined by the elders, and now you can't go to Wanhua Pavilion to be cool. Wen Juntong refined Su Yan's words and found an adjective group for Su Yan's situation. It's not really house arrest. I just don't want to go out. After all, foreign cultivators are different from cultivators Xiaoyu. The first thing those guys think of when they see the monsters is spirit stones. I don't want to turn into a fox fur in the physical sense. Su Yan sighed and said, Chapter 63 skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 64 Foxy. I'm so bored. I want to hug a beautiful girl in the Jinden stage to regain my vitality. When Juntong lay on the table with a depressed face, and felt deeply regretful that Su Yan couldn't take him to be free and easy. Wanhua Pavilion is very particular about rules. A cultivator like Wen Juntong goes alone without Su Yan to lead the way. At most, he can find a talented cheer-fighting girl in Wanhua Pavilion. Even the courtesan cultivator can't be found, let alone the goddess. Before, Su Yan led the way in front and knew the madam of Wanhua Pavilion, so he could break the rules. Otherwise, Wanhua Pavilion would generally not do such things that damage its reputation. We don't have any Jinden stage girls here. Su Yan saw Wen Juntong's half-dead look and shook his head, saying, Let's talk about it next time when we have a chance. I really don't feel like going out for a stroll recently. Ah. Wen Juntong sighed again, and was about to complain about his difficult life. Then he asked Su Yin and Zhou Yu to go to Luoheju for a drink to relieve his depressed mood. There will be no chance next time. My mother will definitely come back for the New Year celebration. The next time we meet may be in the next life. When Juantong's voice was interrupted by the voice of the girl upstairs, Little Fox. Yu Yanning spoke with surprise, which immediately attracted the three people in the lobby to look up. She was wearing white clothes and a highly recognizable red cloak with gold embroidery patterns behind her to prove her identity as a member of the Demon Suppression Division. The moment Su Yin was stunned, when Jutong subconsciously went under the stage and trembled, desperately covering his face. Su Yin looked at Yu Yanning with a strange look on his face. Aren't you busy with official business in the Demon Suppression Division recently? How come you have time to stay in the brothel? There are holidays recently. The headmaster's wife has been promoted. We, the new recruits who follow her, are naturally on vacation and on standby, Yu Yanning said. Yesterday, Suatong brought a group of people here because of the promotion. He was going to help Chong Qiong's business and hold a big banquet here in the brothel. However, as soon as he entered the door, he encountered Su Yin being cursed and murdered by thieves. Promoted? Su Yin asked in confusion. Yes. Being promoted from 1,000 households to a town governor is a real upper class in our Demon Suppression Division. Apart from the headmaster's wife, there are only 3 town governors in Xiaoyu, Yu Yanning said with pride. In the Demon Suppression Division, the position of the town governor is the most powerful official in the Demon Suppression Division, except for the chief commander, deputy commander, and 3 deputy commanders, and directly manages the 13,000 households in the division. The duties of the town envoys are different. Shuatong is promoted to the town envoy, not to be in charge of supervision, but to be responsible for training and systematic training of the new recruits who have just joined the Demon Suppression Division, so that they can learn how to fight against the nightmare cultists, and teach them the basic skills of inspecting the nightmare cultists. Hearing the 3 words of the town envoy, Su Yin didn't feel anything because he didn't know much about the system of Xiaoyu's court. But when Jutong, who was hiding under the table, was almost scared to death. The town envoy is a 4th-rank official, a big shot who can directly knock on the door of the emperor's bedroom at night. Before being promoted, wasn't he a colleague of my grandfather? She must not report me. When Jutong prayed secretly in his heart, he never thought that he would come to the brothel to complain to his friends and meet the town envoy holding a banquet here. If Wen Qianhu saw Wen Jutong here in the brothel, he would be furious. Among the bloodline of the Wen family, Wen Jutong is the most useless. He is idle all day, eating, drinking and having fun, and has a bad reputation. Wen Jutong is also very helpless about this. He really has no interest in boring cultivation. Living a life of a playboy for hundreds of years is better than the life of fighting and killing in the cultivation world. Right? The elders in the family have already worked hard. Can't we young people enjoy it? Although I am a spendthrift, am I not also preparing to work hard to give birth to a promising thing? Bang bang bang. Yu Yanning had just gone downstairs to tell Su Yin about the good news of his promotion and wealth. And there was a strong knock on the door from the brothel. Is Mr. Su here? Shichi has something to discuss with you. Can you open the door and see him? Su Yin had a question mark on his head. He just said that he was going to stay at home for meditation. Why did all the things come to him at the same time? Was he haunted today? I'm here. Hearing the knock on the door, Su Yin was also curious about what Feng Shichi wanted to see him for today, so he ran over to open the door without hesitation. Su Yin opened the door, and Feng Shichi, who was knocking quickly outside, almost didn't stop, and punched Su Yin in the heart. But Feng Shichi was not in the mood to care about these things that men and women should not touch at the moment. Feng Shichi said anxiously, Mr. Su, do you have time now? There is an adult who wants to see you. Feng Shichi's words were very strange. He first asked Su Yin if he was free, and then said that a big shot in Xiao you wanted to see him, which was very contradictory. I'm very sorry. I've been learning the reason why Feng Shichi was looking for him. Su Yin showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his cheek, and he was ready to directly refuse Feng Shichi's invitation without thinking. But at this time, Zhou Yu covered his face with a folding fan and came to Su Yin's back and whispered, Feng Shichi means that the Xian Wang wants to invite you for private matters, and the carriages carried by the Pegasus outside are here to pick you up. Brother Su, you can't refuse this. Feng Shichi's words seemed contradictory. But Zhou, you could hear the meaning in his ears. He just wanted you to go over. And the words were just because the matter was private. So he was just being polite when inviting you. Don't take it seriously. Xian Wang is the father of Jun Xia, the lord of Lunming County. He is also the only king among the 8 kings of Xiaoyu who stays in Xiaoyu longer than in his fiefdom every year. He is also a king with demon blood. Brother Su, I suggest asking Feng Shiqi first why the Xian Wang invited you, so that you can be prepared. Zhou Yu suggested to Su Yin. How do you know it's the Xian Wang's invitation? Su Yin pulled Zhou Yu aside to plot, asking him how he knew Feng Shiqi's intention. Each king has a different mount, and King Xian's mount is Pegasus. So all the monsters pulling the carriage in King Xian's mansion are Pegasus. Zhou Yu said with a slightly strange expression. If the owner of the carriage in front of you is not sent by King Xian's family, then Brother Su, your next destination may be the Imperial City. The same model is taboo. Just like the people of Xiaoyu like foxes so much. No one will go to Qingqiu to kidnap a young 9-tailed fox and bring it back for auction. Because it is a taboo, and it is not excessive to kill the entire clan. 9-tailed foxes can only come from the royal family. Other 9-tailed foxes are either sent back or offered to the royal family. No one will keep them at home privately. Otherwise they will be easily charged with treason. You Xiaoyu people are really complicated in your words. Su Yin shook his head speechlessly, feeling helpless when those big shots talked in circles. I have time. But what's the matter? I can prepare some things if I know in advance. There is nothing to prepare. The reason why I came here in such a hurry is actually because the fox demon raised by Jun Xia died of a sudden illness. She was very depressed and stayed at home. Feng Shiqi told Su Yin the reason. The fox demon raised by Jun Xia died suddenly. Seeing that his daughter was not eating and drinking, King Xian asked someone to summon a fox demon to accompany his daughter for a while, and then asked someone to find a cute little fox for his daughter. The reason why King Xian knew Su Yin was because the people in Wanhua Pavilion that night, in addition to Lunming County Lady and Feng Shiqi, also included the guards of King Xian's royal guards, who were responsible for the county lady's safety. When King Xian asked for the fox demon, they confessed that Lunming County Lady knew a fox demon friend who lived in Xiaoyu. Chapter 65 Xian Wang. The day after we left Wanhua Pavilion, Xiaoqi showed signs of cold at night. We originally planned to go to the Imperial City to ask the Imperial Physician for help the next morning. But Xiaoqi had severe diarrhea on the morning of the 3rd day, and even the Imperial Physician's rescue was useless. Sitting in the carriage carried by the Pegasus, Feng Shiqi told everyone what happened with a face full of regret. Xiaoqi is the name of the fox raised by Lunming County Lord. Xiaoqi is a fiery red fox with a strong sense of self-management. In order to hug Lunming's rich sister's thigh, it consciously dyed itself a white coat. Usually, it knows how to please Lunming County Lord. Therefore, even if Lunming County Lord goes to play with women, she will take Xiaoqi fox with her. But after the last farewell at Wanhua Pavilion, Xiaoqi felt unwell the next day after returning to Xian Wang's mansion. Lunming County Lord didn't care too much about it, because it was the time when the temperature dropped sharply in Xiaoyu. Xiaoqi himself said that he just felt a cold occasionally, and it was nothing serious. Unfortunately, after a night of diarrhea, the Imperial Physician arrived on the 3rd morning, and was unable to save Xiaoqi. The cause of Xiaoqi's death was extreme weakness, which disrupted the 5 elements of the human body, and then caused the exhaustion of spiritual energy in the body, and caused a sudden death. The little red fox was raised by the county lord when he was a child. Now it has been more than 30 years. The county lord Lunming even spent a lot of money to find a rare transformation pill for it, so that it can transform into an orc form after building a foundation and increase the speed of cultivation. Xiaoqi's sudden departure was a big blow to the county lord, causing the county lord to lose her appetite recently and lock herself in the bedroom. The whole person seemed to be autistic. Seeing this, the king was also worried that his daughter had psychological problems. So he thought of finding a little fox who could speak human language to accompany his daughter for a transition. For this reason, the king was willing to spend a lot of money to find a guard who accompanied the county lord Lunming to visit the brothel before. He immediately reported Su Yan, the fox demon of the southern state, and got a hard-earned money from the king. This is why Feng Shiqi said that a big shot wanted to invite Su Yan to meet him at his house. Diarrhea caused by cold eventually leads to spiritual energy exhaustion? After hearing what happened, Su Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. Are you sure it's not an infectious disease? Ordinary colds don't have such power. Feng Shiqi shook her head and said, No. The county lady's mansion also raises other little foxes and monsters, and no abnormalities were found. The imperial physician also said that Xiaoqi's sudden death was an accident. Su Yan was relieved when he heard this. The ant who was riding in the van raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this, and sneered in her heart, "It's a trick to fool children." The physical fitness of the Monster Foundation cultivators is much stronger than that of the human race. The fox must have died at the hands of a powerful water cultivator. Originally, it was because the Xian King gave too much, and the ant was ready to make some extra money, so she agreed to go. But after listening to Feng Shiqi's story, she found that things might not be that simple. That old bald bird was clearly fooling children. The cultivators in the foundation building stage are as strong as bulls. They can carry a hoe and hoe for 3 days without sleep and without taking a breath. The physical fitness of the demon cultivators of the same level is generally 3 times stronger than that of humans. The demons do get sick, but no matter how severe the cold is, it is impossible to kill the demon cultivators in the foundation building stage. From the symptoms described by Feng Shiqi, the more my aunt listened, the more she felt that the red fox should have died at the hands of the water cultivators. A powerful water-based cultivator can not only raise his hand to summon huge waves to drown the enemy, but also quietly affect the body fluids in the body of living beings, thereby interfering with the normal operation of organs and causing the cultivator's spiritual power to fail and die. My aunt is a water-based semi-immortal cultivator herself, and she knows most of the methods of water-based cultivators. Therefore, when she learned about the symptoms before the red fox died, her face became more and more strange. That bald bird of the Xian King is lying to the children. He didn't tell the truth about the red fox's death. The carriage carried by the Pegasus is not like other carriages that are on the ground, but flying in the sky, stepping on the void and galloping at high speed. Xiaoyu's high-altitude flight ban is equally aimed at all cultivators in Xiaoyu's main city. Only in this way can the high altitude be freed up for the court to fly in the air without congestion. If everyone flies in the air, it will not be crowded to death, and it will not be able to increase the speed of the escape light. Therefore, Xiaoyu prohibits cultivators from flying in the sky, and currently only opens low altitudes of 20 to 50 meters. The carriage of the Xian Wang can ignore this rule, except that it cannot travel over the imperial city. There is no place in the main city of Xiaoyu that the carriage of the Xian Wang mansion cannot go. In a short while, the Pegasus, which is shaped like a dog, about 2 meters tall at the shoulder and as black as coal, landed the carriage carrying the carriage inside the Xian Wang mansion and into the courtyard. Under the leadership of Feng Shiqi, Su Yan and his aunt got off the carriage together and saw a man sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard. His long white hair was casually scattered behind him, and his face was unhealthy and pale. The dark circles under his eyes were so thick that they looked like eyeshadow. The black brocade robe on his body also made people feel very uncomfortable. At first glance, people could associate it with the style of mourning clothes. Long time no see, fellow Chong Daoist. The young man got up from the pavilion and showed a slightly forced smile on his bitter melon face when he saw his aunt. I was wondering why the address was familiar. It turned out to be the fox and fellow Chong Daoist's house. Long time no see, Xian Wang. The aunt greeted him with a normal expression. The two of them were not very familiar with each other, but the size of Xiaoyu's main city was relatively large. For these top cultivators, crossing the border was just a matter of time. The Xiaoyu strongmen might not be familiar with each other, but they also greeted each other and knew each other's existence. King Xian obviously didn't know that the little fox demon he found was from Chongqiong's family. When Su Yan met Juanxia and Feng Shiqi, he was not prepared to continue to have a deep friendship. Naturally, he didn't reveal anything except his race and name. But King Xian was not a fool. After realizing that he had offended the arrogant insects, he took the initiative to open a step for himself. The arrogant insects, although they are classified as alien beasts, the arrogant insects are very respected in the demons, and they also involve some secrets that only the upper echelons of the demons know. King Xian is not prepared to make enemies with such a race. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. The King Xian walked out of the pavilion and shook his head, saying, "The fox demon that my daughter has nurtured since she was young has unfortunately passed away. She is currently unable to get out of the predicament with her own willpower. If she continues to sink like this, I'm worried that her Taoism will be affected. I hope my little Taoist friend can help my daughter out of the predicament." The King Xian has as many fox demons as he wants. There are countless foxes in the pure fox clan that are hungry and sleepless. As long as he wants to ask, he can find a suitable one. However, the situation is urgent now, and he needs to borrow an external fox to calm his daughter's mood, so as not to affect the Taoist heart of Dao Wenming County Master. After using the fox, whether to erase the memory and throw it away, or keep it in the backyard, Xian Wang doesn't care much. This number. Seeing this, the aunt didn't say anything nonsense. The two sides were not familiar with each other, so they just had to be polite. Now that the courtesy is over, it is natural to start talking about business. After all, the aunt runs a stall, and it is necessary to collect extra money when visiting. The aunt raised her hand and pointed a number with her fingers. Faced with the guardian's asking price, Xian Wang agreed without saying anything. Let him show his true form and go over. My daughter is in the dormitory now. Chapter 66, biting the back of Fate's neck. After my aunt and King Xian finished discussing Su Yan's price, they did not follow Su Yan to the wing courtyard, but stood in front of the pavilion and watched Su Yan and Feng Shiqi enter Juanxia's wing courtyard. After the two walked away, my aunt turned her head and asked King Xian, "Was the Red Fox demon assassinated by the water monk?" "Yeah." King Xian responded with an indifferent expression, affirming that my aunt's guess was correct. The Red Fox demon did not die of a sudden illness, but was assassinated by an assassin who sneaked into the palace. The assassin ignored the heavy troops of King Xian's mansion and even deceived King Xian, killing the Red Fox living in the main wing courtyard of Luoming County without alarming anyone. Even King Xian discovered the clues by observing the Red Fox's corpse after the Red Fox demon died. However, in order not to cause a commotion, King Xian and the imperial physician misinterpreted the truth and asked people to track down the assassin. The assassin's cultivation is not much weaker than mine. I have preliminarily ruled out the crime from the Nightmare Town, as well as the warnings from political enemies and revenge from enemies. The King of Xian said calmly, "The clues are broken. There is no clue at the moment. We can only start to guard against thieves." The assassin came and went without a trace, and did not leave any traces in the King of Xian's mansion. According to the clues and enemies, there was nothing unusual when we traced him to the end. A water cultivator with the same cultivation as you should have been famous in the cultivation world. Right? My aunt's face became a little weird. I don't know how to comment on what happened in the King of Xian's mansion. It was weird from beginning to end. The King of Xian's cultivation was 1.5 levels stronger than Chongqiong. The person who could sneak in and commit a crime under his nose must be at least a cultivator in the fusion stage or the refining stage. The cultivators in the fusion stage and the refining void stage are also the absolute top leaders in the major sections. They really don't have the time to sneak into the Xianwang mansion to kill a fox. It is understandable that they directly killed the Luoming County Lord. But the Luoming County Lord who lived in the same wing was unharmed, and the Red Fox demon was assassinated by the visitor. All the clues about the assassin were cut off, and the Xianwang had no suspects. This made the Xianwang feel extremely angry. In the wing of the Luoming County Lord, Su Yan, who turned into a white fox, looked back at the courtyard while lying in Feng Shiqi's arms, and asked Feng Shiqi in a low voice, "That person, is it the Xianwang? Why does he feel a little strange? You want to say super handsome and easygoing, right?" Feng Shiqi seemed to answer a question that was not asked, completely ignoring the tired look of the Xianwang in morning clothes, and said with bright eyes, "Lord Xianwang is recognized as the most suitable person for marriage in Xiaoyu in our circle. He is young and strong, has a profound cultivation, and has the blood of the phoenix. Many girls in Xiaoyu want the title of Xianwang's wife. Have you considered Juanxia's feelings when you say this?" Su Yan complained hesitantly. "Of course I have considered it. The county lady has been looking forward to the appearance of a stepmother that the Xianwang likes." Feng Shiqi explained to Su Yan, "The former Xianwang's wife has passed away for many years, and the Xianwang has the blood of the Luan bird in his body. The Luan bird clan is a model of loyalty. The death of the Xianwang's wife was a great blow to the Xianwang, and he has not been able to get over the sadness until today. The county lady has been looking forward to the appearance of the stepmother, so that the King of Xian will not be hurt by excessive sadness. The phoenix bird Mingi. The phoenix bird has one partner for life, and if the other half is in trouble, the only one left will follow. This is the nature of the phoenix bird. Before the phoenix bird really likes Mingi, its personality is relatively cold. Once the relationship is confirmed, it will be loyal until death, because the blood in the King of Xian is not pure enough, and the relationship with the county lady Luanming is not good enough. The King of Xian did not go directly with his wife, but his body also had some problems due to long-term depression. This is why Su Yan immediately noticed that his face and state were not right when he first met the King of Xian. Others did not show anything about this, because everyone knew about the King of Xian. His Majesty the Emperor even held many selections for the King of Xian, hoping that he could untie the knot and accept his other partner Mingi again. But doing so is not very meaningful. There are naturally some reasons why the phoenix bird tribe binds partners. The king of Xian will never find a suitable person again. It is also because of the phoenix bird bloodline that the king of Xian is so worried about his daughter. The phoenix and the song of the phoenix. Su Yin suddenly came to his senses and remembered an allusion in his mother's treasured appraisal book. The phoenix sings in harmony. The phoenix is male, and the song of the phoenix is female. And the phoenix can turn into a phoenix when it sings in harmony. This is why the phoenix is bound to a partner for life. The two are almost one and the same. If one of them is in trouble, the other will definitely follow. Su Yin hadn't remembered it before. But after Feng Shiqi's description of the love of the Xian king, Su Yin remembered an allusion about the phoenix in the appraisal book that he had read as a novel before. Feng Shiqi saw Su Yin's face changing from time to time, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. The war of all races started from the war between dragons and phoenixes. If a small insect from his side fell into the territory of the phoenix, it would probably be eaten by others." Su Yin showed a little bit of luck in his heart. Fortunately, it was a phoenix. The county lady is in the inner room. She doesn't want to see anyone these days. Can you go in by yourself? When they arrived in front of a wing building, Feng Shiqi put Su Yin on the wooden stairs and asked Su Yin to go to the county lady's bedroom on the 3rd floor alone. She would use her cute fox demon appearance to confuse her so that the county lady could get out of the psychological shadow of her beloved fox's sudden death. Su Yin had no objection to this. King Xian had promised to pay her 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. Naturally, he also needed to show his professionalism in the brothel and act cute to Lunming County lady to help her get out of the shadow of her beloved pet's death. This 2nd floor should be the nest where the pure fox used to live. Right? Su Yin glanced at the 2nd floor. His sensitive sense of smell smelled the strong smell of fox demons here. After a look, Su Yin jumped left and right and stepped on the stairs to the bedroom of Lunming County lady on the 3rd floor. "Sister Juanxia, open the door quickly." Su Yin stood up and started knocking on the door, saying, "Lord Xian ordered me to come and take care of the county lady's mood." After knocking on the door for a while, there was no movement from the dormitory, which made Su Yin a little stunned. He thought in his heart that Juanxia might be doing something stupid inside. Su Yin thought so. And when he stood up and took 2 steps back to kick the door, he did not notice that a head popped out from the eaves of the 3rd floor, and the big emerald green eyes were firmly locked on his fox body. The next second, the figure hidden on the eaves jumped down and pressed on Su Yin. The figure, which was a circle larger than Su Yin, pressed Su Yin firmly, opened its mouth, and bit Su Yin's neck directly. Su Yin was frightened and couldn't help but whimpering. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and press his creature with his feet. But a familiar whimper came from behind. The emerald green and azure blue pupils looked at each other, and the 2 white-haired little foxes whimpered at each other. "How can you, a fox, speak so stinky?" Su Yin could understand the fox's whimpering. The fox behind him really had a stinky mouth and directly scolded him as a dog. Chapter 67 Princess Wuxi. The white-haired little fox that fell from the sky did not look much different from Su Yin. The only difference was that the 2 foxes had different eye colors, and the female fox that fell from the sky was slightly larger than Su Yin. Su Yin had been in Xiaoyu for a while, and he was familiar with some of Xiaoyu's colloquialisms or slang. The word gogong literally means that it is used to insult a male adult dog. The biggest characteristic of adult dogs is that they know how to be in heat. The meaning of gogong is undoubtedly to insult Su Yin, who wanted to kick Juanxia's door, as a pervert. In addition, because the female fox had been pressing him down and biting his neck to assert her authority, Su Yin could not stand such grievance at all, and turned around and bit him. But within 2 minutes, Su Yin had the fox turned over and pressed on the ground. 2 tufts of white hair on his chest fell off, and he covered his chest with his front paws, looking at the complacent little female fox with disbelief. The female fox is only a little bit bigger. At most she can only make me 2 pounds fatter. Why can she hold me down and bite me? It is also a little demon in the chi refining stage. Bing! The little female fox raised her front paws, slapped away Su Yan's paws covering her chest, and said something to him. As soon as this sentence came out, Su Yan was stunned, and asked tentatively, "Are you Princess Wuxi?" The female fox asked Su Yan where he had learned the secret method of rejuvenation. The secret method of rejuvenation was taught to Su Yan by Sister Sheer, and the real owner of the secret method of rejuvenation was Princess Wuxi. As soon as the fox asked, Su Yan immediately knew why he was blocked by the female fox at the door and bitten fiercely. "It's Princess Wuxi. The female fox spoke with a serious face, correcting Su Yan's mistake in the wording, male beast. Explain to me. No. Su Yan suddenly changed into a human form, intending to push away Princess Wuxi, who was pressing him. But Princess Wuxi also changed into a human form at the same time, holding Su Yan's arms with both hands, looking at Su Yan with interest and said, tell me. Su Yan looked at the princess speechlessly. Princess Wuxi's body size was equivalent to that of a human child of 11 or 12 years old. Her long white hair casually fell to her waist, and her face showed a playful expression that was difficult to describe. Su Yan saw this and turned into his original body again, intending to shrink and run away directly without doing business with Princess Luanming. But Princess Wuxi grabbed his neck and lifted Su Yan up, looking at him with a smile and said, is it fun to change? Do you want to show you something nice? Princess Wuxi threw Su Yan in front of the door, and instantly turned back into a white-haired fox, with 4.5 fluffy snow-white fox tails standing up to the sky, baring her teeth and intimidating Su Yan. Born with 1 tail, 2 tails in foundation building, 3 tails in golden elixir, and a 4th tail in the nascent soul stage, 4 tails plus a coccyx joint. The Princess Wuxi in front of her is a big man who is about to break through the god transformation stage. Is it nice? The 4.5 tails retracted into her body again, and Princess Wuxi shook the tails behind her, looking at Su Yan in front of her with emerald green eyes and said, do you want to see more? Su Yan was so scared that he stood up, kicked his hind legs on the ground, stepped back repeatedly, and waved his hands frantically to indicate that he didn't need to see any more. What the hell are you looking at? Being cornered by a big guy. Su Yan's face was full of tears. How could he be so unlucky to meet the real owner of the secret method of rejuvenation? Moreover, I heard from Sister Sierra that Princess Wuxi had a particularly bad personality. This time, I guess I have to pay the spirit stones until I go bankrupt before it's done. Crack. Just when the 2 foxes were in a stalemate, the door behind Su Yan suddenly opened. Su Yan whimpered and fell backwards, falling next to the red embroidered shoes of Princess Luanming, who opened the door. Princess Jun Xiao looked at the 2 foxes that were almost the same, even the same flawless white fur, and was stunned and shouted subconsciously, here. The fox with emerald green pupils spoke, and Jun Xiao lowered her head to look at the fox at her feet. Who are you? It's me, Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Luanming County Lord come out, he quickly hid behind Luanming County Lord and stared at Wuxi County Lord with a vigilant face. I heard from your father that you were unhappy recently, so I deliberately showed my true form to comfort you. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. I'm fine. Just a little disappointed. Luanming County Lord sighed, hugged Wuxi County Lord and Su Yan in her arms, turned back to the room, walked along the screen to the end of the bedroom, where there was a staircase, and there was a viewing loft above Jun Xiao's bedroom. She was drinking tea with the princess up there before, and then Wuxi County Lord seemed to have noticed something, and jumped out of the loft without saying hello to Jun Xia, slid down the rubble directly to the edge of the eaves, and flew down. As the foxes cried out, Jun Xia realized that something was wrong, so she immediately ran down from the attic. When she opened the door, she saw Princess Wuxi baring her teeth and looking at Su Yan fiercely. As for the conversation between the 2 foxes, Jun Xia didn't understand a word. She didn't understand crying, so she naturally didn't know that Su Yan, who was in her arms, was also a divine beast from the 9-tailed fox clan. You look really alike. Jun Xia put the foxes, one on the left and one on the right, on the attic table and observed them carefully. She found that except for the slight difference in body size and the different blue and green eye colors, they really didn't differ. I can't afford it. I'm just a pure fox from the southern state. Su Yan quickly refused to compare with her, and told Jun Xia very clearly that he was really just a fox from the countryside, and had no blood relationship with the rich and beautiful 9-tailed fox demon clan. Princess Wuxi looked at him with a smile, but didn't point out Su Yan's nonsense. The secret method of rejuvenation was developed for 9-tailed foxes. Those without 9-tailed fox bloodline cannot learn it at all. The fox in front of him is using his own secret method and pretending to be innocent. A wild male 9-tailed fox is interesting. It really looks like it. I just sensed a white-haired fox coming to the door. I thought I saw a fellow fox. That's why I couldn't wait to jump down from the attic and say hello to him. The princesses and county ladies are all overpraising me. Su is really just a wild fox. You can see it from my eye color. The 9-tailed fox has such strong magic power, in addition to the physique and talent of the demon race. The wood element affinity also contributes. The physique of the wood element cultivator is the strongest among the 5 elements. The endless mana, combined with the healing magic of the wood element, can be called an invincible monster. The bloodline has been passed down from generation to generation, and the pupils of the nine-tailed foxes are all emerald green. This is the case with Su's mother, Shear's sister, and even the Princess Wuxi in front of him. Therefore, the ability to control water inherited from his father, and the blue pupils became Su Yan's biggest lie. Look, I nourish water. Su Yan summoned a group of azure water balls, and performed water ball throwing in front of Jun Xia. In his heart, he begged Sister Jun Xia to stop comparing himself with the nine-tailed fox. Water element? This is really moist. Princess Wuxi smiled and teased, in the 5 elements. Water gives birth to wood. We are really destined to be together. Why don't we get to know each other now? Where do you live? Water gives birth to wood. And wood gives birth to fire. You kid is not honest. I'm going to get angry. Chapter 68 Bold Madman. I'm sorry to have worried my father. Nothing has happened to my Dao heart. It's just that Xiaoqi's sudden death has made me feel a little uncomfortable. I may need some time to adapt. Jun Xia sighed and shook her head. The red fox demon is an old licking fox. In order to hold on to the thigh of Wanming County Master to ensure that she will have no worries about food and drink in the future, it has carefully observed the daily life of Wanming County Master. It even knows what kind of girl the County Master wants to order when she goes to Wanhua Pavilion. Often, as soon as the County Master raises her hand, the red fox demon knows what her master wants to do. Without the County Master's opening, he will immediately help to pass on the message or get things done. It is like the most competent housekeeper. It manages the maids and daily life in the wing courtyard in an orderly manner. Wanming County Master does not need to worry at all. Even when going to Wanhua Pavilion, the red fox demon will look at the County Master's mood and arrange a girl for her to come to sing tonight. Every time, he can arrange it to meet Wanming County Master's wishes. And there is no need to change. Such a competent housekeeper suddenly passed away, and the princess of Wanming County was very unaccustomed to such a life. Mental fatigue and sadness made the princess do nothing in recent days, and she has been sleeping to relieve the fatigue on the spiritual level. It was only today when Princess Wuxi climbed over the wall to visit Princess Wanming that Junxia cheered up and asked the maids to prepare some tea and snacks to entertain the guests. She and Princess Wuxi have known each other for many years, so naturally there is no reason to close the door and refuse guests to sleep. Even if Princess Wanming closed the door to refuse guests, given the princess's personality, she would come in by herself, look at herself with a mocking face and say, "That's it. What does it have to do with me if you close the door to refuse guests? I am not without legs. The 4 legs of a fox are free. What does it have to do with you where I go?" My old friend Princess Wuxi is just like this. A person who does what she wants and has a vicious mouth. She does whatever she wants and ignores you. Even if she did something shocking, the princess of Wanming County would not be surprised. Even if the news of her elopement came from the imperial city the next day, Jun Xia would at most cover her cheeks and be speechless. But she would not feel strange. After all, that was Princess Wuxi, one of the top troublemakers in the royal family. I will personally send it off when the time comes, and it should be in a similar state after a period of rest. Jun Xia placed Su Yan on her legs, put her hands on the upper part of Su Yan's neck, pinched the fox's small triangular ears with her index finger and thumb, and kneaded them lightly, making Su Yan sleep like a pig, not caring about the threat of Princess Wuxi. Playing with foxes is a science for Xiaoyu. After years of research by the gentleman, it has been concluded that fox ears are very sensitive. Through some techniques of pressing and kneading, the fatigue and stress of foxes can be relieved, and the anxiety accumulated in daily life can be well eliminated. Jun Xia stroked Su Yan like stroking a red fox, until Su Yan was relieved of his whole body guard and slept on Jun Xia's knees like a pig, his whole body soft. This is also the second fox besides the red fox that can enjoy such a massage from Jun Xia. Even Princess Wuxi has never enjoyed it, and Princess Wanming would not dare to play with the princess in such a disrespectful way. A tingling feeling came from his ears, accompanied by the rustling sound of the sleep-aiding trigger. Su Yan woke himself up in the evening. When he opened his eyes again, Jun Xia had disappeared, and he was sleeping on a soft dark blue pillow. Su Yan did not feel cold. Jun Xia's bedroom and attic were set up with a constant temperature formation, so that the temperature in the area covered by the formation was always very pleasant. Jun Xia went to take a bath and change clothes. Princess Wuxi, who had changed into a human form, sat on the armchair in a leaning posture, with a pillow stuffed behind her waist as support, and crossed her legs, peeling and pulling the veins on the orange flesh with her hands. She said she would treat us to dinner later. Answer my questions before dinner time. Princess Wuxi shifted her gaze from the orange, through the orange peel on Su Yan's pillow, and signaled him to quickly explain where he had learned the secret method of rejuvenation from. Don't expect to escape. The door is sealed. The windowsill is blocked. And there are only you and me here. Princess Wuxi pointed to the staircase. A large number of vines grew on the staircase at some point, weaving a layer of mesh structure, blocking the entrance and exit. Branches also grew around the viewing platform, forming a blockade layer in an entangled manner. I don't really want to betray that, senior. Do you really need me to tell you the truth? Seeing this, Su Yan was completely at his wit's end. He looked at Princess Wuxi and asked. Although his aunt had a lot of opinions about Sister Sheer, Su Yan felt that Sister Sheer was very much like his aunt. If his aunt was an elder who was worried about his safety, and everything was done to ensure his safety, then Sister Sheer was definitely an elder who taught him to see the world. Sheer knew the inside story of many things about Xia Yu. If Su Yan asked about these things, Sister Sheer would throw out some clues for Su Yan to think about the cause and effect relationship. After Su Yan answered part of it, she would fill in the part that he didn't guess or missed. Su Yan didn't know much about Sister Sheer. He only knew that Sister Sheer was a ghost transformed from the residual soul of the nine-tailed fox grandmother, and she sneered at some of the royal family. Moreover, she didn't seem to like Wuxi very much, and described Princess Wuxi as a bad-tempered brat. Su Yan didn't really want to give Sister Sheer out. If he could solve the problem in other ways, he would accept it even if he had to pay a large amount of spiritual stones to Princess Wuxi. It doesn't matter whether you learn it or not. I'm just curious about how you stole my secret method. Now, I already know that you don't have the ability to steal. It was one of your elders who sneaked into my bedroom to steal. Princess Wuxi smiled and said, since you don't want to identify your elders, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you are now in my hands. Do you need to pay compensation or go to jail? Su Yan asked Princess Wuxi nervously, thinking about whether his aunt could settle the incident today, or calling Sister Sheer loudly to see if she could show up and explain the misunderstanding. You can't afford the spiritual stones. Going to jail is a waste of my feelings. It's none of my business if you go to jail. Wouldn't it be just as cool after decades? Princess Wuxi sneered and said, now I give you a choice. Either I will deal with you now, or I will deal with you again if you turn back to human form. Su Yan looked at Princess Wuxi in astonishment, not quite understanding the word do in the princess' mouth. In Sister Sheer's mouth, Princess Wuxi seemed to have a bad personality, and also seemed to have a regressive evaluation. Princess, are you rewarding me? Su Yan said with a flushed face. The nine-tailed fox clan doesn't seem to have a fixed mating season. Right? What are you doing? Chapter 69 Skirt Servant. Ha! Is this how you understand the word ban from my mouth? Hearing Su Yan's explanation of the word ban, Princess Wuxi showed a strange smile. If you are really that hungry, it is not impossible. Of course, you need to submit to my seat first before that. Maybe I have nothing to do and can satisfy the boredom of you male beasts. The word ban can be interpreted in different meanings. The most common one is flirting between husband and wife. But the word ban from Princess Wuxi means to deal with Su Yan, directly subdue the little fox through force, and let him submit to her and become a general. How about it? How do you want me to deal with you? Anyway, you male beasts only have so much pursuit. If you submit to me, I will allow you to lick my hand. Female beasts need to start with cultivation to choose male beasts, and then observe their body shape and fur color. The reason why males in nature are so flamboyant is to attract female beasts. The rules for male animals to choose female animals are very simple, as long as it is a female creature. As a male animal, Su Yan can say such bold and rude words, which is also within the scope of Princess Wuxi's understanding. Anyway, male animals only have so much pursuit, and they always brag that they can shoot straight into the lungs with a 6-inch penis. Every time she encounters such a rude male animal, Princess Wuxi will always use her fingers to gesture in front of her, and then mock the unknown gun in front of her. Do whatever you like. Su Yan directly lay on his back on the table, turned his immature fox head to the side, and pursed his lips tightly. Although Su is a canine creature, I will never be a dog. Send me to jail or insult me directly. Just don't kiss me. From Princess Wuxi's attitude, it should be that she has no intention of hurting herself. Therefore, Su Yan directly lay on the table to expose his white belly, and let Princess Wuxi do whatever she wants. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for him to be her face-to-face or dog licker. Su Yin started to act rogue. Of course, kissing was impossible. Su Yin could accept other humiliations on his body, but not kissing. Seeing Su Yin start to act badly, with his belly up in the air, pretending to be dead, Princess Wuxi, who was originally smug and arrogant, was stunned. She poked the little white fox on the table with her hand, and Su Yin pursed his lips and closed his eyes. Hey, male beast, shouldn't you rather die than surrender? And then I will tell you my great ambition, and you will just bow down and submit to me? Why are you so spineless and throw a tantrum like a woman? Princess Wuxi turned into a fox again, landed on the table and kicked Su Yin's snow-white fur with her feet, expressing her dissatisfaction with his behavior. Hurry up. Bow down to my great ambition. Become my servant and be obsessed with me. Su Yin curled up in a different posture again, and ignored Princess Wuxi. She may have some great ambitions, but Su Yin really has no interest in those fighting and killing. He likes to watch others fight and kill, rather than to fight and kill himself. The greater the ambition of Princess Wuxi, the more troubles and enemies she will have. Su Yin himself has a lot of troubles that he can't solve. So how can he have the leisure to give advice to others? With such leisure time, it would be better to take on more plumbing business and earn some spiritual stones to improve life. Damn male beast. Princess Wuxi, who turned into a white-haired fox, sat directly on Su Yin and knocked his head with her front paws. Her face was angry and crazy. I am so angry. Although Princess Wuxi was arrogant, her eyes were shining when she saw Su Yin for the first time, because Su Yin was a male nine-tailed fox. In ancient mythology, the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox was a sword holder guarding the goddess of the innate, using a long sword to flatten all the creatures that hindered the goddess. And the style was super high. Princess Wuxi, who always wanted to set up her own business, felt that Su Yin should be able to be the legendary nine-tailed fox sword holder when she saw Su Yin for the first time. The first general under the goddess, who mastered the secret of immortality, was also a nine-tailed fox. Princess Wuxi now also met a male nine-tailed fox, which made her feel from the bottom of her heart that Su Yin was her sword holder guardian, and he must be a fierce general on her way to set up her own business. By then, as his fame grows, he will find the three-legged golden crow and the moon rabbit, and he will surely make achievements and careers that will shock everyone, and shut up those chatterboxes in the royal family. But he died before he could accomplish his mission, and the sword holder he chose turned out to be a salted fish with no ideals. Our ancestors are all nine-tailed foxes. Think about the legend of the nine-tailed fox sword holder. Don't you have any ideas in your heart? By then, you will be the general in charge of killing in our sect. A big man under one person and above 10,000 people. Princess Wuxi was full of regret, sitting on Su Yin's belly, two pink fox paws, patting Su Yin's cheeks and forcibly straightening them, telling her great ambitions. Even if you die in battle, your image will always remain in my heart forever. Go away. Who cares? When Princess Wuxi said the first half of the sentence, Su Yin was still a little moved. But when he heard the second half of her sentence, he wilted directly. The happy world of martial arts really attracted Su Yin. But Princess Wuxi was too unreliable, and Su Yin would not fall for her trick. The two foxes kept whining at each other for a long time, and when Princess Luoming came back, neither of them convinced the other. What are you doing? Princess Luoming looked at the two white-haired foxes on the table, entangled and playing together, with a strange and weird expression on her cheeks. You got familiar with each other very quickly. If ordinary foxes were playing like this, even if they got stuck together, Jun Xiao would not show a surprised expression. But the two white-haired foxes in front of her were demons. One was the noble niece of Emperor Wuxian, and the other was a male white-haired fox with a brothel background. Since ancient times, stories between men and women crossing classes have been common. It seems that Princess Wuxi is still suppressing Su Yin, and it is self-evident who takes the initiative. Bah! You're such a tough guy. Princess Wuxi loosened her grip on Su Yin's mouth and spit out Lulu with her tongue. She spat out the fox fur on her tongue and cursed Su Yin in a slightly annoyed tone. Don't think that's enough. I will never let you go. Even if I have to force you, I will definitely stuff you under my skirt. Loyal Su Yin made a face at Princess Wuxi and ignored her rude request. Did you quarrel? Juanxia asked. Although the two were communicating in whimpering language, Juanxia was not an ignorant girl. She quickly saw from the expressions on the faces of the two foxes that their entanglement just now did not seem to be flirting. What kind of conflict seemed to have occurred between the two foxes? He refused to obey me. I must scold him. Princess Wuxi said bluntly. Jiuanxia. Princess. We really don't need to. There are so many men in the world. We really don't need to force it. You can find him as long as you open your mouth. Why lose your manners? But this time Jiuanxia really thought it was simple. It is really hard to find someone like Su Yin. There is no other place like this except Qingqiu. Chapter 70 Princess Wuxi personally certified. Ah. Su Yin, who was lying on the rocking chair in the pavilion of the Xianwang mansion and taking a nap in the winter sun, suddenly felt a pain in his buttocks. He jumped up from the rocking chair with an awe and ran away quickly before turning his head. At a glance, he saw a white-haired lowly with a lewd smile on her face holding a seal in her hand. Su Yin turned sideways and looked at the side of his buttocks where he felt pain just now. On the originally snow-white fur, a clear red stamp appeared, just like a quarantine certificate. Princess Wuxi. Su Yin squatted on the ground and rubbed the red mark on the snow-white fur with his fox claws. After rubbing it for a while, the red characters on it did not fade. Seeing this, Su Yin glared at Princess Wuxi in anger. Aren't you going home tonight? I'm just giving you a gift. Male beast. Don't be ungrateful. Princess Wuxi blew on the seal twice, took out a silk handkerchief to wipe the stamped surface, and then put the seal back into her storage ring. She looked at Su Yin, who was glaring at her, and said with a smile, I will be very busy in the next period of time, and I don't have time to talk to you about ideals. If you get into trouble in Xiaoyu, just stick your butt out and show the seal. Seeing the seal is like seeing me in person. Princess Wuxi held an official seal in her hand, representing Princess Wuxi herself. The princess will be very busy in the next period of time, and she won't have time to trick Su Yin into joining the pirate ship. But she is worried that Su Yin has no conscience and will run away with other beautiful girls when he sees them. When others see the official seal representing Princess Wuxi, they will know who the fox belongs to. Male beasts are all things that lose their minds when they see female beasts, and they think about one's 3 or 2-inch thing all day long. Princess Wuxi didn't think Su Yin was lustful, but she thought all male beasts were lustful and vulgar. Bye! Princess Wuxi smiled and blew a kiss, then turned into a white fox again, raised her tail, and jumped and left a back figure to Su Yin. I'll find you in a few days. Good one. Seeing Princess Wuxi running away, Su Yin was speechless for a long time and couldn't utter a word, and finally said an adjective from his previous life, naughty child. Su Yin sighed and stayed in Xianwang Mansion for 3 days. Princess Wuxi harassed him for 3 days, hoping that Su Yin would become the great protector of the sect in the future. 3 days were enough for Su Yin to learn about Princess Wuxi from his aunt and Luoming County Lord, and piece together the specific image of Princess Wuxi. She was a genius of the Xiaoyu royal family, an extremely independent and undefined existence. Wuxi refused to be put on her head. Genius and eccentricity were not needed at all. She hated these. After Su Yin knew these things, he understood a little bit what Sister Sheer meant by returning to one's ancestors. It was not that Princess Wuxi's nine-tailed fox bloodline was so pure, but that her personality was exactly the same as that of an orthodox nine-tailed fox. Her personality was very similar to that of the nine-tailed fox of the Qingqiu clan, not fighting or competing, and yearning for a free and easy life. But Princess Wuxi was born in the royal family of Xiaoyu. The more noble the demon bloodline, the more difficult it is to reproduce one's own bloodline. Emperor Wuxing has already cultivated to the highest level of sainthood, and Xiaoyu basically acquiesces that he cannot have children. As a genius of the royal family, Princess Wuxi is actually one of the candidates who may take over the position of emperor in the future. What kind of royal genius? Blood returner? Are all empty names for Princess Wuxi. And some bitches put pressure on her. Princess Wuxi hates those who put labels on her so much that her back teeth are almost broken. She got angry more than once. And then those bitches started to stick to her and brag, saying some nonsense that the weirder the genius is, the greater his future achievements will be. Princess Wuxi's patience has reached its limit. Now she is preparing to select some talents to cultivate. When the time comes, Princess Wuxi will lead the sect members and kick open the gate of Xiaoyu Imperial City, and run abroad to live a happy life. No longer live a life defined by others. Su Yin and Luan Ming are both talents she likes, so Princess Wuxi gave him a stamp. The two have potential in strength and fighting. As long as they are nurtured a little more, they will definitely be a general in the runaway sect in the future. Although Princess Wuxi's plan is very interesting and exciting, Su Yin does not intend to participate. First of all, he didn't have such strength. And secondly, Su Yin was worried that the nine-tailed fox and the dragon clan would chase him. One wanted to sterilize him. The other wanted to use him as a bargaining chip. No matter how much he thought about it, Su Yin still felt that it was the most cost-effective for him to stay in Xiaoyu. Princess Wux's words were not enough to fool him to start a business outside. Facing Princess Wux's invitation, Su Yin refused if he could and didn't want to get involved in such exciting activities. Unless Princess Wuxi had the strength to protect herself. This. Why can't it be wiped off? After watching Princess Wuxi leave, Su Yin used a water illusion technique to condense some water people and let them use their hands to help him wipe off the quarantine stamp on his butt. But after the water spirits rubbed the soap nuts, Su Yan's whole fox was submerged in foam. And the mark with Princess Wux's title did not fade at all. After a round of rubbing, the color even looked brighter. Su Yan's whole fox was shocked. The seal on the fur that could not be wiped off even by sparks. Is it so powerful? The marks formed by spiritual power cannot be removed by ordinary means. They need to be covered with powerful spiritual power to be completely removed. Just as Su Yin was shocked by the magic of the seal, his aunt sighed faintly from outside the pavilion. It seems that Princess Wuxi likes you very much. She pees on you to mark her territory and swears her sovereignty and territory. The aunt's expression was a bit strange, and she looked at Su Yin, who poked his head out of the foam. Su Yin had already told his aunt about Princess Wux's affairs. She also knew the reason why Princess Wuxi cared so much about Su Yin. So she was not too worried about the princess spreading Su Yan's identity as a nine-tailed fox everywhere. I think you should just give in to her. After all, she is the niece of Emperor Wushan. So why not give in to her and enjoy wealth and honor? Auntie! Su Yin jumped up anxiously and scolded. It's because of the 10,000 caddies of spirit stones that things have become like this now. Please help me wipe off this seal quickly. It's embarrassing to have it hanging on my butt all the time. Then how can I attract business for our brothel with such a seal? Well, what you said makes sense. But Auntie can't wipe off the seal. Unless you, a heartless fox, want me to go to jail. Auntie teased Su Yin and explained. The things with the seal are called official seals. So how can they be wiped off casually? Not only can the imprint of the official seal not be erased, but the objects with the seal can also be blessed by Xiaoyu's luck. Even an ordinary piece of paper can be invulnerable to water and fire, and will not decay for hundreds of years. Little fox, do you think it's possible to sell it at a higher price by using the title of the top-grade white fox certified by Princess Wuxi? Auntie! Well, it's just a joke. The mark left by the official seal can be removed, but there are procedures to follow. Chapter 71, There are dirty things in the dormitory. Aunt, is it really okay for us to do this? Won't Princess Wuxi close down our brothel? Su Yin looked at the red seal on his hind legs, which stretched all the way to the root of his tail. He asked his aunt for her opinion, with a slightly tangled look on his cheek. What his aunt said really made sense. He now had a seal of the princess on his butt. If he advertised it as a top-quality fox certified by Princess Wuxi, his brothel business would probably be very good. Moreover, if people wanted to touch him again to ask for marriage, he could raise the price. After all, Princess Wuxi was a reverter who could freely switch between human and nine-tailed fox forms. The white-haired fox certified by her personally must be top quality. If he didn't raise the price accordingly, it would be so bad that Su Yin would even think of working part-time in Wanhua Pavilion. But Su Yin was afraid that Princess Wuxi would send a lawyer to his house to send letters to him in turn after hearing the news. If he really fell into Princess Wuxi's hands, it would be really bad. Huh? Holding the white fox Su Yin, the aunt who had just come out of the gate of the Xianwang mansion looked down at the little fox in her arms with a tangled face, and said with a smile, Aunt said that I was joking just now. Why did you take the joke seriously? You little fox is a money grubber. Well, let's talk about those things when we need money. At least we are not short of money now. We just took out 30,000 kilograms of spirit stones from the Xianwang storage ring. It's enough for us to be free and easy for a long time. After returning, we will directly set up a high-level spirit gathering array for you. After hearing the happy words of the aunt, Su Yin stayed in the aunt's arms and said in surprise, Isn't it 10,000? When I saw the gesture of the aunt asking for the price from the Xianwang before, it was clearly a gesture for asking for 10,000 spirit stones. How come there are 20,000 more spirit stones when it comes to settlement? Who knows? Anyway, my aunt wanted to ask for 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones a day at first. But when the bill was settled, King Xian simply multiplied it by 10 for us widows and orphans. My aunt said indifferently, Who cares? They are basically the kind of people who have so many spirit stones that they can cut their money bags. It's good to give some to us ordinary people to improve our lives. King Xian is a king of a different surname. Although he doesn't care about things for his own reasons. The rules cannot be changed. The tribes, forces and subordinates in the territory need to pay tribute to King Xian every year. And a large part of the tribute needs to be paid to Emperor Wuxing. The royal family and kings of different surnames do not receive salaries. Their free channel for wealth depends on Xiaoyu's dividends. The largest part of the tribute falls into the treasury. And Emperor Wuxing will redistribute the wealth next year. And I feel like the tribute you mentioned is something that is not allowed to be seen in public. Right? It's normal. If you are greedy, you don't have to pay taxes. Emperor Xiaoyu is much more playful than us. Some local officials are always worried about tribute every year. Wouldn't it be legal in this way? If the tribute is insufficient or excessive, it will cause problems in the local people's livelihood. Hey, the adjutant is ecstatic. They have always been looking forward to promotion. So dark, Su Yin complained. And he probably understood why King Xian multiplied by 10. This old man probably has no concept of spirit stones. He gave himself 10,000 kilograms of spirit stones a day as medical fees to let him play with Lunming County Lord and make her happy. The two had just left the Xianwang mansion. But they were not in a hurry to return to Richuan Garden. Instead, they took the spiritual stones they had just earned from the Xianwang to go shopping on the Monk Street. And in the brothel of Richuan Garden, Lao Zhang was lying in the corner, snoring with a pillow behind his back. When the monkeys came out to call the talented women to have breakfast at noon, Lao Zhang suddenly woke up, looked at the people who were having breakfast, and complained very dissatisfiedly. Where is your shopkeeper? I have been sleeping on the floor here for 3 days, and I haven't seen anyone. Su Yin and his aunt went to the Xianwang mansion and stayed there for 3 days. Because the incident happened suddenly, his aunt didn't even have time to explain some things. One of them was Lao Zhang, who had originally agreed to come to discuss business. Because Su Yin and his aunt were not here, Lao Zhang talked about an empty, lonely and cold business and slept on the floor in the brothel for 3 days. I don't know, but he will be back soon. Right? Xiao Jin said perfunctorily with a serious face. The talented women in the brothel actually didn't know where Su Yin and his aunt had gone. They only knew that 3 days ago, Feng Shiqi came to Su Yan's house and whispered for a while. And then Su Yin went out after finding his aunt. It took about 3 days for him to go out. By the way, this is for you. Xiao Bai threw a few pages of paper in front of Lao Zhang for him to take a look. Lao Zhang took a deep look at the plumbing order, sighed, pounded his chest, laid down again, pulled up the quilt to cover his head, and continued to sleep. If he didn't continue to sleep, he was afraid of being angry to death. There were more than 40 plumbing orders. But because his aunt and Su Yin were not there, Lao Zhang couldn't just start working with these orders, because they didn't even negotiate the price, and he couldn't get the money after the work was done. Then Lao Zhang was really angry enough to sacrifice himself to refine a furnace of relics. The spirit stone was right in front of him, but he couldn't make money because the price was not negotiated. Lao Zhang was in great pain, and he could only use sleep to relieve his depression. Good morning, everyone. Come here. My aunt and I have brought back some gifts for everyone. Just when Lao Zhang was feeling depressed, a familiar voice made him jump out of the bed, as if he had received a shot of chicken blood. Shopkeeper. Lao Zhang? The aunt looked at the bearded man with red eyes in front of her and asked uncertainly. Shopkeeper. I'm so miserable. Do you know how I've been through these 3 days? Lao Zhang's eyes were red, and he pointed to a pile of papers next to the floor and said, These are all orders, and the size of the mansions on them are calculated by acres. They are all money. As a result, because you ran away to fool around, I can only look at these pieces of paper and look forward to your return. Please go upstairs. Please go upstairs. Aunt scratched her head with embarrassment, because the Xianwang really gave too much, causing her to really forget about Lao Zhang. Compared with the medical fee income of 10,000 caddies of spiritual stones a day, how much is the water heating here worth? What are you still asking for? It's here. I've already made my plans. Lao Zhang's eyes were red with anger, and he had no interest in drinking tea or anything like that. He just wanted to give his aunt a quote for the relevant order, and if his aunt could quickly agree on the construction date, he could start working and make a lot of money. Hurry up. I'm almost going crazy. Lao Zhang was banging his abacus with his left hand and writing the quotation with a pen in his right hand. Andy stood aside speechlessly. Su Yin saw that something was wrong with Lao Zhang. He was about to speak and persuade Lao Zhang not to be nervous. These were all old customers. There was no one in the family who was short of money. The business would not run away. But before Su Yin could finish his words, he was interrupted by a hand behind him patting his shoulder. Su Yin turned around and saw Jiao Nan was standing behind him with a red face. There is something dirty in your dormitory. If you want to take a shower and rest, I suggest you go to my dormitory. Jiao Nan's face was red, with a slight subtle expression. Impossible? There is something dirty in the fence? Su Yin said with disbelief. The fence where the half-immortal sits is haunted. What ghost is so cruel and domineering? Jiao Nanwu. Shouldn't see Sister Sheer. Chapter 72 Dirty. There are dirty things in your dormitory. Jiao Nanwu said to Su Yin with a red face, if there is no need, you can go to my dormitory to take a bath and change clothes. Faced with Jiao Nanwu's kind advice, Su Yin could never believe it. The brothel was guarded by the powerful demon clan of the Ant. And what evil spirit dared to run to the brothel of a half-immortal to cause trouble? I want to check it out myself. Su Yin subconsciously wanted to change back to the fox form and jump up the stairs to the 3rd floor. But when he thought of the official seal of the princess on his body, Su Yin resisted the urge to transform back to his original form, ran up the stairs in 3 or 2 steps, came to the 3rd floor, and opened the door of his dormitory. The furnishings in the dormitory were no different from when Su Yin went out 3 days ago. After lighting the candle, Su Yin frowned and looked at the dark corners in the dormitory, but still did not find any traces of dirt. Didn't you see anything? Su Yin turned his head with a strange look on his face, looking at Jiao Nanwu, who was standing at the door, and didn't want to come in. Jiao Nanwu shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on in the dormitory. During the days when you were away, when I looked at your dormitory from the lobby, I often felt a figure swaying inside. That dirty thing must be more powerful than me. Is it so fierce? Yes. And it's very beautiful. As soon as Su Yin opened his mouth, the 3rd voice sounded from the windowsill of Su Yin's dormitory. Su Yin and Jiao Nan would turn back with a look of shock on their faces, and saw Hua Yuzhenren climbing in from the windowsill, holding a bag of unknown objects in his arms, and entering the room very skillfully. Good evening. Hua Yu raised his hand to say low, threw the paper bag in his arms to the ground, squatted down, took out the pen that looked like gold, and wrote on the ground. Su Yin looked at Hua Yuzhenren writing and drawing, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Zhenren, what are you doing? Me? I'm drawing a teleportation array. It's too troublesome to fly back and forth every day, and I can't care about your aunt and ask her about her well-being in the first time. Hua Yu said. Su Yin picked up the candlestick and moved closer, and then he saw that there were really some superfine scratches on the original wooden floor, and the golden pen in Hua Yuzhenren's hand was gradually melting and filling those previously drawn scratches. Su Yan's face was full of sudden enlightenment, and then he threw the candlestick in his hand and ran out of the dormitory frantically. Aunt, there is something dirty in my dormitory. What the L is a point-to-point short-distance teleportation array. The teleportation array is built in my dormitory. How can this be? Woo woo woo. Hua Yuzhenren quickly raised his hand and pulled Su Yin back into his arms, covering his mouth, and said with a frown, You have no conscience. Forgot that Zhenren invited you to drink flower wine before? I gave you the permanent VIP card of Wanhua Pavilion, and you can't even help me? Besides, I won't let you suffer. Think about it. The teleportation array is built in your dormitory. When you feel cold at night, you can step out, and you will be in Wanhua Pavilion. You can find any girl or brothel. Hua Yu's tone was full of temptation, and the orchid scent was directly spit on Su Yan's face, gently rubbing on the back of the little fox. Su Yan blinked his eyes, as if thinking, and then a slightly happy expression appeared in the corner of his eyes and nodded. This time I've made some progress compared to last time, but I'm still a little short of being able to trick the brothel owner. Hua Yu smiled and pinched Su Yan's cheek and started to pull. You conscienceless dead fox. Tell me how you can lend me your dormitory to build a short-distance teleportation array. Su Yan did not answer and shook his head frantically, indicating that he disagreed with Hua Yuzhenren's proposal. You can build it in the backyard or the lobby, and you can build it however you want. Why did you choose to build it in my dormitory? There is no privacy at all. Although Su Yan is a little fox, his worldview has long been formed. How could Su Yan agree to something like Hua Yu's invasion of personal privacy? In the lobby and the backyard, people coming and going can easily damage the short-distance teleportation array. To be honest, the windows of the talented women's dormitories are all closed. You are the only one in the brothel who doesn't close the window. As for the fourth floor, the arrogant insects have a sense of territory. I built this teleportation array in the territory of the arrogant insects. Your aunt can let me eat this teleportation array. Hua Yu explained with a distressed face. Su Yin, is it wrong for me to open the window for ventilation? After a stalemate, Su Yin and Jian Nanwu, who were immobilized, were moved to the dormitory by Hua Yu. Hua Yu continued to fill the teleportation array, filling the indentations of the teleportation array with gold. Su Yin looked at it eagerly, curious. Hua Yuzhen also saw Su Yan's emotions, and answered Su Yan's curiosity. The reason why gold and silver are one of the hard currencies in the world of cultivation is because of their characteristics. For example, some ordinary low-level formations, or prohibitions that need to be engraved with formation diagrams, can use gold or silver as a medium to guide spiritual power. The reason why gold and silver are valuable is that gold and silver can be used as materials for low-level formations, and can also be used as materials for refining standard magic tools, and used as a medium. With gold and silver as a medium, there is no need to waste those high-level materials to arrange low-level formations. The teleportation array is not particularly rare, but because of the uncertainty of the transmission process, Xia Yu has not arranged ultra-long distance teleportation arrays across continents except for some commercial areas. It would be fine if the transmission was good, but it would be very bad if tens of thousands of people from Yinzhen town went through the transmission array and went straight to the main city of Xiaoyu to cause crazy destruction. The transmission arrays in the main city of Xiaoyu are all one-way, all of which can only go out but not in. Don't you know these common sense? Hua Yu added the last stroke, looked at Su Yin curiously, and then thought for a while and said, that's right. With Chongqing's survival first education method, it's normal not to teach you the formation. After all, apart from the gold cultivators, there are not many cultivators who will stick to the formation. Bang bang bang. Hua Yu said this, and there was a rapid knock on the windowsill. The ant stood on the eaves outside the windowsill, and knocked on the wooden window expressionlessly to remind everyone in the room. Hua Yu's smile froze, and slowly turned around. The ant raised her hand expressionlessly, and knocked on the wooden window. After the two looked at each other in silence for a moment, Hua Yu quickly said, give me 3 minutes. I can explain my behavior and purpose. The ant didn't say anything, just stared at Hua Yu. Okay. Hua Yu raised her hand with a frustrated look on her face. A golden light appeared in the teleportation array under her feet. Hua Yu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and was teleported back to Wanhua Pavilion. What should I say? Ant sighed, her face full of black lines. There are indeed some dirty things in the dormitory. You little fox who doesn't like to clean. Don't you know that there are bugs in the dormitory? When it comes to being slutty, Hua Yuzhen is the sluttiest. He actually wants to build a teleportation array directly in someone else's house. Fortunately, my aunt is sharp-eyed. She heard him and Nanwu talking about dirty things in the dormitory before. The two went to the dormitory to check. When my aunt found that the little fox hadn't come back for a long time, she realized that something was wrong. She dropped her business and climbed up the outer wall to check the situation. Don't look at me like that. I'm not proficient in arrays. If my aunt is a good student, why would she open a brothel? Chapter 73, I have tolerated you for a long time. It is easy to enter the art of formation, but difficult to master it. If you do not have a unique understanding of formations and prohibitions, you are not qualified to teach your disciples. My aunt is a cultivator with a water affinity, and her offensive and defensive methods are varied. She does not need to use formations to make up for the shortcomings of her affinity like a cultivator with a gold affinity. A formation master is not necessarily a cultivator with a gold affinity, but cultivators with a gold affinity must be proficient in formations and prohibitions. If Su Yin wants to learn formations, my aunt can only use her money ability to send him to a prohibition interest class for tutoring. It's not that I want to learn. I just want to know a little about formations and prohibitions. It's not a big deal to be bound by the immobilization prohibition all day long, Su Yin said rather embarrassedly. Hua Yuzhen's immobilization prohibition is really powerful. No matter how far Su Yin runs in any posture, Hua Yuzhen can directly immobilize him by raising his hand. Su Yin is helpless about this. You want to counter Hua Yu's immobilization technique? The ant laughed out loud. I'm telling you. It's impossible. The immobilization restriction is Hua Yu's specialty. Even I will be affected by it for a moment when we fight head-on. It's very difficult for you to counter her immobilization restriction when Hua Yuzhen fights head-on. The poisonous insect she uses is the poisonous insect called golden armored goo. Their LS are invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire, and they move like thunder. They are also a kind of poisonous insect that mainly lives in groups. As long as the enemy is immobilized by Huayu, if there is no special means, they will turn into blood mist in the endless golden light and dissipate on the spot in the next second. The immobilization restriction is Huayu's specialty. The only way to break the restriction is to break it with cultivation. With the current cultivation of the little fox, by the time he uses his demonic power to break Huayu Jinren's restriction, it is estimated that the fetus in his belly will grow from nothing to something. And Su Yin may not be able to break the restriction until the full moon wine is held after birth. Then there is really no countermeasure? Su Yin asked a little disappointedly. It's not impossible. The ant glanced at Su Yin's body and said, as long as you disturb her mind and shake her concentration, the restriction will break itself. In human terms, if you can scare her, the immobilization restriction will automatically fail due to the fluctuation of spiritual power. Su Yin nodded ignorantly and began to think about what could scare Huayu and wash away the shame. After rescuing the little fox and the little mermaid, the ant stared at the ground formation for a moment, and did not choose to erase it, but imposed a seal on it, using a highly toxic liquid to seal the connected transmission tunnel. If Huayu wanted to come from here, the only outcome would be that she would fall to the ground after being burned by the poison. Change your dormitory to sleep. The dirt in this dormitory cannot be cleaned up for a while. The ant locked Su Yin's dormitory with a copper lock and asked Su Yin to change a dormitory to rest temporarily. As a brothel, the building doesn't have much, but there are too many uninhabited dormitories. Su Yin can sleep in an empty dormitory if he wants. If he is too lazy to clean up the dormitory, he can transform into a fox and stay in the boudoirs of talented women. That's fine. Su Yin nodded without any objection. He was so determined to resist Huayu Jinren before because he was worried that Huayu Jinren would suddenly teleport over to see him naked when he was taking a bath or sleeping. Otherwise, Su Yin would not have such a strong will to resist. After temporarily solving the dormitory issue, the ant returned to the lobby table to settle accounts with Lao Zhang. Su Yin sat in the lobby board, watching the talented women dividing the gifts that he and his aunt bought. The top quality rouge, powder and perfume were distributed to the talented women one by one, and they tried them out happily. I don't know when my customized stockings and long skirts will be made. Those things are the secret weapons to make the brothel bigger and stronger. Su Yin imagined in his mind that Taylor Yu would sew the clothes he designed, and the talented women would try them on. At that time, he would let his aunt take advantage of the new year to falsely advertise that she would dig all the famous prostitutes in Xiaoyu and directly hold a beauty pageant to reverse the reputation of Richunyuan. We are not a fox fairy temple, nor a horse-hanging hall, and it is even more impossible to be an engineering department. We are a brothel with a reputation all over the world. Will the reward money not be endless by then? Su Yin always believes in the consumption power of lustful people. Just when Su Yin was looking forward to the future, and was amazed at his own brilliant plan, the brothel was officially open for business. Su Yin ran to the gate with a happy face, and prepared to open the door to welcome customers. As soon as Su Yin opened the door, he saw two familiar figures running wildly in the distance of the street. What are you doing? Wen Juntong and Zhou Yu ran very fast. In a blink of an eye, they had climbed over the wall from the street and entered the brothel. They ran along the wooden steps to Su Yin. Su Yin looked at the two people in front of him with snowflakes on their bodies, with a look of astonishment. Su. Brother Su. Hurry! Run away! Wen Juntong held the doorpost with his left hand, and covered his violently heaving chest with his right hand. He gasped and said, We were drinking in Luoheiju just now. We accidentally heard people at the next table complaining that their fiancé was lingering on the fox in the brothel all day long. Wen Juntong couldn't say anything more, and raised his hand to signal Zhou Yu to slow down. He almost broke his qi refining stage cultivator's lungs. Huff. 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 Zhou Yu took a breath to recover and took over Wen Juntong's words and said, The young man was just complaining to his friends about his experience. As a result, he was greeted with applause from the audience. Many young men and gentlemen who had the same experience as him applauded. They looked at each other in astonishment for a long time, and said the names of the brothels their fiancés or wives went to. Su Yin typed a question mark, his face full of horror. Are they talking about Richunyuan? Yes. Zhou Yu nodded seriously and said, The more they talked, the more speculative they became. They have become sworn brothers. We are brothers of different surnames. The young masters are getting more and more furious. They said they will come tonight to teach you a profound lesson, so that you will know that teasing other people's wives will not end well. When Jutong raised his hand and said, "When I ran out of Luoheju, I seemed to hear them talking about sharpening scissors and long knives." Su Yin said with a face full of shock, "I am wronged? When did Su do anything to seduce other people's wives? Didn't Xiaoyu seduce his wife and parade her in the streets?" Su Yin really didn't remember that he had seduced his wife or fiancée, because he had never done it. Although most of the customers in the brothel were ladies, they all came to play mahjong or gambling. He was responsible for adding some tea to the ladies, taking some rewards, or conveying the ladies' intentions to change the BGM. How could he have done anything obscene? If it really comes down to it, the mermaids should be the ones who should cause trouble to him the most. After all, it was me who deceived Jiao Nanwu. Although it was due to various misunderstandings at the beginning, which led Jiao Nanwu to think that there was a strong male beast in the brothel who wanted to reproduce, causing her to miss the most important part of her coming-of-age ceremony, stocking up on New Year's goods. As for the human Su Yin, he really didn't do anything. But the young masters did come here with knives. "Brother Su, you should find a place to hide first." When Jutong patted Su Yan's shoulders with both hands and advised. Chapter 74, Lawless. As the evening came, Richuan Garden started to operate normally as usual. Little Fox hasn't come back yet? The lady got off the van and looked up at Xiaobai, who was in charge of welcoming guests at the door, and asked habitually. The biggest feature of Richuan Garden is that there are excellent white-haired little fox demons, excellent service attitudes, and card players who can start the table at any time. The lady has not seen the sweet-mouthed little fox for almost 4 days, and the ladies who play cards here are a little uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the little fox demon is not for sale, and it can only be touched in Richuan Garden. The little fox is inside. Xiaobai greeted the lady to go inside, and explained to the lady with a helpless face, "It's just that some people want to make trouble for the little fox. So he simply hides in the stage, and waits, and dares not come out to receive the ladies." "Is there anything else?" the lady asked Xiaobai with a look of surprise. In the ladies' minds, Su Yin has always been a cheerful customer, not aggressive, and basically has the character of offending fewer people by addressing more people. How can such a kind character make enemies in the main city of Xiaoyu? "Madam, you don't know?" Xiaobai showed a helpless expression on his face, and began to tell the cause and effect of Su Yan's offending people. The brothel first used the name of the Fox Fairy Temple to attract customers to consume in the store. At that time, Su Yan did use his fox color, and the custom of Xiaoyu that no fox can form a village to attract a large wave of customers. The girls came here to make wishes and pray for a good husband, and the ladies came to pray for a harmonious bed. And the ants secretly made some efforts to bring traffic to the brothel. But the problem also lies here. According to the information heard by Zhou Yu and Wen Jutong, most of the girls who came to Su Yin to wish for a good husband have realized their wish to find a husband. Afterwards, the girls naturally had to find Su Yin to fulfill their wishes according to custom. That is to say, give some gold, silver and jewelry to the Fox Fairy in the hope that the Fox Fairy can continue to bless him. When facing customers who send silver rewards, Su Yan's service attitude will become particularly good, and he is even willing to contribute his tail to warm the girls' hands, which is very heartwarming. Su Yan's original intention was to retain customers, let them play gambling or mahjong in the brothel, and earn some stage fees, service fees, silver rewards, etc. As a result, this attracted the hostility and dissatisfaction of those fiancés. "My wife doesn't even care about her husband. She just likes to circle around that fox. Aren't you bullying people?" They reported to the police that the little fox demon seduced someone's wife. But the officials found no crime after a secret investigation, and then warned the fiancés who reported to the police to take care of their fiancés, because the white-haired fox was equivalent to 11 or 12 years old in the human race. This made the fiancés even more unhappy. "How can you please women so well at such a young age? If I don't beat you, you don't know how dangerous society is." The above is what Zhou Yu and Wen Jutong heard from the other table when they were drinking at Luoheju. And then they hurried over to tell Su Yin that the fiancés were going to come to his house tonight and put a sack around Su Yin and beat him up. So, the little fox hid himself, fearing that he would get into trouble. Xiaobai said helplessly. After hearing the whole story, the lady was stunned, and a look of astonishment gradually appeared on her cheeks. What's wrong with those sons-in-law? They are jealous of a little fox and are planning to commit murder in public. Do they really regard Xiaoyu's laws as nothing? Let the little fox come out. Madam wants to see who is so powerful that he dares to do this tonight. The lady accompanied by Xiaobai snorted and asked Xiaobai to find the little fox. She wanted to see who is so powerful that he dares to violate Xiao Yu's laws, and is so arrogant that he can plot loudly in a public place like Luo Heiju. Where is the little fox? Xiaobai raised his hand and pointed to the bottom of the stage. Su Yan, who had transformed into a fox, was pulling his head out of the gap in the stage layer. His round blue eyes were quietly looking around. Seeing this, the lady did not say anything. She took 2 steps forward and pulled Su Yan out of the gap. The lady was so strong that she even pulled out 2 people who were holding Su Yan's thighs tightly. What are you doing? The lady raised the fox and stared at Zhou Yu and Wen Jutong, who were dragged out with it. Madame Feng. Seeing the appearance of the madam, Wen Jutong quickly threw away the weapon in his hand and greeted her with an embarrassed face. As friends, Zhou Yu and Wen Jutong stayed in the brothel with sticks to protect Brother Su's safety tonight after learning that someone was looking for trouble tonight. It turned out to be the child of the Wen family, because both of them were exhausted. Madame Feng did not recognize the son of her poker friend at the first time. Only after Wen Jutong spoke did she suddenly remember who Wen Jutong was. Su Yan was shocked when he saw that Zhou Yu did not speak. But Wen Jutong was the first to say lo, because Wen Jutong is faceblind. In his world, there are only men and women. No matter how hard he tries to remember a person's appearance, he will definitely forget it completely in 3 seconds after turning his head. He can't even remember his mother's face, and needs to use some other means to assist. How can Su Yan not be surprised that such a faceblind person can call out the name of the madam in front of him at the first time? Su Yan subconsciously looked at Zhou Yu, wanting to ask about the origin of the lady in front of him. But Zhou Yu shook his head and did not answer Su Yan's puzzled look. Su Yan is an honest person. Others pay money, and the fox provides blessing and cute services. If there is nothing special to attract Su Yan's curiosity, he generally does not ask about the customer's background, nor does he talk nonsense, even if they are familiar regular customers. Su Yan actually only knows their surnames for the convenience of addressing customers, except for occasionally hearing gossip about their conversations. Su Yan really does not understand the origin of Madame Feng. Why is your posture so weird today? Madame Feng held a fox and looked at it for a while, then wiped the dirty fox face with a handkerchief, and asked Su Yan strangely why he wrapped his tail around his buttocks. This posture made it difficult for her to hug him, because they said they would kill me, and my mother is still counting on me to give birth to 1 or 2. I'm afraid. Su Yan lied with a slightly embarrassed face. He was indeed a little afraid. But the most important thing was to cover up the seal on the side of his fox dog legs that spread to his buttocks. When Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu saw the seal for the first time, they were stunned where they were. And then they shouted, "Oh my God! Brother Su has achieved enlightenment and is being kept by a rich lady from the royal family." They then congratulated Su Yan on his promotion from a commoner to a fox who eats the emperor's food. "Tonight you sit in my arms. I want to see who is so lawless," said Madame Feng. Su Yan subconsciously looked at the brothel. The business of the brothel was not bad today, although it still maintained the pattern of more women than men. He could see that there were 2s and 3s of male customers coming in with ill intentions, looking at him with their eyes. Zhou Yu and Wen Jutong really didn't lie to him. There were really some jealous people who wanted to make trouble for him. Su Yan felt very wronged about this. "You took advantage of my body protection fragrance to find your ideal husband. But your ideal husband tried to make trouble for me? What is going on?" Chapter 75. Hey. A fox demon came out. A great-grandmother. The lights came on and night fell. And the brothel, with the heating turned on, was full of beautiful women. The ladies played mahjong and shouted cards one after another. And the talented women were responsible for the accompaniment on the stage to support the atmosphere. Richunuan, which used to be full of female customers, had a different flow of customers today. Male customers who were slightly drunk in groups of 3 or 2 sat in the brothel and glanced at the fox among the women from time to time. "Aunt, don't we need to help?" Sitting on the 4th floor pouring tea for her aunt, Jiao Nanwu looked at the lobby with more and more male customers, and was a little worried about Su Yan's safety. "I feel that the little fox will have to stay in bed for at least half a month if it falls into their hands." Hearing Jiao Nanwu's words, the aunt raised her head slightly from the account book and looked at the situation in the lobby, then shook her head and said, "My nephew will be fine. But we should stay away when the customers fight later. Young men are jealous of each other, and as Su Yan's parent, it is not appropriate for the aunt to intervene. Once the aunt comes out, it means that Su Yan has lost, and there is really no way but to ask the parents to come out to support him. Of course, although the aunt cannot openly support Su Yin in this matter, she also secretly instructs the talented women under her to whisper to the ears of the ladies, who usually like white-haired foxes, letting them know that some men are coming to trouble Su Yin tonight. Like the lady Feng who hugged Su Yin. Although her husband's family was only a fifth-ranked general in the court, her ancestors on her mother's side were founding heroes who followed the previous emperor to start a business. The existence of shooting the long snake, a strange beast that covered the sky with 3 arrows. Although her status is not as good as before, but her achievements are there. Tonight, there is Madame Feng to support Su Yin, and some ladies who are on good terms with him will definitely not stand idly by. Rather than saying it is a jealousy game tonight, it is better to say that the mother beats the little kid. TSK. These accounts are really troublesome to calculate. It's not as fun as robbing. There is no need to calculate any costs and possible additional expenses. The aunt scratched her head while looking at the account book. The repair project is divided into the money for installing circulating water heating and the repair cost. Lao Zhang has given the price of each meter of pipes, the price of the reservoir and the installation fee. But Lao Zhang is not responsible for the mansion part. So he asked the aunt to find a carpenter. The aunt has to calculate the cost of Lao Zhang and the carpenter, and then calculate her own profit and the margin of additional expenses. The aunt's head is big after calculating the accounts. It's the first time that she made money so painfully. Just when my aunt was looking at the account with a face full of pain, something unexpected happened in the lobby of the brothel. A group of young men in fancy clothes ran in from the door and shouted to the brothel, "Where is the fox demon in the southern state?" Su Yin, who was squatting on Madame Feng's legs and pulling the table with both hands to help see the cards, heard this and turned his head to see more than a dozen monks blocking the door, shouting and yelling. Madame Feng glanced at the newcomers and took out a domino tile slowly and played it. She ignored the shouting young men and smiled and said, "I saw them just like I saw the children of the Wen family before. When Ju Tong came to Richuan Garden for the first time and also came here to seek revenge in a gang like this. But he didn't feel proud for 2 seconds before he saw his mother playing mahjong in the brothel. He immediately shrugged his head like a defeated rooster and was very well behaved. I was there last time, and I laughed for a long time." Another lady at the same table echoed, "Southern State Fox Demon. Come out. You have the ability to seduce other people's wives, but you don't have the ability to come out and argue?" Pa. As soon as the leading young man in fancy clothes shouted for the second time, there was a heavy sound of dominoes hitting the table. A lady in a red sleeveless, off-shoulder long dress glanced at the young man in fancy clothes with a cold look. With just one glance, the arrogant young man stood there as if struck by lightning. Great-great-great-grandmother? When the young man saw the beautiful girl, he was stunned and stuttered, and changed from his arrogant backward standing posture to a slightly bent standing posture, with a nervous and flustered expression on his face. His great-grandmother was born in the magic way, and she attached great importance to respect and order. "Get out." The lady in the sleeveless dress took a deep breath, tried to keep her tone as gentle as possible, and uttered a word. She was originally having fun with fellow Taoists, whose child was so stupid that he went to a brothel with a background in the Ministry of Rites and a demon clan semi-immortal master to cause trouble. However, she did not expect to be struck by lightning at the opening ceremony. She saw her great-grandson yelling and making a fool of herself. This made her lose face immediately, and she made a lot of moves to remind her great-grandson to shut up. Unexpectedly, this foolish man also bluntly stated his identity, causing her to lose face in front of fellow Taoists. Su Yin looked at the lady who came out in astonishment, with a big question mark hanging on his head. Su Yin remembered this lady, but her real name was unknown. But others called her Madame Bai. Her face was really young, and her movements were full of the vitality of a girl. At that time, she even picked up Su Yin in the form of a little fox and kissed him on the cheek. But she did not expect that she was so senior, and was already a great-grandmother cultivator. "Grandma? Mother? Why are you here?" "Grandma, aren't you in seclusion?" As the young men in fancy clothes were arrested, the young men seemed to start the recognition mode, finding their own elders, who were very senior among the ladies one by one. My aunt is a semi-immortal, and if she goes one step further, she will be a land immortal who has completely gotten rid of the mortal body. The ladies invited by my aunt are either wives of officials in the court who are extremely superstitious about foxes, or they are mixed in the magic sects or run businesses related to the demon clan. To put it bluntly, there is no good person in the whole house. They are all exquisite old people with faces of 18 or 24. How big can the circle of Xia Yu's young men be? There is one circle for officials, one circle for businessmen, and one circle for sex. My aunt knows people in the official and business circles. These young men came to the Fox Fairy Temple to make trouble, which is simply the behavior of lighting a lamp in the toilet in the middle of the night to find shit. Do I have a daughter-in-law? It's not confirmed yet. Mother, I just started dating her. But Yuana is indeed a very outstanding girl. She is in her early 20s, and has reached the middle stage of foundation building. The sect she worships has a close relationship with the Washing City. The young man answered his mother's question with a nervous face. Just like an unlucky child who was arrested for premature love. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. He didn't have any of them. He was naturally very nervous when his mother asked him in front of many elders. Apart from the awkward atmosphere of the revenge group, the academic atmosphere on the 4th floor that was scratching his head, and Su Yin who was looking around with a question mark on his head. Only Zhou Yu and Wen Juntong were happy in the huge Richuan garden. Ha! Brother Zhou. Come on. Drink more. Today is really fun. As a fellow wanderer, Wen Juntong was overjoyed to see the unlucky guy who had the same experience as himself. Chapter 76 Make a Name for Yourself. Mother, please have some tea. Watched by a group of elders who were too old. The young men who came to seek revenge shrugged their shoulders, like defeated roosters, and respectfully provided services to their mothers or elders with higher status. While the ladies who enjoyed the services all looked unhappy. Because these younger generations were all idiots. And they actually tried to make trouble in the brothel with the background of the Ministry of Rights. Even if they didn't look at the face of the Ministry of Rights. Didn't they know that there were Earth Immortals sitting there? They were simply brainless idiots. Although the lady was extremely angry in her heart. The Taoist friends and card friends were watching. So she couldn't get angry for the sake of face. Duh. The aunt raised her hand and knocked on the guardrail next to the tea table. Snapped her fingers. Attracted the attention of the talented women. And made a gesture to point at the young men. Suggesting that the talented women go up to ask for the reward silver. And take turns to go up to rob those young men one by one. By the way, the aunt also directed Zhou Yu and Wen Juntong, who were originally sitting in the corner drinking, to help rob the male customers, who were sitting around drinking in groups of 3 or 2. They were also in the group of the young masters. But their family connections might not be so strong. So they didn't dare to kick the door of Richunyuan like those young masters. But they dared to come here to support the scene. So naturally they had to pay some price to stand out of the brothel. The Jiaochong clan is a famous bandit leader. No matter what mountain spirits and monsters pass by Pingfeng Mountain, they will be robbed by Jiaochong and bees. Even if the stone becomes a spirit, it will take 2 years to dig the mine before it can leave the Pingfeng Mountain range. The ant did this without any psychological burden. Give me some. Young master. Under the instructions of the shopkeeper, the talented women all came to the young masters, spread their palms, and asked for silver directly. The young master looked at the talented women in line. His face turned black, and he trembled with anger. You guys, don't go too far. First you bewitched my young lady with a white fox. Then you bewitched my ancestor. Now you are robbing me openly. Aren't you bullying an honest person? The young man looked at his great-grandmother. And the lady in the sleeveless long skirt said lightly, if you are wrong, you should admit it. The ancestor doesn't want to tell you any more truths. But in secret, the lady who came from the magic sect directly scolded, you idiot. The previous incident was enough to embarrass the ancestor. Do you have to force the ancestor to beat you in front of all the Taoist friends? Pay the money and settle the matter quickly. And save some face for yourself. The lady of the magic sect was furious. But because the Taoist friends were all there, she couldn't get angry. After being scolded by the ancestor, the young man pretended to be calm and accepted all the talented women who asked for silver. From the beginning of taking out silver to taking out gold and spirit stones. His heart was bleeding. Thank you for the reward, sir. After receiving the reward, the talented ladies smiled slightly and lined up to cause trouble to the next young man. If the robbery in the Mahjong Hall still maintained the surface and face, then Zhou Yu and Wen Juntong in the outer circle really robbed with knives. They threw the sack on the table and said with knives, come on. It's fate for you to give more or less. Just close your eyes and throw it. Isn't this Miss Feng's follower? Why are you here too? Wen Juntong looked at a guy with a folding fan covering his face. He felt familiar with him. After carefully identifying him for a long time, he found that he was an enemy. None of your business. Li Jing snorted, threw some money into the bag, turned his head, and ignored Wen Jutong. Dirty money. Wen Jutong picked out Li Jing's money and threw it aside without asking for Li Jing's money. Then Wen Jutong took out his own money bag and put double the money into the sack. Tonight, I will pull off your trousers and underpants. Li Jing was furious. But Zhou Yu raised his hand and shook it. And a golden light flashed to stop Li Jing's action. Do you have a grudge? Zhou Yu asked with a frown. Although Wen Jutong was a naughty and perverted person, he was not a very evil person, since he could do something like pulling off Li Jing's underpants. Zhou Yu believed that this guy must have offended Wen Jutong to death. It was this bastard who slandered me, saying bad things about me visiting brothels without paying, and used this to discredit me, in order to win Feng Shiqi's attention. Wen Jutong gnashed his teeth and said, I've only been to Wanhua Pavilion once before, and my mother beat me without even entering the inner room. But this guy said I go there every day. It's okay if I go there? He also secretly said that I go to brothels on credit. How can this be absurd? Oh! Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, and finally understood why Wen Jutong's reputation was so bad. It turned out that some villains were making trouble behind the scenes. Brother Wen, you should also restrain yourself. Men are all lustful. But you also need to do some superficial work unless you really can't help it. As he said, Zhou Yu raised his hand and waved, and the wooden sword box behind him rolled to the back of his hand. What are you going to do? Do you dare? Do you need to choose a day to fight? The three of them did not use their skills to wrestle. Su Yan, who was in the center of the lobby, noticed the fight between the two brothers outside the lobby. But because he was still squatting on Madame Feng's lap, Su Yan did not dare to move around for fear of disturbing the lady's interest. Madame Feng looked at the dominoes she had just touched, and put them down with an incredible look on her face. Another Dihu. Getting a card to win at the beginning is Tianhu, and winning a card in the first round is Dihu. In a year of playing Madiao, you may not see many Tianhu or Dihu. And tonight, Madame Feng has called Dihu for the second time. Even if a monk uses his life to play Madiao, he may not be able to get such an outrageous hand. After Madame Feng collected the money, she thought about it, and put Su Yan in the arms of another lady. After shuffling and cutting the cards, Madame Feng looked at her own cards and pondered for a while. Then drew a card and played it. Who? The lady holding Su Yan called Who with a face full of surprise. Madame Feng held Su Yan back in her arms, shuffled and cut the cards, and after touching the cards, she saw that it was another good hand that could make a big hand. Madame Feng didn't believe in evil or rumors. She turned Su Yan around in the arms of the ladies, then stood up and sat Su Yan in her seat, letting Su Yan shuffle, cut, and touch the cards, and then looked at the dominoes he had. Madam, I don't know how to play cards. Can you teach me how to play cards? Su Yan turned back to look at Madame Feng. Su Yan was really not familiar with mahjong. He knew a little about playing pai gow or poker. Both of them had a way of comparing points. But mahjong had all kinds of hu, which Su Yan was really not familiar with. Tian hu. After Madame Feng had collected all the cards for Su Yan, she considered and confirmed that they were correct, and called a hu for Su Yan. Afterwards, the lady may have felt that the position was too good, so she deliberately changed Su Yan's position. After Su Yan touched the cards, he looked at Madame Feng. Madame Feng's cheeks twitched slightly after she looked at the cards. Su Yan's cards were quite powerful, and he was 2 cards away from winning again. As expected, Su Yan won by himself. Next, Madame Feng held Su Yan and changed his position. No matter how he changed, Su Yan could still kill everyone, which made the other ladies stunned. After counting the times, one of the ladies hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. In this round, she lost more than 400 kilograms of spiritual stones. Go away. Your luck with cards is too good. Madame Feng put Su Yan back on the table. Otherwise he would continue to harm others. How should Su Yan's luck with cards be described? The lady who played once was hot all over. The lady who played twice began to sweat. The lady who played 3 times began to sob. Looking at the ladies surrounding him, Su Yan said with a face full of embarrassment, I may still be in the novice protection period? Su Yan knew that the ladies played cards for spirit stones. But because he was not familiar with dominoes, and did not know how to count, he naturally did not know how many kilograms of spirit stones he won from the ladies in one round. But looking at their strange expressions, Su Yan realized that he might have won a lot. Boss, are you really not going to sell this lucky white fox in your house? I have said it many times. He is my nephew. No matter how many spirit stones he gives, I will not consider selling it. Chapter 77 Fox Concubine. Aunt. It's so heavy. I can't breathe. The little fox lay on the stairs, panting, and cried to the ant, who was covering her head on the 4th floor. The ant, who was immersed in the ocean of mathematics, and Jiannanwu heard Su Yan's cry and immediately came to their senses. They looked at the 2nd floor staircase where Su Yan was. He had an extremely large cloth bag on his back. It was because of this bag that Su Yan was crushed on the staircase, making the little fox no longer able to climb to the 4th floor, causing Su Yan to scream. What are you doing? The ant fell from the guardrail, came to Su Yan's side, and picked up the bag on Su Yan's back with one hand. She looked at the little fox flattened on the ground with a black face, and the huge bag that was almost 20 times larger than Su Yan. Huh? Su Yan turned over and sat down on the steps with a helpless look on his face. Aunt, I thought I could carry it upstairs by myself, but I slipped and couldn't get up anymore. Aunt, today's sales are great. 30,000 taels of silver, 200 kilograms of gold, and 4,000 kilograms of spirit stones. The bag Su Yan was carrying was full of spirit stones. Originally, Su Yan was going to secretly carry it upstairs and smash it next to his aunt to show off his business ability. But man proposes, God disposes. Su Yan can't carry such heavy things. Aunt had a question mark in her head, and she looked at Su Yan and then at the huge bag. Didn't you notice me just now? Seeing the puzzled expression of his aunt, Su Yan's smug look on his face collapsed immediately. After telling his aunt about what happened tonight, Madame Feng found that she had a superb ability to touch cards, and took him around in the group of ladies. Su Yan was killing everyone on the card table. Afterwards, the ladies were not convinced and took out other gambling props, ready to continue gambling with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't know many of the gambling props and didn't know how to play them, but Madame Feng was always there to help him read the cards. Su Yan's gambling luck was as good as a dragon, and the other ladies choked up. When the points were finally settled, he earned more than 5,000 kilograms of spiritual stones from the ladies. Su Yan gave more than 1,000 kilograms of spiritual stones to Madame Feng in the form of dividends, and ordered the monkey to take the remaining 200 kilograms of spiritual stones and immediately go to Luoheju to prepare a good meal for the ladies to have a midnight snack. Su Yan took 4,000 kilograms of spiritual stones and counted them together, ready to give them all to his aunt as his own food expenses. After the fiancés were arrested, the aunt was fully focused on the accounts and didn't pay much attention to what happened in the lobby downstairs. Now she looked over and really saw some ladies sobbing, and more ladies were still looking at the white-haired fox lying on the steps. Their eyes revealed speechlessness and helplessness. Losing spirit stones doesn't really matter, but being pressed to the ground by a beginner who knows nothing is quite frustrating. Su Yan doesn't know how to play mahjong or yizi, and knows nothing about fighting crickets. He only knows the rules of pai gao and bone dice. But this doesn't prevent Su Yan from killing ladies all night. The aunt was dumbfounded, looking at the 4,000 kilograms of spirit stones and the exhausted fox. You fought with spirit stones 1 penny at a time, and in the end, you won more than 5,000 kilograms of spirit stones? 1 qian weighs about 3 grams, and 500 grams can be converted into 1 gene of xiaoyu. Su Yan won more than 5,000 gene of spirit stones overnight. Yes. Su Yan nodded with embarrassment. The little gambling made the lady bleed. Su Yan originally said that he didn't want so much, but the ladies ignored Su Yan's request. If you lose, you lose. The rules are the rules. Breaking the rules is to question the lady's character. It has come to this point. How dare Su Yan not ask for money? However, Su Yan paid for all the ladies' consumption in the brothel tonight with his own money, and asked the lady to stay for a midnight snack. And then, he was anxiously carrying 4,000 gene of spirit stones to go upstairs to find his aunt. It's amazing. The aunt looked around the lobby and covered her aching forehead. No wonder. Why did so many people suddenly say that they want to buy white-haired foxes tonight? You kid. The aunt didn't say anything here, because she originally wanted to praise Su Yan. But thinking of the feelings of the victims in the lobby, he didn't say anything more. I'll host tonight. Nanwu, you go directly to Luoheju and ask the shopkeeper to pick up people in the ferry boat. I'm going to hold a big banquet at Luoheju tonight. According to the rules, a big killing requires a big banquet. Seeing that Su Yan had attracted so much wealth, the aunt didn't hesitate to do it directly and invited all the ladies to have a meal. The ferry boat of Luoheju sailed to Richuan Garden, picked up all the ladies and talented women, and even took the eunuch and Yu Yaning who had just got off work to have a big meal together, while those young masters were directly kicked out. There were about 30 young masters, including those who supported the place. They were all robbed. Now their pockets were cleaner than their cheeks. They stood outside the door of Richuan Garden with a dull face and the cold wind of summer and winter. One of the young masters, surnamed Li, was the worst. He was taken special care of by 2 people. He was left with only a pair of pants on his body. It's so aggrieved. No! It should be aggrieved. If you lose a fight, you will just feel aggrieved and annoyed. But when they come to Su Yan for trouble, they are directly hit by Su Yan's dimensionality reduction. They found their elders, and before they officially started fighting, they were pulled up by their ears and scolded. They have been bullying men and women in the main city of Xiaoyu for so many years, but they have never had such a fight. The young masters felt aggrieved in their hearts. Why did their ancestors help outsiders bully themselves? Isn't he just a little cute in appearance, with a white fox appearance that conforms to the customs of Xiaoyu, a sweet mouth, and a stronger demon clan physique? Weren't we just as cute when we were young? He is only a little cute now, because he is young. When he grows up, he may be a monkey with a pointed face and a hateful face? If he continues to be cute like this, when he grows up, he will really become handsome. Will all the women in our family be killed? As soon as this was said, the young masters were silent. Foxes, generally, there are few who grow crooked. Right? They basically grow in line with the aesthetic standards of humans. What did that little white fox tell my great-grandmother? She punished me to reflect on my mistakes in the discipline hall for a pretty boy. Even an old tree that has blossomed will not cheat its great-grandson like this. At this time, Li Jing, who was beaten up by Zhou Yu and Wen Juntong, stood up, with a pig-headed face, coughed twice and said, "Down you. I have a plan to resolve your troubles. As long as you brothers are willing to cooperate, I promise to make that fox harmless." Li Jing also didn't like Su Yan. He even regarded him as his biggest rival in love because he had heard his name from the girl he liked. He was bound to defeat Su Yan directly like he defeated Wen Juntong's reputation. To deal with Su Yan, he first stigmatized him without saying anything, and gave him the name of a gigolo. Let the upper-class girls dare not approach him, and then continue to throw dirty water on him. Say that Su Yan didn't even bring money for prostitution. Chapter 78. The method gradually became weird. Ha ha ha. So, your fox is a fox that knows how to attract wealth? I really can't understand why that scumbag fox can give birth to such a cute little fox. After having supper at Luo Heiju and seeing off the ladies, the ant and the eunuch walked in front and told the reason for the dinner today. The little fox won so many spiritual stones tonight, and the ant felt bad if she didn't treat the ladies to a good meal. Does the eunuch know my mother? Su Yan, who was one step behind and lying on the shoulder of Jiao Nanwu, heard the eunuch say that his mother was a scumbag fox, which made Su Yan show an interested expression and asked. In Su Yan's memory, although the old mother was not a good wife and mother, she was also a qualified mother. However, the eunuch, who knew his mother, called his mother a scumbag fox as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Su Yan a little interested in his mother's past. Of course I know him. Zhou Tong sighed and said, when I was still licking my fur in the tribe, your mother and this old bug passed by and boasted to me about how good the outside world was, saying that the human race was like a model of stupid people with a lot of money. As a result, I have not achieved the wealth freedom your mother talked about in more than 300 years. And I have not met any fools who provide free food and accommodation. She originally lived in the land of the Zhou Wu tribe and led a relatively primitive hunting life. It was not until she met Su Qing and Chong Qiong that she yearned for the outside world. She did not go to the primeval forest of the main city of the demon tribe to develop, but ran to the human territory to achieve wealth freedom and find a slave who can provide food and accommodation to serve her. As a result, after more than 100 years, she got nothing. In the end, it was the sister of the divine beast of the upper tribe of the Zhou Wu tribe who guaranteed Zhou Tong to make a living in the demon suppression division. Otherwise, Zhou Tong would still be wandering around in the human territory. Later, Zhou Tong found out that the two sisters, one was a bandit who made a living by robbing monks, and the other was a social bandit from the Yusa Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Yusa clan did not do anything great, but there were 4 beauties in the clan, each of whom married the former pride of heaven, and supported each other to reach the highest level in the world of cultivation, the level of heavenly beings. That is, in the malice of ordinary people, true immortals, the people or monsters that the Yusu foxes like. The final outcome is to reach the top of the world of cultivation. They have participated in many changes in the world of cultivation. and each time, they can stand in the right position. Their luck is simply against the sky. When Su Qing's Snow White fox tail is exposed, she can directly become financially free on the spot. The cultivators who want to please her can directly line up from the northern state to the southern state. Countless cultivators spend all their wealth to see her, and use the talent of the Yusa nine-tailed fox to determine whether they have the destiny to conquer the world. If you can be favored by Su Qing, you must have an extraordinary destiny. Is there such a mysterious Su clan nine-tailed fox? Su Yan was stunned when he heard the story of Zhou Tong. There are right and wrong. Anne shook her head and said, it takes extremely strong strength for a foreign race to marry a nine-tailed fox. Without such strength, how can you snatch a wife from the nine-tailed fox clan? If you have the strength to break into Qingqiu Kingdom and snatch people, why worry about not being able to accomplish great things? The legends of the cultivation world cannot be fully believed. Zhou Tong's statement confused the cause and effect. It should be that the great human beings first emerged, and then attracted the attention of the beautiful nine-tailed fox, and finally won the heart of the nine-tailed fox with personal charm and strength. And finally the great human beings snatched the fox from Qingqiu to marry. It is not that you can get rich by being favored by the nine-tailed fox. Of course, the nine-tailed foxes will not deliberately clarify these rumors that are beneficial to themselves. Instead, they enjoy the pursuit of the cultivators in the cultivation world and live in Qingqiu, a carefree and comfortable life. So that's it. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that his aunt would not be satisfied with the Fox Fairy Temple and let him pretend to be a fortune teller to tell fortunes for the girls. By the way, about the official seal on your butt, you may not be able to apply for recovery recently, because it is the end of the year, and now the court is busy doing accounts and preparing for the New Year celebrations. They say that the butt is not urgent. Anyway, it is not stamped on any important documents. Zhou Tong remembered something and said to Su Yan, official seals are stamped with luck, which are uncopyable and uniquely identifiable. In the past, the seals on discarded documents needed to be sent to the Ministry of Personnel for unified destruction. But Su Yan's documents were obviously not supposed to be destroyed, so he needed to queue up and go through the process to choose a day to go and erase the seal. There were many incidents of random stamping like this in Xiaoyu throughout the year. The Ministry of Personnel was used to dealing with such things. He flipped through the registration book and wrote a certain date to Zhuotong, asking her to bring the fox to remove the official seal on her body when the time came. Want to talk about it after the new year? Well, the Ministry of Personnel has been in a mess recently. First, it was interrogated by our Demon Suppression Division, and then it needed to approve the celebration and the year-end accounts. Several people have been exhausted. As for the Minhang Nightmare Town man, we learned through soul searching that there was a person named Hall Master behind him. The Hall Master directed him to take over your body. The official seal of Princess Wuxi could not be removed for the time being, and Su Yan had no opinion on it. Anyway, the seal would not affect his life, but it was just a little unsightly when it was stamped on his side leg. It's the same if you apply it after the new year. The matter of the Nightmare Town has come to an end for the time being, because those young masters have offended their elders. Su Yan has lived a stable life in Richuan Garden, watching the changes in the main city of Xiaoyu bit by bit. He gradually began to feel the atmosphere of the end of the year. Su Yan's greatest pleasure during this period is to lie in the heated room and watch the court send soldiers to cut the ice blocks of the river that are frozen 1 meter thick to build a lantern city built of ice blocks. According to my aunt, Xiaoyu will build an ice city every year after the wind and snow stop, which is used as one of the stages for the New Year celebration, which is very ceremonial. It's time to open the brothel at night. Su Yan sat down at the table honestly, with a smile on his cheeks to greet customers. Now, in addition to customers who come to him for marriage and marital harmony, there are also a group of customers who pray for good luck in gambling. Su Yan is simply brutal in gambling, and his wife has paid tens of thousands of pounds of spirit stones to confirm it. This guy should be invincible in gambling. Wait, what are you touching? Su Yan lay on the silk pillow, enjoying the gentle touch of the ladies or girls with a happy face. Su Yan didn't hate being touched. If the technique of stroking the fur was skillful, it was like a massage to him. And it was a free massage, which Su Yan usually enjoyed. But today, the technique was gradually a little wrong. The unfamiliar girls in front of him first touched their heads, then stroked along the fur on their backs to their tails, and ended up kneading along the fur to the 6 points on their stomachs. Su Yan felt that they were not stroking the fox, but taking advantage of him. So he jumped away and asked them what they were doing. We all know the rules. Don't worry, Fox Mistress. The leading girl smiled and threw a coquettish eye to Su Yin. Let me check the goods first. What rules? What are you talking about? Facing the coquettish eyes of the strange girls, Su Yin did not feel happy, but felt very strange. Are there any new rules in the brothel? Why did this group of people suddenly come to kiss him? Chapter 79. Isn't this false advertising? What are you doing? Feeling that the unfamiliar customers were not doing something right, Su Yin jumped off the pillow on the table and looked at the guys in front of him, who were here for the first time, and were looking for 6 stars to pinch with a vigilant face. We are a very formal brothel in Richunyuan. We don't do these sneaky things. Don't worry. We all know the rules. The unfamiliar girl in the lead nodded and said, there is no money transaction between us. We were just confused for a while, because of the alcohol. As for the silver, it is the compensation we made to you. Su Yin looked at her, swearing and familiar with the place. If he didn't know that his aunt really didn't do the yin-yang contract, he would almost believe her. We don't have such rules here. And if we really need to accompany guests, it's not my turn as the nephew of the host to accompany the guests in person. Right? Su Yin sighed, and changed from the little fox to a young man. Although he was still not as tall as those female cultivators, who were more than 1.7 meters tall. But after becoming bigger, her words also added a bit of deterrence, so that the girls wouldn't hug her and squeeze her at will, which made her righteously declare that she was reluctant but willing. How could this happen? The leading female cultivator was stunned and asked, isn't this Richuan Garden? Your name is Su Yin, right? Yes. A white-haired fox demon from the southern province. Right? Yes. You still say this is not a fox concubine? The leading girl said angrily. We sisters came here from afar to have fun, not to get angry. Your average price is 3 caddies of spirit stones per hour. Right? I'll give you 6 caddies each. A total of 30 caddies of spirit stones for 3 of you. Okay? Looking at the strange and unreasonable girl in front of her, whose spirit power was overflowing, and she was already angry, Su Yin felt familiar, as if he had seen his fellow villagers. If he guessed correctly, they should all be cultivators from the southern province, facing such a demonic evil woman. Aunt, there are cultivators coming to mess things up. Su Yin raised his head and roared to the sky, as the powerful and ferocious demonic power came from the 4th floor. The cultivators from the southern state, who had originally planned to force themselves on the woman, suddenly became gentle and well-educated, and the low roars of the smoky voices, like broken gongs, turned into stinky clips. When the world is not settled, you and I are all cattle and horses. What's wrong with you? First you grabbed my little nephew and pulled him around, and now you want to force him? Do you really think that there is no one in our Richuan Garden? Believe it or not, I will sell you to a brothel. The aunt poked her head out from the 4th floor and cursed. Go. You also go over and grab them, and ask them again, and twist them hard twice. The aunt knew what happened in the lobby, but she didn't say anything and kept watching, wanting to see how Su Yin dealt with those unruly and bad customers, and provided for support throughout the process. Why should I reward them? They came to spend the night with me. Su Yin looked at his aunt with a frown on his face. His aunt was stunned for a moment and thought about it. It seemed that this was indeed the case. How did his punishment become a reward? Why are the monks playing so perverted now? His aunt shook her head and shrank back. For a moment, she didn't know how to comment on what happened downstairs. You are also from the southern state, right? After being scolded by the aunt, the monks who originally wanted to force themselves on the king immediately became obedient. Su Yin said, do you believe it now? We really don't have any fox-specific services here. Su Yin just started to lecture, and suddenly a lady, who was about to leave, came over and greeted Su Yin, raised her hand, and took out a stack of silver bills and stuffed them into his arms. I want a lot tonight. Please have a midnight snack. Su Yin looked at the lady who was about to leave, and hurriedly chased after her and returned the silver bills to her. Madam, you really don't have to be so polite. Gambling luck is really not guaranteed. Foxes really don't have such a function. Take it back. What nonsense. If you don't come to play cards, we will all have fun. The lady did not take back the silver bills, but smiled and pinched Su Yin's cheek, got on the van, and left directly. Playing gambling with Su Yin is a feeling of no experience. Su Yin honestly sitting at the tribute table is the best experience for customers. Seeing that Su Yin was so sensible, it was normal to give him 100 taels of silver to buy candy. Maybe one day in the future, I will need to use Su Yin's undefeated talent at the gambling table to deal with my enemies. Su Yin looked at the stack of silver bills in his arms, shook his head, and stuffed them into the storage ring. looked at the witches and said, "Where was I just talking? I forgot what I was going to say when my wife interrupted me." "Well, we are all fellow villagers," the witch said. "Since we are all fellow villagers, then according to the rules of the southern state, you all understand it." "Right," Su-yin said. "Then may I ask, what are the rules you mentioned before? When did I give myself 3 pounds of spirit stones for 1 hour? The rules of the southern state are that the winner takes all, and the loser automatically becomes the winner's cattle and horses. There is a notice at the city gate. It says that if tourists from other places want to have fun, male cultivators can go to Wanhua Pavilion located in the first area of the Imperial City Road, and female cultivators can go to Richuan Garden to find the strong demon, Fox Face Show. The term Fox Face Show, as the literal meaning, refers to a beautiful man of the Fox clan. Generally, such notices at the city gate are advertisements made by businesses with money. The sisters saw that there were young and strong demon handsome men here, so they followed the notice to ask for directions, and found Richuan Garden, wanting to see how far the Fox Face Show's fox tongue can stick out of the outside world. But they didn't expect that there were no foxes here at all. "You are a black shop that cheats customers," one of the sisters whispered, complaining about Richuan Garden's false advertising. Su-yin typed out a series of question marks, and looked up at his aunt, who was also confused. 3 pounds in 1 hour. Even if I'm in human form, I can't stand 2 hours. No exaggeration. I'm satisfied with an hour of fighting. Su-yin suppressed his complaints and asked his aunt to bring the witches from the southern state to the city gate. Under the guidance of the witches, Su-yin actually saw the advertisement paper about Fox face-to-face. And the advertisement paper covered a large area. There were also paintings of several disheveled and slender handsome men on it, facing the square with a foxy look on their faces, looking coquettish. Su-yin opened his mouth wide and stared at the advertisement paper and the group of female cultivators who were copying the address. I didn't expect that Xiaoyu's emphasis on fox customs also has some good things. In previous years, they were still saying that foxes cannot be used in this way, which is a disrespectful act. Now the notices of fox brothels are posted on the city gates. Isn't this normal? They are all money. I don't know if those fox demons are in human form or orc form. Listening to the female cultivators discussing the fox lovers, Su-yin hurriedly stepped forward and tore up the notice. "Hey kid, do you know what you are doing?" Chapter 80 Old Worm. "You are so confused. Hey, what do you want to do, kid?" Before Su-yin even approached the notice board at the city gate, he was stopped by the soldiers stationed at the notice board. The soldiers raised their hands to stop Su-yin from approaching and warned him sternly. "This is the notice board of the court. No one is allowed to approach. Those who violate the order will be whipped." In addition to paid advertisements, there are also some notices from the court on the notice board, such as the plain text translated by Emperor Wuxing. Except for the officials of the Demon Suppression Department, only the officials of the Ministry of Households can change the content of the notice board. Anyone who approaches casually like Su-yin will be expelled by the guards stationed at the notice board, unless they receive instructions from the Demon Suppression Department or the Ministry of Households. No one has the right to change the content of the notice board. "Come here." The aunt reached out from the crowd of female monks, pulled Su-yin's collar back, brought Su-yin out, and said lightly, "It's useless to peel off the notice now. Look at the date on the lower right corner of the notice. The date numbers are 1/2/16, and today is January 5th. This notice has been posted here for almost 2.5 days, and it was posted when the flow of people was the largest. Xiaoyu, which is approaching the New Year celebration, is very lively. A large number of monks from other places will rush here. Some monks come to participate in the fighting competition held by the court, while others come to participate in the betting and activities held by the Ministry of Households. In addition, large shops in the main city of Xiaoyu will also launch supporting activities to attract customers." Looking at the calm expression of the aunt, Su-yin realized a problem. The aunt seemed angry. This is no longer a prank or a fight between children. Aunt glanced at the notice board, sighed and said, "Some people may die, and our business license may be revoked." Aunt pulled Su-yin out of the crowd and walked directly back to Richuan Garden. In the court of Xiaoyu, some things can be said but not done, and some things can be done but not said. Aunt said with a displeased look on her face, "Those young masters have really caused a big disaster. The brothels registered in the Ministry of Rights are absolutely not allowed to have the word flesh trade. Once it appears, the problem is not ordinary. Although the notice of the fox face of Richuan Garden did not mention the flesh trade from beginning to end. The accompanying pictures and words all implied that Richuan Garden was a brothel for cheating. Flesh trade can occur here. Xiaoyu has many unspoken rules. The Jiafangxi and the Gulan are simply the resettlement places for the families of scapegoats, saving their lives in a seemingly humiliating way. Does the Ministry of Rights care about the flesh trade in the Gulan? They don't care at all. What they really care about are the big figures at the top of the court. The Jiafangxi and the Gulan are their promises to their subordinates. Even if you die or get caught, I will take good care of your family for you. The ant stopped talking and said, "Do you understand the problem with the notice now?" Su Yan nodded silently. The Jiafangxi and the Gulan are compared to resettlement places, which means that they are very safe here. It is also the promise of those big figures to their subordinates, regardless of whether Richuan did such a thing. The moment the content of the notice spread, all the Gulan registered with the Ministry of Rights will be subject to the most severe investigation. An explanation is needed here to stabilize people's hearts and avoid suspicion in the hearts of faction members. They are also true geniuses, Su Yan said with a complicated expression. It is not difficult to guess who posted the notice, who Su Yan offended, and who would be so bored to do such a thing. It is almost certain. Su Yan does not care much about the life and death of the young masters, but as their family members, the wives are inevitably implicated by their behavior. Those young masters are the real culprits who caused this incident, and those faction leaders will not let them go. Su Yan felt depressed when he thought that the wives who took good care of him and gave him silver bills every day might be exiled or beheaded. Just like what my aunt said, this is no longer a joke between children. Those wives are very good to me, and Su Yan does not want them to die like this. My aunt was also in a heavy mood. Those wives were her friends, and the connections she had accumulated in Xiaoyu in recent decades. But this matter can be big or small. If it really gets out of hand, it might reach the ears of Xiaoyu's top leaders. Auntie and Su Yan returned to the brothel. The atmosphere here was gradually becoming strange. There were a large number of unfamiliar female customers. The ladies who were playing mahjong stopped and stood aside, quietly discussing something. Go. 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 All of you go to the side. The aunt waved her hand and began to drive away the strangers. She looked at the ladies inside. You are all good. Old worm. You are so confused. The strangers had almost all left. The aunt was about to tell the lady that she and Su Yan had found the notice, but someone from the lady's side spoke first. You don't make money in spirit stones this way. It's obviously a regular brothel business. How can it be linked to the flesh trade? You should also know what kind of place this is. Although it is false propaganda, and it is also based on your nephew. But the trouble is really big. The three masters will not listen to your explanation. Although the ladies were playing mahjong, their five senses as cultivators were very sharp, so they naturally heard the strangers talking about words like fox lovers, 3 pounds of spirit stones per hour, and flesh trade. After they understood what happened, they no longer had the leisure to continue playing mahjong. They all cried out inwardly, "Oh! No! How could the old worm be so confused? This matter can be big or small. If it is a big one, it is a serious crime punishable by death. If it is a novel, it is at most fraud. And the worst punishment is that Chongqiong will lose her pants." What? It was your bastard who posted a notice at the city gate, saying that we have a cheating business here in Richuan Garden. Do you think that I, with my stingy personality, would spend 1,000 kilograms of spiritual stones a day to post notices? The aunt immediately stopped the lady from talking. What do you mean I am confused? I am sober every month when I receive 1,000 kilograms of spiritual stones from the Ministry of Rights. I even remember that 100 kilograms of spiritual stones are used to improve the lives of talented women and purchase clothes and cosmetics, while the food expenses of talented women are settled on a quarterly basis. You are the ones who are really confused. When the aunt said this, the ladies were stunned and showed surprised expressions at the same time. How is it possible? Madam, Su has not offended anyone except the sons of the various families recently, and brother Wen Ju-tong has also been slandered like this before. Su Yan spoke with a heavy face, telling the news he had learned from Zhou Yu. Although brother Wen is lustful, he really wouldn't steal someone's underwear. All this is due to the slander and defamation of Li Jing, who made him so infamous that no one is willing to believe his explanation. Such means are so similar.